Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 727 to Chapter 809. When Xianxia saw Gu Feng teasing Qi and Qi's annoyed expression, she felt warmth in her heart. Gu Feng's concern was understandable. Although Qi wasn't good with words, 1,000 words couldn't compare to the practicality of a map. The two of you are indeed my good brothers, Xianxia said with a smile. She suddenly thought, it's a pity that I can't go with Ling in this trial. Donghuang Ling had already returned to the eastern capital for 10 days, but there was still no news. I've already written a letter to Ling. When you come out of the trial, you should be able to see Ling-er's reply. Gu Feng felt embarrassed when he heard Ling-er's name. Don't worry, Ling-er should have just arrived in the eastern capital. She promised that she'll be back in 2 months. Xianxia teased. Gu Feng's appearance was really like the first awakening of love. The three of them chatted and laughed. At this time, there were a few noisy tables nearby. Xianxia took a look and saw a familiar face. It was the person who had sold her the list of the elite camp's members. Gu Feng grumbled, what are these people doing? They're making a ruckus. Can't they even let people eat? Let's listen first. They seem to be talking about something about the blood refinement. Xianxia was interested in their conversation. She had good hearing, so she could occasionally hear something about the magic list and 3 days and 3 nights. It turned out that the tavern was currently discussing the matter of the magic power rankings. Have you heard? In the blood refinement, Li Xiao was overtaken by Lan Tian. I've heard about this long ago. Sister Lan's momentum is going to overtake Lu Tong Tian and directly compete for the first place of the elite camp. I think this matter is still uncertain. Lu Tongtian's strength is too strong. No matter what, the top 3 of the magic list won't change. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, the freshman trial is about to start. Once it starts, it means that there will be people joining the competition for the magic list. I think you've drunk too much. What can a freshman do? That Feng Tian has already been defeated. It's hard to say. Didn't you hear that quite a few new students broke through during this time's trial in Skywing City? Who knows, the new students might rise up this time. The group of people discussed fervently. Soon, the topic shifted to the blood purge. They were even discussing how many people would survive the blood purge. I bet 100 gold coins, 60%. 50% is already not bad. I heard that the blood beast sector has not been peaceful recently. However, there was one thing that they agreed on. They all believed that Feng Tian would definitely get first place in this rookie blood purge. When Xianxia heard this, she only smiled. A few days later, Xianxia headed to the campsite to meet up with the students who were participating in the blood purge. When they arrived at the assembly point, Xianxia saw nearly 100 students and the second elder. The second elder immediately announced that he would lead the blood purge this time. At the same time, he also announced the rewards for the blood purge. The blood purge for the freshmen was considered a major event in the magic elite camp. In order to encourage the freshmen, the second elder had even set up a special reward out of his own pocket. The first place would receive a soul cleansing elixir, while the second and third place would receive a high-grade elixir. When she heard about the soul cleansing elixir, Xianxia could not help but pay more attention. Ever since she had absorbed a portion of the Maystone's energy on the empty ship, Xianxia's Dharma soul had improved greatly. Unfortunately, she had yet to break through. The soul cleansing elixir was the second elder's exclusive elixir. It could not be bought outside. Xianxia did not know how this elixir was refined. After consuming it, the user's Dharma soul would be purified. For students who were at a bottleneck, it could help them break through their bottleneck. For other students, it could also help them stabilize their cultivation. It seemed that she was determined to get the elixir this time. Xianxia thought to herself. What she lacked now was a soul-cleansing elixir. The conditions for winning the blood purge were actually very simple. Other than successfully surviving 3 days and 3 nights in the Dutian blood beast world, the additional condition was to kill as many blood cloud beasts as possible. Let's go. The second elder ordered. Everyone split into groups of 10 and entered the teleportation spell formation. When the 100 freshmen walked out of the spell formation, they were already in a desolate place similar to a small border town. In front of them, there was a red mist of blood. The wind that had not dissipated for many years blew past. On the ground, there was only dried yellowish-brown soil. The trees were also crooked. Not far away, there was a winding river of sand. The river water was murky, and there was a disgusting smell of heavy metal floating out from it. Students, we have already entered the entrance of the Dutian Blood Beast world. In front of us is a relay station called the Dutian Relay Station. The relay station is in front of the Dutian Blood Beast world. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, you will undergo the blood purge here. The second elder, as the leader of the group, was in charge of the training of the 100 students. The second elder led the 100 students to the Dutian Relay Station to prepare for the training. The Dutian Relay Station was not big. It was made up of a few rows of simple houses. The structures of the houses were very simple, and could only be used to block the wind and rain. The first row was the liaison office of the relay station, which provided accommodation. The second row was the weapon shop, medical center, and grocery store. There were only the most basic supplies and supplies. Everyone could only buy 1 bag of fresh water at a time. As for food, the relay station did not have it at all. The water bags were said to be made from the skin of a special magical beast. The price of 1 water bag was as high as 200 gold coins. The simplest weapons, magic weapons, armor, and mage robes were sold here, but the price was many times higher than outside. In Yinxing's words, only idiots would buy things here. There is one more thing that I need to remind you. The time in the Dutian Blood Beast world is slower than on the mainland. It is roughly twice as slow as outside. Also, it is best to leave your personal belongings, including food and some pills at the relay station. Because of the uniqueness of the Blood Beast world, the blood aura here is very strong, and it is easy to contaminate food and pills, the second elder informed everyone. In the Dutian Blood Beast world, because of the existence of the Dutian Blood Seal, regardless of whether it was sunrise or sunset, or the 4 seasons, it was different from other places on the mainland. The newcomers did not know about this beforehand. After being reminded by the second elder, Yunxing also noticed that the size of the hourglass in the relay station was twice as large as the one on the mainland. That means, we have to stay in there for 6 days and 6 nights. How can we last with just a bag of water and no food? The students discussed. There are 2 ways to obtain food. It depends on which one you choose. The second elder was obviously used to such questions from the students. The newcomers had to understand the cruel reality before they could learn the way to survive in the Dutian Blood Beast world. Does anyone know which 2 ways are? The second elder kept them in suspense. Hunting magical beasts or plundering other people's food, Yunxing answered from the side. Not bad, the second elder nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Yunxing had not only won the title of King of Fighters in the trial of Skywing City. The second elder could see that Yunxing was able to adapt to the blood purge faster than the others after the life and death battles in the arena. The group of new magicians all had incredulous expressions on their faces. The second elder also gave each student a badge. The badge that the second elder gave out was called a magic badge. Gufeng and Qi also had one. This badge was very important to the students of the elite camp. The badge of the magician elite camp had the word magic on it, while the badge of the warrior elite camp had the word martial on it. The badge had 2 functions. First, it recorded the number of blood cloud beasts or enemies killed after entering the Dutian Blood Beast world. For the new students, the most important thing was to stay alive. As for how many magical beasts they killed, that was a secondary concern. However, after completing this trial, the freshmen would officially become seniors. At that time, the magic badge would play a very important role. The elite badge was an important badge that ran through the entire continent's magician elite camp. According to the rules of the continent's magician elite camp, for every 500 blood cloud beasts killed, they would have the opportunity to enter the magic forest and learn a type of advanced magic. And every year, the magic list was ranked according to the accumulated results of the elite badge. It could be said that this was where the honor of the continent's magician elite camp lay. It was also the true proof of the strength of the magician elite camp. Secondly, the badge's other function was to determine whether a student was alive or dead. The badge was also known as the badge of life and death. If a student was killed, the badge would change color. The second elder had warned them that the blood cloud beasts in the Dutian blood beast world were more active recently. It was very likely that there would be ferocious blood cloud beasts appearing even in the periphery. Because this was the first blood purge, the new students were allowed one chance to call for help. If there was someone who could not hold on, they could immediately crush the badge and the second elder would rush over to save them. However, what awaited these rescued people was the fate of being expelled from the continent's magic elite camp. Hearing the second elder's words, everyone was very nervous about the magic badges in their hands. Xianxia also kept the badge close to her body. After the second elder gave his instructions, the students went to the relay station to buy water. Xianxia did not buy anything superfluous. She first chatted with the people at the relay station. She first heard from the people at the relay station about the magical beasts and fruits that could be eaten in the blood beast world. The people at the relay station also told Xianxia that the red river outside the relay station was called the Crimson Moon River. At the end of the river was the central region of the Dutian blood beast world. In other words, Xianxia's range of activity this time could not exceed the end of Crimson Moon River. She recorded everything on the map one by one. At this moment, someone stood in front of Xianxia. Feng Tian walked in front of Xianxia. "I want the first place." Xianxia was a little surprised. This should be the first time that Feng Tian took the initiative to talk to her. In her impression, Feng Tian had always been high and mighty and never talked to anyone. Rather than saying that he was a loner, it was better to say that he disdained to talk to anyone. Needless to say, he was talking to Xianxia, who used to be the last place. However, from the incident with Chen Lianer, this person was also a haggard person. Xianxia also could not be bothered to have anything to do with him. At first, Feng Tian thought so too. Even if Yi Baiming had once hinted that Xianxia was his real opponent, he still looked down on Xianxia. However, all of this had changed now. Because Xianxia was now a 2-star standard student like Feng Tian, and also because Xianxia had been in the limelight during the chaos in Tianyi City. She had won the Combat King title that even Feng Tian could not defeat. Feng Tian thought that among the 100 people this time, Xianxia was barely an opponent who could compete with him. "Let's rely on our own abilities." Xianxia was non-committal. "You're not worthy of competing with me at all. This time, Yi Baiming won't help you." Feng Tian snorted. What he meant was that he was mocking Xianxia. It was not a secret among the students who participated in the trial that Xianxia was Yan. However, in Feng Tian's opinion, Xianxia's Combat King title came from an improper background. Everyone could tell that Yi Baiming was interested in her. Furthermore, the two of them had entered and exited the Sea of Clouds together. It was impossible for an ordinary master magician like Xianxia to kill the unicorn. The only explanation was that Yi Baiming helped her kill the unicorn. In Feng Tian's eyes, a woman who relied on a man to win the competition was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. However, after that, Xianxia was promoted to a 2-star student. "Feng Tian, I can still defeat you even without Yi Baiming's help." Xianxia was enraged. Earlier, she still had the thought that she could fight for first place. However, Feng Tian's words made her determined. She was determined to get first place this time. "Let's wait and see." Feng Tian walked away. Xianxia thought for a moment, then added a few more things to her shopping list and bought them one by one. The only thing left to do was to wait for the dawn to arrive. After the Big Dipper appeared in the sky, the 100 students of the Magic Elite Camp entered the Dutian Blood Beast world shrouded in blood mist and began their 3 days and 3 nights in the Dutian Blood Beast world. After parting with the students, Xianxia chose to follow the Crimson Moon River and move forward in a small area. She had the map that Abandoned had given her. Around noon, Xianxia sat down to rest. After carefully drinking a few mouthfuls of water, she raised her head to look at the sky. Besides an eagle flying across the sky, there was nothing else. The sun in the Dutian Blood Beast world was not strong, and the sky was a uniform red. Xianxia walked a few steps and saw a raised mound in front of her. The ground was desolate, and there were 4 or 5 mounds connected together. After climbing over the mound, she heard a cry for help. She saw a few warriors besieging a sorcerer. The warrior's clothes were exquisite, and it was obvious that he came from a warrior family to participate in the training. The warrior's clothes were ragged, and it was obvious that this was a robbery. "Save me, I am from the Wei family of Zhou State. If you help me, I will give you 5,000 gold coins." The warrior saw Yunxing and cried for help. Yunxing did not say a word and walked straight over. Even if she was willing to lend a helping hand in the face of injustice, it would still depend on her strength and the situation. She was not a sucker, so what did the Wei manor have to do with her? Yunxing did not say a word. She simply used the night demon footwork and disappeared in a moment. When the cultivators saw that Xiaochen had already disappeared, they could not even catch up to him. The cultivators, who were still fighting endlessly, split up. "Tisk, is this woman a newcomer or not? She didn't fall for it." The scarred man who pretended to be a warrior patted the dust off his body and spat on the ground. The other martial artists also looked vexed. These people were Scarface Nan and the others who had been asked by Kailang to assassinate Yunxing. They had used the same method to lure and kill many of the hot-blooded newcomers who had just entered the Dutian blood beast world. They had obtained clues from Kailang and had used the flying eagle to track Yunxing's whereabouts. Although they knew that Yunxing was just a newly advanced holy mage, Scarface Nan and the others did not dare to underestimate her. After Yunxing had left the relay station, they had followed her all the way. After some discussion, they had decided to make a move on Yunxing. They had pretended to rob her and asked Yunxing for help. Their goal was to lure Yunxing into attacking them and capture her when she was unprepared. Who knew that Yunxing would be so vigilant? She did not even look at them, let alone approach them. She had avoided them from afar. As a result, their plan fell through. Fortunately, the flying eagle had followed her all the way. "When it was dark, we would make a move." Scarface Nan pointed in the direction of Yunxing and the others quickly followed. Scarface Nan and the others chattered as they continued to follow Yunxing. On the other side of the slope, a pair of men walked out. This pair of men came and went without a trace. There were no magic or dochi fluctuations around them. They looked young and handsome, as if they had walked out of a painting. The most unique thing about them was their eyes. One of them was purple, like a fine purple jade, while the other had green eyes, like a sparkling tourmaline. The two of them were about the same age, but one was tall and the other was slightly shorter. The green-eyed young man was very cute. His skin was glistening and he had a cute face. The other purple-eyed young man was gorgeous. He had long eyebrows and thin eyes. He had a cool and handsome face. The two of them were also very well dressed. They looked like the children of an aristocratic family who had gone out to gain experience. One of them was equipped with a magic scepter, while the other was equipped with a dagger. It was obvious that one of them was a warrior, while the other was a magician. Unfortunately, Dao Banan and the others had already left. Otherwise, they would definitely be secretly delighted. Merely by looking at the appearance of those two people, they were able to tell with a single glance that they were two high-quality fat sheep. Dressed like this and still dared to travel alone, it was obvious that he was from an aristocratic family. He was rich and idle but had no ability. "Violet, why are you stopping me? Those people aren't good people." The green-eyed young man grinned, revealing two cute canine teeth. "None of them are good." The purple-eyed youth frowned in disdain. Just now, the green-eyed and purple-eyed youths had seen how Yunxing had left them in the lurch and pretended to rob them. What the purple-eyed man meant was that since neither side was a good person, they should just let them bite each other. "But, I'm hungry." A strange light flashed across the green-eyed youth's eyes. "You still can't change your old habits. This is the Dutian blood beast world. It's better to be careful. There are many experts of the human race here." The purple-eyed youth shook his head. "You won't let me use magic, and you won't let me eat people. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to come with you." Green blinked, looking bored. "You were the one who said that you wanted to take a look at the Dutian blood mark. I secretly followed you. I didn't say that I wanted to bring you along." Violet's cool face showed some dissatisfaction. All right. You're nagging like an old man again. Speaking of which, there really isn't anyone good in the human race. Look at that woman who just passed by. She didn't even frown when she saw someone being robbed." Green and Violet had been watching from the shadows. The scene of Yunxing leaving them in the lurch made Green feel very disgusted. The more disunited the human race is, the better for us. Violet did not have a good impression of the human race, and even less of a good impression of human women. Since not everyone is here yet, why don't we do a warm-up exercise before that? Are you interested? Green Bun's face revealed a hint of mischief. What kind of warm-up? Violet knew that Green loved to be a troublemaker. In the past, when they were in the family, this kid always gave the elders headaches. But since they had left the tribe, there was nothing wrong with letting him relax. Hunting. Green spread out his hands with interest. Between his slender fingers, there were a few blood-stained badges. These badges were looted when he met a few unreasonable sorcerers on the way here. There were a few numbers marked on the badges. According to those cowardly sorcerers, these numbers were the number of blood cloud beasts they had killed after entering the Dutian blood beast world. The human race was too abominable. They actually took pleasure in killing blood cloud beasts. Green decided that he would give them a taste of their own medicine. He was going to do the exact opposite. If the human race hunted blood cloud beasts, he would hunt humans. This competition between him and Z was based on who could kill more people. The winner would have to agree to a condition of the other party after returning to the tribe. Violet was also straightforward. The two of them agreed that the time limit would be 1 day and 1 night. Whoever killed the most people in a day and night would be the winner. The two of them immediately separated. With the north and south of the Crimson Moon River as the boundary, they walked in opposite directions. On the other side of the river, Yunxing walked for a while. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Along the way, she did not even meet a single blood cloud beast. She did not know if she was lucky or unlucky. In the sky, except for an eagle, there were only a few thin red clouds floating in the sky. Night was coming. At night in the blood beast world, the temperature would drop sharply. Furthermore, there would be some nocturnal magic beasts around. In an unfamiliar environment, it was easy to be attacked. Green approached the cave in front of him and saw the faint light of a fire. Stupid human woman, how dare she light a fire in a place where magic beasts roam? Green disdainfully walked towards the cave. The Dutian blood beast world was spacious. If a fire was lit in the cave, it would not only attract magic beasts, but also bandits with ulterior motives. From this point, it could be seen that this human woman was very inexperienced. However, everything had to go according to plan. It was too boring to eat her up in one bite. On Green's cute face, there was a sinister smile that did not match his age and temperament. His greatest evil hobby was to not kill his enemies immediately after catching them. Like a cat catching a mouse, after catching the mouse, he would slowly toy with it to death. The night was long. Everything had just begun. Green pulled out the dagger on his body. The dagger was made in a special way. It was sharp and thin like a leaf. With a flash of light, Green drew a cross on his hand. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. Green stuck out his tongue and walked forward. As he approached the cave, a fragrance that tickled Green's nose wafted out. "Who is it?" The woman's clear and melodious voice was like a clear spring. In the silent night, it was like a string of wind chimes, very pleasant to the ear. What a sharp sense of touch. Wasn't she a sorcerer? In his impression, human sorcerers were mostly weak and relied on their ability to understand magic. Green was secretly shocked. Even in the tribe, his agility was among the top 3. He did not expect to be caught red-handed by a sorcerer with poor 5 senses. "I'm injured. Kind passerby, can you let me into the cave to rest?" Green spoke in a weak tone as if he would faint at any time. He slowly walked into the cave while leaning against the wall. There was a warm fire burning in the cave. The color of the fire was a little special. It was bright red. Beside the fire, there was a magical beast meat being roasted. The meat was sizzling and giving off a fragrant smell. A woman was facing away from the fire. Her snow-white hands were adding some unknown seasoning to the roasted meat. When Green saw the roasted magical beast, the corners of his mouth twitched strangely. How could there be an edible magical beast near the Crimson Moon River? Did he see wrongly? That was actually an eagle. The level 7 magical beast that the warriors had set up and followed this woman all the way. This magical beast was not very powerful, but its flying speed and dodging were very agile. An average sorcerer might not be able to kill it, even if they knew mid-level magic. This woman actually killed the eagle, roasted it, and ate it. Was she smart or just stupid? There was indeed a thick smell of blood in the air. That person was indeed injured. Yunxing did not stop. She grabbed some dry grass with one hand and threw it into the fire. Her other hand was sprinkling some pepper and rock salt on the plump eagle. You even brought spices out? The woman did not answer. She minded her own business and prepared the food in her hands. As the human woman was sitting with her back to the light, Green could not see the woman's face clearly. Vaguely, the fire outlined a gentle and beautiful figure. Green did not know what to say for a moment. His gaze turned and landed on the woman's hands. He had to admit that this woman had a pair of beautiful hands. She did not even turn her head as she added spices to the eagle. There was a row of small bottles and jars at her feet. They looked like they were all condiments. After Yunxing came to the boundless world, she was able to do household chores from a young age because her father, Yun Songhai, didn't do any household chores. Unfortunately, there were too few condiments on the boundless continent. To Yunxing, who was used to the various fine condiments of modern society, it was very difficult for her to adapt. Slowly, she developed the habit of developing her own condiments. She would process things like pepper, coarse salt, chicken essence, and so on and bring some with her. It was also very convenient to store them in the beast language ring. What the hell is this? Green had forgotten the role she was supposed to play. Out of curiosity, she reached for one of Yunxing's small bottles. The moment Green reached out his hand, a lotus-like flame leaped out from the burning fire. The woman turned around and grabbed Green's hand in one swift movement. Green felt a sharp pain in his wound. His heart trembled. Just as he was about to explode, his green eyes met with a pair of pitch-black eyes. It was as if someone had suddenly thrown a stone into a deep pool of water that had not moved for 20 years. Green felt suffocated and subconsciously forgot to move. What a beautiful woman. She was completely natural and exuded an aura of spirituality. A woman like this, compared to the women in the tribe, was much more outstanding. Green couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her face. Green's tribe was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Hence, his taste was undoubtedly very picky. The young girl's face was very delicate, with a kind of elf-like beauty. A pair of pitch-black eyes, in the firelight, were like stars. Her flawless skin, and in the darkness, a graceful figure was faintly discernible. This woman was even more beautiful than the women in the celestial fox tribe. However, the human woman in front of him could not help but make him feel a rush of excitement, although this feeling only lasted for a short while. This thought only flashed past his mind. The next moment, Green let out a scream. Because this unusually beautiful young girl actually pressed her hand on Green's injured arm with incomparable precision. Green was a playful person, but he was very careful when doing things. Since he wanted to sneak in, he really stabbed his own arm with a knife. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless young girl would be so ruthless? Oh my God, it hurts, you vicious woman. Green immediately threw away all the fantasies that he had in his head back to Java. He also didn't care about his original intention of entering the cave, which was to kill this woman in front of him. It's just to stop the bleeding. What are you screaming for? Are you still a man? Yunxing also saw clearly the reckless person who rashly entered the cave. At first glance, she was also surprised that the young man's appearance was extraordinarily beautiful. There was no lack of handsome men around Yunxing. To put it bluntly, her aesthetic standards had long been influenced by Yi Baiming, Abandoned, Divine Wind, and the others. She was fat and thin, wild and gentle, black-bellied and gentle. She had become extremely picky when it came to meat and vegetables. But even so, Yunxing couldn't help but be a little stunned when she saw the green-eyed young man for the first time. This young man was too beautiful, which gave Yunxing an illusion that things would be demonic when they reached the extreme. He should be only 13 or 14 years old. He was about the same height as her, and his skin was more delicate than a woman's. His figure was slender and slightly thin. The young man at this age was between a teenager and a young girl. With a pinkish face, he looked very likable. Stop the bleeding? Green looked down and saw that Yunxing's hand was pressing on his wound. The wound that was still bleeding really stopped bleeding after she pressed on it. She didn't use any elixirs or magic. She just pressed on it and the bleeding stopped. Green's expression was incredulous. In order to make it look realistic, he even used some poison on his wound. This poison was not fatal, but it would prevent the blood from clotting and create the illusion that the blood would not stop flowing. However, this human girl was actually able to stop his bleeding in just a few moves. She was not simple. The bleeding has stopped. You can leave. Yunxing waved her hand. Hey, are you chasing me away? I'm injured. It's dark outside and I'm scared. Big sister, please take me in. Green looked very pitiful. The green-eyed young man looked pitifully at Yunxing. He pouted and looked very cute. This trick of his was very effective. She liked people of all ages, men and women alike. Green looked even younger than Yunxing. Your bone age tells me that you are at least 20 years old. Scram. Yunxing glared at Green. If she had not confirmed that he had no murderous aura, she would have killed Green just now. In a place like the blood beast world, she could not be soft-hearted. She still had a few needles hidden under her fingers. Green's face was completely frozen like a rock. Green, last month, just turned 20 years old. This age, in his tribe, was actually considered young. But just now, he was despised by this human girl. No, how did she know his bone age? Could it be that she just casually touched it? This was too abnormal. Who was she? Once she made a move, she stopped the bleeding and touched the bone. Green has an unprecedented feeling of frustration. But after being tormented by Yunxing, he no longer has the intention to kill. Right now, he had developed an extremely strong interest in this mysterious, cold, and beautiful human girl. He is interested in her, but the problem is that this girl obviously has no interest in him at all. Green still wants to say something, but Yunxing is glaring at him. If looks could kill, Green would have died 10 times by now. Green doesn't want to fall out with Yunxing at the moment, so he can only dilly-dally and slowly move out of the cave. Walking to the cave entrance, Green's eyes turn cold and he looks not far away. He caught sight of a few shadows that flashed by. Green grins, his small canine teeth gleam in the dark night. As he walks, he secretly mutters in his heart, "Poison scorpion woman, let's see how long you can last." Later, don't yell at the top of your lungs for this young master to save you. Seeing that he has left, Yunxing continues to eat her meat. Stupid girl, you made us look for you for a long time. It's the few warriors that Kuling found earlier. They originally planned to ambush Yunxing after dark, but who would have thought that halfway through, the hawk in charge of keeping watch disappeared without a trace. The few of them searched for a long time, thinking that the hawk had encountered some flying magical beast. They couldn't find the hawk, but they found the person by chance. There's a fire in this cave. The few of them looked around and sure enough, they found Yunxing. Inside the cave, Yunxing is happily gnawing on the hawk. The group of martial artists was stunned at first, then they saw Yunxing's appearance clearly. When they discovered that the other party was indeed a great beauty, their hearts immediately began to itch. They grinned sinisterly, "Little girl, your looks are indeed beautiful. Let us have some fun first." Outside the cave, Green looked inside and was secretly delighted. TSK, a group of men bullying a woman. Green, who had not gone far, jumped out impatiently with a look of righteousness. Green also knew that these people had been keeping an eye on Yunxing. For a girl like Yunxing, who had appeared alone in the Dutian blood beast world, her cultivation level was not high, and her looks were exceptionally beautiful. In a place like this, she was simply a piece of fresh meat. Lu rubbed his fists, waiting for Yunxing to ask for help. Lu was certain that Yunxing's strength was at most a Saint Magus. Even in the human race, such a cultivation base was considered weak. Yunxing was not in a hurry. She wiped the oil stains on the corners of her mouth unhurriedly. "This thing is also yours, right? That's good too. Now, we're all here." Yunxing casually tossed a few bones to the ground at their feet. Green's mouth was wide open, big enough to swallow an egg. There was something wrong with this situation. In the normal version, the woman should be in his arms with tears in her eyes. Then he would bravely and heroically kill these few humans. Stinky girl, you actually killed our spar eagle. Don't think that you can be smug just because you saw through our stalking. There are 4 of us, and you only have 2. I advise you to surrender. The martial artist was also a little uneasy. Who would have thought that such a weak girl like Xianxia would see through their plot at a glance? 1, 2, 3, fall. Xianxia's lips spread into a soul-stirring smile. All of a sudden, the warriors felt their vision blur. Green also felt his vision go black. All he heard was a few thuds, and all of them fell to the ground unconscious. Green stared blankly, suddenly feeling dizzy. In the next second, he fell to the ground without a care for his image. He only felt a chill on his face. He wiped his face, and it was wet. In front of him, the girl's beautiful face was just inches away from him, he could even feel her breathing. His heart inexplicably beating wildly, Green sat up with a grunt. After looking around, Green only felt a chill down his spine. The martial artists who were flaunting their prowess earlier were now lying at the side, their bodies all tied up. In the cave, there was still a lingering fragrance similar to the knockout incense. Green's eyes flashed. Damn, he was set up. His first reaction was to check his body. That appearance, he looked like a virgin. His clothes were intact, the dagger was still there, and there were no more holes on his body. His lower body. Fortunately, it was not violated. After Green finished his inspection, he looked around vigilantly. That vicious woman was still sitting in the same place, but the fire was already extinguished. Outside the cave, there was a faint light coming in. The sky was already bright. You poisoned me. Green looked like he was stung by a bee, pointing at Xianxia. This woman was too sinister. To think that he hadn't been deceived by her beauty. Green looked at the pile of firewood. He was wondering why he fainted for no reason. So it was all this woman's doing. She did not poison him, but there was a problem with her firewood. It was a kind of plant called rooster does not cry, and it was no different from ordinary hay. After it was dried, once it came in contact with fire, it would emit a smoke that could make an elephant faint. Xianxia had bought a few bundles of such hay at the Dutian relay station earlier and carried them with her. She had already taken the antidote and was waiting for the bandits to fall into her trap. Xianxia was a summoner, and she was much more sensitive to magical beasts than the average person. When she noticed that there was an eagle of unknown origin following her in the sky, she became vigilant. It was Green's appearance that surprised her, but just in case, she still knocked Green out as well. Just now, when Green was unconscious, she also searched him. Except for the dagger on the youth's body, which was a little special, Xianxia did not find anything strange. What inexperienced, what weak woman, this woman was simply a shrewd old witch. I have already reminded you, but you refused to leave. Xianxia looked at the youth's flustered and exasperated appearance, and revealed a meaningful smile. These days, her appearance did not change much, but her temperament had changed a lot. In the early years, Xianxia was like a red lotus, pure and beautiful. But now, she was like a blooming rose, exuding an enchanting aura. Who knew if it was because of the awakening of the magical beast blood in her body? Seeing this smile, Green's face and heart beat faster, and he did not know where to put his hands and feet. Well, he deserved it, bumping into the knife wound. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He had been poisoned, and if he had not been careful, he would have died here. His reputation would have been ruined. Since you are awake, go and carry them away. It's daybreak, and I want to leave the cave. Xianxia shrugged. Why don't you kill them? Although Green was grumbling, he still obediently rolled up his sleeves and went to carry the few warriors. He kept telling himself that he was not listening to the words of this poisonous scorpion woman of the human race. He was just curious, and wanted to know how she was going to deal with this group of warriors. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Xianxia had a leisurely look on her face as she ordered Green to carry the unconscious martial practitioners all the way to the Crimson Moon riverside. It had to be said that Green looked a little stupid and a little silly, but his strength was not bad. He actually carried 4 men who were several times his size over his shoulders and carried 2 of them back and forth. Give me some water to drink, Green wiped his sweat. Yunxing casually threw a half bottle of water to him. Green opened the stopper and drank a few mouthfuls. He felt the faint fragrance of a young girl between his lips, and his heart could not help but tremble. Seeing a ghost, Green spat, and immediately dispelled the thoughts in his heart. She was just a human girl, how could she make him have such a strange feeling? Kill her. Once I find out why she brought people here, I will immediately kill her. Green silently said in his heart. While Green was drinking water, Yunxing had already found a few wooden frames and tied the warriors to the wooden frames. When they were all tied up, Yunxing walked to the front of Dao Ba Nan, and inserted 2 needles into his glabella and philtrum. Dao Ba Nan slowly woke up, and when he found himself in his surroundings, he realized what had happened. You, quickly let us go. We are from the elite camp of the continent. If the camp finds out what you have done, they will definitely not let you go. Nonsense, if I throw you into the river and throw you into the fish's stomach, who will know where you came from? Yunxing glanced sideways at the Crimson Moon River not far away. The Crimson Moon River's water was tens of meters deep. Below it lived the greedy and carnivorous high-level magical beast, the blood-toothed crocodile. If a few strong men were thrown in less than a quarter of an hour, they would be gnawed into skeletons. When Dao Ba Nan heard this, the cold sweat on his forehead dripped down. He only felt that his legs were weak, and his mouth did not listen to him. Miss, please let us go. I was ordered by someone, that's why I was bewitched. It was Ku Ling, your senior sister Ku Ling, who wanted to kill you. She also told me your whereabouts. Dao Ba Nan thought that as long as he told her who the mastermind was, Yunxing would let him go. Unfortunately, Yunxing didn't have a good impression of the people in the warrior elite camp from the first day she entered. After extorting a confession, Yunxing did not hesitate. She waved the magic scepter in her hand and Scarface Nan screamed miserably. He was swept up by a gust of wind and rolled into the Crimson Moon River. What are you trying to do? Green was puzzled. If she wanted to kill someone, she could have just killed him with a knife. Yunxing's action was simply superfluous. Make use of the remaining value. Yunxing had not forgotten her purpose for participating in this blood purge. After completing 3 days and 3 nights of the trial, he also had to obtain first place in this trial and obtain the second Elder's soul cleansing pill. Green was stunned. At the bottom of the Crimson Moon River, there was a strange movement. Many blood-toothed crocodiles had appeared under the river. This was a soldier-level magical beast that often appeared in the Crimson Moon River. Each of them was about 2 meters tall and had sharp teeth. They liked to appear in groups. The blood-toothed crocodile bit off Dao Ba Nan's leg and pulled with all its might. But because of the wooden frame, the crocodile was unable to completely pull the person into the river. In a short period of time, more and more blood-toothed crocodiles climbed up. Yunxing just waited by the river. After another hour, more and more blood-toothed crocodiles floated on the surface of the Crimson Moon River. You actually used poison again? Green saw Yunxing sprinkle some powder on the warriors earlier. He didn't know Yunxing's intention before, but now he finally understood Yunxing's intention. Without any effort, without using any magic, she killed dozens of blood cloud beasts that floated to the surface of the water. You used your own kind to lure and kill the blood-toothed crocodiles. Isn't that too much? Green looked and felt a chill in his heart. Killing people or killing their own kind was nothing to him. But this was the first time he saw someone use such a method to lure and kill magical beasts. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the rule of survival. If I didn't do this and fell into the hands of these people, my fate today would be 100 times worse than being thrown into the river to feed the fishes. Yunxing didn't want to talk about any great principles. But you shouldn't use poison. Humans, if they want to hunt magical beasts, they should do it openly. Green was still a little dissatisfied. What do you mean by openly? Let me ask you, if your family and friends are in danger and you only have 2 choices, either you watch them die or you interrogate an unarmed child or an old man who knows the whereabouts of the enemy. What would you do? Yunxing asked coldly. This? Green couldn't answer. Who doesn't have family and friends? The family and friends of the enemy are the enemy. Yunxing said indifferently. She already understood this on the first day she came to the Wuji continent. Survival had to be paid with blood. She wasn't a saint, so she wouldn't easily help. Similarly, she wasn't a saint, so she had to win by hook or by crook. Feng Tian was stronger than her. If she wanted to defeat Feng Tian and kill more blood cloud beasts, she had to use more ingenious methods. These warriors had walked right into the trap and were fugitives sent by Kellen. Leaving them alive would only harm others. Naturally, she wouldn't let go of the opportunity to use them to lure and kill the blood-toothed crocodile. The blood-toothed crocodile was the lowest level of existence in the Dutian blood beast world. They were numerous, and once they smelled blood, they would appear in large numbers. Most importantly, this crocodile had a piece of non-poisonous meat in its jaw. It was a rare non-poisonous magical beast meat in the blood beast world where poisonous magical beasts were everywhere. It wasn't a piece of meat the size of a fingernail, but it was a precious food that Yunxing would use to sustain her life when she entered and exited the Dutian blood beast world. Green's face was tense. At this moment, he was very conflicted. He originally despised this kind of cunning behavior of the human race the most. But for some reason, when this sentence came out of the mouth of this unknown human girl, he couldn't find the heart to refute it. What she said seemed to make sense. In such a bloody place, a weak girl like her dared to barge in alone. If she wanted to survive, she would have to use special methods. Survival of the fittest. In the eyes of the magical beasts, this was the unchanging way of survival. But to hear such bloodthirsty words from such a beautiful girl, one could imagine the shock in Green's heart. What kind of living environment could nurture a person with such a temperament? Before coming to the Dutian blood beast world, Green's impression of the human race was that they were cunning, cruel, and despicable. After coming here and meeting this human girl, Green's impression of the human race was that they were even more cunning, cruel, and despicable. But the strange thing was, the more this was the case, the more he wanted to get closer to her, the more he wanted to understand her. What was even more strange was that even when she killed the blood-toothed crocodile and dug out the soul stone, Green thought that it was exceptionally beautiful. Her every movement and every look was filled with deadly beauty. This strange thought became more and more intense. Green thought that he was going crazy. To prevent this thought from continuing, Green decided to keep a distance from this human girl. It was best for him to leave as soon as possible. Before leaving, Green could not contain his curiosity. "My name is Green, what is your name?" "Yunxing." As she answered, the girl waved her hand and a blood-toothed crocodile soul stone fell into her hand. "Yunxing, goodbye. The next time we meet, we will be enemies," Green said in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he finally walked away. The sky gradually brightened. The new contestants of the Dutian blood beast world were about to face an even crueler day. At the Dutian relay station, the sand in the hourglass that symbolized the passage of time had already made a round trip. This meant that one day of the 3 days and 3 nights of training had already passed. Second Elder's group sat in front of a table with a cup of tea in front of him. Beside the tea, there was a chessboard similar to China's Go. This chessboard was also known as the beginner's magic chessboard. It was specially prepared by the elite camp every time a new student entered the Dutian blood beast world. After completing the first round of training, they would not appear on the chessboard again. The new students who survived would be the old ones next time. They would have enough experience to complete the next round of training. Anyone with a discerning eye would notice that there was something special about this chessboard. The chess pieces on the chessboard would move on their own accord. They were black and white. The chess pieces were not real Go, but the magical badges of the students. On them were the names of the new contestants. The entire chessboard was a condensed map of the periphery of the Dutian blood beast world. On the chessboard, there were miniature versions of the Crimson Moon River, sand dunes, caves, depressions, and other terrains. There were also some moving red dots. These red dots represented the magical beasts in the periphery of the Dutian blood beast world. The deeper the color of the red, the bigger the red, the higher the rank of the magical beast. But generally speaking, if there were no special circumstances, the periphery of the Dutian blood beast world would be filled with blood cloud beast soldiers of level 9 and below. Most of the mage elite camp students, sacred magicians, and martial grandmasters would be able to barely handle it. As long as the new students were still within the boundaries of the Dutian blood beast world, they would appear on the chessboard and move. This way, it would be convenient for Second Elder to grasp the general situation of the students. However, the Second Elder was only a spectator. He would not directly interfere with the training of the new students. Even though he had already noticed that some of the students had already been surrounded by the demonic beasts. The chess pieces on the board corresponded to the 100 badges that had been sent out. With a soft sound, the white magic badge suddenly dimmed like a lamp that had been blown out by the wind. The white magic badge turned gray. Another one had died. The Second Elder sighed. On the chessboard, there were already 16 magic badges that had turned gray. The remaining 84 magic badges were still moving slowly. Every time, the death rate of the freshman trial would exceed 40%. Looking at this year's situation, the death rate might be even higher than in previous years. The Great Elder's guess was very likely correct. The beasts in Skywing City had caused the secret of the Sky Magic Array to be leaked. Some of the minions of the beast should have already appeared in the Dutian blood beast world. In the past few days, it was said that many people who had entered the blood beast world had not come out. Those people were not new students. Some of them were even old students of the warrior elite camp. It was very suspicious that such a large number of people had gone missing. However, even though the Second Elder knew this, he did not stop the training of the new students. A storm was coming. Just as the Great Elder had said, the elite camp could not be their safe haven forever. The warrior elite camp did not need flowers in a greenhouse. The Second Elder calmed himself down and glanced at the magic badges that were still intact. These badges, apart from being mobile, could also sense the situation of the blood cloud beasts killed by the new students in real time. The badge that killed the most blood cloud beasts also emitted the most dazzling white light. The badge also correspondingly displayed the number of blood cloud beasts killed by the students. A day had passed. For the time being, Feng Tian was in first place. This was exactly as the Second Elder had predicted. If the chessboard was like a sky, then Feng Tian's magic badge would be like the moon, emitting a dazzling light. As for the other magic badges, they were like stars at the side, appearing much inferior. Some people's badges were even dim, which meant that they had not encountered a single blood cloud beast. Feng Tian was indeed the strongest among the new students. He was the first to break through. After entering the blood beast world, he did not stop at all. On the same day, he killed his way into the nest of the blood crystal beasts. The blood crystal wolves were pack animals. They usually appeared during the day, and there were as many as 10 of them at once. Most of the beasts in the Dutian blood beast world were ferocious by nature. Their attacking power was shocking. 10 blood crystal wolves were enough to annihilate a martial sage. However, someone as strong as Feng Tian did not have such scruples. He was either crazy or so strong that he was completely fearless. His gaze fell on the area where Feng Tian was again. Close to 8 or 9 red dots of beasts swarmed over. In just half a cup of tea's time, those red dots had all disappeared. The number on the emblem that symbolized Feng Tian had already jumped to 103. The number on Feng Tian's magic badge had been fixed at 103. Most of the blood crystal wolves in the vicinity had been killed. It seemed that it would still be difficult for Feng Tian to break Lu Tongtian's record. The Second Elder stroked his newly grown beard. More than 100 beasts had been killed in one day and one night. The Great Elder remembered that in the past few years, the record for the number of blood cloud beasts killed in one day was set by Lu Tongtian, who was ranked first on the magic power roll. If he remembered correctly, Lu Tongtian's highest record was 251 blood cloud beasts killed in one day. However, that was also because Lu Tongtian had learned the super spell Vigorous Thunderbolt. It was most effective for killing a group of beasts. With Feng Tian's current strength, it was still impossible for him to break Lu Tongtian's record. The Second Elder took a look at it, and his gaze fell upon a dull, almost gray magic badge. That magic badge was Yunxing's badge. Due to Yunxing's outstanding talent in alchemy, the Second Elder had been paying close attention to her ever since she completed the newcomer's assessment. It was a pity that Yunxing's progress in magic power had not been fast in the past few years. She also did not refine any amazing new medicines. This made the second elder somewhat disappointed in her. The thought of taking her in as a disciple had also gradually disappeared. At this moment, Yunxing's magic badge still showed the word 0. Red alert. In the next 3 days, there will be an unprecedented explosion of updates. It's the end of the month. Why are you still hiding the monthly votes? Hurry, spit them out. Second elder noticed that Yunxing was in a cave near the Crimson Moon River. She had chosen a relatively secluded and safe route. Crimson Moon River was the largest river in the Dutian blood beast sector, but the water was poisonous and inedible. Moreover, there were many blood-toothed crocodiles living under the river. The number of such crocodiles was shocking. Even though their levels were not very high, their numbers were shocking. In the water area, they were considered overlords. Even the blood crystal wolves did not dare to approach Crimson Moon River. Therefore, those who had entered and exited Crimson Moon River earlier knew that as long as they followed the river and did not disturb the blood-toothed crocodiles in the river, it would not be a problem to pass 3 days and 3 nights safely. Yunxing must have chosen Crimson Moon River because someone had instructed her in advance. Is this child a coward who is afraid of death? She doesn't even have the basic spirit of adventure. Second elder was a little dissatisfied. Second elder sighed and felt disappointed that he had misjudged her. He raised his teacup and took a sip. Just as second elder was drinking tea, a large number of red dots suddenly appeared in the originally empty area beside Yunxing's magic badge. The number of red dots was like ants. There were at least dozens of them. Second elder spat out a mouthful of tea. Oh no, Yunxing couldn't be so unlucky as to accidentally disturb the crocodiles in Crimson Moon River, right? With so many blood-toothed crocodiles, even second elder did not have much confidence that he could escape. Second elder's gaze froze as he looked at Yunxing's magic badge in disbelief. The surrounding red dots of magical beasts all disappeared at once. The light on the magic badge became brighter and brighter. The numbers on the magic badge were also changing dramatically. 0, 13, 26, 38, second elder felt his eyelids twitching nervously. As his eyelids twitched, the numbers on the magic badge continued to change. It jumped from 0 to 60 in an instant. How is this possible? Isn't this Yunxing's magic badge? How did she kill 60 blood-toothed crocodiles in one go? Second elder's first reaction was that the magic chessboard was broken. However, when he looked at the other magic badges, everything was normal. After pausing for about half an hour, the number on Yunxing's magic badge changed again. This time, it increased by another 40 yuan. The third time, it increased by 30 again. In just a few sips of tea, Yunxing's magic badge had already surpassed Feng Tian's. It was impossible for Yunxing to achieve that speed by herself. Finally, the number on the magic badge stopped at 200. No, there must be someone helping her. This was the only thought that came to second elder's mind. The second elder stayed up all night, and when the sun rose the next day, he stared at Yunxing's magic badge, dumbfounded. Heavens, 500, a total of 500 blood-toothed crocodiles. Yunxing also didn't move around in other areas. Looking at the situation, she was only concentrated in the Crimson Moon River area to kill the blood-toothed crocodiles. In just 1 day and 1 night, no, to be exact, in 1 night, Yunxing killed 500 blood-toothed crocodiles. Not to mention the continent's magic elite camp. Even if you looked at the entire continent's elite camp, you couldn't find a second person who could kill so many blood-toothed crocodiles in 1 day. Second elder couldn't remain calm anymore. If it were someone else, such as Lu Tongtian, who was a godlike killer, they might be able to achieve such a number in 1 day. But Yunxing was just a newcomer. How could she kill so many blood-toothed crocodiles in such a short time? Second elder couldn't sit still anymore. He decided to go to Yunxing's location to see if Yunxing had used normal methods to kill the blood-toothed crocodiles. As the leader of the team this time, he should ensure that the competition between every student was fair. Second elder rushed to the middle section of the Crimson Moon River. These 2 days, Yunxing had concentrated in the Crimson Moon River area to kill magical beasts. When second elder arrived, he saw that half of the Crimson Moon River was dyed red. Second elder just happened to see this scene. Yunxing used a very strange shaped knife to cut out the soul stone of the blood-toothed crocodile and the edible meat on its lower jaw. Every time she finished killing a blood-toothed crocodile, she would sprinkle a kind of poison powder on its body and kick it back to the Crimson Moon River. With such speed and such movements, Yunxing did it naturally and easily. Her efficiency was also astonishingly high. Second Elder immediately dispelled all the doubts in his mind. Yunxing didn't break the rules. She just used the blood-toothed crocodile's bloodthirsty nature to kill crazily at the sight of blood to poison it. The Second Elder left silently. At the end of the Crimson Moon River, Z returned to the hillside according to the agreement and found Green. Green was standing beside the Crimson Moon River. The flowing water was far away, but he ignored it and stared at the wound on his hand in a daze. Z walked to Green's side. He rarely saw his little friend in such a state. He looked like a child who was locked up for 7 days and 7 nights when he first snuck into the Forbidden Lands. I admit defeat. Green's face was a little unnatural. For 1 day and 1 night, he didn't kill a single person. Don't go back on your word. Didn't you say you were going to eat that cold-hearted woman? Z threw down a dozen magic scepters and dozens of weapons. He met many unlucky people along the way. He didn't even leave a bone behind. Green pursed his lips. Yunxing was such a vicious woman. If he ate her, his intestines would probably rot. With that woman's means, Green felt that he couldn't defeat her without using magic. He looked at the wound on his hand. The wound had already healed, leaving only a shallow cross. With Green's physique and magic, he only needed to cast a small spell to make the wound disappear. But for some reason, he remembered that night when Yunxing held his hand. That feeling seemed to still remain on his skin. Green couldn't bear to let the scar disappear. Don't tell me, you fell in love with that human woman? Z realized that something was wrong with his friend. Bah, who likes humans? I hate humans the most. Green jumped up as if his eyebrows were on fire. He was anxious and embarrassed. He was a descendant of the 8 barren mythical beasts with noble blood. How could he fall in love with a cruel and shameless human? It's best that you don't. The mixed blood beasts are already despised by humans. What's more, that woman is a dirty human. This kind of human can only be used as a slave or plaything at most. Z didn't think much of it. He thought that this time, Green was just acting on a whim. After hearing Z's words, Green's beautiful eyes flashed and he didn't say a word. Just then, a 5-colored cloud appeared above the Crimson Moon River. In the blood beast world, the clouds in the sky were all red. Green and Purple raised their eyebrows at the sight of the 5-colored cloud. As soon as Lu saw the multicolored cloud, an unnatural expression appeared on her face. TSK, looks like the others have arrived. Let's go. If we don't, Hey Lin Lin will beat us to it. The 2 figures flashed and disappeared into the morning sun at an incredible speed. 3 days and 3 nights passed quickly. There were only 56 magic badges left on Second Elder's newbie chessboard. 44 people had lost their lives in this newbie trial. At this time, Yunxing had just completed the 3 days and 3 nights of training. Before leaving the cave, Yunxing counted the spirit stones in her beast speech ring. There was a total of 1,100 spirit stones. 3 days and 3 nights, 1,100 spirit stones. Blood-toothed crocodile was a level 7 or 8 magical beast. Because it was a blood cloud beast, its spirit stones were more expensive than other magical beasts. These spirit stones could be sold for 1,000,000 gold coins. Yunxing did not know how Feng Tian was doing, but she had tried her best. On the first day, she used the few warriors from the elite camp to lure and kill nearly 500 blood-toothed crocodiles. Just digging out the spirit stones and taking out the meat took her the whole day. At night, she stayed in the cave. During the day, she used the poisoned blood-toothed crocodile's corpse to continue killing them. For the next 2 days, she did not know if it was because of her crazy killing that made the blood-toothed crocodiles wary and unwilling to surface. The number of blood-toothed crocodiles that came to die decreased. On the last day, there were only about 300 of them. It could be said that she had killed all the blood-toothed crocodiles within a 10-mile radius of the river. If she went further down, she would have to go to the lower reaches of the Crimson Moon River, or even the middle of the Dutian blood beast world. That was obviously not a place where a newbie like Yunxing could go. After tidying up, Yunxing walked towards the Dutian relay station. At the relay station, Second Elder and a few of the students who had returned earlier were already waiting there. Many of them looked like they had just been through a fierce battle, and there were more or less wounds on their bodies. In comparison, Feng Tian's situation was much better. He didn't say a word and waited at the side, waiting for the Second Elder to announce the final result after everyone returned. When Yunxing walked in, she looked relaxed and content. It was as if she had returned from a vacation for the past 3 days. When the Second Elder saw Yunxing, he couldn't help but cough. His expression looked a little strange. At night, there were still over 20 students who had yet to return. The Second Elder looked at the newbie chessboard and realized that the 20 or so students who were supposed to be returning had all suddenly disappeared. The magic badges that symbolized them all disappeared at once. There were no signs of any powerful magical beasts around the students. Second Elder's heart immediately sank. Not good, it's eating people. The blood clouds are eating people. Several warriors covered in blood rushed into the station in fright. Those warriors had just passed through the middle of the Dutian blood beast world and were preparing to rush to the relay station before night fell. Who knew that at this moment, they would hear a sharp, whistle-like sound. Looking up, there was a colorful, strange cloud in the sky, flashing with colorful light. That strange cloud suddenly swallowed a few nearby martial artists, who were not on guard, were swept up by the strange force and were all swallowed up in an instant. That strange cloud was still moving. Looking at its direction, it was heading towards the middle of the Dutian blood beast world. Hearing this, the Second Elder finally understood why more than 20 students had disappeared all of a sudden. It seemed that these students must have met the strange cloud on their way and been swallowed and swept away. The Dutian blood beast world was the birthplace of the blood beast clouds on the mainland. The area where the blood beast clouds were born was in the middle of the blood beast world. The blood beast that appeared there was much more powerful than the magical beasts in the outer area. But now, the 20 or so new students were still missing. Second Elder had to find out where they were. The Second Elder pondered. He only had 30 new students under him at the moment. Although these students had completed the newcomer trials, they did not have the ability to enter the middle of the blood beast world. It seemed that he could only contact Great Elder and find a group of senior students who had experience entering the middle of the blood beast world. Only then could he find the missing students. Just as the Second Elder was hesitating, a martial artist who looked like an elder rushed in. He was 7 feet tall and had a red face. Behind him, there were a few new students who were seriously injured. Xiao, you're really here. Hurry up and give me some life-saving pills. As soon as the cultivator entered, he saw the Second Elder and didn't give him any time to explain. He grabbed hold of the Second Elder and didn't let him go. Ting Lei Gang, that is your student, not mine. What are you shouting for? Second Elder was vexed about how to solve this sudden incident. Being shouted at by this person made him even more depressed. This person was called Ting Lei Gang. He was the 6th Elder of the elite warrior camp. He had a rough personality. Like Elder Helion, he had a loud voice and a rash personality. Second Elder did not like him. You old man, if you don't save them, don't expect me to tell you where the missing students are. Ting Lei Gang glared. Saving people was like putting out a fire. This old man was so long-winded. What, you saw my students? Where are they? Hearing this, Second Elder immediately took out some elixirs and ordered the students at the side to treat and bandage the injured. Humph, that group of unlucky bastards. They were all swallowed by the 5-colored cloud. Ting Lei Gang thought of the previous encounter and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Ting Lei Gang, you watched our students get swallowed and did not help. When the Second Elder heard this, he was instantly enraged. He didn't care that all the students were present and grabbed Ting Lei Gang's warrior robe. Old man, you still dare to shout at me? If I did not have to save those useless people, how many students would I have lost? Ting Lei Gang was enraged. He was like a red-eyed bull. This time, the Second Elder had misunderstood the warriors' elite camp. Ting Lei Gang and Second Elder were the same. They brought the newcomers of the elite warrior camp to participate in the 3-day and 3-night blood purge. Just as Ting Lei Gang gathered the students and prepared to return to the relay station, they coincidentally met the 20 or so students of the elite mage camp. A 5-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Because of the strange color of the cloud, it was different from the normal beast blood clouds. The warriors could not help but take a few more glances at it. Who knew that the strange cloud would suddenly release a strange tornado-like force? The 20 or so students of the elite mage camp cried out miserably as they were all sucked into the strange cloud. It was hard to say whether they were dead or alive. Ting Leigang thought that the elite mage camp and the elite warrior camp were of the same origin. If he did not save them, he would be too heartless. Thus, he ordered a few elite students to go forward and save them. How could he have known that the strange multicolored cloud was so powerful that those martial artists failed to rescue them? Some were injured, and some were swept away. In the end, it was he who risked his life to save those who were missing arms and legs. Speaking of this, Ting Leigang was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This time he led the team out. Not only did he not gain any merit, but he also lost so many people. Some of them were seriously injured. He did not know if there would be any sequelae after treatment. These warriors were the elites of the warriors' elite camp. This kind of injury was likely to cause permanent damage. When he returned, he did not know how the ghost prison's great elder would punish him. Thinking of this, Ting Leigang did not have a good tone. Second elder, those people's bleeding has been stopped. However, to recover quickly, they need the help of a magician who knows light magic. Yunxing walked up at the right time. Only then did the two elders withdraw their hands. Elder Ting looked at the injuries of the wounded and found that the wounds of the students were properly treated. He then looked at the female magician who spoke earlier. Seeing her patiently distributing elixirs and calming the emotions of the wounded, the anger in his heart subsided a little. Just when the two elders were not pleasing to the eye, a lot of wounded people came into the relay station one after another. What everyone said was more or less the same as what Elder Ting said. Most of these people came from other countries or clans on the continent. They also encountered the strange 5-colored cloud. But according to the time and place, it was obvious that these people encountered a 5-colored cloud. The situation suddenly became urgent. The 5-colored cloud seemed to be a kind of beast blood cloud. But this kind of cloud could even swallow a martial arts master or even a martial arts saint. It was much more powerful than the ordinary beast blood cloud. Moreover, looking at the situation, the 5-colored beast blood cloud appeared and disappeared. Its whereabouts and number were also uncertain. It seems that we can only contact the camp first. Elder Tang, I have offended you just now. Please forgive me. Second elder also felt that the situation had reached the point where they had to contact the camp. Ting Leigang also calmed down and went to take care of his students. Yunxing was also very busy. As the only doctor present, she was so busy that she did not sleep for the whole night just by bandaging the wounds. Fortunately, she had already experienced this kind of scene when she was a volunteer at the Red Cross. This night, Yunxing and the new students did not have a good rest. In the relay station, there would be people coming to report from time to time. Some of the wounded had already stopped breathing before they even reached the relay station. At dawn the next day, in the relay station, everyone's face was filled with exhaustion and panic. Finally, it was noon. The door of the relay station was pushed open and an unfamiliar elder led a group of students in. They were travel-worn and had very little luggage. There were not many of them, only about 10 of them. Although there were only a dozen people, Yunxing knew many of them. Among them were Qi, Gufeng, Lan, and Chen Lianer. As soon as they entered, the smell of blood in the relay station made them frown. Due to the sudden news from the second elder, most of the instructors and students in the camp were still outside. Seeing that the situation could not be delayed, the first elder personally selected a few people to provide reinforcements. When Gufeng and Qi found out that it was related to Yunxing, they immediately begged their mentors to come with them. They were worried about Yunxing's safety. In second elder's message, he did not mention whether Yunxing was among the 20 or so students who had gone missing. When they saw that Yunxing was safe and sound, Qi and Gufeng heaved a sigh of relief. The elder leading the team was the fourth elder of the magic elite camp. He was proficient in all kinds of magic arrays. He was not in the camp earlier, so Yunxing did not recognize him. When the fourth elder entered the relay station, he noticed that the number of new students had shrunk by half. It was the first time in the history of the magic elite camp that such a heavy loss had occurred. Among the instructors, the only light magic instructor who came this time was the Shiguang, Gufeng's instructor. The Shiguang instructor looked ordinary, but he had a comfortable face. He was a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament. When he saw Yunxing, although he did not like Yunxing's instructor, Dark Gold, he had a good impression of Yunxing. "You are Yunxing? I heard Gufeng talk about you often. I heard that your healing magic is also very powerful. If we have time, we can exchange pointers." The Shiguang instructor had already seen the injuries of most of the new students. At first glance, even the experienced Daoist like Shiguang found that Yunxing had handled the matter in a timely manner and couldn't help but praise her. The fourth elder asked, "The newbie test has ended, right? What's the result this time?" Feng Tian, who was standing at the side, puffed out his chest. He believed that with his results this time, it was natural for him to get first place. Dozens of new students, especially Feng Tian, looked at the Shiguang instructor eagerly. "The first place this time is Yunxing. The second place is Feng Tian. The third place is Lu Lianghu." The second elder announced the result that surprised everyone. But what was even more surprising was when the second elder told everyone that Yunxing had killed 1,100 blood cloud beasts in 3 days and 3 nights. When Yunxing's first kill record reached as high as 501 blood cloud beasts, everyone, including the new students of the mainland's elite warrior camp, was dumbfounded. Feng Tian stared at Yunxing's magic badge in disbelief. In the panic earlier, he did not notice that Yunxing's badge actually showed such a shocking number. The 4-digit number of blood cloud beasts on Yunxing's magic badge stunned the new and old students. Feng Tian took a look and tore off his magic badge with a gloomy expression. Especially when the second elder announced that not only did Yunxing get first place, but she also broke the first kill record of the newbie test. The number of blood cloud beasts killed in a single day had reached 501 blood cloud beasts. In the mainland's elite warrior camp, there was a saying that the number of blood cloud beasts killed on the first day of the trial for the first time was called the first kill. The first kill record was held by Lu Tongtian in the early days and no one had broken it for 8 or 9 years. Wow, that's a broken record. 500 blood cloud beasts, that's breaking Lu Tongtian's record. TSK, how can the old students live like this? Looks like in another 2 years, the top 3 on the magic power rankings will change. It was unknown who it was, but someone unintentionally shouted a few words. Her? 1,100 blood cloud beasts? What a joke. Chen Lianer's face was full of disbelief. With Yunxing's strength, it was already unbelievable that she could become the fighting king in the Yellow Wings division, not to mention in a place like the Blood Beast sector. Not only the remaining 40 students, but even the old students who had rushed over were the same. Especially Lu Tongtian. When he found out that his record was broken by a new student in the newbie test, his face was full of suspicion. Some people even had disdain in their eyes. Thank you, everyone, for your tips and tickets. The sales on the 2nd of December are very important to Fuzi's book. It concerns the survival of this book, so please don't tip for the next 2 days. Save it for the 2nd of the day after tomorrow. On that day, there will be at least 10 chapters. Go and write as hard as you can. This group of people brought by the fourth elder could be considered the true elites of the mainland's magic elite camp. Even with their talent and ability, they did not receive such an honor during the newcomer's trial. What was Yunxing's level of training? She had only been in the camp for less than 2 or 3 years, and her level of training had only just broken through to become a holy mage. To put it bluntly, this kind of person did not deserve to stand here and be on equal footing with them. Yunxing had already expected that there would be people who did not believe her. She did not say much, and took out a bag from the beast language ring. She tipped the bag, and more than 1,000 spirit stones rolled out. The rarest thing was that these spirit stones were all the same size, color, and shape. They are all spirit stones from blood-toothed crocodiles, and they are all in good condition. The fourth elder inspected. I have also observed. There are no problems with her results. The second elder personally testified. Feng Tian was somewhat vexed. He did not expect that he would be defeated by someone who was 1 level lower than him. Even the second elder had announced the results. This proved that Yunxing's results were well-deserved. Here is a cleansing spirit pill as the reward for first place. As for second and third place, you will receive the opportunity to learn high-level magic when you return to the elite camp. Because of the unexpected disappearance of the students, the second elder was no longer in the mood to think about the newcomer's trial. Yunxing had received the cleansing spirit pill, but unfortunately, she could not find a chance to use it at the moment. After the newcomer's trial came to an end, the second elder and the fourth elder discussed through the night. Very quickly, they came up with a plan. Today's situation is urgent. We must find the 20 students as soon as possible. I have discussed with the fourth elder and decided to form a temporary battle team to complete this rescue mission. Before that, I want to tell you some things about the Dutian Blood Beast world. These things can be said to be the biggest secret of the Dutian Blood Beast world. Second elder analyzed the situation and decided to announce the matter of the Blood Beast world to the public. When the new students heard this, they all revealed curious expressions. On the other hand, the senior students, especially Lu Tongtian and Lan, all had calm expressions. It was obvious that they already knew the secret of the Blood Beast world. The second elder's usual amiable appearance was replaced with an incomparably solemn expression. I believe that everyone here should know the origin of the Dutian Blood Beast world. The 8 most powerful divine weapons of the continent were also made famous in the Blood Beast sector. Then, do you know of the 8 most powerful beast tribes on the continent thousands of years ago? Gufeng thought for a while and said, in the history of the continent, the 8 most powerful beast god clans were known as the Bakra orcs. They included the Black Qilin, Nine Luan, Celestial Fox, Ba Serpent, Winged Roc, Green Hell Wolf, Behemoth, and D Clan. It is said that the leaders of the 8 wild beasts died in this Dutian Blood Beast world. What Gufeng said was something that most of the people present knew. On the boundless continent, no matter if it was a warrior, a mage, or a summoner, after entering a dojo, temple, or summoning center, they would have to learn about the corresponding brief history of the continent. Among them, there were records of the Bakra orcs, the greatest enemy of the human race, as well as the 8 barons' divine equipment and the 8 great experts. The brief history of the continent began with the 8 barons chapter. About 5,000 years ago, the boundless continent was still under the absolute rule of the beast race. The beast race was licentious, taxed excessively, and even enslaved the human race. The human race was weak and was enslaved for thousands of years. At that time, 8 extraordinarily talented powerhouses appeared among the human race. They were the greatest magicians, warriors, and summoners of the continent at that time. These 8 experts found the most outstanding blacksmith of the continent and created the 8 barons' divine equipment. They swore to expel the beast race. When the war broke out, almost the entire continent was in turmoil. The flames of war spread across the entire continent and nearly 90% of the human race and beast race were implicated. In the end, the 8 great experts and the leader of the Bakra orcs agreed to fight to the death with 1,000,000 soldiers. At that time, the 8 great experts and the 8 leaders of the beast race all had the terrifying power to destroy the world. They were worried that if they fought to the death, they might implicate the entire continent. No one wanted to end up with a continent riddled with holes at the end of the war. In order to avoid suffering, they used supreme magic to temporarily open up a magical space called the Blood Realm. The Blood World was the predecessor of the Dutian Blood Beast world. It was also the battlefield where the 1,000,000 soldiers of the beast race fought. The beast race and the human race fought for the right to rule the continent. In the end, the 8 great experts of the human race used the 8 barons' divine equipment to kill the heads of the 8 leaders. They used the blood of the 8 leaders to create a magical array that defied the heavens. Only then did the war that lasted for nearly 100 years stop. That magical array was located at the core of the Blood Beast world, the Dutian Blood Seal. Even after the elders of the 8 great clans were killed, a large number of demonic beasts and demonic soldiers were still trapped in the Blood world. In the end, they were trapped to death in the Dutian Blood world. After so many years, these mountains of corpses and seas of blood rotted. The souls of the beasts formed a blood evil. Even the air was poisonous. The blood evil accumulated over the years and formed the beast blood clouds. Some of the beast blood clouds hatched in the Dutian blood world and became the demonic beasts that ran rampant in the blood beast world. Some of them crawled through the cracks of the blood world and entered the boundless land. These were the things that the students present knew from the recorded history of the continent. Second Elder, what does this have to do with our rescue mission? Gu Feng's question was also the question that everyone else had. The recorded history of the continent only recorded part of the facts. There is a secret that no one knows. That is, the Bakra orcs that were thought to be extinct a long time ago were not completely extinct. Second Elder sighed. What? The students were all shocked when they heard this. Yunxing's heart also skipped a beat. She herself was a descendant of the beast clan of the Eight Wastelands. However, she did not expect that other than her mother, Hu Jiuxing, there were actually other descendants of the beast clan of the Eight Wastelands in this world. History always recorded the most dignified side of the victors. The descendants of the 8 great masters who established the few big countries in the boundless land were also whitewashed by the historians. On the continent, there were only a few historical records that recorded that the 8 great masters killed the leaders of the Bakra orcs. However, the leaders of the 8 wild beasts were indeed peerless masters. At the moment of life and death, they used their last bit of divine power to open a passage in the blood world. Through that secret passage, the leaders of the 8 Wastelands beast clans sent the last bloodline of their tribes to another continent. Speaking of which, you should have more or less guessed the cause of this incident. The second elder knew of this matter from the personal notes of the 2 founders of the elite camp. Since the elite camp knew about this incident, the other powers of the continent would more or less know about it too. That means, the Bakra orcs are not extinct. Their descendants are most likely still living and breeding in another continent? The students became restless when they heard this. That's right. The descendants of the Bakra orcs may have already settled down in another continent and formed a prosperous and powerful existence comparable to the boundless continent. If you were the descendants of the Bakra orcs and were exiled and slaughtered many years ago, what would you do? The second elder lamented. One day, they would kill their way back to the boundless continent and avenge the fallen leaders of the 8 great beast clans. The students already had an answer in their hearts. At the same time, a wave of fear surged in their hearts. The era of the 8 great masters had passed many years ago. On the continent, there were no more peak existences comparable to the 8 great masters. Even the 8 barren artifacts used by the 8 great masters were nowhere to be found. Under such circumstances, if the descendants of the Bakra orcs were to make a comeback, the boundless continent would be in imminent danger. Knowing this, the descendants of the 8 great masters, including the 5 great countries and other forces, had been trying their best to find clues about the descendants of the Bakra orcs for thousands of years. They had opened part of the seal of the Dutian blood beast world in hopes of finding the secret passage opened by the 8 great masters through the blood beast world and finally exterminating the Bakra orcs. However, after so many years of searching, there were no results. The 5 great countries and other forces issued an order to report immediately if there were any clues about the descendants of the Bakra orcs. If there were any suspected descendants of the Bakra orcs, they were to be killed without mercy. The second elder had no choice but to tell the students about the past that had been covered in dust for many years. He suspected that the leak of the Sky Magic Array in Skywing City had directly led to the return of the descendants of the Bakra orcs to the continent. Even the beast clans were looking for the secret passage that had been left behind. Second elder, you mean that the 5-colored cloud this time is very likely related to the descendants of the Bakra orcs? Although Lan knew a little, this was the first time he had heard of the existence of a secret passage in the Dutian blood beast world. That's just a guess. Until now, they have not been able to figure out what the 5-colored cloud is. What happened in the central region of the blood beast world? The only thing he could do now was to enter the central region and investigate. These are only my and fourth elder's speculations. The rest is for you to discover. Hearing the second elder's words, the hearts of the students sank. Especially Yunxing, her heart was in turmoil. She finally understood why the Zhao state wanted to kill Hu Jiuxing after finding out Hu Jiuxing's identity. Why would the emperor of Zhou state cooperate with the Zhao state to encircle and suppress Hu Jiuxing? The ancestor of the Zhou state emperor was also one of the 8 great masters. He must have left a secret handwritten letter or a posthumous edict for his descendants. Half of the blood of the 8 Wastelands beast clan flowed in her body. If this matter was leaked out, where would she go? Yunxing thought to herself. Second elder considered the fact that there were more than 40 new students who were not qualified to enter the middle region of the Dutian blood beast world. But the rescue mission required a large number of people. The new students had to participate. Second elder and fourth elder also made the corresponding arrangements. Second elder and a dozen students stayed at the relay station. Fourth elder led the remaining 30 students into the middle region of the blood beast world. Other than the dazzling light teacher and his students, the rest had to stay at the relay station. All the students had to join a battle team to enter the middle region of the blood beast world. Fourth elder led 10 people each. He chose 2 students to be temporary team leaders to lead their respective battle teams. Lu Tongtian, Lan, you are the strongest among all the students. You have the most experience in entering and exiting the blood beast world. I will leave the new students to you. Lu Tongtian and Lan also chose their own students. Chen Lianer, Feng Tian and Lu Tongtian were in one team. Yunxing, Qi and Lan were in another. The 3 teams walked side by side and headed towards the middle region of the blood beast world. Along the way, Yunxing noticed that the outer region of the blood beast world had indeed changed. Many warriors and magicians had retreated towards the outer region of the blood beast world. Occasionally, there would be news of the 5-colored clouds swallowing people. At the bottom of the Crimson Moon River, the red blood fog ahead was even thicker. Looking ahead, everything 10 meters away was a blur. Before they left, Second Elder had instructed that all the students had to take an antidote before entering the middle region of the blood beast world. The old students took 1, the new students took 2. But regardless of whether they were old or new, they had to leave the blood beast world within 24 hours after taking the antidote. Also, under no circumstances were they allowed to enter the core region of the blood beast world. Otherwise, if the thick blood aura around the blood seal invaded the human body, it could cause a mental breakdown and cause them to go berserk. Yes, sir, everyone said in unison. Just as the 3 teams were about to enter the middle region of the blood beast world, Lu Tongtian suddenly stopped Lan and her team. Lan, you and I each have a team. Why don't we have a spar? Lu Tongtian said arrogantly as he glanced at Lan. Lan was the number 2 on the magic ranking of the continent's elite camp. In the past 2 years, she had been the most direct threat to Lu Tongtian. Moreover, she was also the direct disciple of the Great Elder. The camp had always been discussing that Lan would very likely inherit the position of Great Elder in the future. This made Lu Tongtian, who wanted to stand out and make a name for himself on the continent, very wary. Lan was also a proud person. Since Lu Tongtian had issued a challenge, she naturally would not back down. In terms of composition, Lu Tongtian's team had Chen Lianer, who was in the top 100 on the magic ranking, and 3 or 4 other seniors. Among the new students, there was also Feng Tian, who was previously the number 1 on the potential ranking. As for Lan's group, due to her personality, she did not like Chen Lianer and Feng Tian, so she chose Yunxing and Qi, who were relatively low-key. The remaining seniors were all rookies with average strength. It looked like Lu Tongtian's team was slightly stronger. But Lan was not discouraged. Okay, we'll use this 24-hour as the limit. Within 24 hours, the team that kills the most blood cloud beasts or rescues the most students will be the winner. As for the wager, it's up to you. Lan immediately discussed with her team members and decided to accept the challenge. Then I won't stand on ceremony. My wager is that the team that loses this time will automatically give up on the next mission to find the divine artifact. Lu Tongtian had already expected Lan to fall for it. Lan did not expect Lu Tongtian to make such a request. The day to find the 8-Baron divine artifact was coming. The Great Elder had said long ago that Lan must participate this time. Lu Tongtian must have heard some rumors, which was why he deliberately said this. There had always been rumors that the 8-Baron divine artifact unearthed this time was very likely to be the Fashion's bracelet left behind by the first Foz hen. The Great Elder's original intention was to let Lan use this opportunity to obtain the Fashion's bracelet and inherit the Great Elder's mantle. For tomorrow's explosion, I'll cut off the internet for a day and float out for a breath of fresh air. New January, please give me your monthly votes. The 4th Elder did not interfere with the competition. For these elite students, the competition between the 2 teams was more beneficial for their growth. Moreover, the fourth elder also wanted to see who was more suitable to be the leader of the next divine artifact mission of the continent's magic elite camp through this competition. Azura hesitated. The trip to the divine weapon was very important to her. If she agreed rashly and her teacher found out, he would be furious. Seeing that Azura was still hesitating, Xianxia took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. She said sweetly, "It seems that Sister Lan thinks that just the qualification for the divine weapon mission is not enough. Why don't I add 1,000,000 gold coins in my name? The winning team will get an extra 1,000,000 gold coins." The students who entered the Dutian Blood Beast World trial, especially Lu and Azura, had even entered the middle area of the Blood Beast World. The soul stones from killing a general-level magical beast were worth hundreds of thousands. 1,000,000 gold coins, in the eyes of Lu Tongtian and senior sister Lan, was really nothing. Xianxia only dared to strut around here because of Lu Tongtian's reputation. If Azura did not agree now, it would seem that she was stingy and afraid of Lu Tongtian and the others. Since we are going to compete, how can 1,000,000 gold coins be worthy of Sister Lan? Why don't I add a bet? 100 million gold coins. The loser will hand over 100 million gold coins and the right to participate in the divine weapon mission. The clear female voice was very sudden. The expressions of the 20 people in the two teams changed. 100 million gold coins was a shocking amount. Even fourth elder couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the person who spoke, it was Yunxing, who had just set a new record in the newcomer trial. Student, a competition between students is only for learning from each other. 100 million gold coins is a bit too much. Fourth elder quickly interfered. Or is it that senior brother Lu, number 1 on the magic power rankings, together with a dozen other senior brothers and sisters, can't even take out a measly 100 million gold coins and are afraid to accept the challenge? Yunxing looked at Lu Tongtian and Xianxia provocatively. After being provoked by Yunxing like this, Lu Tongtian's face flushed red. He snorted, "This junior sister sure talks big. But before junior sister invites a battle, shouldn't you consider clearly whether you can take out so many gold coins? Millions of gold coins might not be a big deal, but hundreds of millions of gold coins was equivalent to a country's annual expenditure." Lu Tongtian did not believe that a commoner girl who had been in the camp for less than 3 years would be able to fork out so much money. Limitless gold card, usable throughout the continent. There are 100 million gold coins inside. Fourth elder, please help me appraise it. Yunxing handed the 100 million gold card to the fourth elder. The fourth elder subconsciously took the gold card. After examining it, he confirmed that it was indeed a gold card issued by the Limitless Chamber of Commerce. Lu Tongtian's face twitched. Seeing this, Xianxia said softly, "Senior brother Lu, accept her offer. Why don't you accept the gold coins that are delivered to your doorstep?" Lan was also surprised by Yunxing's generosity. But after being provoked by Yunxing, the hesitation in Lan's heart disappeared. If they lost, the gold coins would belong to Yunxing. If they won, the glory would belong to Lan and her entire team. Alright, then I implore fourth elder to bear witness. After 24 hours, let's see who rescues the trapped students first and who rescues the most students. Lu Tongtian and Lan clapped their hands to make an oath. The fourth elder could only let them bear witness. See you in 24 hours. Lan swallowed the antidote in one gulp. Behind her, the students did the same. The two teams, 20 or so people, charged into the middle of the Dutian Blood Beast world. At this time, in the middle of the Dutian Blood Beast world, beside a vast red river, a multicolored cloud landed on the ground. When the cloud landed, the multicolored light around it gradually dissipated, revealing its true appearance. This multicolored cloud, which was mysterious to the outside world, was actually an empty ship. It turned out that this multicolored cloud, which had caused panic in the Dutian Blood Beast world, was actually an empty ship with powerful magic. On the multicolored empty ship hung a flag, embroidered with a snow-white fox. The fox had 5 tails behind it, looking very strange. After the empty ship landed, a young girl came down from it. The girl was dressed in pink. She had almond-shaped eyes and peachy cheeks. She had black hair and golden eyes. She wasn't old, but she had developed very well. Her waist was thin and her chest was big. Her every movement exuded an irresistible charm. After she came down, a group of young men and women followed her down. Those who came down from the ship were all young men and women in their 20s. All of them were graceful and had a charm that could captivate one's soul. At the place where the multicolored empty ship landed, there were already a few young men and women with different styles waiting. At first glance, these people were obviously not from the boundless land. But from their appearance, these people were definitely not demonic beasts. They looked no different from ordinary humans. No one would have thought that these young men and women who looked no different from humans were the descendants of the Bakra orcs, who had been trying to exterminate the boundless land for thousands of years. Although the almond-eyed girl was not old, she had a natural charm. She walked over leisurely, her slender waist swaying. Her beautiful eyes looked around with some anticipation. Humph, Hu Linglong, you are looking for a cuckold. Looking for a man as soon as you come. Indeed, the women of the celestial fox people can't live without men. Seeing the almond-eyed girl's coquettish appearance, a girl mocked. The girl's appearance was much worse than Hu Linglong's. She was unusually tall, with a narrow face and high cheekbones. She had a head of messy yellow hair. Although she was a girl, she was taller than a man. She looked like a small giant. The worst thing was that the girl's nose was very strange. It was big and flat as if it had been run over by a wheel. She obviously hated Hu Linglong, so she spoke with sarcasm. Rita, the women of the celestial fox people are naturally beautiful. Unlike some women, no one wants them even if they throw themselves at you. Hu Linglong covered her mouth and giggled. When the woman from the beaming clan called Rita heard this, she frowned and a mocking smile appeared on her face. Hu Linglong, are you tired of living? You dare to offend the beaming clan. The descendant of the beaming clan, Rita, shouted. Her body moved faster than lightning. She charged straight towards the almond-eyed girl with her fighting spirit. Her collision tore a huge hole in the air. It was as if she had a force of 1,000 pounds. The almond-eyed girl looked delicate. If she was hit like this, her blood would definitely splatter. Unexpectedly, the almond-eyed girl giggled. When Rita knocked her away, her delicate figure disappeared. Behind Rita, Hu Linglong was standing gracefully with a complacent face. Hu Linglong, you actually learned the super magic of the celestial fox people, Wind Shadow spell. Rita did not expect that her attack would not succeed. Hee, Rita, don't underestimate the celestial fox tribe just because the beaming tribe is a middle-tier beast tribe. Once upon a time, our celestial fox tribe was a top-tier dire beast that was comparable to the Black Chelan tribe. The secret passageway that saved the entire beast tribe was opened by the Black Chelan king and the nine-tailed celestial fox ancestor. Hu Linglong revealed a fascinated expression when she mentioned the glory of the celestial fox tribe. Bah, you still have the nerve to mention those old and rotten things. If you have the ability, you can mention them in front of Hei Linlin. See if she won't break your spine, Rita spat. When Hu Linglong heard Hei Linlin's name, she was both fearful and angry. However, she did not dare to flare up. After all, what Rita said was true. These young people of unknown origins were the descendants of the Bakra orcs that the second elder had guessed earlier. However, the second elder did not expect that these young people were all the direct descendants of the Bakra orcs. They were the people who were most likely to inherit the 8 wilderness beast gods' legacy in the future. It was definitely not a coincidence that they were gathered here. Back then, the 2 most powerful leaders of the Bakra orcs tribes, the Black Chelan king and the nine-tailed celestial fox ancestor, opened up a secret passageway at the last moment and transferred the last bit of the Bakra orcs' bloodline. However, what everyone, including the 8 great powerhouses, did not know was that the leaders of the Bakra orcs not only opened up a secret passageway at the last moment, they also passed down the beast god's legacy that contained the strongest power of the Bakra orcs to their descendants. The beast god's legacy also contained a portion of the beast god's power. It was also because of the lack of this portion of the beast god's power that the leaders of the Bakra orcs tribes were defeated by the 8 great powerhouses of the human race at the last moment. However, in order to allow the descendants of the Bakra orcs to return to the mainland while they were still alive, the 8 leaders could only give up their lives. The descendants of the Bakra orcs were sent to a desolate and remote mainland. After hundreds of years of development, the descendants of the Bakra orcs conquered the natives of the mainland and established their own political power. Among them, the most outstanding dire beast bloodline would be chosen as the Bakra orcs' successor. Most of the successors of the Bakra orcs knew each other since young. They were born and had been baptized at the beast god altar. However, the status of each successor was different. The reason for this was related to the development of the 8 Wastelands beast clans over the years. After the Bakra Oran tribe had Bakra orcs, the tribe after a few changes, the once prosperous tribe had declined. Today's Bakra orcs were divided into upper, middle, and lower classes according to the tribal competition held every 10 years. The top 3 in the competition were upper-class orcs, the 4th to 6th were middle-class orcs, and the last 2 were lower-class orcs. Over the years, the 3 upper-class orc tribes were the Black Chelan tribe, the 9 Yuan tribe, and the D tribe. As for the behemoth tribe that Rita was in, it was a middle-class orc. The celestial fox tribe that the fox charming girl, Hu Linglong, was in had declined for many years and was a lower-class orc. The reason was because the celestial fox tribe had not had a saint or saintess who could successfully awaken a divine beast for 3 generations. They had been defeated in every tribal competition. This was why the once glorious upper-class Bakra orcs had fallen to a lower-class orc. To make matters worse, their current saintess was rumored to be a good-for-nothing who did not even know basic magic. She had not left the tribe since she was young and rarely appeared in front of outsiders. This time, the inheritors of the Bakra orcs' divine beasts had entered the Dutian blood beast world. Only the celestial fox people did not send the direct bloodline celestial fox saintess. This fox girl who looked very coquettish was actually the cousin of the current saintess. She was beautiful, but she only knew some charming tricks and illusions. Although Hu Linglong was young, she knew how to charm people since she was young. She saw the prosperity of the 9 Yuan tribe and thought that one day, she could rely on her beauty to make Green, the successor of the Blue Yuan tribe, favor her. Green was the successor of the mythical beast recognized by the current patriarch of the Qingyuan tribe. As long as he took a fancy to them, the Heavenly Fox tribe and Hu Linglong's tribe would receive great benefits. However, she liked Green a lot and always thought of ways to seduce him. Green did not feel anything, and this made Hu Linglong very angry. Rita from the Behemoth tribe always liked to use the matter of being green to mock Hu Linglong. Whenever the two of them met, they would have a huge fight. In the past, Rita always had the upper hand. However, recently, Hu Linglong had used some unknown method to learn the super wind magic, the wind shadow spell. She was actually able to dodge Rita's brute force attacks. This made Rita very unhappy. Rita, you only have some brute force. Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Hu Linglong's almond-shaped eyes looked up. The ugly behemoth girl thought that she was extraordinary just because she was the daughter of the tribe leader. These successors of the beast god had not gone through the beast god inheritance, and Hu Linglong boasted that her strength was not much different from Rita's. Whether I am afraid or not, we will know after we fight. In anger, Rita's body was overflowing with a terrifying fighting aura. Hu Linglong also started to chant. The two were about to fight. At this moment, 2 figures rushed over from afar like arrows piercing through the clouds. You are too presumptuous. Do you think that the commotion is not big enough? Z's face was cold as he stood between the two. When Rita and Hu Linglong saw Z and Green who was walking over slowly, they were delighted. Rita looked at Z, and there was a rare hint of shyness on her face. Z was the descendant of the D clan, and this clan had always produced handsome men and beautiful women since ancient times. In Rita's eyes, Z's sword-like eyebrows were raised, and his slender eyes were shining with a cold and arrogant light. His body was thin, and the strong lines of his chin made him look very cold, but at the same time, he exuded a strong masculine aura. Hu Linglong looked at Green. Green was the direct successor of the superior beast Green Phoenix tribe. He was also the only genius among the Bakra orcs who could be compared to the genius girl of the Black Kirin tribe, Hei Lin Lin. Green and Z were good friends, and both of them had their own merits. In comparison, Z was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg, aloof and cold, while Green was more attractive. Although he was young, he was very handsome, and had a kind of neutral beauty. Even the charming celestial fox Hu Linglong admitted that she could not compare to Green. Rita had a crush on Z, and Hu Linglong was obsessed with Green. It was not a secret among the successors. When the successors of the other tribes saw this scene, they were also used to it. As soon as she saw Lu, Hu Linglong immediately put away her crossbow attitude. She shyly walked to Lu's side. "Where are He Linlin and Xianxia?" Green and Zi only saw 4 people. They were Chi Muguan of the Bash tribe, Xianxia Cho of the Winged Rock tribe, Rita of the Behemoth tribe, and Hu Linglong of the Celestial Fox people. They did not see He Linlin of the Black Kirin tribe and Xianxia of the Green Hell Wolf tribe. There will be 2 more chapters tonight, and there will be an explosion tomorrow. I guarantee that there will be at least 10 chapters. With the support of those with the ability, if there are more monthly ticket subscriptions, there will be an explosion again. Green, why do you care about that black-masked woman? She has always been a Lone Ranger. I don't know where she is now, Hu Linglong said, trying to curry favor with Zi. Xianxia went to look for his pack of wolf pups. The aura of humans has appeared in the central area. It seems that they have discovered our whereabouts. Chi Muguan of the Bashi tribe licked his lips. His tongue was long and thin, like a snake's tongue. Stupid. It's all because of what you have done. Before we set off, Lord Divine Palace said that before the secret passage was completely opened, we should not disturb the humans. Zi's face was tense. She was especially dissatisfied with Hu Linglong's earlier use of the 5-colored airship and ostentatiously swaggering through the city. So what if they know? They all say that the humans have been living a leisurely life and have not thought about cultivating. I think they are right. They are all a motley crew. Just now, I caught dozens of humans effortlessly. Their strength is very average, Hu Linglong said disdainfully. If Lord Divine Palace had not said that they were forbidden from using the beast god magic in front of the humans, she would have killed all those people long ago. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand. Her tribesmen escorted dozens of magicians and warriors down the airship. These people were casually caught by Hu Linglong along the way. Among them were many students from the mainland's elite magician camp. They were all shackled with magic shackles. The warriors' fighting energy was also restricted. They were all powerless and tied together. These students looked like they were in a daze, unable to speak. Clearly, Hu Linglong had done something to their bodies. The Celestial Fox tribe was a famous Wuzhou tribe among the Bakra orcs. They were proficient in all kinds of witchcraft. At a glance, it was obvious that these people's 3 souls and 6 senses had been restricted. You caught so many people? Do you really think the humans are fools? There are already a large number of human experts outside who have entered the blood beast sector. Zi was almost angered to death when she saw the people that Hu Linglong had brought. This stupid woman had big breasts but no brains. Did she know that they were still standing in the headquarters of the human race? As a celestial fox people, Hu Linglong's appearance was impeccable. However, her behavior made Zi very annoyed. Moreover, the elders of the 2 clans wanted to give this woman to LV. Zi really felt depressed for LV. Green simply ignored Hu Linglong and did not speak to her at all. Green and Purple were the first 2 to set off. They did not think of using an empty boat because they did not want to alarm the humans in the Dutian blood beast world. But this plan was completely messed up by Hu Linglong, this flamboyant woman. On his way here, he could sense that there were at least many human experts entering the blood beast sector. Ever since Lord Shengong ordered people to retrieve the formation map and found clues to the secret passage back then, the leaders of the Bakra orcs were eager to return to the boundless land as soon as possible. Although the ancestors of the Bakra orcs had sent away their descendants back then, in order to prevent the human experts from discovering the secret passage, they sealed it at the last moment. For so many years, the Bakra orcs had always wanted to use the safe secret passage to return to the mainland. This time, taking advantage of the opening of the space crack in the 8 wastelands, the leaders selected the most elite inheritors of their respective clans to explore. Their goal was to find the secret passage and even find the remains of the leaders of the 8 great beast clans. We have already caught them. If you think it's too troublesome, just kill them. Hu Linglong saw that Zi was unhappy and was afraid that Green would be angry too. She was angry and wanted to kill all of them. A powerful wolf howl came from the southwest direction. Let's keep them first. Since the humans have already found out, I will have my uses. Green Tooth seems to have found the enemy. Let's wait and see. After Green said that, the others stopped talking and waited for Green Tooth of the Green Nether Wolf tribe to make a move. Just as Xianxia and the others entered the Dutian Blood Beast world, a black shadow rushed into the depths of the Dutian Blood Beast world. That was the place where the second elder had warned all the students that even the seniors were not allowed to enter without permission. That was also where the powerful magic formation drawn by the blood of the 8 great beast clans was drawn by the 8 powerful experts back then. That area was called the Dutian Blood Seal by the outside world. Outside the Dutian Blood Seal, there were layers of beast blood and demonic aura. After thousands of years of precipitation, these demonic aura spiraled together like a giant python that could swallow the sky and the earth. It was black and thick. Even a martial sage warrior would find it hard to breathe and be unable to move forward once he got close to it. However, this black shadow did not hesitate at all. Boom! It was faster than a flying demonic beast. The giant python raised its head angrily and stopped the black shadow from moving forward. The black shadow swept past. The moment it pierced through the demonic aura, the fighting aura around her exploded, creating a sonic boom like that of a cannonball. After passing through the demonic aura, the black shadow landed on the ground. Only then did the others see the true face of the black shadow that was moving at high speed. The black shadow was a beautiful and cold girl. She had short hair and deep facial features. She was wearing a close-fitting one-piece robe that outlined her slender and powerful limbs. Her slightly tanned skin, sexy lips, untamed brows, and the doqi emitted from her body made her as cold as a sharp dagger. This was a girl that no one could ignore. She was He Linlin, the current Qilin saintess of the Black Qilin clan. After receiving the secret order from the Beast God Divine Palace, He Linlin and a group of Beast God inheritors passed through the space-time crack and came to the Dutian Blood Beast world. Her mission this time was to find the burial place of the 8 clan leaders with the other descendants of the 8 Baron clan and find that thing. When He Linlin was still a child, she had a cold and arrogant personality. She did not like to move with others. Therefore, she chose to enter the Dutian Blood Seal alone this time. Firstly, she was very curious about the Blood Seal. She wanted to see what kind of terrifying existence killed the 8 clan leaders who were once considered invincible in the continent. "Come out," He Linlin said as soon as she stood still. He Linlin was a top-notch warrior. She was a genius who had broken through to the martial emperor realm at such a young age. She did not notice anyone following her on the way here. It was also just now that she noticed that someone had been following her all the way. The figure of a man gradually became clear. His black hair was tied casually behind his head with a silver hairband. He had an imposing appearance. An extremely handsome man with a cold and gloomy aura appeared in front of He Linlin. Even He Linlin, who was used to seeing all kinds of handsome men in the Beast God tribe, was stunned. The man's aura was very strange. It was like magic power, but also like fighting aura. This was a very strong man. This is the New Year's red packet given by Cute Female Dummy in the group. Big Fuzzy said that she would not bet with Mud Cutie for a month. This mysterious man's strength was unfathomable. He Linlin couldn't tell how strong he was. He seemed to be about the same age as her, maybe even a little younger than her. However, his aura didn't lose out to her at all. He Linlin sized him up as if he was an opponent. She didn't expect to meet such an opponent as soon as she entered the boundless world. Human race? Bakra orcs. He Linlin used a questioning tone. The man confirmed He Linlin's identity with certainty. This isn't a place where you should be. He Linlin didn't know how strong he was and didn't test him rashly. It's also not a place where you should be. Yi Baiming curled his lips and glanced at the thick Dutian blood seal. 3 days ago, he had just finished his daily training and found his mentor, Gui Yu. You said you want to seek stronger strength? Gui Yu was both troubled and happy about his precious disciple. I want to improve my physical strength. After breaking through to Martial Emperor, Yi Baiming encountered a bottleneck. This was the first time in his 18 years of life. Since young, Yi Baiming knew that his talent was different from ordinary people, whether it was in terms of magic or battle chi cultivation. Others would only be able to achieve twice the effect if they had twice the time. However, as his cultivation increased, the effect of his cultivation increased from several times to dozens of times. This was especially obvious after his eyes recovered. Although his cultivation had broken through to martial emperor, his physical strength couldn't compete with ordinary martial emperors. After all, Yi Baiming was only 18 years old. The martial emperors on the mainland, such as Guiyu and Yunba, had undergone long periods of training. Their physical strength was comparable to a beast king. However, Yi Baiming was different. He could feel that his battle chi had surpassed his physical strength. In order to better fuse his physical body with his do chi, he had to find a way to strengthen his physical body even more. This was something he couldn't do on his own. Therefore, he came to the mainland's elite warrior camp and became Elder Guiyu's disciple. Ghost Prison's elder didn't give an answer immediately. An 18-year-old martial emperor. There was no other person in the entire continent with such an achievement. However, that was only in the Boundless Land. As the number one person in the continent's warrior elite camp, Guiyu's insight and foresight were comparable to the great elder of the continent's mage elite camp. After Elder Yu returned from Skywing City, he brought back news that made Elder Ghost Prison realize that a hidden danger was about to erupt. Yi Baiming was fully deserving of being the leader of the elite camp of the continent. Elder Ghost Prison had already realized this point. He knew that this student of his was not simple. He seemed undisciplined, but he had his own terrifying force behind him. Therefore, this time, Elder Ghost Prison did not try to persuade Yi Baiming. He told Yi Baiming that there was a way to improve his cultivation. You have to go to the Dutian Blood Beast world to find blood crystals. Ghost Prison Elder said as he took off his shirt. As the number one expert in the continent's warrior elite camp, Elder Ghost Prison had experienced hundreds of battles. Although he was over 70 years old, his body was like a vigorous and powerful tree. He didn't weaken because of age. Instead, he glowed with an even stronger vitality. His muscles bulged, his tendons and veins crisscrossed like rivers, densely covering his skin. Circulate your battle chi and give me a punch, Elder Ghost Prison ordered Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming didn't hesitate and raised his fist. The moment the punch was thrown, there was a crackling sound, and the air was instantly shattered. Pung Dash as a martial emperor, Yi Baiming's punch had the force of at least 10,000 pounds. Even a huge rock could be turned into fine powder in an instant. Elder Ghost Prison's face was flushed red, and his blood energy was roiling. However, when that fist landed on his body, it only turned red. After that, Elder Ghost Prison's complexion returned to normal, and he did not look any different. Yi Baiming frowned slightly. His punch didn't hurt Elder Ghost Prison at all. You must be very curious as to how my body can reach such a level of strength. That's because I have absorbed 3 blood crystals. Elder Ghost Prison's expression was solemn. What he was about to tell Yi Baiming was a secret that only the top experts in the continent knew. Only those who were already at the top would know this secret. Elder Ghost Prison originally planned to tell Yi Baiming after he inherited his mantle. However, he didn't expect this kid to break through to Martial Emperor so quickly. He could only tell him earlier. You should know that in the Dutian Blood Beast world, there is an area that only high-level instructors and elders can enter. Elder Ghost Prison took out a map of the Dutian Blood Beast world. The map was clearly divided into 3 areas according to color. The blue area was the outer area of the Dutian Blood Beast world, the orange area was the middle area of the Dutian Blood Beast world, and the red area was the depths of the Dutian Blood Beast world. You come from the royal family of Zhou State. I believe you already know about the secret passage of the Dutian Blood Beast world and the existence of the descendants of the Bakra orcs. Elder Ghost Prison didn't explain further. The ancestors of Zhou State must have left behind some letters for their descendants. Yi Baiming nodded. He had heard about the Great War between the Bakra orcs and the human race, and the possibility that the descendants of the Bakra orcs existed in another continent. However, you must not know that the place where the 8 beast clan leaders were buried contains a secret that can make warriors and magicians more powerful. That secret is the blood crystals. Elder Ghost Prison pointed to the reddest area in the middle of the Blood Beast world, which was marked as an extremely dangerous area. The 8 beast clan patriarchs of the 8 Wastelands beast clan all had powerful physical bodies and astonishing magical talents. After they were killed, their blood flowed like a river. A part of their blood was used by the 8 beast clan leaders to draw the Dutian blood seal, which was used to support the existence of the Dutian Blood Beast world. However, that was only a part of it. Most of the blood of the 8 beast clan leaders had merged into the ground of the blood beast world and formed a special ore, which was the beast blood crystal. The beast blood crystal was divided into 2 types. One was the magic blood crystal, and the other was the fighting chi blood crystal. The magic blood crystal could greatly improve a magician's spiritual soul. The fighting chi blood crystal could refine a warrior's physical body. As long as enough blood crystals were integrated, a warrior would have a body as strong as the 8 beast clan leaders. The body of the Bakra Orcs clan leader, what kind of powerful existence would that be? Of course, there are pros and cons. After all, the human race and the beast clan are not the same race. There is a limit to the integration of blood crystals. Even I, your teacher, have only integrated 3 blood crystals. If the integration is not good enough, you may explode from your fighting chi, Elder Ghost Prison said. Thank you, teacher. I have learned my lesson. After Yi Baiming heard this news, he left the mainland's elite warrior camp and headed to the Dutian blood beast world. High energy warning ahead, irresponsible exploding after midnight. Those who can support, please support. Those who can't, please bless me. Tomorrow's big sale. As soon as Yi Baiming left, the ghost prison's elder let out a cry. He rubbed his chest and bared his teeth like an old monkey. Oh my god, that brat really hit me. It hurts. It was the first time the ghost prison's elder met such a student who attacked his own teacher without any mercy. Even with the blood crystals, the ghost prison's elder almost suffered internal injuries from Yi Baiming's punch. His internal organs were shaken. And that was before he used Beast Blood Berserk. If he used Beast Blood Berserk, what would Yi Baiming's punch be like? Even the ghost prison's elder, who had absorbed 3 blood crystals, found it hard to predict. Oh no, I forgot to tell that brat. With his martial emperor cultivation, he can only absorb 2 blood crystals at most. No, I have to find that brat. The ghost prison's elder stomped his feet. However, when he anxiously went to find Yi Baiming, he found that Yi Baiming had already left. With his understanding of Yi Baiming, once this brat found a blood crystal, he would definitely try his best to absorb it and pursue the strongest physical strength. Yi Baiming did not know that the ghost prison's elder was stomping his feet anxiously. Yi Baiming collected his thoughts and looked at the Dutian blood seal not far away. The Dutian blood seal was a ferocious blood seal. It was like a huge ancient totem that spanned across the ground. It was divided into 8 directions: east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. In each of the 8 directions, 8 Bakra Orcs patriarchs were buried. They were also known as the 8 graves. It was rumored that among the patriarchs of the 8 great beast clans, the Black Chelan royal tribe's patriarch had the strongest physical body. The Chelan king's true physical body was like a towering mountain that stretched for hundreds of miles. As for the magician with the highest cultivation, it was the patriarch of the celestial fox people, who was known as the 9-life celestial fox. It was rumored that the patriarch of the celestial fox people was a peerless woman. She was proficient in witchcraft and healing, and was the most brilliant magician. These were all briefly described in the history books. What Yi Baiming wanted now was a stronger physical body. Therefore, his best choice was to find the location of the Black Chelan king's remains and find a suitable blood crystal. However, the thick blood aura swirling within the Dutian blood seal made it very difficult for anyone to guess the location of the beast chief's skeleton. Are you looking for blood crystals? As a descendant of the Bakra Orcs, He Linlin was no stranger to blood crystals. Miss, you're also here to look for blood crystals. It looks like we have no choice but to be enemies. Yi Baiming's gray eyes moved slightly, and there was still a faint smile on his face. It seemed that they had the same goal this time. The man in front of her was her enemy. He Linlin couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Anyone who tried to compete with her would only end up dead. In fact, there had been a tradition among the Bakra Orcs since ancient times. Every clan leader would condense a blood crystal after they passed away. However, the purity of the blood crystal differed according to the cultivation level of the clan leader. However, only the truly powerful could condense the strongest blood crystal. However, there was only one piece of the strongest blood crystal, and that was the blood Saraira. The patriarchs of the 8 great beast clans were also known as the 8 most powerful patriarchs in history. Therefore, the divine palaces of the beast god altar suspected that there were 8 blood Sariras hidden in the remains of the 8 patriarchs. The blood Sarira was the strongest blood crystal. The 8 descendants of the Bakra orcs had appeared here to retrieve the blood Sarira. This was something that Yi Baiming and the students who were still at the periphery of the Dutian blood beast world did not know. However, He Linlin was not afraid that Yi Baiming would snatch the blood Sarira. Legend had it that only the most powerful descendants of the Bakra orcs could unearth the blood Sarira. Yi Baiming took a step forward, and He Linlin followed him like a shadow. The blood crystal is the most precious treasure of the Bakra orcs. Human, don't even think about getting your hands on it. He Linlin did not allow for any explanation. She suddenly charged forward, and her duki exploded. Like a bomb, she charged towards Yi Baiming. Before the two of them collided, their duki had already collided. The 2 duki that were equally matched caused the air to distort strangely. Ripples formed around them. He Linlin's 5 fingers closed together, forming a dagger. Like a swimming dragon, she stabbed towards Yi Baiming's throat. If this attack hit his throat, it would definitely cause serious injury. Yi Baiming retreated, and his hand brushed lightly, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. This flick seemed casual, but it contained a strange force. Clang! A sound similar to that of 2 swords clashing sounded. He Linlin felt her hand shake, and her duki immediately dissipated. What kind of combat skill was this? He Linlin was surprised. While she was surprised, Yi Baiming had already brushed past her and entered the Dutian blood seal. Something fell beside her ear. He Linlin touched it, and found that it was a strand of hair. Just now, if that strange man's hand had brushed her neck, then at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in her heart, which had not fluctuated for more than 10 years. He Linlin's face flushed red, as if she was drunk. The blush quickly disappeared. It was only one move, but He Linlin felt like she was in the middle of a fierce battle. The Black Qilin royal family worshipped the strong. He Linlin had lived for 20 years, and this was the first time she met someone who could go toe-to-toe with her. Let's see where you're going. He Linlin stomped her foot, and with a whoosh, she also entered the Dutian blood seal. When the two of them entered the Dutian blood seal, a low growl came from the depths of the blood seal. At a certain location in the Dutian blood seal, a red light shone, but it quickly dimmed. At this moment, in the middle area of the blood beast sector, the 3 teams of the mainland magic elite camp had just entered the middle area of the Dutian blood seal. Due to the battle between Lu Tongtian and Blue, the 2 teams separated from the 4th elder as soon as they entered the blood beast sector. The 2 teams of more than 20 people rushed in the same direction. After rushing through the thick blood fog, the 20 people stopped. A wave of blood fog rushed over, and the students found it difficult to breathe. Although they had taken the antidote, the students still felt that their magic power was suppressed by the blood fog. What's that sound? After entering the Dutian blood beast sector, the Crimson Moon River disappeared. The sound of flowing water was replaced by a strange rustling sound. Look, there's something in the blood fog. A few students found that there was a little bit of green in the blood fog. The green was like ghost fire floating in the grave sea in the middle of the night. Dozens of people were so scared that they took a few steps back. A bad feeling arose in Yunxing's heart. She turned her head to look behind her, and with one look, Yunxing felt that all the pores on her body were about to explode. Although she knew that once they entered the middle area, they might encounter commander-level magical beasts, she did not expect to encounter such a shocking number of blood crystal wolves. Hundreds of blood crystal wolves walked out of the blood mist. Their fur was like fire, and they looked ferocious. Blood crystal wolves were a special kind of magic beast. They were a type of blood cloud beast with the earth element. After breaking through to the commander level, the fur on their bodies would turn into crystals and become incredibly tough. The hundreds of blood crystal wolves were obviously the rulers of this area. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, and they were much bigger than the average wolf pups. They looked more like strong sheep. These wolves did not rush forward when they saw the humans. This was very strange. Look. The students were scared out of their wits. They looked around. 1,000 meters away, a blood wolf king sat. A few commander-level wolves surrounded the blood wolf king. The Blood Wolf King slowly stood up, raised its neck, and howled. A woo! Everyone only felt a sense of fear explode from the bottom of their skulls like beans exploding. The hundreds of wolf soldiers gathered strength in their forelimbs and raised their tails high. They were like a row of well-trained soldiers, and like a sword out of its sheath, they rushed toward the students. Chi! Warm blood spurted out from the throat of the mage at the front. Their lives lasted for only a few seconds. Those who were still alive fell heavily to the ground and lost their lives. Landside had already lost one person. I seal. Land's face turned serious. She raised the magic scepter in her hand, and the fifth soul stone on it lit up. Countless icicles fell from the sky. The icicles were as sharp as arrows, and they smashed toward the wolves. Almost at the same time, Lu Tongtian did not show any weakness. Thunder rumbled and purple lightning flashed. They danced like snakes and pounced on the wolves. Lan and Lu Tongtian were the two most outstanding people in the continent's magic elite camp. They had entered and exited the Dutian blood beast world many times, so they were very familiar with this area. However, this was the first time they had encountered such a large group of blood crystal wolves. When the two faced danger, they were only surprised for a moment. Fortunately, they did not panic. One was an advanced ice element spell, Ice Seal, while the other was an advanced thunder element spell, Thunderbolt. His attack power was astonishing, and he killed dozens of high-level blood crystal wolves in an instant. Under the leadership of the two duels, the other students didn't show any signs of weakness. Yunxing and Abandon both rushed into the wolf pack. Due to the influence of the blood mist, the students with lower cultivation bases were affected by the blood mist. More or less, their cultivation bases and magic power were greatly reduced. Whether it was his chanting or his reflexes, they were both worse than before. Only Chen Lian and Feng Tian were slightly better. One of them had a magic bracelet on her, and her magic power was tyrannical. As for Feng Tian, he'd killed several hundred blood crystal wolves earlier and had long since honed his excellent killing ability. The two of them slaughtered their way into the pack of wolves like a hot knife through butter. Their attacks were vicious. The numbers on their magic badges soared. When Lu Tongtian saw this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He shot a provocative glance at Blue. Who would have thought that Lan was looking in another direction at this moment, with a hint of curiosity on her face? Lu Tongtian followed Azura's gaze. With one look, Lu Tongtian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After entering the middle area of the Dutian blood beast world, Abandon entered the wolf pack like a fish in water. He used a special poison spell to begin with, and combined it with the wind spell he'd just learned. His attack range was even wider. Once the wolf pack came into contact with the poison spell, their reactions would be slow. Abandon's attacks were clean and efficient, and he'd killed many wolves. But compared to Abandon, there was one person who made Blue and Lu Tongtian feel even more shameful. That was Yunxing. Yes, it was really shameful. Was she even considered a sorcerer like this? The wolves in front of them were high-level blood cloud beasts. Almost all the sorcerers in front of them had used their signature spells. Yunxing was different from Abandon. She didn't use any high-level spells. She only relied on her speed. Whether it was magic or attacking, Yunxing was faster than the average person. Her technique was so fast that it was dazzling. As for magic, she didn't use high-level spells. Or rather, she didn't know any high-level spells at all. She and Abandon walked side by side. The two of them stood on the left and right, like two axes with a blade, piercing into the pack of blood cloud wolves. Seeing that Abandon had poisoned a large number of wolves, Yunxing would either wait for an opportunity to stab or use a tricky little spell. She wouldn't meet force with force. If there was no chance, she would immediately dodge and wait for the next opportunity to stab, but in Blue's opinion, Yunxing wasn't so simple. She looked like she was just stabbing, but it wasn't completely without order. When she attacked, it was just a stab or a spell, but it was often fatal. She would either stab the soul stone in the middle and pierce it, or use a flame explosion to hit the wolf's heart. Blue had previously wondered how Yunxing could achieve the first kill record of more than 500 blood cloud beasts with her cultivation level. But now, Blue already had the answer. Every move was fatal. Yunxing didn't have a weapon in her hand, but she was faster than a warrior with a weapon. There were several times when she could kill a blood cloud wolf in one hit. Moreover, she was using magic while killing wolves with her bare hands. If it was an ordinary wolf, it would be easy to understand. But Yunxing was facing a high-tier blood cloud wolf. On Lu Tongtian's side, Chen Lianer and Feng Tian's magic badges were increasing rapidly. On Blue's side, beside Yunxing and Abandon, the wolves were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Wolf corpses were scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, the other students were also affected by their unstoppable momentum. They all took a deep breath and charged towards the wolves. Blue, that's a competition between normal students. Our battlefield is over there. Lu Tongtian's gaze shifted. Hundreds of blood cloud wolves against dozens of students. They should be able to barely handle it. Based on the current situation, Lu Tongtian and Blue's teams were evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine who was better. If the two teams were to compete, the key to victory would be the few commander-level wolf generals and the blood cloud wolf king that was close to king level. According to the mainland's Magic Elite Camp's battle record calculation system, a blood cloud beast was worth 1 battle point. A commander-level blood cloud beast was worth 10 battle points. A king-level blood cloud beast was worth 100 battle points. Therefore, killing the wolf king and the commander-level magical beasts was the key. How could Blue not know this? A burst of icy air condensed in Blue's hands, and a small mirror-like ice shield appeared in front of her. The ice shield was special. As long as the wolves pounced on Blue, the ice shield would automatically move. That was the super spell Blue had obtained from the Magic Forest's royal tree when she broke through to the Saint-level Mage King level, Roaming Dragon Shield. This shield could block attacks from many angles. For a mage like Blue, it was effective against sneak attacks. Lu Tongtian also began chanting. A layer of grayish-green magic appeared on his body. That was the super spell Lu Tongtian had obtained after breaking through to the Saint level, Wood Armor. Indigo and Lu Tongtian pounced towards the wolf pack at almost the same time. The Wolf King was still majestic and didn't move at all. It sat proudly on the side and watched the slaughter. The 4 commander-level blood crystal wolves under it moved first. Then, they heard a few bangs. The 4 commander-level monsters split into 4 groups, 2 in pairs, and instantly surrounded Lu Tongtian and Indigo. Lu Tongtian stomped his feet and turned into a flash, dodging a wolf that was pouncing towards him. He waved the magic scepter in his hand, and several lightning bolts as thick as an arm struck towards the wolf's waist. Who knew that the blood crystal wolf that was dodged would leap into the air and claw towards Lu Tongtian's back? Lu Tongtian didn't dodge, and the sharp wolf claws tore open his wooden armor. There was a crack in the armor, but it only took an instant for the damaged part of the armor to repair itself. Thunder Flash hit a commander-level wolf general's waist, and it let out a cry of pain. The wolf general was split in half at the waist. On Indigo's side, she had just jumped up when she saw 2 commander-level wolf generals pounce towards her from the Wolf King's side. The wolf pack's jumping ability was amazing, and they jumped 7 to 8 meters high. The wolf pack clawed at Indigo's neck. Yunxing and Qi, who weren't far away, were shocked. At that moment, the nimble shield in front of Indigo cleverly blocked the wolf's attack. The magic scepter in Indigo's hand spat out an ice blade and pierced the wolf's chest. Indigo's eyes flashed, and the ice shield flew out diagonally, smashing into another wolf's head. With a clang, the ice shield and the wolf's head collided, and brain matter instantly flowed all over the ground. Lu Tongtian and Indigo took care of the 2 commander-level wolf generals almost at the same time. They didn't hesitate at all, and they didn't even have time to meditate. Like 2 bolts of lightning, they surrounded the Wolf King. Lu Tongtian was afraid of falling behind, and before he arrived, he had already completed his magic incantation. The dark purple lightning was like thousands of tree branches in a storm, striking towards the Wolf King. Under such an attack of thunder flash, no one could survive. Indigo's magic scepter glowed with a cold blue light. She waved the magic scepter, and an icy aura swept out like an angry wave, forcing the power of thunder and lightning to retreat. Indigo, you dare to stop me? Lu Tongtian roared angrily like a mad dog. He turned the magic scepter, and streaks of purple lightning struck towards Indigo. For a moment, the field alternated between purple and blue, and the two magic powers collided. However, right at that moment, Yunxing noticed that the Wolf King had suddenly moved. Since the beginning of the battle, the Wolf King had been unusually calm. It did not seem like an unintelligent beast at all. Just as Lan and Lu Tongtian were on bad terms, a human-like calculation appeared in the depths of the Wolf King's eyes. Neither Lan nor Lu Tongtian noticed. However, this scheme was caught by Yunxing. Indigo, 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 indigo go indigo, indigo go, indigo indigo. A woo, with a powerful howl, the Wolf King that had been sitting on the ground suddenly soared into the air. Its 4 strong and powerful limbs were like a top bough. This leap was actually dozens of meters high. Its sharp claws and teeth, like blades, scratched Lu Tongtian's armor. Idiot, Lu Tongtian sneered. His wood armor spell was invulnerable. Just as the wolf's claws pierced Lu Tongtian's armor, the Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a ball of fire. Seeing the fire, Lu Tongtian's face showed fear for the first time. His wood armor spell was invulnerable and had a strong regenerative ability, but there was one thing: wood was afraid of fire. Once the wood armor spell came into contact with fire, it would be broken. A wolf actually knew how to use magic to suppress magic. When Lu Tongtian, who was first on the magic list, realized it, it was already too late. The Wolf King's sharp claws pierced his chest, and he was knocked back dozens of meters by the strong impact. Indigo felt the tremor. She knew that something was wrong, and she had already taken a few steps back. But how could the Wolf King allow her to retreat? The Wolf King leaped up, and its claws slashed at Indigo's throat. The wandering dragon's shield was eager to protect its master, and blocked the Wolf King's claws in time. Whoosh! The wolf's claws suddenly changed, and turned into a human hand. At that moment, all the students were inexplicably terrified. What did they see? The Wolf King's body was rapidly changing in midair. Its fur faded, and the Wolf King's fur-covered body turned into the body of a strong adult man. It was an orc man who was nearly 2 meters tall, proficient in magic, and at the same time possessing the terrifying power of a demonic beast. A descendant of the 8 Desolates. At this time, the wolf man had already landed and completely transformed into a human, and the wandering dragon's shield was in his hand. This person was the Green Tooth of the Green Nether Wolf tribe that Indigo mentioned before. The Green Nether Wolf tribe was a middle-level orc tribe among the Bakra orcs. Green Tooth was a wild orc. He had a head of messy gray hair, and he was only wearing shorts that looked like an apron. His upper body was naked, and there was a tattoo of a wolf's head with a green face and fangs. His body was covered with old wounds, and it was obvious that he was a fierce warrior who had experienced all kinds of battles. It had to be said that this wolf man was not only powerful, but he was also smart. Just now, he had mixed in with the wolf pack, and caused Indigo and Lu Tongtian to be careless. Midway, he suddenly attacked, and that was how they managed to defeat the 2 Saint-level Law Emperors. No one had expected that they would meet the person they least wanted to meet the moment they entered the Dutian blood beast world. Human, prepare to die. Xianxia spat out a cold sentence. He had already seen through that this group was just a motley crew. As long as he killed the 2 Saint-level Law Emperors in the lead, then the rest of them would sooner or later become fat meat in the mouths of his wolf cubs. A sharp glint flashed in the wolf's eyes. He grabbed the trembling wandering dragon's shield with one hand, and grabbed Indigo's neck with the other hand as fast as lightning. In his eyes, killing a human mage at close range was as easy as strangling a wild chicken. Sister Lan. In the nick of time, Yunxing blurted out a spell without thinking. High-level spacetime spell, spacetime prohibition. At this moment, the wolfman's claws were just inches away from Indigo's throat. At that moment, his hand suddenly stopped, and his whole body stiffened, unable to move. Yunxing's spacetime prohibition could only last for 3 seconds, but in a battle between experts, victory and defeat was often decided in the blink of an eye. The wandering dragon's shield suddenly broke free from the man's hand. At that moment, Indigo had already used her life-saving spell. The wandering dragon's shield emitted a cold light, and 6 sharp ice blades popped out of the shield. The shield that could save lives instantly turned into a flying wheel that could take lives. The wandering dragon's shield spun rapidly, and brushed past Green Tooth's neck. In a breath, the space-time prohibition had lost its effect. Caught off guard, a half-foot-long bloody wound appeared on Xianxia's neck. It was so deep that bone could be seen, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Xianxia covered the wound as blood flowed out from between his fingers. He staggered back a few steps. A layer of ice quickly formed on his wound, and bone-chilling ice-type magic power was seeping into his body. If not for the fact that he had the body of a magical beast and had thick skin and flesh, that blow just now would have separated his head from his body. But what made Xianxia wary was not the blow just now. What surprised him was the magic that made him unable to move at the last moment. That magic had clearly surpassed the various magic that Xianxia already knew of. Could it be that he had underestimated this group of people, and that there was an even more powerful magician hidden among them? In the crowd, Xianxia began to search for the magician who had secretly made a move. His suspicious gaze swept over the several students one by one. In the end, he locked onto 3 people: Abandon, Chen Lianer, and Feng Tian. Xianxia had secretly observed the enemy just now and had long confirmed that Lu Tongtian and Lan were the strongest in this human team of more than 30 people. The rest were the 3 sky magicians who had used advanced magic earlier. Among these 3 people, who was the one who attacked, Xianxia was wary of the magician hiding in the dark and did not dare to rashly attack again. Without the Wolf King's order, those wolf pups also stopped fighting. Just as Xianxia was hesitating, a strange beast roar came from a certain direction behind him. Hearing that beast roar, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of saliva. He glared fiercely at the crowd. Count yourselves lucky. Wolf pups, let's go. He raised his head and let out a deafening howl. The blood crystal wolves that had not died retreated in an orderly manner. In a short while, the wolf pack disappeared, leaving only wolf and human corpses on the ground. From start to finish, the entire process lasted for several hours. Even though Xianxia had left, the crisis was not over. The legs of the students were all weak, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. The ground was littered with wolf corpses. Most of the people had suffered light injuries. Fortunately, there were not many people who were seriously injured. Compared to them, the ones who suffered the most were the 2 team leaders. Azura rolled on the ground, her face as white as a sheet. She had managed to dodge Xianxia's killing move at the last moment, but she had been affected by the battle chi and suffered serious internal injuries. Lu Tongtian's situation was even worse than Blue's. He had been struck in the chest by Green Feng, and many of his ribs were broken. At this moment, he was barely holding on to his last breath. Although Lu Tongtian and Azura were both injured by Xianxia, at least from the looks of the situation, Azura had injured Xianxia at the final moment. In fact, Blue had won. Both Lan and Lu Tongtian were the trump cards of the continent's magic elite camp, but in front of this man from the Wolf clan, who had appeared out of nowhere, they seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. One of the reasons for this was that the blood evil chi in the Dutian blood beast world was too powerful. It had eroded their dharma souls and greatly reduced their cultivation. Another reason was that the 2 of them were still fighting each other at crucial moments. Now that both of them were seriously injured, they could only stare at each other. The students on both sides were trembling with fear. One of the braver ones stepped forward. Senior brother, senior sister, this Dutian blood beast world is too dangerous. Let's go out. The other students also wanted to leave as soon as possible. Lu Tongtian and Azura did not speak. This time, they had all failed in their duties. If they did not complete the mission, the 2 elders would definitely scold them when they left. But in their current state, if they met an expert like Xianxia again, they would not even have a chance to survive, let alone rescue them. Even though Greentooth came alone just now, that strange beast roar just now was definitely emitted by his companion. At this moment, Azura and Lu Tongtian were unwilling to be the first to leave. No one wanted to be the one to retreat. 4th Elder had said 24 hour. Even if they did not rescue anyone, they had to stay in the blood beast world for a full 24 hour. Sister Lan, let me take a look at your wound first. Yunxing kindly stepped forward, wanting to take a look at Lan's wound. She had just taken Lan's hand when Lan clasped it back. Her eyes were fixed on Yunxing. You, take my place. Yunxing was taken aback. She understood Lan's meaning. Lan wanted her to take her place and lead the team to complete the rest of the rescue mission. But why her? Yunxing was not ranked in this team in terms of seniority and cultivation. Her only advantage was that Yunxing was a doctor. Yunxing and Lan had only met twice, and both times were not pleasant. Lan was a genius and powerful, but Yunxing did not dare to compliment her personality. Towards Lan, Yunxing had always avoided her as much as possible. "Thank you." Lan leaned close to Yunxing. Using a voice that only the two of them could hear, she whispered into Yunxing's ear. Although her voice was low, Yunxing heard it. She did not expect that this senior sister, who was as proud as a winter plum, actually knew how to say thank you. The fight between Lan and Xianxia had only paused for a few seconds. In the chaos, no one else had noticed that Xianxia had been hit by a space-time prohibition spell. But Lan had noticed it. It was also because of that space-time magic that Lan was able to save her life. At the last moment, she had even turned the situation around and fought back. So, the one who had forced Xianxia to retreat was not Lan, but the sorcerer who had attacked secretly. Lan had once heard the Great Elder mention that the disciple of the Dark Gold Mentor had learned a useless forbidden spell in the magic forest, space-time prohibition. Lan had also said disdainfully that a space-time prohibition that could only last for 3 seconds was useless. She did not expect that this time, it was these insignificant 3 seconds that had saved her life. Lan's heart was filled with mixed feelings, but she did not forget the Fourth Elder's instructions. She thought about it and finally decided to let Yunxing replace her as the temporary leader. Seeing that Yunxing was chosen as the leader, a few people in the team showed dissatisfaction. Hearing that Lan had appointed Yunxing as the temporary leader, Lu Tongtian could not back down. He gritted his teeth. "Lian, you replace me and lead everyone to continue the mission." Hearing this, Chen Lian's heart was filled with joy. "She is not worthy." Feng Tian stood up. It was impossible for him to listen to Chen Lian's orders. "Feng Tian, this is not the elite camp. There are no elders to protect you. Either obey my orders or scram," Lu Tongtian said angrily. His injuries were not light, but his authority was still there, and the students did not dare to disobey him. But Feng Tian was a tough nut to crack. He snorted and left the team without looking back. He had always liked to act alone. A team was just a burden to him. The temporary leaders of both sides had been chosen. "Abandon, you stay behind to take care of Sister Lan and the other injured students." Yunxing did a head count. Excluding a few heavily injured students and Lan, she chose 7 or 8 people to go with her into the central region of the Dutian blood beast world. "Yunxing, I think I should go with you." Abandon was unwilling to stay behind to take care of Lan. He knew that the central region of the Dutian blood beast world was full of danger. He was worried that Yunxing could not handle it alone. "Don't worry, I'll definitely come back safe and sound." Yunxing's confidence also infected Abandon. On the contrary, Chen Lianer made the decision to take away all available combat power. Stupid, leaving the main combat power behind to take care of the injured at a time like this. Abandon was undoubtedly the trump card of Yunxing's team, but she left Abandon behind. How did she manage to be a temporary leader? "Yunxing, stop pretending to be a saint. You think that by leaving someone behind to take care of Lan, she will be grateful to you in the future?" Chen Lianer was disdainful. "Senior Lu, we will definitely save the others. Take care of yourself." After Chen Lianer received the position of temporary leader, she brought along everyone who could still fight, regardless of whether they were heavily injured or not. Lu Tongtian was unhappy, but he did not say much. The two teams walked a few steps, when Chen Lianer suddenly stopped. "If any of you want to join our team, you still have a chance to choose. This competition is no small matter. The loser will lose the right to participate in the next 8 Barren Relics mission. Do you really think you can win if you follow her?" After all, as the temporary leader, Yunxing was not powerful enough and did not have enough prestige. Just now in the campsite, they had reluctantly followed Yunxing because of Lan. Now that senior apprentice Sister Lan wasn't here and Chen Lianer had thrown out an olive branch, a few people started to hesitate. "Senior Chen, do you mean what you say?" Every student in the campsite wanted to participate in the search for the relics. If the opportunity was good and they found the relics, their status and identity would be elevated. You know my relationship with senior brother Liu. He will definitely listen to my words. If you follow her, you won't stand a chance at all. She's not even a sky magician, Chen Lianer said, and the students behind her burst into laughter. Yunxing didn't get angry. Behind her, 3 or 4 students walked out and joined Chen Lianer's team. As a result, there were only 4 people left in Yunxing's team. These people didn't want to join Chen Lianer's team because they couldn't stand her behavior. Just you wait. Once we save the others, you will regret it. Chen Lianer saw that she had achieved her goal and left with a dozen people. The few students who stayed behind were a little anxious. Yunxing, there are only a few of us. How are we going to save them? Why don't we go back first and ask Sister Lan for her opinion? Yunxing didn't think so. Sometimes, having fewer people was an advantage. At least this time, she didn't have to face the situation of internal strife. No need. It's just saving people. Too many people will only make things worse. Let's sneak into the enemy's campsite first and then make plans. Yunxing didn't care. Enemy's campsite? But we don't even know where they are. The few students were doubtful. Just now, I've already sprinkled a special powder on the bodies of the blood crystal wolves. As long as we follow the smell of this herb, we can quickly find the enemy's campsite. Yunxing mocked as she looked at Chen Lianer, who had already disappeared. Yunxing led the 4 students and rushed towards the center of the Dutian blood beast world. In reality, if Chen Lianer was cooperative, Yunxing wouldn't mind cooperating with her for a short period of time. But that woman was a narrow-minded person. Since that was the case, he would let her and her group of comrades slowly search in the blood beast metropolis world. Just as Yunxing and the rest were rapidly approaching the stronghold of the descendants of the Bakra orcs, the injured Green Tooth had just rushed back. He didn't realize that his wolf pack had been tricked by Yunxing. Oh, Green Tooth, you failed miserably. Seeing Green Tooth's appearance, the few people, including Green, couldn't help but be shocked. Although Green Tooth was not the most powerful among them, in terms of attack power, he was still one of the top 5. To be able to injure Green Tooth to this extent, the opponent's ability was evident. Bah, don't mention it. We were tricked. What were you guys yelling about just now? If I hadn't heard the signal, I would have torn that group of magicians into pieces. Green Tooth had heard their assembly signal just now and hurried back. What else could it be? It's time to enter the Dutian blood seal and search for the Beast King Saraira. We don't have much time. That space-time gap is about to close. Green glanced at Green Tooth's wound and casually threw him a bottle of medicine. Green Tooth gulped down a few mouthfuls, and the wound on his neck stopped bleeding immediately. That's right. Lest that woman He Linlin takes the lead again. There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Wait, if you all leave, what about the hostages? Hu Linglong's expression was a little unnatural when she heard that they were going to the Dutian blood seal to search for the Beast King Saraira. They're just some insignificant people. I'll feed them to my wolf pups. Green Tooth saw that the group of people's attire was the same as the group of people who had slaughtered his wolf pups earlier, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. No, this group of people are sorcerers. I want their dermic souls. Hu Ling glared. Then you can stay here and guard the hostages. Women are troublesome. Green Tooth couldn't be bothered with Hu Linglong. It was also a problem. She didn't want the celestial fox Saraira and wanted the human dermic souls instead. The others also ignored Hu Linglong and all headed towards the Dutian blood seal. Linglong and the others, is this really okay? What if we can't find the celestial fox Saraira? One of Hu Linglong's subordinates was worried. Shut up. If I can't get the celestial fox Saraira, do you think that trash can find it? Hu Linglong was annoyed. Hu Linglong was still hiding a secret in her heart. The others could easily enter the celestial fox tomb, but she had some scruples. That was because Hu Linglong wasn't the real celestial fox saintess. I'm in a bad mood. Go and grab a sorcerer. I want to vent my anger. Hu Linglong looked at the Dutian blood seal irritably. Legend had it that those who were recognized by the Beast King Saraira were likely to obtain supreme power. Unfortunately, a sorcerer was quickly pulled out. What are you doing? Seeing Hu Linglong's malicious smile, the sorcerer who had recovered his consciousness shrank back. I'm just using your dermic soul to nourish my precious magic scepter. What are you afraid of? The pain will only last for a moment. A sinister smile appeared on Hu Linglong's unusually beautiful face. In the dark, Yunxing and a few students saw this scene. She and a few students followed the scent of the blood crystal wolf all the way here. She also saw Green. She did not expect Green to be with these people. Yunxing did not act on her own. She ordered the students not to act rashly and waited quietly. Fortunately, it did not take long for the few young men and women who looked very powerful to leave separately. From what she heard, they seemed to want to enter the core area of the Dutian blood beast world to look for something called a Saraira. After these people left, only the girl called Hu Linglong was left behind. Looking at Hu Linglong's appearance, Yunxing could tell that Hu Linglong should be a descendant of the celestial fox people. However, although this girl looked beautiful, there was a sense of unruliness and viciousness between her brows. She did not look like a kind person. Hu Linglong did not know that someone was spying on her in the dark. The magic scepter in Hu Linglong's hand was very special. It did not look like it was made of ordinary beast bones. With Yunxing's understanding of the structure of bones, she recognized at a glance that Hu Linglong's magic scepter was made of human bones. At the top of the magic scepter, there was also a skull shaped like human bones. There was only a soul stone on the skull, which was held in the skull's mouth. Just looking at such a magic scepter would make one's hair stand on end. Following Hu Linglong's incantation, the soul stone shot out a dark light. The dark light was like a crafty little snake that drilled into the magic student's skull. There was a cloud of black mist between his brows. The mist kept twisting and turning. The student's expression also changed. At first, he was in pain, rolling around on the ground. But gradually, he lost the ability to struggle. His eyes became dull and saliva flowed out of his mouth. He even lost the ability to speak and could only moan. A cloud of light appeared on top of his head. The other students didn't recognize that thing, but Yunxing did. Back in Banana Leaf Village, great magician Zhou had used a similar method and chant in an attempt to seize Baiming's Dharma soul. The Dharma soul seemed to want to struggle, but it couldn't resist the power of Hu Linglong's magic scepter and was sucked into the scepter. He then looked at Hu Linglong's magic scepter. After the soul stone absorbed the magic soul of a magic student, the soul stone strangely grew in size. Only then did Yunxing understand that the soul stone on Hu Linglong's magic scepter was actually growing by absorbing the souls of living people. What kind of sorcery was this? There was actually such a way to nourish a magic scepter on the continent. Yunxing felt a chill in her heart. Beside her, a female magic student let out a low growl. Yunxing looked back and saw that the female magic student's eyes were full of tears. This female magic student probably knew the student who was killed. It was really cruel for these students to witness their friends or colleagues being killed by such sorcery. Yunxing made a gesture and the few of them quietly moved to the side. Just as they entered the safe zone, the female magic student jumped up. I'm going to save them. Are you sure you're going to save them and not die? Yunxing said coldly. Are we going to watch them be tortured to death? I really regret following you. If it was Chen Lianer's group, I definitely wouldn't have sat back and watched, the female student said angrily. You think Chen Lianer can beat that evil woman? I'm afraid even Lu Tongtian may not be their match. Don't forget, they are in cahoots with that werewolf. They can't even beat one, let alone a group. Yunxing's words forced down the students' originally excited emotions. They also knew that Yunxing was telling the truth. Then what should we do? Although these elite camp students were all geniuses, they were still from noble families. Faced with such a thorny situation, they were at a loss and had no idea what to do. We have to save them, but the prerequisite is that we have to protect our own lives. We're here to save them, not to die. Before they come back, we have to think of a comprehensive plan. Yunxing thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. She divided the four of them into two groups. One group would go find the fourth elder, and the other would sneak out to deliver the news to the second elder. In the Dutian blood beast world, many descendants of the Bahuang tribe had suddenly appeared, and each of them seemed to have good skills and strength. If one of these people appeared, it might be a coincidence. But for so many of them to appear at once, even gathering all the descendants of the Bahuang tribe, this matter was not simple. Something must have happened in the core area of the Dutian blood beast world. The current situation was not something that Yunxing and the others could handle alone. She needed reinforcements. The other two would stay behind with her to guard the empty ship, to prevent the other party from suddenly moving the ship. After they heard this, they also felt that Yunxing's arrangement was the most appropriate one. The two of them quickly left under the cover of the night. Yunxing and the other two students hid in the shadows. After Hu Linglong absorbed the Dharma soul, she entered the cabin to meditate and adjust her breathing. That demented student was also left outside. In the latter half of the night, the people on the empty ship were already resting. The colorful empty ship was parked not far away. "I'll go up and take a look," Yunxing said. Her figure flashed, and she was already near the empty ship. "Who is it?" Unexpectedly, just as Yunxing jumped into Class A, she suddenly heard a stern voice. Yunxing cursed in her heart. A guard of the celestial fox people barged in. With a flash of light, he was patrolling when he suddenly saw someone barge in. Yunxing secretly gripped her magic scepter tightly, waiting for the other party to come close to kill immediately. Unexpectedly, when that person saw Yunxing, he was first shocked, then he hurriedly knelt down and respectfully greeted, "Lord Holy Maiden, why have you come?" "Holy Maiden," Yunxing was a little confused. But looking at the fox guard's reaction, he seemed to have mistaken Yunxing for some holy maiden. Yunxing thought for a moment and decided to go with the flow. She did not want to reveal her identity first. She deliberately pretended to be cold and arrogant. "Why? Can't I come?" "That's not what I meant. Lady Linglong said that the Holy Maiden has caught a cold and can't come. That's why she brought us and the priests out." It seemed that there was something wrong with Hu Linglong's identity. "Humph, I already knew that Hu Linglong was disloyal. My body has already recovered. I was worried that there would be problems with this mission, so I rushed over." "What's wrong with these people?" The guard refused to answer at first. He knew that the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Fox people had been kind and compassionate since young. Even when facing the human race, she didn't want to hurt the innocent. But why did the Holy Maiden look a little different today? "It seems that you don't take me, the Saintess, seriously." Although she didn't know what the Saintess was, judging from the guard's reaction, her status shouldn't be lower than Hu Linglong's. Yunxing gave the guard a cold stare, and the guard shuddered. The Saintess, who had always been gentle, suddenly showed her power. The guard was shocked and hurriedly explained, "Saintess, please calm down. I don't dare. These people were captured by Lady Linglong. She said that she wanted to use them as sacrifices for the magic scepter." "Where are those people now?" Yunxing glanced at the empty ship. This empty ship was much bigger than the one she got from the Hidden Night Pavilion. This colorful empty ship looked very special. She couldn't rule out the possibility that there were other magic arrays on the empty ship. The guard felt that something was wrong with the Saintess tonight. In his memory, the Saintess rarely showed herself. Usually, even when she went out, Hu Linglong would accompany her and pass on the message. But tonight, he didn't know if it was because of the night, or, the guard felt that the Saintess tonight, just by standing there, gave people a feeling that she was sharp and couldn't be underestimated. The guard had doubts in his heart. He secretly raised his head, but that face was indeed the Holy Maiden's. The Saintess of the Celestial Fox people. In terms of appearance, even her cousin, Lady Linglong, was ashamed of her inferiority. The guard's abnormality attracted Yunxing's attention. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes changed, and a golden light flashed in her black eyes. The guard's mind went blank instantly, as if he was struck by lightning. "Tell me, where are those people who were kidnapped?" Yunxing breathed a sigh of relief. Her Shinong pupil had improved a lot compared to before. She was confident that she could control a celestial fox guard with good strength. What's more, the guard had always thought that Yunxing was the Saintess of the Celestial Fox people. He was in awe of Yunxing and let his guard down. That was why he was easily hypnotized by Yunxing's Shinong pupil. The guard took Yunxing to a cabin. Yunxing took a look. Except for the student who was already in a daze, everyone else was locked inside. When those people saw Yunxing, they immediately became restless. Quiet. Tell me first, how many people are here? Yunxing was afraid of startling the others on the empty ship. She looked around. Not only were there people of the mainland's elite mage camp, but there were also people of the mainland's elite warrior camp, and even some aristocratic family members of the mainland. Among these people Hu Linglong had been captured a few days. Hu Linglong would extract one person's spiritual soul every day. When they saw their companions become dazed, they were all frightened and uneasy. When they finally saw someone coming to rescue them, they all swarmed over. After asking about the number of people, Yunxing confirmed whether there were any injuries among these people. As a result, most of them were more or less injured when they were captured. In order to prevent those magicians and warriors from escaping, Hu Linglong also used the spiritual soul lock. As for the warriors, their fighting energy was sealed by a special restriction. What a vicious woman. Yunxing couldn't help but frown. This Hu Linglong seemed to be a very scheming person. There was no news from the disciple who went to deliver the letter to the two elders. Lu Tongtian and Sister Lan's accidental injuries caused the mainland's elite mage camp to lose more than half of their combat power. The rest of the students were also a motley crew. To save them? I'm afraid. Yunxing frowned and thought for a moment. Then she looked at the pairs of frightened eyes in the dark cabin. She suddenly came up with a plan. Who are the people on the ship, and where is the cockpit? The guard was at a loss as he told Yunxing about it. On the empty ship, Hu Linglong was meditating and turning the spiritual soul of the human student into her own. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. A guard outside the door said, "Lady Linglong, there are assassins on the ship. The human in the cabin has escaped." What? When Hu Linglong heard that, she grabbed her magic scepter and rushed out. She went to the cabin where the person was held captive and saw that it was empty. There was not a single person inside. Damn human. Men, call the 6 priests and chase after them with me. Hu Bo followed the guard's instructions and led several masters of the celestial fox people to chase in the direction of the fugitive. Just as Hu Linglong left, Yunxing and a few other students poked their heads out from another storage room. The dozens of hostages from earlier did not escape at all. They were just urgently handled by Yunxing and moved to the cabin next door. Hu Linglong only checked the original cabin and did not expect that the person she was chasing was actually next door. Especially those few students, they were really worried that they would be discovered by Hu Linglong. Captain Yun, what should we do next? The two students now recognized Yunxing as the captain. There's no time to lose. Drive the empty ship away immediately. The captain is temporarily under control. Yunxing found the cockpit all the way. Like the guard from earlier, the captain also mistook Yunxing for the saintess of the celestial fox people and fell into Yunxing's trap. Hu Linglong led a group of masters of the celestial fox people and chased after the captain under the lead of the fox guard. After chasing for a full half an hour, they still did not see any trace of the captain. Hu Linglong could not help but be suspicious. Not to mention the assassins who broke into the empty ship. How could the hostages who had their Dharma souls and Do Chi restrained run so far away? They could not catch up with them even with magic. Halt! Are you certain that those people fled in this direction? Hu Linglong shouted at the guard in front of her. Unexpectedly, the guard was at a loss and could not answer for a long time. Lord Linglong, there's something wrong with this person. Among the 6 priests behind Hu Linglong, the one who looked the oldest walked out. He knew some spells of witchcraft. He saw that the guard's eyes were dull and his words were incoherent. From the looks of it, he was very similar to those who had been poisoned with witchcraft spells. At this time, the sky in the distance flashed with a 5-colored light. Damn it, we've been lured away. Hurry, let's go back. Hu Linglong was fuming with anger. That 5-colored empty ship was her father's treasure. If she lost it, she would definitely be punished when she returned. On the empty ship, Yunxing and the 2 students only heaved a sigh of relief when the empty ship left the ground. As long as the empty ship left the central area of the Dutian blood beast world, they would be safe. Captain Yun, it's not good. Those people are coming again. After flying for a quarter of an hour and seeing that they were about to enter the outer area of the Dutian blood beast world, a student on the deck panicked and pointed below the empty ship. The group of heavenly Fox clan powerhouses led by Hu Linglong all had decent cultivation and were already at the level of sky magicians. The 7 of them spread their wings and flew. The airship was about to fly out of the central area of the Dutian beast blood world. If it left the central area, it was likely to be ambushed by the human clan. Hu Linglong did not dare to rashly pursue. When Hu Linglong found that the entire airship had been stolen, she was furious. Although she could not figure out why even the captain betrayed her. She killed the celestial fox people's bodyguard who had been hypnotized. She chased all the way and finally caught up with the colorful airship before it flew out of the central area of the Dutian beast blood world. People on the ship, stop immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for washing the airship with blood. Hu Linglong's magician robe fluttered in the night wind. Her pretty face was full of murderous intent. Several celestial fox people's priests behind her chanted in unison. The magic scepters in their hands shot out 6 rays of magic light. The 6 rays of light intertwined and formed a huge magic net. The magic net shrouded the airship. The airship, which was originally flying at high speed, slowed down as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Not good, the airship is blocked. It can't fly. The 2 students were uneasy. Once the airship can move again, immediately escape. Yunxing frowned and ordered the captain. She immediately called the celestial fox people to the ship and called 2 magicians to get off the ship with her. After Yunxing finished speaking, she and the 2 magicians jumped off the airship like arrows. Hu Linglong shouted for a long time, but the airship still did not stop. She was about to get angry when she suddenly saw several people jump off the airship. Reckless. Just a few magicians want to stop us. You're really courting death. Hu Linglong sneered. When they jumped off, she shot out many flaming arrows. Yunxing and the 2 magicians were not slow either. They dodged many magic attacks. Yunxing did not say anything and directly rushed toward Hu Linglong and the others. Suddenly, the people of the celestial fox people felt their bodies freeze. Then, a thick fog suddenly appeared in the sky. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the magic net temporarily lost its effect, and the originally trapped ship regained its freedom. The people on the empty ship also listened to Yunxing's order and rushed out under the cover of the fog without any hesitation. Damn it, what's going on? Hu Linglong also lost consciousness for a moment. When she recovered, the thick fog blocked their vision again. By the time the fog dissipated, the multicolored airship had already taken advantage of that time to escape without a trace. Lady Linglong, one of those magicians knows forbidden magic, while the other one knows elven magic. Be careful, the opponent is not simple. A priest recognized the magic. They thought that the 2 spells were cast by different mages. Despicable human magicians, I'll tear you to shreds. Hu Linglong's voice was stuck in midair. Earlier, when the magicians jumped off the empty ship, Hu Linglong did not see their faces clearly due to the wind speed and the fog. But now that the fog had dissipated, Hu Linglong saw the faces of the magicians who jumped off the empty ship, especially Yunxing in the middle. You, trash, why are you here? Hu Linglong blurted out subconsciously, pointing at Yunxing in the middle with a face as if she had seen a ghost. Yunxing did not know this unruly woman at all. Several priests of the celestial fox people also noticed at the same time that the magician who jumped off the empty ship looked exactly the same as their saintess of the celestial fox people. There was actually such a similar person in the world. And this person was a human. Hu Linglong was suspicious and stared at Yunxing again. They really looked the same, almost exactly the same. Whether it was Yunxing's appearance or figure, she was exactly the same as her good-for-nothing cousin. But Hu Linglong was stunned. She noticed that Yunxing was holding a magic scepter in her hand, and there were wind magic elements around her. This woman was not that trash. That trash did not know how to use magic at all. Although the 2 of them were somewhat similar, if one looked closely, they would realize that the young girl in front of them was not the same person as the trash saintess of the tribe. Although the face of this human magician, from her facial features to her figure, and even her head, was almost the same as that trash in the tribe. But if one took a few more glances, especially those close to them, it would be easy to recognize that the two of them were not the same person. That trash in the tribe was timid all day long, and even stuttered when speaking, let alone looking people in the eye. But this human girl was extraordinarily confident, and there was a domineering beauty between her eyebrows. They were definitely not the same person. Humph, so you're a human. There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you just have to barge in. Hu Linglong brushed her hair with a flirtatious expression. Hu Linglong usually liked to bully that trash in the tribe. The female magician in front of her actually looked exactly the same as that trash. If she could catch her and torture her, it would give Hu Linglong an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Since the hostage and the empty ship had already escaped, she would catch this woman back and absorb her Dharma soul. Hu Linglong's eyes flashed fiercely. Her bewitching eyes blinked, and the skull on the magic scepter suddenly opened its mouth. Suddenly, there was a change in the surroundings. Yunxing and the students next to her felt pink all over their bodies, and a charming fragrance hit them in the face. Although Yunxing did not know where Hu Linglong came from, after smelling the fragrance, the two people next to her blushed, as if they were drunk, and began to sway. Haha, no one can resist the pink skull formation of my fox clan. Hu Linglong giggled. Is that so? I don't think so. Although Yunxing accidentally inhaled a puff of smoke, that was all. Her mind returned to normal in an instant. Impossible, why aren't you affected? Hu Linglong looked as if she had seen a ghost. Because she did not inherit the legacy of a mythical beast, her magic was not very good, but her illusion was one of the best in the Celestial Fox clan. Yunxing did not seem to be affected at all. Yunxing knew in her heart that a large part of the reason why she was not affected by Hu Linglong's poison was that she was also from the Celestial Fox clan, and her mother was very likely to be related to this seductive woman in front of her. Hu Linglong's illusion level was average, but her illusion was immune to the direct descendants of the Celestial Fox people. Don't think that everything will be fine just because you can break my illusion. I'll let you have a taste of dying in the hands of your companions. Hu Linglong was very cunning. She giggled. The two magicians next to Yunxing could no longer distinguish between friend and foe, and attacked Yunxing. After Yi Baiming got rid of He Linlin, he entered the Qilin tomb in the Dutian blood seal alone. As soon as he entered the Qilin tomb, Yi Baiming saw a majestic ancient tomb. Around the ancient tomb, there was a large amount of black blood jade. In comparison, it was the Beast King blood jade that Elder Guiyu had mentioned earlier. Yi Baiming picked up a dozen pieces of Beast King blood jade. After picking up the blood jade, Yi Baiming did not leave. He looked around the Qilin tomb. The appearance of the tomb was like a lying Qilin on the ground. It was built with black marble. In front of the Qilin tomb, there was a broken stone tablet with a row of words written on it. The words were in ancient seal script. Yi Baiming had not learned it before, but when he saw the small seal script, lines of words appeared in his mind like reflections. Tomb of the Eight Desolation Qilin King Yi Xiu. I am the chief of the Bakra orcs, Yi Xiu. This tomb is my resting place. Those who do not belong to my race will have their Dharma soul shattered and their battle chi shattered. If my race enters, the fated ones can obtain the ancient Qilin relic and learn the Qilin battle technique. They can transform into the Qilin battle body and become invincible. The Qilin ancient teaching, those of my race are not to. Yi Baiming read until here and found that a third of the text was missing. Yi Xiu's last words were also cut off here. No one knew what his last words of wisdom were for his descendants. Yi Baiming was pondering over the meaning of Yi Xiu's last words. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound. The stone tablet had actually cracked. In the middle of the stone tablet, there was a black light flickering. The black light was emitted by a piece of pure black jade. The black jade was chirping as it floated in the air. The large number of blood jades seemed insignificant in comparison to it. Even Yi Baiming, who came from the royal family, had never seen such a transparent black jade. A thick and ancient aura emanated from the black jade. Could this be the Qilin relic that Yi Xiu mentioned on the stone tablet? Yi Baiming had a thought in his mind, get it. As long as he got it, he would gain great benefits. Just as Yi Baiming was about to take the black jade, a delicate voice behind him shouted, "Put down the Qilin relic." The mysterious woman in black rushed over. This black-clothed woman was tall and slender. Her feminine features revealed a hint of heroism, giving her a unique sense of beauty. Seeing the Qilin relic that was humming non-stop, the short-haired woman's eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. Why would the relic break out of the Qilin? Only if the Qilin's most powerful descendant appeared? Of the Qilin king, He Linlin didn't expect that the Qilin relic, which only the black Qilin royal family could sense, would be found by a human. Furthermore, from the way the black Qilin relic was floating in the air and emitting light, it was clear that it had sensed the presence of this human. How could this be? She was the black Qilin saintess. Why would the black Qilin relic summon a stranger? What's your name? This time, the short-haired girl did not continue to fight with Yi Baiming. She also realized that this young man was very powerful. He was more than 10 times stronger than the average human. Even if they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner. The people from the other clans must have entered their respective beast kings' tombs. She had to get the Saraira as soon as possible. Before you ask for someone else's name, you should tell them your name first. Or is it that the dignified beast clan of the 8 wastelands doesn't dare to show their names to others? Yi Baiming also admired this young girl. He Linlin. When the young girl spat out her name, her expression was somewhat bashful. There were not many people in this world who knew her name. Yi Baiming of Zhou State. Yi Baiming and the girl looked at each other. The two of them looked at each other as if they were rivals. The short-haired girl smiled, and a rare touch of charm appeared on her face that was full of heroic spirit. There was a strange look in her light gray eyes. Yi Baiming, I like you very much. Be my man. The girl of the Beast clan confessed her feelings in a natural and unrestrained manner. In the Bakra orcs, there was no real distinction between men and women. He Linlin's expression of goodwill toward men was still the same as that of the Beast clan. If she liked someone, she would confess directly. He Linlin believed that with her appearance and strength, this strong human male would not reject her. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Yi Baiming did not show any expression after hearing this sudden confession. He refused not because he disliked this girl. On the contrary, he did not dislike this girl in front of him. He did not know why, but he felt a sense of closeness to this girl. How dare you refuse me? He Linlin was angry as if she had been offended. She had lived for 18 years, but this was the first time she felt her heart moved by a man. Moreover, she was certain that this man was not an ordinary human. She could feel a noble aura from him that was not inferior to the Black Qilin royal clan. There is nothing in this world that I, Yi Baiming, do not dare to do. Sorry, girl. Even if this relic belongs to the Qilin clan, I want it. Therefore, I want it. Yi Baiming did not allow for an explanation. He clenched his 5 fingers and the black Qilin relic in the air trembled and was sucked over by a strong force. Let go. He Linlin would not let this go. She waved her hand and the Qilin fighting energy emitted from her body wrapped around the black Qilin relic like a spider web. The two of them were evenly matched and could not be defeated. Their fighting energy was like a tug of war. The Qilin relic was left and right, and neither of them could snatch it. After a full half hour, neither of them managed to snatch the relic. Both of them understood that they were opponents that they had never met in their lives. At this moment, Yi Baiming's expression changed slightly and a trace of anxiety appeared between his eyebrows. He Linlin noticed the change in his expression. Although she had only met Yi Baiming twice, He Linlin was certain that this man in front of her had extraordinary skills and temperament. Rather than saying that he was arrogant, it was better to say that he was cold-hearted. Such a person should only have eyes for himself. Who was it that made his expression change so drastically? I will leave the Qilin relic in your care for the time being. Yi Baiming suddenly withdrew his hand and gave up on the Qilin relic. His figure flashed and disappeared. After losing the balance between the two forces, the Qilin relic was taken into He Linlin's bag. The ice-cold black jade relic lay in He Linlin's hand, but there was not the slightest bit of joy on her face. She stared blankly in the direction that the man called Yi Baiming disappeared with a complicated expression in her eyes. Could it be that to him, there was something more important than the Qilin relic? This man came and went like the wind. She could not understand his temperament at all. However, it was also because of this that He Linlin was even more curious about him. Yi Baiming, only I am worthy of you in this world. You are mine. He Linlin held the Qilin relic and followed closely behind Yi Baiming. Yunxing dodged awkwardly and avoided an attack from her companions. The celestial fox people's illusions were indeed powerful. The two controlled magicians attacked Yunxing as if they had gone mad. Yunxing had to dodge the attacks from her companions and face the attacks from 5 to 6 celestial fox priests. She was flustered. Behind her, a wind blade brushed past without warning and cut Yunxing's arm. Blood immediately gushed out. Yunxing's black eyes also revealed a rare solemn expression. She subconsciously touched her beast language ring and was about to summon. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yunxing. With a wave of his sleeve, he protected her and the magic scepter in his arms. The person's movements were too fast. Yunxing could not react in time. She was careless and knocked into the person's chest. The tip of her nose hurt. Under her nose, she smelled a pleasant and familiar scent. Yunxing subconsciously blurted out, "Night Fox, why are you here? What the hell are you doing? Why are you fighting with the celestial fox people?" Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. Yi Baiming glanced at Yunxing, who was in a sorry state. He was angry but also a little distressed. His little wildcat was being bullied. When Yi Baiming was fighting fiercely with He Linlin just now, the crimson unicorn he carried on his body suddenly let out a low warning sound. His little wildcat was in danger. Without much hesitation, Yi Baiming decisively abandoned the Qilin relic. His black clothes were like the night. His handsome face was covered with frosty coldness and evilness. The moment Yi Baiming appeared, he protected Yunxing in his arms. This is a little complicated to explain. Let's talk about it another day. Yunxing was embarrassed. She did not want Yi Baiming to see her in such a sorry state. She admitted that at that moment, Yi Baiming's name appeared in her mind for a second. He actually appeared. Yunxing did not realize that the moment Yi Baiming appeared, she heaved a sigh of relief. She thought about it again. That's not right. Why did he appear here? She should be the one asking him this question. She followed the second elder to participate in the trial. It was perfectly justifiable for her to appear in the Dutian blood beast world. It was wrong for Night Fox to appear here. But now was not the time to discuss this. Yi Baiming raised his hand and looked at Yunxing's wound lovingly. His gaze was enough to drown an ocean. Retracting his gaze and looking up, Yi Baiming seemed to have changed into a different person. His handsome and almost perfect face was covered with a layer of ruthlessness. Yunxing was stunned. If not for the fact that she was still in trouble, Yunxing really wanted to reach out and scratch Yi Baiming's foxy face to see if it was real. How could he change his appearance like a magic trick? You guys, who did it just now? His gaze was cold and like an icicle, it shot towards Hubo and the group of celestial fox people behind him. It was me. Hu Linglong threw a coquettish glance at Yi Baiming. Do you want your hand or your life? Hu Linglong's coquettish glance had no effect on Yi Baiming. Who dared to touch his woman? You. What an arrogant brat. Do you think you can defeat us? I'll let you see my pink skull formation. Hubo glared at him. This man was not bad looking, but his brain was not good. He dared to challenge the celestial fox people single-handedly. Didn't he see that there were many celestial fox people's priests behind her? Although Hu Linglong could not see the depth of this man's cultivation, his cultivation was obviously much higher than that female sorcerer's. Moreover, he was flying in the air and his ducky wings had already turned invisible. Judging from his strength, he was at least a martial Grand Emperor. He was already a martial Grand Emperor at such a young age. In terms of monstrous talent, perhaps only a few people from the Upper Beast clan could compare to him. Hu Linglong did not dare to let her guard down. At Hubo's command, the celestial fox people's priests beside her began to chant together. 6 puffs of pink smoke spurted out from the celestial fox witchcraft beast master's magic scepter. The skeletons chuckled and surrounded Yi Baiming. The pink smoke gradually took the shape of a human, A burst of ecstasy rang out. The celestial fox people's naked women stroked their hair coquettishly and fawned over Yi Baiming, making one's face turn red and his heart beat faster. Countless treasures, magic tools, rare treasures, yellow robes, and all the beautiful dreams in the world appeared one by one in front of Yi Baiming's eyes. Power, desire, money, beautiful women, all the greediest desires of people were in this pink skull formation. How dare you show off your insignificant skills? Yi Baiming's gray eyes flashed with killing intent. Break! He roared and punched the air with both fists. Countless shadows of fists flew out. Behind Hu Bo, the 6 celestial fox people's priests felt as if their chests had been hit hard. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and the magic scepters in their hands shattered. How is this possible? Hu Yening opened her mouth in disbelief. Her face changed slightly and she retreated step by step. This man was completely immune to the pink skull formation. It was too ridiculous. In one day, there were 2 celestial fox people who were immune to illusions. Who were these 2 people? You, don't come over. Hu Bo saw the man closing in on her step by step and felt a chill in her heart. This man, who was like the god of war, was incomparably cruel. He would not have the slightest bit of pity for the fairer sex. It's you. At this time, the other descendants of the Bakra orcs had already come out of the Dutian blood seal. The first to rush back were Zi, Lu, and He Linlin. Then, Xianxia, Rita, and the others rushed back. He Linlin saw Yi Baiming, while Lu saw the injured Yunxing. The moment Lu saw Yunxing, his heart skipped a beat. His gaze involuntarily fell on Yunxing's injuries. However, when he saw Yunxing's pale face and bloodstains on her body, Lu felt a sharp pain in his heart and anger rose abruptly. Yunxing was facing the descendants of the Bakra orcs. She also saw Lu. Humans? Only the 2 of them dare to barge in here. How arrogant. A few Bakra orcs' young men and women looked curiously at Yi Baiming and Yunxing, who was in his arms. Seeing Yi Baiming carrying Yunxing in such a domineering manner, Lu could not help but feel sour in his stomach. However, at the same time, he was also worried for Yunxing. How did she barge in here? He Linlin, on the other hand, looked at Yi Baiming. She did not expect that she would meet Yi Baiming again so soon. However, she quickly noticed that Yunxing was in Yi Baiming's arms. Yunxing's face, which was even more beautiful than the celestial fox people, and her special temperament made He Linlin take a few more glances at her. Seeing so many descendants of the Bakra orcs, Yi Baiming also became alert. He did not know where this group of young men and women came from. Each of them had strong fighting energy and magic power. He alone was enough to escape. However, now that Yunxing was injured, if this group of people surrounded him, it would be hard to say. You left just now because of her? He Linlin stared angrily at Yi Baiming and Yunxing in his arms. He actually gave up such an important Qilin relic for a woman. He Linlin couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that the incomparably cold Yi Baiming would give up the Qilin relic that was about to be in his hands just for a woman. Linlin, do you know this man? Seeing that everyone came back, Hu Linglong knew that her life was not in danger and was secretly delighted. She hurriedly hid behind He Linlin, seeking protection. Yunxing also looked at He Linlin strangely. This short-haired woman who suddenly appeared seemed to be very familiar with Yi Baiming. At the thought of this, Yunxing felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Her hand was suddenly caught. Yi Baiming's palm covered her hand. His slender fingers scratched her palm. It seemed like he was explaining, but also seemed like he was comforting her. Yunxing understood Yi Baiming's meaning. He was telling her not to think too much. He and that woman had nothing to do with each other. Yunxing's face turned red. She muttered, "Who cares about your relationship with that woman?" This was obviously a small action between lovers, but in the eyes of others, it had a different meaning. It was simply ignoring them and openly flirting. Especially in the eyes of He Linlin and Lu, it was especially dazzling. Lu's jealousy grew even more intense. He could also see that this man who looked like an emperor of the dark night had an unusual relationship with Yunxing. This man actually made Yunxing reveal a little woman's appearance. There was no trace of the calmness and viciousness from earlier in the cave. It was said that women were fickle. It turned out that a vicious woman could also be so timid and lovable. However, even though he knew that Yunxing's heart might belong to someone else, there was a different kind of charm between her brows at this moment, which made Lu's heart beat. He was in a bad mood. He wanted nothing more than to kick Yi Baiming away and snatch Yunxing over so that he could pamper her. Yi Baiming, let me ask you, did you reject me because of this woman? This was the first time He Linlin had been ignored like this. She was so angry that her face turned red as she glared at him. I'm asking you a question. Yunxing wanted to shake off Yi Baiming's hand, but he held it firmly and refused to let go. Yunxing was obviously not used to such a public display of affection. Because of this strange atmosphere, the originally dangerous situation became even more strange. I'll ask you one more time. Did you give up the Qilin relic for this woman? He Linlin asked through gritted teeth. Yes. Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows. How is she better than me? He Linlin pressed on step by step. She raised her head proudly. Yo, this woman is really shameless. She failed to confess in public and even attacked him in public. Yunxing glared at He Linlin. Okay, that woman's chest was bigger than hers and she was also stronger than her. But that was also because she was still young. Let's wait for another 2 years and see how that woman would show off. No. Wait, why is she speaking like a resentful woman? Yunxing suddenly thought of something. Damn fox, it's all his fault. He was born with a flirtatious face. First there was Chen Lianer, and now there's a Tsundere girl. Yunxing, this guy also didn't realize that when it came to romantic encounters, her romantic encounter came earlier. At this moment, Lu was still staring at Yunxing and Yi Baiming, who seemed to be intimate. If it weren't for the fact that there were other Bakra orcs present, Lu would have sharpened his knife and chopped off Yi Baiming's hand. Xing was a little dissatisfied. The small hand that was being held by Yi Baiming pinched Yi Baiming's palm in revenge. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. He could vaguely feel Yunxing's jealousy. He wasn't angry. Instead, he was a little happy. This little wildcat was finally a little enlightened. Since that was the case, he should seize the opportunity and make use of He Linlin. Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows and smiled instantly. In my eyes, she's better than you in every aspect. If she wasn't strong, he could protect her. If she was stunted, he would be happy to teach her hands-on. Yi Baiming was extremely handsome. When he smiled, it was incomparably dazzling. It made the few women present feel as if they were hit by an electric current. Yi Baiming, you will regret it. Your purpose of entering the Qilin tomb is to become stronger. Be my man and I can make you the strongest. He Linlin blurted out without blushing. What? He Linlin, are you crazy? He's a human? Xianxia was flustered and exasperated. He Linlin must be crazy. She actually went against the tribe's rules and expressed goodwill to a human man. He Linlin, as the saintess of the upper beast tribe among the Bakra orcs, had always been arrogant. However, she was beautiful and had good skills. Many people from the 8 Wastelands beast clan pursued her. Xianxia had pursued her before but was coldly rejected by her. At that time, He Linlin said that only a man who defeated her could marry her. He didn't expect that she would express goodwill to a strange human man. Humph, what rules? I, He Linlin, am the rule. He is strong enough and qualified to be my man. He Linlin raised her head confidently. Hearing this, Green's mind became active. If what He Linlin said was true, then could he also, you want me to be your man? You'll have to ask if my woman agrees to it first. Yi Baiming avoided the main point and deliberately squeezed Yunxing's hand hard again. The latter rolled her eyes. This guy was trying to frame her again. Your woman? He Linlin followed Yi Baiming's gaze and fell on Yunxing. Yunxing didn't even think. I have no objections. You can take this man if you want. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yunxing regretted it. The smile on Yi Baiming's lips faded bit by bit. His gray eyes were dark and gloomy as if they were covered by dark clouds. It seems that your woman doesn't care much about you. He Linlin could see that Yunxing and Yi Baiming were not lovers. However, what was the special atmosphere between the two of them? There was a very special aura between Yunxing and Yi Baiming. This aura might not be the aura between lovers, but it was very difficult for others to integrate into that aura. After hearing Yunxing's words, the smile on Green's face deepened. His canine teeth were also exposed happily. The man in black had a very strong aura. However, it seemed that Yunxing didn't like him. Therefore, he still had a chance. Hey Lin, there's no need to talk to him. These two people must know some secret since they came here. Kill them. Rita snorted and took the lead to rush forward. The Beaming tribe was famous for their strength and speed among the Bakra orcs. Rita gathered her fighting spirit and rushed forward. However, she missed. Yi Baiming's figure flashed and disappeared with Yunxing. What's going on? Where did they go? Rita was confused. That man is not only a warrior, but also a magician. His magic cultivation is not low. He should have used some kind of magic. Hey Lin was more concerned about Yi Baiming. They immediately split up and searched for Yi Baiming and Yunxing's whereabouts. Yi Baiming, you are so overbearing. Don't you know that a melon picked by force is not sweet? Yunxing had wanted to explain, but Yi Baiming's rude tone made her feel depressed. Yunxing, this prince has enough patience with you. Don't challenge this prince's limits again and again. This prince only knows that a melon picked by force will not be sweet until it is tried. Yi Baiming's face darkened. His gaze was gloomy as it paused on Yunxing's chest. His hand still clearly remembered her sweetness. One day, he would pluck out all the claws and fangs of this lovable and headache-inducing little wildcat. He would make her happy under his body and obediently become his woman. Yunxing did not dare to make a sound after being glared at by him. She also felt that after entering the Dutian blood beast world, Yi Baiming was more aggressive than usual. If she really angered him, it would be terrible if he executed her on the spot. For safety's sake, it was better to change the topic. Why didn't you have any reaction to the pink skull formation? Yunxing's mind was in a mess. She could only force herself to change the topic. Yunxing had long suspected why Yi Baiming was not affected by Hu Linglong's pink skull formation. She was not affected because she was a descendant of celestial fox. But why was Yi Baiming completely immune? This prince does not like those women. Yi Baiming smiled wickedly. If it was you, this prince might have fallen for it. Even though she knew that the other party was up to no good, Yunxing still could not stop her eyes from reddening. Especially when Yi Baiming glanced at her neck that was full of hickeys as he spoke. Ahem, we seem to have entered a strange boundary. Why didn't you run away just now? Yunxing blushed and cursed Yi Baiming for being shameless in her heart. She decided to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. She decided to leave this place first. In any case, from now on, whenever she saw Yi Baiming, she would take a detour. After this experience, Yunxing felt that Yi Baiming had changed from a fox to a big bad wolf. She was the pitiful little Red Riding Hood, facing the danger of being eaten at any time. We should be in a certain area of the Dutian bloodstains. Or perhaps a tomb of the Beast Kings. Yi Baiming also looked around with a serious expression. He could feel that this was a special enchantment. The magic fluctuations here were very similar to the Qilin tomb he had broken into earlier. At this time, the whole Dutian bloodstains was divided into two areas. One was the outer area of the Dutian bloodstains, and the other was the middle area of the Dutian bloodstains and the Dutian bloodstains. The middle area of the Dutian bloodstains had already been occupied by the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe. Relatively speaking, the safer area was the Dutian bloodstains. Just now, Yi Baiming had fled with Yunxing in a moment of panic. They did not know which tomb of the Dutian bloodstains they had entered. Now that the two of them had calmed down, Yunxing also began to pay attention to her surroundings. She found that under her feet was an area similar to a magic seal. This is the core area of the Dutian bloodstains? The Dutian bloodstains? Yunxing then realized that she had accidentally entered the area that the second elder had strictly prohibited from entering. The Dutian bloodstains are divided into 8 areas, which are the 8 tombs of the Bakra orcs. They contain the bones of the 8 chiefs of the Bakra orcs. I just don't know which area we have entered, and... Yi Baiming searched around for a while and frowned. What's wrong? Yunxing realized that something was wrong. Someone has set up a restriction here. When Yi Biming had entered, there was no such restriction. But just now, he found that there was an additional layer of powerful magic around them. Perhaps his intrusion had caused the restriction of the Beast King's tomb to activate on its own. At this time, the 8 descendants of the Bakra orcs had arrived at the outer area of the Dutian bloodstains. They went to the south. If I'm not wrong, that's where the Celestial Fox tomb is located. He Linlin could feel the fluctuation of Yi Biming's fighting energy. Then we can't enter. Hu Linglong, you go in. The others let Hu Linglong enter. Although the 8 barren tribes were one, places like the tombs of the chiefs had always been sacred places for each tribe. Those who were not from the tribe or the chiefs of other tribes were not allowed to enter. Otherwise, they could trigger the traps or magic seals in the Beast King tomb. Among all of them, only Hu Linglong was from the Celestial Fox tribe. This time, she represented the Celestial Fox people's saintess, so she was the most suitable person to enter. Hearing this, Hu Linglong's expression changed slightly. But under the watchful eyes of so many people, she could not refuse. She could only hesitate and walk towards the Celestial Fox bloodstains. But she had only taken a few steps and was about to enter the Celestial Fox bloodstains when she was pushed far away by an elastic force. What's going on? He Linlin and the others immediately walked forward. Green looked at it and said curiously, "Is this a seal?" Someone must have found the Celestial Fox relic and opened the seal on the Celestial Fox tomb. The chiefs of the 8 barren tribes were ancient powerhouses. Although they had been dead for many years, part of their magic power was still preserved in the Dutian bloodstains. The 8 barren relic, which represented most of their power, was still sealed in the Dutian bloodstains. Only when a suitable person entered would the relic be unearthed. Once the relic was unearthed, in order to prevent others from coveting it, the relic itself would form a powerful seal. Only those who were suitable for the relic could enter the seal. Previously, He Linlin and Yi Biming had entered the Qilin tomb and activated the Qilin relic. At that time, the Qilin tomb was also surrounded by a seal that prevented others from entering. Only after the Saraira was collected would that layer of restriction be opened. How is that possible? Hu Linglong hasn't even entered yet. Why would the Celestial Fox tomb automatically open the seal? When the others heard the news, they were all curious. They were all here for the relic. Just now, the other members of the Bakra orcs had already entered the corresponding Celestial Fox tomb and obtained their clan's relic. Only Hu Linglong had not entered the Celestial Fox tomb with the excuse of looking after the hostages. But now, she was rejected by the Celestial Fox tomb. Haha, needless to say, it must be some people who are not qualified to enter the Celestial Fox tomb. Rita saw this and sneered at the side. Rita, what right do you have to criticize me? Everyone has only obtained the relic and not the inheritance of the relic. What qualifications do you have? I'm 80% sure that the two of them barged in recklessly. The Celestial Fox people was furious and sealed the Celestial Fox tomb to trap them inside. Hu Linglong was furious. Hu Linglong was actually muttering in her heart. She had come to the Dutian bloodstains this time as an imposter. She had thought that after obtaining the Celestial Fox relic, she would be able to replace her useless cousin and become the real Celestial Fox Saintess when she returned to her clan. When they heard the word trap, Green and He Linlin's expressions turned ugly. The clan leader of the Heavenly Fox clan, who went first, was a magic genius among the beast clans of the 8 wastelands who was proficient in all kinds of magic formations and all kinds of voodoo spells. The restrictive spell of the Heavenly Fox tomb was more difficult to break than the other beast tombs. If the seal was not broken, Xianxia and Yi Biming might really be trapped inside. Hu Linglong was dreaming. She didn't know that she couldn't even break through the restrictions of the Celestial Fox tomb. That damn Celestial Fox people's chief. She had been dead for so many years, yet she still wanted to get in her way. However, Hu Linglong wasn't particularly worried. After all, the Celestial Fox Saraira could only be inherited by someone with the bloodline of Celestial Fox. The two people inside could only wait for death. Once the restrictions were removed, she could enter the Celestial Fox tomb. At that time, the Celestial Fox Saraira would still be hers. Xianxia and Yi Biming didn't know that they were in the tomb of the Celestial Fox people's chief. The tomb of Celestial Fox. The two searched for a long time but still couldn't find any way out. They also couldn't figure out where this area was. However, one thing was for sure. The restrictions in this tomb were very powerful. Yi Baiming tried a few times. No matter if he used magic or fighting aura, he couldn't break through the restrictions. In an instant, Yunxing and he were like turtles in a jar. Why did you suddenly appear in the Dutian blood beast world? Yunxing saw that Yi Baiming had mentioned the Qilin tomb. It seemed that he had already been to one of the tombs. I'm here to look for blood crystals. My mentor told me that there are blood crystals in the 8 Baron tomb that can improve one's Dharma soul and physique. I've already been to the Black Qilin tomb. That's where I met He Linlin. This tomb is a little strange. Yi Baiming looked around. He found that the Celestial Fox tomb was a little different from the Qilin tomb. According to Ghost Prison's mentor, there should be blood crystals in the Beast King tomb. However, there was nothing in this tomb. The Qilin tomb was majestic. It was like the tomb of an emperor. Logically speaking, the other tombs of the Bakra orcs should be the same. However, in this unknown tomb of the Beast King, it was a flat land, and the space was very spacious. Aside from the strange magic array on the ground, there was nothing else. There were no blood crystals, nor were there any signs indicating the location of the Beast King's remains. Then did you find the Qilin blood crystal? Yunxing also knew that Yi Baiming was very powerful now. From what He Linlin said, Yi Baiming must have found something more powerful than the blood crystal. However, at that time, she was in trouble. Yi Baiming sensed it and came to save her. He was originally someone who pursued the path of the strongest. As long as he could obtain the Qilin relic, he would be able to raise his cultivation to the next level. However, for her sake, Yunxing's heart was sour and sweet. She didn't know what to feel. Don't worry, the blood crystal has been found. Yi Baiming did not want Yunxing to think too much. Even without the Qilin relic, he could still become a supreme expert. The two of them walked in the unfamiliar tomb of the Beast King, but they still did not find any clues. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? Yunxing was a little discouraged. She did not expect to die in a place like this. No, I won't let you die. Yi Baiming looked at the restriction again. He unconsciously clenched his fists. If it really came down to it, he was afraid that he would use beast blood frenzy to force open that layer of restriction. However, being in the Dutian blood mark with such a strong murderous aura, Yi Baiming could not guarantee what he would look like after the beast blood frenzy. If that happened, it might scare little Wildcat. He could not let her see his true face for the time being. As Yi Baiming spoke, Yunxing suddenly exclaimed. She stepped on something. There was a flash of light, and Yunxing was immersed in the light. Yunxing. Yi Baiming hurriedly pulled her, but it was too late. Yunxing disappeared in the light. Yunxing only felt that she was falling from the sky, falling down in an instant. She could hear Yi Baiming's voice, but soon, Yi Baiming's shouts disappeared. A graveyard appeared in front of her. When she saw the graveyard, Yunxing could not help but praise it. Earlier, she and Yi Baiming had been wondering why there was no graveyard of the Beast King in the tomb of the Beast King. It turned out that it was not that there was no graveyard, but that the location of the graveyard had been concealed by a special magic array. It was a dome-shaped white graveyard made of white marble. Beside the graveyard was a small pond. In the pond, there was a plain white pond lotus. Yunxing walked to the front of the unknown graveyard. There were a few simple and unadorned words at the entrance of the graveyard. Yunxing did not recognize these words, but she was sure that these were not the words of any country in the boundless continent. Puffed Egg, my dear master, Puffed Egg recognizes these words. In the beast language ring, the Puffed Egg became active again. Yunxing remembered that the Puffed Egg was left to her by her mother. Perhaps it knew some words of the Bakra orcs. The Puffed Egg flapped its wings and jumped to the front of the graveyard. It took a look and recognized the 3 words. Celestial Fox Graveyard. Master, this is the graveyard of the greatest sorcerer of the Celestial Fox people in the 8 Baron tribes. Yunxing could not help but sigh. She did not expect that she would accidentally enter the graveyard of the Celestial Fox Graveyard. However, why would this Celestial Fox Graveyard use a magic array to conceal the Celestial Fox Graveyard, It seemed that if she wanted to know the secrets of the celestial fox graveyard, she would have to go deep into the celestial fox graveyard. She walked to the graveyard's stone door and pushed it with her hand. No matter how much strength she used, the stone door would not open. "Master, drip your blood into the lotus pond at the side." Only the descendants of the celestial fox graveyard can enter a place like the celestial fox graveyard, the puffed egg reminded Yunxing. Yunxing walked to the lotus pond and cut her finger. When her blood dripped into the lotus pond, the originally calm lotus pond began to bubble. The half-opened lotuses in the pond suddenly bloomed. The petals of the white lotus pond were also dyed red, looking exceptionally enchanting. The moment the lotus pond bloomed, the originally silent stone door made a creaking sound and opened spontaneously. Yunxing walked into the graveyard. As soon as Yunxing stepped in, the stone door closed automatically. Outside the graveyard, the lotus pond, which looked as if it had been tempered by blood, returned to its original state. It was white and clear, as if no one had ever been here. Yunxing hesitated, then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the celestial fox graveyard. "Ancestor celestial fox graveyard, Yunxing also has your blood flowing in her veins. Today, she was besieged by enemies, so she accidentally entered your graveyard. Yunxing is trapped here and needs to find an exit as soon as possible. If I disturb your peace, please forgive me." Yunxing did not enter rashly. After confirming that there was no poisonous gas in the graveyard, she walked in with the puffed egg. As soon as she entered the graveyard, Yunxing was stunned. It was another empty room. Other than some bones on the ground, there was nothing else. Yunxing was a little surprised. After taking a closer look, she realized that this room was a little special. It was an ordinary house with 4 walls and 1 door. This spacious stone house also had 4 walls, but there were 4 doors. The doors were ordinary stone doors. Other than the west door that Yunxing had entered through, the other 3 doors were the east, south, and north doors. The 3 stone doors were tightly shut and looked like they had not been opened for a long time. "Pop pop, master, these doors were left behind by the celestial fox people. There is a way out behind one of the doors, but if you want to find the way out, you have to open all the stone doors." Puffed egg circled around the doors. As for the skeletons, they must have been the same as Yunxing, who had entered the celestial fox tomb by chance. It looked like this celestial fox ancestor was much trickier than the other beast kings. It was not easy to get out of here. Yunxing smiled bitterly. Those skeletons must have been left behind by the people who had not opened all 3 doors and were unable to leave the celestial fox tomb. Yunxing examined the skeletons and the magic scepter at the side. To her surprise, she discovered that some of the skeletons had reached the level of a sanctuary-level guardian king. Most of them were around the level of a sky sorcerer. Even these people were trapped here. She did not know what kind of monsters would appear behind the 3 doors. Yunxing looked at the hourglass in her beast language ring. It had been more than a day and a night since she had entered the central area of the Dutian blood beast world. A total of 16 hours. She still had some antidote pills, a bag of water, and some blood-toothed crocodile meat in her ring. In total, she could only hold on for about 3 more days. No matter what, she had to give it a try. The method to open the stone door was similar to the first door. She just had to smear blood on the stone door. Yunxing thought for a while and chose the door with the least skeletons, which was the south door. The blood dripped onto the stone door and was quickly absorbed by the stone door that had been thirsty for countless years. Ka ka ka. The moment the stone door opened. Then, 6 black shadows rushed out from inside. They were a few black tortoise warriors that were over 3 meters tall and made of black basalt. These martial artists had a soul stone embedded in their eyes and their foreheads. They exuded a murderous aura from head to toe. Yunxing was not too surprised to see these stone monsters. Puffed Egg had also said that the chief of the celestial fox people was a great magician. Moreover, in the Bahuang tribe, the celestial fox people were proficient in witchcraft and medicine. As the leader of the celestial fox people, there might be a large number of strange creatures in the tomb. Black tortoise warriors were a special invention of the celestial fox people. Although they were not alive, they had the same 5 senses as humans. Other than being unable to feel pain and having a tough body, they could keenly detect enemies and launch attacks. High-level Xian martial warriors could even unleash certain battle techniques. These martial artists were even stronger than the devil warriors that Yi Baiming had given to Yunxing earlier. Without waiting for Yunxing to think, the Black Tortoise warrior attacked Yunxing. The moment the stone door opened, the Black Tortoise warrior sensed that someone had broken into the tomb. The soul stones on their foreheads flashed. They raised their indestructible iron fists and punched towards Yunxing. Yunxing relied on her superior movements and dodged the attack. However, the Black Tortoise warrior's strong and fierce fist wind still scraped past Yunxing's cheek, causing her cheeks to hurt. As if they knew that their opponent was agile, the 6 Black Tortoise warriors changed their strategy. They surrounded Yunxing and punched her several times. They reacted quickly and punched one after another. In an instant, there were punches flying around Yunxing. If she was not careful, Yunxing would be hit. Yunxing leaped up and aimed the magic scepter in her hand at one of the Black Tortoise warriors. She shot out a fiery explosion. Boom! The fiery explosion hit the Black Tortoise warrior's body. However, the raging flames had no effect on these monsters made of stone. Yunxing's attack did not hit, but she lost the initiative. Although the Black Tortoise warriors had keen senses, they were not fast. Their slow reactions were their fatal weakness. Yunxing swept her long leg and used the force to push back a few steps. After escaping the encirclement, Yunxing chanted. Blackthorns exploded on the ground. The Black Tortoise warrior staggered, and his heavy body crashed to the ground. Yunxing took advantage of the momentum to fly up, and the magic scepter in her hand shot out streaks of flame explosion. The fiery explosion shattered the soul stones on the foreheads of the Black Tortoise warriors. Once the soul stones exploded, the Black Tortoise warriors lost their ability to move and became dead stones. Huff huff, Yunxing panted heavily. She was injured earlier and had not recovered from her injuries. After this ordeal, she was drenched in sweat and was extremely tired. Yunxing could use her summoning beasts, but she thought that she didn't know what kind of perverted opponents were hiding behind the 2 doors. It was better to save her summoning beasts for a life-saving situation. Clatter clatter. Just when Yunxing thought that she could rest for a while, the Black Tortoise warriors started moving again. The soul stones on their foreheads that had been shattered were restored to their original state. Damn, they can't be so crazy. They are going to torture us to death. Yunxing stomped her foot. But in the next moment, Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief. After the Black Tortoise warriors recovered, they did not attack again. They waited quietly beside the stone door. The stone door that was originally closed was now open. Hesitating, Yunxing walked through the south door. Her eyes lit up. Behind the south door was a secret room that was about 10 square meters in size. In the secret room, there were all kinds of transparent crystals of different sizes and colors. Celestial fox blood crystals. Legend had it that they were the best magical crystals that contained a large portion of the celestial fox people's powers. There were many white blood crystals. Roughly counting, there were hundreds of them. Yunxing casually picked up a piece and held it in her hand. A strong magical power was transmitted from the crystal. Such pure blood crystals. Yunxing was shocked. Blood crystals were different from soul stones. The magical power in the soul stones of magical beasts mostly contained the violent aura of magical beasts, so it was difficult to absorb. But the Beast King blood crystals were different. They were gentler and the magical power they contained was purer. The owner of this unknown tomb was once the chief of one of the 8 barren tribes. He must have been an outstanding magician. That was why its tomb was able to preserve so many blood crystals even after 2 years. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. She took out the soul-cleansing pill and immediately sat down cross-legged. Holding a magical crystal in each hand, she began to meditate. The magical power in the white blood crystals seeped into Yunxing's body bit by bit. This feeling was unprecedented. The magical power flowed into Yunxing's body like a trickle. Her 8 extraordinary meridians seemed to have been widened and cleared in an instant. About 2 to 3 hours later. Ding! A melodious sound rang out. Yunxing felt her body lighten. After a while, Yunxing slowly breathed in and out and opened her eyes. I finally broke through to become a sky magician. the volcano erupted. I'm going to sleep. With the support of tickets, rewards, and subscriptions, if there's a surprise tomorrow morning, I might even add more. Good night, everyone. After breaking through to become a sky sorcerer, Xianxia concentrated part of her magical power on her back and a pair of magical wings appeared on her back. Finally, I don't have to fly with Puffed Egg's ugly wings anymore. Xianxia sighed. Her words caused the Puffed Egg strong dissatisfaction. Becoming a sky sorcerer was a threshold for a sorcerer on the mainland. After becoming a sky sorcerer, a sorcerer would be able to use magic more freely and even touch the threshold of profound magic. After Xianxia broke through, she realized that her sensitivity towards magical elements had greatly increased. Xianxia scanned her surroundings again and realized that there were also many skeletons in this stone chamber. Some of them had even died beside the magical crystals. Although magic crystals were good, one could not be too greedy. Those who had successfully defeated the Black Tortoise warriors had probably absorbed too many magic crystals in one go after entering the stone room due to their greed. Their bodies had exploded and they had died in the surroundings. She looked around and looked at the blood crystals. She could not digest so many Beast King blood crystals alone. It would be a waste if she just left them here. Xianxia thought of her magical beasts. After all, these blood crystals were Beast King blood crystals and could be used by her magical beasts. About an hour passed just like that. The blood crystals in the tomb of the unknown Beast King had been swept clean by Xianxia and her little magical beasts. Xianxia had a few jade boxes with her and collected 10 of the best quality blood crystals. The rest were all absorbed by her magical beasts. Among them, the Puffed Egg absorbed the most blood crystals. Just the Puffed Egg alone had absorbed 20 blood crystals. Moreover, it seemed that the Puffed Egg liked the blood crystals very much. If Xianxia had not stopped it, it would have continued to absorb the blood crystals. After absorbing the blood crystals, the rest of the demonic beasts experienced different levels of advancement. Among the magical beasts Xianxia currently possessed, from low to high, they were the 9th grade Xiaohei, the low-level commander level 100-legged ant general, the mid-level commander level night demon queen, the high-level commander level elven little queen, and the Puffed Egg of unknown grade. Apart from Bobo, the other magical beasts had all advanced. The 100-legged ant general had advanced to mid-level commander while the night demon queen had also broken through to high-level commander. However, the ones who changed the most were the little elven queen and Xiaohei. Ever since the little elven queen woke up, she had the appearance of a little lowly. After absorbing 4 celestial fox blood crystals, she had grown up quite a bit. She was now a 13 or 14-year-old girl, and her rank had also increased to the early stage of the king stage. As for Xiaohei, her transformation was even greater. Her body was originally larger than a normal dog, but now, she had grown to the size of a calf. From the looks of it, she was actually comparable to the wolf form of Green Feng from the Green Nether Wolf tribe. After collecting all the celestial fox blood crystals, Xianxia walked out of the stone room. The black martial artist warriors walked back into the stone room, and the stone door closed once again. What a pity. It's a pity that I don't know how to control them. Otherwise, I would have really picked up a treasure by having these warriors. Xianxia looked at these black martial artist warriors. For some reason, she felt that the way these black martial artist warriors were controlled was very similar to the way Yi Baiming used to control the demon martial artist warriors. The first door was closed. Xianxia had to break through the second door. According to the number of skeletons, this time, Xianxia chose the north door. After the north door opened, Xianxia waited for a moment. However, this time, the north door was not like the south door, where no monsters came out. Xianxia walked through the north door curiously. Behind the north door was another stone room. However, there were no celestial fox blood crystals or anything else in this stone room. In the middle of the stone room, there was a magic scepter. This is? There were 8 magic soul stones inlaid on the magic scepter. This meant that this was the magic scepter of a deity. Xianxia could not help but hold her breath. Although it had been 5,000 years, this magic scepter was still in good condition. Other than a few traces of dried blood on the scepter, the entire scepter was almost completely intact. The 8 soul stones were also in good condition. This was a magic scepter with a perfect configuration. The scepter itself was made from the bones of an unknown 1,000-year-old magical beast. The first soul stone was already a 500-year-old soul stone. As for the 8th soul stone, it looked like a super magical beast soul stone that was tens of thousands of years old. Xianxia could not help but swallow her saliva. For any mage, this was a magic scepter that they dreamed of. This was also the same reaction that all mages had after seeing this magic scepter. Step by step, Xianxia approached the magic scepter. She held the magic scepter in her hand and wanted to pull it out. However, just as Xianxia held the magic scepter, the last soul stone at the top of the magic scepter lit up. A pink smoke spurted out from the soul stone. Xianxia only felt her body stiffen. Beneath her feet, petrified inch by inch. Oh no, this magic scepter was set with an earth element petrification spell. However, as soon as the puffed egg approached, the magic scepter spurted out another pink smoke. In an instant, the puffed egg was petrified into a stone egg. Xianxia was very anxious. In just a moment, her lower body had already turned into stone. The petrification was still spreading. If this continued, she would be completely petrified in another 15 minutes. Sweat trickled down Xianxia's forehead. Pink smoke. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She immediately took out the Millennium Ice Zither from the orc language ring. She shook the zither strings. Like flowing water, the sound of the zither flowed out from Xianxia's fingers. Knowing that the power of the magic scepter was not to be underestimated, Xianxia used the last bit of magical power she had left and played the 6th chapter of Di Hong. As she played the zither, Xianxia suppressed the fear in her mind and recalled the demon sealing zither that the dark gold rank teacher had modified for her. When the two were combined together, the sound of a war song filled with courage. Amidst the sound of the zither, Xianxia only felt that the fear in her heart from earlier was disappearing bit by bit. Woo woo woo, my dearest master. A terrifying cry sounded in her ears. Xianxia came back to her senses. She realized that the puffed egg was really flying around her nonstop. Her tears flowed like a river. The puffed egg was in the stone room, jumping up and down. Suddenly, it realized that its master was holding the magic scepter and did not move for a long time. It wanted to pull at her but was repelled by the power of the magic scepter. Just as the puffed egg was crying in fear, Xianxia suddenly took out the ice zither and played the Di Hong song. Only then did the terrifying illusion of the magic scepter dissipate. Xianxia looked at her lower body. There was no longer any petrification. Xianxia put down the ice zither and broke out in cold sweat. It turned out that the petrification just now, including the petrification of the puffed egg, was just an illusion released by the magic scepter. If Xianxia had not recalled the pink smoke at the last moment, which was somewhat similar to Hu Linglong's pink skull array, and suspected that she had fallen into the celestial fox people's illusion spell, she would have really lost her life here. She looked at the magic scepter again, which was still stuck in the ground. This illusion spell was also an illusion spell like Hu Linglong's pink skull array, but it was more terrifying than the pink skull array. The pink skull array would at most make people become muddle-headed and indulge in wine, women, wealth, and arrogance, unable to extricate themselves. However, the petrification spell contained in the magic scepter could scare people to death. After breaking the petrification spell, Xianxia finally saw the situation in the stone room clearly. The whole stone room was actually filled with piles of white bones. Without exception, the white bones were all crawling beside the magic scepter, trying to grab the magic scepter. Human nature was greedy. All the mages who entered this stone room only saw the perfect magic scepter, but they did not expect that this magic scepter could not be controlled at all if one did not have enough strength. The magic scepter itself did not have any power, but the petrification spell it contained was really powerful. These people were all scared to death in the fear of being petrified. Don't be greedy. I'm afraid that only its owner can control this damn magic scepter. I almost died here. This thing is really harmful. Xianxia sighed and pulled out the magic scepter. Unexpectedly, as soon as she pulled out the magic scepter, a floor tile on the ground loosened. Xianxia was curious and moved the floor tile with the magic scepter stuck in it away. Under the floor tile, there was a hidden compartment, and there was a very old-looking magic scroll in it. Pop Pop, Master, it records a voodoo spell of the celestial fox people called the corpse puppet spell. Puffed Egg read the magic scroll. The corpse puppet spell was one of the oldest voodoo spells of the celestial fox people. The conditions to practice the corpse puppet spell were extremely harsh. It had to meet 3 conditions. Firstly, the cultivator must be of the celestial fox people's bloodline. If an outsider were to cultivate it, his soul would definitely explode and he would die. Secondly, the cultivator must have a firm mind, or else it would be easy to be controlled by the shaman puppet and devour the soul. Thirdly, the trainee must be a summoner. Only when all 3 were satisfied could the corpse puppet technique be carried forward. After Yunxing finished reading, she thought to herself that this corpse puppet technique seemed to be tailor-made for her. She just happened to satisfy all 3 of them. It was as if everything was predestined. Oh? Could it be that the patriarch of the celestial fox people who built this tomb of the celestial fox people was also a dark magician? Yunxing discovered that the corpse puppet technique was indeed extraordinary after reading the magic scroll. It was called corpse puppet, which meant that it was very different from modern hypnotism. However, it was much more powerful than hypnotism. Not only could it control living people, it could also control dead objects. In some cases, it could even instigate a summoner's magical beast to rebel. After comprehending the magic once, Yunxing decided that she would practice on those black tortoise-level warriors after leaving this place. Yunxing immediately committed the corpse puppet technique to memory. After storing the magic scroll into the beast's speech ring, Yunxing also kept the magic scepter. If there were no surprises, this magic scepter should belong to the patriarch of the celestial fox people. Yunxing wanted to go deeper into the celestial fox tomb. Yunxing had a premonition that she might need to use this magic scepter on her journey. Yunxing left the stone room and returned to the south gate first. She used the corpse puppet technique on those black tortoise-level warriors. To her surprise, the corpse puppet technique was effective after just a little bit of use. These black tortoise-level warriors without intelligence immediately became Yunxing's subordinates. Yunxing stored all 6 black tortoise-level warriors into the beast speech ring. She arrived at the last gate, which was the east gate. Eh? The gate seems a little different. After opening the 3rd gate, the 4th gate, which was the last gate, changed. A fox appeared on the gate. Although it was only carved on the gate, the carving was lifelike. It had thick fur and a pair of eyes that were as vivid as a human's. This fox was different from the usual fox magical beasts. It walked upright and had a graceful posture, vaguely resembling a young girl. However, what caught Yunxing's attention the most was that the fox on the gate actually had 6 tails. Yunxing had long heard that the length of magical beasts. Some magical beasts' heads, tails, and even the number of limbs represented their bloodline and strength. For example, Yunxing's Xiaohei was once a 2-headed dog. Its grade was much higher than the usual canines. There was also the 100-legged ant general. After it absorbed the celestial fox blood crystal, its cultivation level increased greatly. Its original 100-legged body evolved into more than 120 legs. The cubs of the celestial fox people were born with only 1 tail. However, as their cultivation level increased, especially when their Dharma soul became stronger, they would grow a new tail. The secret passage to the tomb of the celestial fox should be behind this gate. Yunxing was nervous. The last gate opened. Once the gate opened, a heavy smell wafted out. Compared to the other gates, the last gate had been sealed for a longer time. Yunxing did not know that she was the only person in the 5,000 years since the tomb of the celestial fox was built, to enter the last gate. Even some of the pure-blooded celestial fox descendants who came to the tomb of the celestial fox could not survive the petrification illusion behind the 3rd gate. Behind the last gate was another stone room. In the stone room, there was a statue. It was a statue of a woman. When one looked at it, they could not help but hold their breath. It was the celestial fox people's statue. It was a woman whose age could not be determined. She had the beauty of a young girl and the dignity of a married woman. Her hair was beautiful, and her figure was well proportioned. Although it was just a statue, the woman's face was beautiful and her beautiful eyes were vivid. It was unknown who had carved this statue. However, it could be seen that the person who carved this statue must have admired this woman very much. He had portrayed the woman's charm very well. Even a layman like Xianxia could not help but be attracted by this statue when she saw it. However, what surprised Xianxia the most was that this woman looked very similar to her mother, Hu Jiuxing. In other words, this woman looked very similar to Xianxia. It was just that she looked slightly older than Xianxia. However, although the woman was beautiful, there was a trace of sorrow between her brows. She looked to the east as if she was hoping for something. She did not have a magic scepter in her hand. She is the chief of the celestial fox people? Xianxia saw a stone tablet on the left side of the statue. This is the tomb of the chief of the celestial fox people, Hu Yan. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass into the tomb of the celestial fox. Otherwise, they will be subjected to the 8 wilderness beast blood curse and their souls will be destroyed. The chief of the celestial fox people was called Hu Yan. From her appearance, she might even be related to Xianxia and Xianxia's mother, Hu Jiuxing. Keep looking and see if you can find the exit to the tomb of celestial fox, Xianxia urged Puffed Egg. Xianxia had been transported in by a magic array, so there must be an exit here. Night Fox was probably going crazy with anxiety. Pop pop, master, it says here that if you want to find the exit, you must first find the celestial fox Saraira. Puffed Egg's words disappointed Xianxia. The celestial fox Saraira was also where most of the cultivation of the celestial fox people's leader, Hu Yan, was located. But in such a large tomb, where should she go to find the celestial fox Saraira? Xianxia looked around, and there seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her to walk to the front of the statue. Xianxia took out the magic scepter. This originally belonged to Hu Yan, and it was time to return it to its rightful owner. When the magic scepter was returned to Hu Yan, the celestial fox people's leader, Hu Yan, changed. A soft light emitted from Hu Yan's forehead, and a raindrop-shaped crystal floated out. The celestial fox Saraira was the most precious treasure of the celestial fox people. It contained the cultivation of the strongest leader in celestial fox history, Hu Yan. Xianxia did not expect that she would obtain the celestial fox Saraira when she entered the tomb rashly. The celestial fox Saraira fell into her hand, and Xianxia felt a burst of warmth. Whether it was the Saraira or the celestial fox statue, Xianxia felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if she had known this woman of the celestial fox people for a long time. The celestial fox Saraira spun in Xianxia's hand for a moment, and then suddenly burrowed into Xianxia's palm and disappeared. Oh no, what's going on? Xianxia was shocked and quickly looked at her palm. Her hand was fine, but the Saraira had disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by her body. But her body did not feel anything strange. The Saraira had completely disappeared. After the Heavenly Fox relic disappeared, a cracking sound came from under the statue of the Heavenly Fox clan leader, who below the originally motionless statue, a black hole that could accommodate one person appeared. A passage? Xianxia was overjoyed. She quickly jumped into the black hole and left the tomb of the celestial fox. At the same time, Yi Baiming was on the verge of madness within the Heavenly Fox burial ground. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find the whereabouts of Xianxia. Yi Baiming had tried all kinds of methods, even the unicorn's binding magic, but he could not find the whereabouts of Xianxia. This feeling was as if Xianxia had disappeared. An unprecedented fear, a fear that he might lose Xianxia forever, was like a viper, entangling Yi Baiming. His heart, which had always been calm, was in chaos. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were dyed with a layer of red light. This damned restriction, where exactly did it hide Xianxia? Like a lone wolf who had lost its lover, Yi Baiming angrily roared. Damn it, give her back to me. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were bloodshot, and he had a bloodthirsty impulse. The Duki in his body was like a candle flame blown by a gale, wildly pulsing. Bang! A punch landed heavily on the restriction of Celestial Fox's tomb. A repulsive force came from the restriction, and Yi Baiming's hand was fiercely repelled. The Celestial Fox restriction was set up by the most powerful patriarch of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Yan. Its power, even after 5,000 years, had not decreased in the slightest. The restriction reflected Yi Baiming's Duki back to him, but Yi Baiming did not care about this at all. He roared, knelt on one knee in the direction where the magic array had disappeared, and punched heavily. When that punch landed, black scales appeared on Yu Baiming's left arm. Punch after punch, the restriction of the entire celestial fox's tomb shook. That terrifying Duki, accompanied by a terrifying Duki, actually affected the entire Dutian blood seal. The few people guarding outside the celestial fox's tomb, including He Linlin, Lu, Celestial Fox, Hu Linglong, and Rita, all felt a terrifying Duki erupting like a volcano. The murderous aura above the Dutian blood seal began to twist, causing the entire seal to tremble. What's going on? Bang! 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 The Dutian blood seal became even more unstable. Cracks began to appear on the celestial fox's restriction. The situation inside could be vaguely seen from outside. They only saw a tall man half kneeling on the ground, and his fists repeatedly smashed into the celestial fox's restriction. Give her back to me. The man's desperate roar was like a tidal wave, endless and unending. He Linlin's heart shook when she saw the man's arm. Lu couldn't help but rush towards the celestial fox's restriction. He didn't see Yunxing. Could it be that something happened to Yunxing? The celestial fox's restriction became more and more unstable. Under the influence of Yu Baiming's Duki, the entire restriction was constantly twisting and changing. The magic fluctuations inside were also becoming weaker and weaker. Crazy, this person must be crazy. He wants to destroy the celestial fox's tomb. Hu Linglong's face was pale with fright. The celestial fox's restriction was becoming more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any time. If the celestial fox's restriction was destroyed, the Dutian blood seal would inevitably suffer heavy damage. However, the celestial fox's tomb would also collapse. Hu Linglong still hadn't found the celestial fox's Saraira, so she couldn't sit back and watch Yu Baiming destroy the celestial fox's tomb. However, Hu Linglong couldn't enter the restriction. She could only watch as the restriction disintegrated inch by inch under the crazy man's fist. Heavens, what kind of monster is that? He actually destroyed the celestial fox's restriction, which is known as the strongest magic restriction, Rita, the descendant of the Baiming clan, said with her mouth wide open. Rita remembered that she almost fought with that monster man earlier. She thought that the strength of that guy was higher than her. Boom, Yu Baiming punched heavily again. His fist was no longer in shape. His skin burst and his flesh was badly mangled. However, he still didn't feel any pain. In his ears, there was a sound like glass shattering, followed by a series of gasps. The celestial fox's restriction was actually broken by brute force. Yu Baiming, you're crazy. You'll hurt yourself like this. He Linlin rushed forward, wanting to help Yu Baiming. However, just as her hand touched Yu Baiming's hand, the latter fiercely flung her hand away. Yu Baiming slowly stood up. You. He Linlin clearly saw Yu Baiming's appearance at this time. She couldn't help but be stunned. Yu Baiming's eyes had turned blood red, as if something was blocking his eyes. There was no focus in his eyes at all. He looked like a blind man. He couldn't see or hear anything. At this time, Yu Baiming only wanted to find Yunxing. Where is Yunxing? Damn it, why didn't you take good care of her? Ignoring the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu rushed forward, grabbed Yu Baiming's collar, and questioned him sternly. Where is she? Yu Baiming only repeated this sentence, as if he was in a dream. Without her, even if he stood at the top of the world, what could he do? This is the bonus for everyone's monthly votes for this month. 50+1 update. Suddenly, Yu Baiming roared and slammed his shoulder into green, sending him flying. It's you. You're the ones who caused Yunxing's disappearance. I'll kill you all. He roared at the sky, his throat emitting a bestial roar. That roar was very special. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but also like a tiger's roar. His voice spread far and wide. When the nearby blood cloud beasts heard this roar, they were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Around his body, fighting aura danced like swords. In his eyes, there was nothing but killing intent. The murderous aura in the surroundings surged toward Yu Baiming like a cat that had caught the scent of blood. As the murderous aura increased, the fighting aura on Yu Baiming's body also increased. Beast blood berserk. Catch him first, he's gone mad. Green was alert. He also noticed that Yi Baiming's beast blood berserk was different from ordinary people. However, how could Yi Baiming hear this? He released the battle aura on his body crazily and attacked them. Don't hurt him. I want this man. He Linlin had a strange expression. It seemed like she was pleasantly surprised, but also afraid. The four of them rushed forward and used all kinds of magic and battle skills. However, how could Yi Baiming be so easy to capture? With the help of the blood qi, although he was in a frenzy, the do qi on his body was becoming more and more vigorous, continuous, and difficult to deal with. The do qi in his body seemed to be inexhaustible and inexhaustible. The do qi that entered his body burst out again. For a moment, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. At this time, Yunxing had already left the tomb of Celestial Fox. She didn't know that Yi Baiming had fallen into an unprecedented state of danger. After Yunxing entered the black hole, she groped around until she saw a glimmer of light. Then she climbed out. We're finally able to see the light of day again. I really thought that we would be trapped to death in there. Yunxing Gang sighed emotionally. Why are you alone? Where did that arrogant man go? Behind him, a cold voice sounded. Yunxing turned around and saw that not far away, Xianxia of the Green Nether Wolf tribe and a pack of ferocious blood crystal wolves were looking at her with green eyes. Earlier, Yunxing and Yi Baiming had suddenly disappeared. In order to prevent them from exposing the matter of the Beast King relic, the 8 Desolation descendants had split into 2 groups. He Linlin, Lulu, Rita, and Hu Linglong entered the Dutian blood seal in the core area. Purple, Green Tooth, and the others headed to the middle of the Dutian blood beast world to intercept them. Xianxia led his wolf pups to search the entire way, but they failed to find Yi Baiming and Yunxing. Just as he was about to turn back, the wolf pups discovered traces of Yunxing. Yunxing also did not expect that the secret passage of Celestial Fox's tomb would lead directly to the middle of the Dutian blood beast world. It looked like she had already escaped. But she did not know how Yi Baiming was doing. TSK, I remember now. Earlier in the middle, it was you who killed dozens of my blood crystal wolves. Xianxia felt that Yunxing looked familiar. After thinking carefully, he remembered that she was in Lan's team. He had a deeper impression of Yunxing. Although she was not strong, the way she killed the wolves was very tricky. The Green Nether Wolf tribe belonged to the middle level of the 8 Desolation tribes. They were one of the more powerful magical beasts. But in terms of magical beasts, the wolf tribe was not the most powerful among the magical beasts. As warriors of the wolf tribe, whether it was hunting enemies or catching prey, they were very particular about technique. That was why Xianxia noticed Yunxing. When she hunted the wolf pack, she was completely using technique. I remember now. Aren't you that little puppy who fled after being beaten by Sister Lan? Yunxing also noticed that there were a large number of blood crystal wolves around. It looked like there would be a fierce battle soon. Puppy. You dare to call me a puppy? Human, you must be tired of living. I am from the noble Green Nether Wolf tribe, Xianxia said fiercely. Yunxing noticed that his wounds had already healed, and his abilities seemed to have improved compared to before. It had only been a day or so. How did his abilities seem to have improved so much? Yunxing could not help but be shocked. However, after thinking about it again, Yunxing understood. Green Nether Wolf tribe? Isn't that one of the famous 8 Wastelands tribes? Could it be that you are a descendant of the noble Green Nether Wolf tribe, and those people just now are also descendants of the 8 Wastelands like you? Yunxing pretended not to understand. She had long suspected why the descendants of the 8 Wastelands would gather in the Dutian blood world after so many years. There must be a conspiracy. This wolf tribe member called Xianxia, although his abilities were not bad, but one look and one could tell that he was a simple-minded person. Compared to that He Linlin or Hu Linglong, he was much more stupid. If she wanted to get to the bottom of this, she had to think of a way from him. Yunxing's prediction was right. Although Xianxia's abilities were outstanding, he was after all a wolf tribe member. The number of times he interacted with the human tribe was too few, and he could not guess Yunxing's intentions. Yunxing's words of famous and noble made Xianxia very happy. In addition, Yunxing was beautiful and her abilities were very ordinary. Xianxia could not help but underestimate her. At least you have some eyesight. I am the son of the Green Nether Wolf tribe's chief, Xianxia. Those people just now were the direct descendants of the other 7 tribes. Xianxia was immensely proud of himself. So you are the young chief Xianxia. No wonder your abilities are outstanding. You entered the Dutian blood beast world to search for the beast king Saraira. Could it be that the beast king Saraira has some special function? Yunxing took advantage of Xianxia feeling good about himself to pursue the victory. Yunxing unconsciously took a few steps closer. Her pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be able to hook souls as she looked at Xianxia. She had just learned the corpse puppet technique. Xianxia was also lucky to be in time to be Yunxing's first test subject. Xianxia was completely unaware that he had already been controlled by Yunxing's corpse puppet technique. When he relaxed, he actually unknowingly revealed the secret of the descendants of the 8 barons gathering in the Dutian blood beast world. I didn't think that there would be people in the human race who know about the beast king Saraira. That is, as long as we find the beast king Saraira, we, the Bakra orcs, can restart the Dutian secret. Xianxia was about to reveal the secret of the beast king Saraira. Xianxia, you idiot. Xianxia was about to say something when he suddenly shouted, Xianxia, you idiot. Z of the D clan, after a wave of magic fluctuations, suddenly appeared in the magic array. Z was also looking around for the whereabouts of Yi Baiming and Yunxing. After feeling a wave of magic fluctuations, he rushed over. Coincidentally, he saw Xianxia being bewitched by Yunxing. In a daze, he was about to reveal the secret. Xianxia's cultivation level was very high. Yunxing had not learned the corpse puppet technique for long. Zi's shout immediately woke Xianxia up. Realizing that he had almost revealed the secret of the tribe, Xianxia was angry and resentful. Crafty human. I'm going to have my wolf cubs tear you into shreds. Purple was much more astute and cautious than Xianxia. He could not help but suspect that this female magician's strength was very ordinary, but why did she not show any fear when facing him and Xianxia? She did not even have the slightest intention of running away. Z remembered clearly that this female sorcerer's behavior was very different from ordinary humans when they were by the Crimson Moon River. She didn't save anyone and was so cold that she didn't seem like a woman. Z didn't agree with killing Yunxing. He could see that Yunxing was very important to the man named Yi Baiming. That man had entered the Qilin tomb earlier and probably already knew the secret of the beast king Saraira. He had to catch these 2 humans in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if the secret was leaked, the plan that the Bakra orcs had painstakingly planned for many years would be ruined. There was another reason why Z didn't want to kill Yunxing. He had to capture Yunxing alive. This was because when he and Green split up to look for Yunxing and Yi Baiming, Green suddenly called out to him before they left. Green, who had never begged anyone, begged him for the first time. If he met that woman named Yunxing, he had to keep her alive no matter what. Z remembered Green's expression at that time very clearly. There was a hint of pleading in his pain. Z didn't recognize that kind of Green. Z couldn't help but think of his teasing of Green earlier. He was afraid that his unintentional words at that time had become the truth. Z actually fell in love with this human woman. Z didn't like Yunxing. Or it could be said that Z hated women. He didn't understand what had gotten into Green. Why would he fall in love with a human girl, but in the face of his good friend's pleading, if Z didn't do it or let someone hurt Yunxing, Green would definitely hate him for the rest of his life. In desperation, Z decided that he had to capture Yunxing alive no matter what. Your companions are not here. I advise you to surrender. Violet did not notice Yi Baiming. Violet had a particularly deep impression of Yi Baiming. Not only because Yi Baiming made He Linlin look at him in a new light, Violet also felt that Yi Baiming's aura and strength were very shocking. Whether he's here or not, I won't surrender. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? 2 men bullying a woman? Or are you saying that 2 beasts are bullying a woman? Yunxing looked relaxed and provoked them. Human, I forgive you for being a woman. I'll give you one more chance. Surrender yourself, or else. Z's handsome face was so angry that it changed color. He suppressed his anger, but before he could finish his threat, Yunxing suddenly smiled. Otherwise, you'll kill me? Haha, these words make me so flustered. What should I do? I've never liked being threatened. Those who threaten me, there's only one outcome, and that's Yunxing deliberately kept them in suspense. What's that? If you have something to say it quickly. Xianxia was already a little impatient. Those who threaten me, there's only one outcome, and that's no. Fine. Fine. Die. Yunxing had just finished speaking when she suddenly leaped up. A pair of magic wings appeared on her back. What? Zi and Xianxia were both shocked. They originally thought that Yunxing was just a saint magician. Who knew that she was actually a sky magician? What surprised Zi and Xianxia even more was yet to come. Just as Yunxing leaped up, a magic array appeared below her. Within the magic array, a black figure flashed out like a ghost. Magic beast. You're a summoner. After sensing a magical wave, Zi realized that Yunxing was actually a summoner. That's. Xianxia was even more shocked. He pointed at a magic beast that had just come out of the summoning array as if he had seen a ghost. It was a black dog that was as big as a calf. Although it was called a dog, it was more ferocious than a wolf. What kind of magic beast was that? Even Xianxia and Zi, who were born in the Bakra orcs, could not tell what level this black dog that was more ferocious than a wolf was. But one thing was certain. The level of this black dog was definitely not inferior to Xianxia. In other words, its bloodline was comparable to the Green Hell Wolf tribe. As soon as the black dog appeared, the nearby blood crystal wolves could not help but kneel on the ground. The situation was exactly the same as when they saw the Wolf King. That kind of power was comparable to Xianxia's. It's just a magic beast. Do you think that it can let you escape? Xianxia was still disdainful. Even if this magic beast's level looked high, at most, it could only be a draw with him. Did this woman really think that his wolf pups and Zi were dead? One had to know that Zi was the most brilliant sorcerer in the D clan in the past 1,000 years. His attainments in light magic were comparable to those old sorcerers in the Boundless Land. With him around, Xianxia was not afraid even if he was seriously injured. Who said that I only have one magic beast? Yunxing said slowly. When Purple and Xianxia heard this, they did not understand what Yunxing meant. They also noticed that Yunxing's summoning array was still emitting magical waves. They saw that another magic beast had appeared. This time, the magic beast that appeared was much smaller than the black dog from before. But, when Zi and Xianxia saw the magic beast clearly, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. The Ant Clan. It was actually the Ant Clan. It was a magic beast the size of a puppy. The Ant Clan's body was densely covered with legs, looking like a centipede. Everyone said that the Ant Clan was the most insignificant existence among the magic beasts. But Zi and Xianxia, who were descendants of the Bakra orcs, knew very well how terrifying the Ant Clan was among the magic beasts. Although the ants were small, they were sharp enough to cut through gold. The Ant Clan was the race with the largest population and the strongest reproductive ability among all the magic beasts. Their overall strength was not strong, but if anyone provoked a commander-level demonic ant, the consequences would not be as simple as dying without a complete corpse. The two of them had already recognized that the Ant Clan member that crawled out of Yunxing's magic array was a genuine commander-level demonic ant. This kind of demonic ant was very rare even in the continent where the Eight Desolate tribe was located. It was a kind of ancient demonic ant human. Don't think that you have to. Green Tooth held on with all his might. However, the tone of his voice was clearly lacking in confidence. Wait, there seems to be another magic beast. Even Zi, who was known as the Calm Emperor, was tongue-tied and could not speak clearly. Because he was speechless when he realized that Yunxing's summoning array still showed no signs of disappearing. There was another burst of magical light shining in the magic array. This time, it was a delicate figure that appeared. A girl of 13 or 14 years old jumped out of the magic array. The girl had a head of golden hair, and her body was overflowing with strong elements of the water spirit. Continue to update. As soon as the golden-haired elf girl came out, she shouted at Yunxing proudly, "Master, you're biased. You always let other little beasts come out and show their faces. Sister Night Demon promised me that this time, no matter what, it has to be my turn to appear." Yunxing had a headache. She originally planned to summon the Night Demon Queen and end the battle quickly. Who knew that the little elf queen who wanted to show off would come out and interfere? Purple and Green Tooth were completely speechless. This was too heaven-defying. Since when could the elf race also be controlled by a summoner? Furthermore, that elven girl was clearly a king-level existence among the elves. Commander level, and king level. All of them were at the commander level. What was going on, in this day and age? Were high-level magical beasts all rotten cabbages? There were so many of them that they could be found all over the streets. They watched as the summoned beasts appeared one by one, and each of them was even more powerful. Purple and Green Tooth's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. This world was too mysterious. Who exactly are you? Why do you have so many magical beasts? Purple squeezed out a complete sentence with great difficulty. The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. A summoner, even the high priest in the tribe, could not summon so many magical beasts at once. However, Xianxia could. Purple could not help but be in awe. Could it be that the summoners in the boundless world had developed to such a terrifying extent in the past 5,000 years? Xianxia was only a few years old, but her magical beasts were undoubtedly top-notch existences. Xianxia of Zhou State. Xianxia smiled, and the two dimples at the corner of her mouth were unusually vivid. The moment the smile appeared, Xianxia's face was filled with murderous intent. With a thought, several magical beasts leaped up. It wasn't that they hadn't seen summoners before. They had seen many summoners who were of a higher level than Xianxia, but none of them could summon several magical beasts at once like Xianxia did. Xiaohei was the first to activate its Devour the Heavens combat skill. It raised its head and let out a terrifying howl. In an instant, the world lost its color, and the entire sky darkened. Amidst the darkness, the centipede ant general had already launched its attack. It summoned a swarm of ants to surround the wolf pack while viciously spraying balls of venom at Green Fang. As the wolf clan's young patriarch, Xianxia had always been the one who forced others to stomp their feet. When had it ever been like today, being forced to jump around on the ground by some ants? But he couldn't do anything about it, because the little elven queen who loved to see the world plunged into chaos had also joined the battle in the air. She danced lightly in the air and kept shooting ice spells at Green Fang and the wolves behind him. Once hit by the ice spells, the blood crystal wolf's body stiffened and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiaohei pounced and the ice sculpture was torn into pieces. Although Green Fang was agile, but he couldn't resist the entanglement of so many magical beasts. In a moment of carelessness, he was shot in the arm by the little queen. The blood vessels in his arm immediately coagulated and more than half of it was frozen. What Green Fang couldn't stand the most was that as a summoner, Xianxia was actually calmly flying in the air at this moment. She didn't even use magic and just moved her lips at the slightest provocation. Xiaohei, bite his butt. Little queen, aim a little more accurately. It's best to freeze his uk so that he can't do it. Ant General, use your venom to spray him. Let him injure a few elite camp students. Damn, Green Fang was so angry that he almost vomited blood and fell to the ground. His doqi also dissipated a lot. Green Fang, calm your mind and don't be impetuous. Although Purple was intimidated by Xianxia's magical beasts, he quickly regained his composure. He began to chant, and a holy light appeared on his body. A light element healing magic fell on Green Fang's arm and the ice immediately receded. Even the previous wound was healed. Green Fang only felt that his mind was clear and all the depression and irritation that had long been swept away. He roared and the doqi that had already dissipated condensed again. He swept away Xiaohei with his foot. Only then did Xianxia stop joking around. Purple's light magic seemed to be almost the same as Xiao Wenxiu's. No wonder it was said that whenever there was a light magician on the battlefield, the first thing to do was to obliterate the light magician. It's just that Purple of the D clan was obviously different from those weak light magicians on the continent. He obviously also noticed Xianxia's intention. Although he was not good at attacking, he was outstanding in concealment. Xianxia ordered him to surround and attack several times, but he easily evaded. Xianxia, I've changed my mind. No matter who you are, you must die today. Purple realized how wrong his previous understanding was. He thought that only people like Yi Baiming could be a match for the descendants of the Eight Desolates. But now it seemed that this young girl named Xianxia was also not to be underestimated. she was cunning and good at concealment. If this person continued to grow stronger, one day, she would become one of the most terrifying beings on the boundless continent. He had to take advantage of the fact that she had yet to fully mature, or in other words, her magical beasts had yet to mature, and kill her first. Green, I'm sorry. This time, even if you want to hate me, I will kill this human girl. Purple raised his magic scepter and a ball of light appeared in his body. Xianxia noticed that a Saraira had appeared on his chest. Under the effect of the Saraira, Purple's body was gradually changing. Green Tooth watched from the side and was also shocked. He did not expect Purple to have the intention to kill this human girl, to the extent that he did not hesitate to use the power of Lord D. Saraira to kill her. Purple's Saraira was the Saraira he found when he entered the Tomb of Truth. Under the effect of Lord D. Saraira, Purple transformed into his original form. It was a dazzling unicorn covered in golden fur. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and its body was tall. Under the light of the Saraira, Purple's body was still changing. Gradually, the golden fur on its body turned red. Red blood unicorn. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly realized that the D clan of the Bakra orcs was the unicorn clan. Once Violet's transformation was complete, she would transform into the unicorn of slaughter, the scarlet blood sovereign king. Xianxia had experienced the power of the red blood unicorn. Moreover, Purple's strength was originally above the red blood unicorn. It seems that we can only fight to the death. Xianxia was awe-inspiring. A red and blue magic fluctuation was brewing in her hand, and the profound lightning vortex was slowly forming. At this critical moment, a roar like that of a trapped beast came from the direction of the Dutian blood print. That was... Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Tonight, I'll write and publish a chapter. I've done my best. Everyone's rewards and monthly votes, Muada de Xianxia was 100% sure that it was Yi Baiming's voice. Even though they were separated by hundreds of miles, Xianxia immediately sensed that something was wrong with Yi Baiming. Why did his voice sound so sorrowful and upset? Xianxia's emotions were unsettled. She wanted to immediately contact Yi Baiming, but Yi Baiming, who had already sunk into a frenzied state, could not sense Xianxia's consciousness at all. Her heart was in a mess. Purple, who was in the midst of transforming, also stopped. He also heard that proud and aloof voice that carried despair. At the same time, the D King's relic in his hand also became restless. In Xianxia's storage belt, the Qing Ming relic also emitted an uneasy cry. The uncontrollable sense of uneasiness in Xianxia's heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was no longer filled with killing intent or scheming. Her ears were only echoing with Yi Baiming's roar. Just a moment ago, Xianxia felt an unprecedented sadness and despair from the unicorn's horn. That sadness and despair came precisely from Yi Baiming. Almost unconsciously, Xianxia immediately activated the binding spell and disappeared. This is... Purple returned to his human form. He looked at the magical wave produced when Xianxia left with a strange expression. Xianxia did not sense it, but Purple did. What Xianxia used just now was actually the D clan's legendary binding spell. Because she had the light unicorn's horn, if Xianxia and Yi Baiming encountered any danger, the light unicorn's horn would send out a warning. Her few summoned beasts also disappeared. F*CK, who said that the younger generation of the boundless continent is all trash. Those old fellows from the beast god altar, are their eyes muddled by cow shit? I don't want to fight with that female summoner ever again. She's too perverted. Green Tooth could not help but curse. Originally, he thought that it would be a little sheep that he could pinch and flatten at will. Who would have thought that it would be a tigress in sheep's clothing? She was 100 times more ferocious than the Wolf King. The surroundings were filled with wolf bones that had been gnawed clean by the centipede ants. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Xianxia had never encountered such a tragic situation before. Green Tooth's situation was also very bad. He was in a sorry state. The situation isn't good. A human expert has entered the Dutian bloodprint. I'm afraid our plan this time is going to be exposed. Quickly go and meet up with them. I'll be there in a moment. Zixin stared in the direction of the Dutian bloodprint. Both of them could feel many powerful auras entering the Dutian blood beast world. Xianxia's expression wasn't too good either. Although the number of powerhouses in the human race had dwindled in recent years, there were still some exceptional powerhouses that they couldn't match up to now. Before leaving, the Great God Palace had warned them not to alarm the human race no matter what, and to quickly find the Beast King Saraira. However, Xianxia and Hu Linglong had disobeyed the Great God Palace and insisted on teaching the human race a lesson. In the end, they had caused such a huge mess. After Zixin's warning, she disappeared. The vexed Xianxia also calmed down. He raised his arm and called for the blood crystal wolves that hadn't died yet to follow him. They rushed in the direction of the Dutian bloodprint. The ground was littered with wolf bones and rivers of blood. At this time, the Dutian blood realm was like hell on earth. Even the most ferocious blood cloud beasts didn't dare to enter this area. After Xianxia and Zixin had left, not far away, an ordinary-looking rock suddenly moved. It slowly transformed into a human shape, into Feng Tian's appearance. Feng Tian's face was pale. Looking at the scene of devastation, he was extremely shocked. Feng Tian, Chen Lian and Lu Tong Tian didn't get along. In a moment of anger, he acted alone. Originally, Feng Tian was still full of ambition. He thought that even if he had to rely on himself, it was completely possible to rescue the hostages. Who knew that not only did he not find the hostages' whereabouts, but he also got lost in the blood beast realm. 24 hours passed in a flash. Just when Feng Tian thought that he had no choice but to give up and leave this place, there was a strange movement in front of him. Feng Tian quietly used the earth element magic that he had just learned in the magic forest to conceal himself. This kind of magic could turn a person's body into a stone. Moreover, the person's aura would also disappear without a trace. Back then, Feng Tian also wanted to teach Chen Lianer a lesson, so he randomly chose a magic. He didn't expect that it would come in handy this time. He saw Yunxing suddenly climb out from the ground. She had just appeared when Xianxia from the Green Nether Wolf tribe discovered her. Feng Tian didn't make a move to help Yunxing. He planned to hide at the side and wait for the two to fight to the death. Then, he would make a move to kill Yunxing and capture Xianxia. At that time, all the credit would belong to him. He could also take the opportunity to eliminate Yunxing. Feng Tian was certain that Yunxing absolutely could not be Xianxia's match. Who knew that at the last moment, Yunxing would transform into a summoner and summon many commander-level magical beasts that made Feng Tian tremble with fear. It was only today that Feng Tian understood the meaning of Yi Baiming's warning when he was in the Heaven's Wings arena. Yunxing was the biggest obstacle to him becoming the #1 person in the continent's elite camp. After entering the magic elite camp for so long, everyone, including Feng Tian, had always thought that Yunxing was only a magician proficient in medical skills. Who knew that she was also a powerful summoner? The battle just now was still vivid in his mind. The magical beasts that Yunxing summoned were something that even Xianxia and the others couldn't handle, let alone Feng Tian. He had always mocked Yunxing for being a good-for-nothing. He didn't expect that this good-for-nothing would have such terrifying strength. What genius! What kind of genius was Feng Tian? In front of Yunxing, he was not even a speck of dust. Feng Tian felt very desperate. He stood there in a daze, unable to move. His complacency, his arrogance, all of it had been polished away. Time passed little by little. There was not much time left before the 24-hour. As the wind blew, Feng Tian noticed that the place where Yunxing had suddenly appeared earlier was a dark cave. Earlier, Zi and Xianxia hadn't paid attention to that cave. Feng Tian thought for a moment, then jumped into the black hole and crawled forward. After crawling for more than half an hour, Feng Tian felt his eyes light up. In front of him, he was already in an unfamiliar tomb. This is? After Feng Tian's eyes adapted to the light, he looked around and his gaze fell on the human-shaped statue at the side. He was shocked and suddenly remembered a reminder that the Skywing City Lord had given him when he was in Skywing City. Enter the core area of the Dutian world and open the Beast King's tomb. As long as you absorb the magic blood crystal in the Beast King's tomb, you will become an unparalleled super magician. Feng Tian was ecstatic. He suddenly understood that he must have entered a certain Beast King's tomb. Magic blood crystal. He had to find the location of the magic blood crystal as soon as possible. About a few hours ago, just as Yunxing left the tomb of Celestial Fox, The second elder unexpectedly received news from the students sent by Yunxing. He learned that the Dutian blood world had changed, and several powerful descendants of the Ba Huang had appeared in the core area of the blood world. After the second elder learned that the situation was not good, he sent a second request for reinforcements to the elite camp. Coincidentally, the ghost prison's first elder was worried about Ji Baiming, who had entered the blood beast world to find blood crystals, so he led a group of mentors and magicians to come. Before the ghost prison's first elder arrived, the second elder of the elite camp had already arrived at the Crimson Moon River. The people sent by Yunxing had already explained that the two team leaders, Lan and Lu Tongtian, were ambushed by the descendants of the Ba Huang and were seriously injured and needed treatment. Not long after the second elder's arrival, the injured Lan, Lu Tongtian, and the others, under the escort of Qi and several other students, also found the second elder. After knowing the whole story, the second elder harshly reprimanded Lu Tongtian and Blue. As the leaders of the magic elite camp, the two of them were actually fighting over personal feelings at a time like this. This made the second elder very disappointed. After the second elder's treatment, Lan and Lu Tongtian's injuries were no longer serious. Seeing that they were all right, she wanted to enter the middle area of the blood beast world to find Yunxing, but was stopped by the second elder. The 24-hour was about to pass, whether it was Xianxia or Yunxing, according to the agreement, should have withdrawn. There was still no movement in the blood beast world. At this moment, the great elder of the ghost prison rushed over with several mentors of the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Seeing the first elder of the ghost prison, the second elder's anxious face had a touch of surprise. With the ghost prison around, the crisis this time would most likely be resolved. What's the situation? The first elder of the ghost prison met Ting Lei Gang on the way here, and had already learned some news from him. Who would have thought that even the two great elders of the magic elite camp would not be able to resolve this crisis? After the abnormal movements in the Dutian blood world, the relay station had issued an announcement that it was forbidden to enter the blood world again. They had also organized a search and rescue team to find those who were still outside the blood world. Ting Lei Gang and the others were still searching for the missing disciples of the elite martial artist camp. As for Yi Baiming, Ting Lei Gang said that he had never seen him. The ghost prison's great elder understood that Yi Baiming must have entered the Dutian blood world by himself, and it was even possible that he had already encountered the descendants of the Eight Desolates. The situation is not good. Earlier, the fourth elder and a few of my students had already entered, but they were ambushed. The captains of the two teams were injured and sent out. The fourth elder hasn't come out yet, and the whereabouts of the other students are still unknown. The second elder looked at the hour. It had already been 24 hours. There was no news of Yunxing, Xianxia, and the others. Even the fourth elder had not returned. This made the second elder even more worried. Who knew that as soon as the second elder's voice fell, a five-colored cloud flashed in the sky? Not good, it's that strange five-colored cloud again. It's that strange cloud that took away a lot of people earlier. The second elder was alert. When the ghost prison's great elder heard this, he also looked alert. Who knew that this time, after the five-colored cloud rushed out, it did not attack again? On the contrary, a human voice came from above. Second elder, don't do it, it's one of us. The two elders then knew that this five-colored cloud turned out to be an empty ship. The five-colored empty ship slowly landed, and some fox guards came down from it. However, they looked dull and could not distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as they got off the empty ship, they were subdued by the students. Those students who had been kidnapped for a few days came down and told the whole story to the two elders. After listening, the ghost prison's great elder could not help but praise the courage of the female magician who sneaked into the empty ship. The second elder was frightened. Wasn't Yunxing's guts a little too big? When Lan heard it from the side, she could not help but be shocked. She secretly thought that in the entire continent's magic elite camp, only Yunxing dared to do this. In that case, even she only dared to ask for help from the camp. Yunxing, with her cultivation, dared to only take 2 students to save people. This Yunxing was too reckless. But at least, she succeeded in saving dozens of students, and her merits outweighed her mistakes. The second elder counted and found that only 1 student had his magic soul sucked away. The others were not injured, but they were a little frightened. After comforting them, they felt a little relieved. Along the way, did you see the fourth elder? The second elder asked again. Those students said that they did not see him. On the other hand, the student that Xianxia had sent back to report suddenly said, reporting to second elder, Captain Yun had sent 2 people to deliver the message earlier. There was also another student who went to find fourth elder. Hearing the student's explanation, the second elder immediately understood what was going on. He understood the fourth elder's temper. He must be worried that the descendants of the 8 wastelands would do something to the Dutian blood seal. He must have gone to check the Dutian blood seal first. At this time, Gufeng and Qi, who had been waiting for a long time, did not see Xianxia. They were a little anxious. By the way, where is Xianxia? As soon as the empty ship landed, the guards of the celestial fox people were controlled, but they did not see Xianxia. Where is Xianxia? Qi did not see Xianxia on the empty ship. A few of the kidnapped students told Qi that not long after the empty ship took off, the celestial fox people saw through it. Xianxia and 2 other students got off the ship to stop the enemy. When they heard that there were 7 of them, and that all of them were magicians of sky rank or above, Gufeng and Qi's hearts sank. They understood that under such circumstances, Xianxia and the other 2 students were most likely dead. Second elder, take care of these students who were just rescued. I will lead a few teachers into the Dutian blood beast world. When we just arrived, we felt strange movements in the direction of the Dutian blood seal. It is very likely that the Bakra Orc's target is the Dutian blood seal. The ghost prison's first elder was also selfish. He did not care about the lives of the students of the mainland's magic elite camp, but his precious disciple Yi Baiming was now in the Dutian blood seal. The ghost prison's first elder hoped that Yi Baiming would not encounter any descendants of the 8 wastelands. Otherwise, if that kid was agitated and turned into a beast, it would be troublesome. Ghost prison's first elder, I will go with you, Qi volunteered. I will go with you too, Gufeng also volunteered. They were all very worried about Xianxia's safety. In the end, the ghost prison's first elder weighed the pros and cons. He saw that Qi's cultivation was not bad, so he was only willing to take Qi and a few teachers. They anxiously rushed to the core area of the Dutian blood beast world. Near the Dutian bloodstains, the fourth elder had already cursed in his heart dozens of times. What af * king trap? How could the students be so strong these days? Just as the second elder had guessed, the fourth elder had decided to go to the Dutian bloodstains after learning about the Dutian bloodstains' activities. He wanted to find out why the bloodstains had suddenly appeared near the Dutian bloodstains. The fourth elder was not worried. What kind of waves could these mere 8 descendants of the 8 desolates cause? This was because the toughness of the Dutian blood seal was not something that 8 immature beasts could break. At that time, the fourth elder was only a few miles away from the Dutian bloodstains. If he had successfully reached the Dutian bloodstains, perhaps everything would have been different. Xianxia wouldn't have entered the tomb of Celestial Fox, and Yi Baiming wouldn't have thought that Xianxia had met with a mishap and suddenly gone crazy. On the way, the fourth elder was ambushed by a few powerful magic matrices. Fortunately, the fourth elder was proficient in magic matrices and avoided being captured. The fourth elder and the other students didn't expect that Green, who was proficient in all kinds of magic matrices, had set up a large number of magic matrices in this area as soon as they entered the central area of the Dutian bloodstains. If an ordinary student encountered these magic matrices, they would only end up being captured. However, if they encountered a magic matrices expert like the fourth elder, they wouldn't be captured, but they would be delayed. The fourth elder wasted a few hours. By the time he escaped the magic matrices ambush and entered the Dutian bloodstains, he happened to see Yi Baiming and the bloodstains fighting. At that time, Yi Baiming was in a half-beast state. His clothes were tattered, and his limbs were like a beast's as he crawled on the ground. His body was covered in black scales, and he looked terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot, and the 4 bloodstains were forced to retreat. At first, the fourth elder thought that it was a descendant of the 8 desolates. He was shocked that this person's strength was not to be underestimated. However, a student beside him pointed out that the half-human half-beast was the disciple of the ghost prison's great elder. That student had coincidentally participated in the trial in Skywing City earlier, so he still recognized Yi Baiming. After learning that Yi Baiming was the favorite disciple of the ghost prison's great elder, the fourth elder could not sit idly by. Yi Baiming, I am the fourth elder of the magic elite camp. Seeing Yi Baiming in such a crazy state, the fourth elder was afraid that something bad would happen to him and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. However, Yi Baiming didn't recognize the fourth elder at all. As long as someone approached, he would treat them as an enemy and launch a new round of attacks. The fourth elder hurriedly used his magic shield to block, but the moment his magic shield collided with Yi Baiming's fist, it shattered. The fourth elder was so scared that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The appearance of the fourth elder made the four descendants of the 8 desolates breathe a sigh of relief. God knows, at this time, they would rather meet the elder of the magic elite camp than face Yi Baiming. He Lin didn't want to hurt Yi Baiming, so she asked the other 3 to hold back. However, Yi Baiming didn't appreciate it at all. Every move he made was fatal, and all kinds of combat skills were extremely tricky. Under the situation where they couldn't use the beast god's magic and combat skills, the 4 descendants of the 8 desolates used all their skills, but they could only barely stay undefeated. They thought that as long as they exhausted Yi Baiming's fighting chi, they could stop him. Who would have thought that after fighting fiercely for several hours, Yi Baiming didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue, and his moves were still biting cold. Yi Baiming didn't hear the fourth elder's voice at all. At this time, he was like an evil spirit from hell. Destruction and killing were his everything. His eyes were bloodshot as he forced the students to retreat. Just when the fourth elder was helpless, the ghost prison's great elder appeared in time. Baiming, when the great elder rushed over with several mentors, he saw Yi Baiming's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was bathed in blood, as if he had walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Destruction and killing controlled his last trace of reason. Seeing this, the great elder released his fighting chi and stepped forward to stop Yi Baiming. He thought that after fighting for several hours, Yi Baiming's strength must be exhausted. Who would have thought that with a shake of his shoulder, he avoided the great elder's restraint? His eyes flashed strangely. Behind him, the evil spirit in the Dutian blood seal continuously poured into his body, spontaneously replenishing the fighting chi in his body. Yi Baiming's strength recovered, and like a hungry wolf, he pounced on the great elder and threw a punch. The ghost prison's great elder didn't expect Yi Baiming's strength to be so amazing. Although he had already activated his fighting chi armor to try to block, it was shaken by his punch, and the fighting chi armor was broken open with a big hole. The ghost prison's great elder lost his balance and retreated a few steps. Ghost prison's great elder, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Yi Baiming to be crazy to this extent under the effect of the beast blood berserk. Even his mentor, the ghost prison's great elder, was forced to retreat with one punch. In everyone's eyes, Yi Baiming at this moment was like a blood-soaked god of death. Anyone who blocked him would be destroyed. The only thing we can do now is to kill him, the fourth elder said coldly. He immediately ordered the 4 mainland magic mentors who came with the ghost prison's great elder to stand up together. After the second elder hurriedly sent a request for help to the elite camp, the great elder selected 4 elements magic mentors to go with the ghost prison's great elder. These 4 elements magic mentors were quadruplets. Their appearance and body shape were exactly the same, but the magic they learned was completely different. They were water, earth, wind, and fire respectively. When these 4 different types of magic interweaved together, they would form a special combination magic called the 4 elements magic net. This kind of magic net could imprison a person's body, causing them to be unable to use magic or battle chi for a short period of time. Ghost prison's great elder, you can see the current situation. Yi Baiming's situation is not optimistic. If this continues, more students will be killed. The fourth elder winked at the several magic mentors. The 4 magic mentors jumped out and chanted. Magic fire, bind. Magic wind, freeze. Magic water, trap. Magic earth, collapse. Red, green, blue, and yellow magic light entangled Yi Baiming's limbs, temporarily imprisoning Yi Baiming's figure. Yi Baiming, who was bound, let out a roar. However, those 4 strange magical powers were truly strange. He was at a loss for what to do at that moment. Ghost prison's great elder, if it's time, please do it immediately. The fourth elder's face was heavy, but he wanted the ghost prison's great elder to do it himself. The ghost prison's great elder's face was full of anger. You want this old man to personally kill his own disciple? Ghost prison's great elder, it's not that I'm forcing you, but Yi Baiming has already sunk into a state of madness. You've also seen that he doesn't recognize anyone now. Even if his biological parents were standing in front of him, he would still kill them without mercy. The fourth elder's face was filled with grief. Even though Yi Baiming was a member of the continent's warrior elite camp, the magician elite camp and the warrior elite camp were originally connected. As an elder, he knew very well how rare it was to have an outstanding student. Furthermore, Yi Baiming's talent could no longer be described as simply outstanding. An 18-year-old martial emperor. With such talent, who in the entire continent could compare to him? However, Yi Baiming was still too young in the end. He had mistakenly entered the Dutian blood seal and absorbed too much baleful blood aura. He was countered by the baleful blood aura. If he continued to sit by and watch, he would completely demonize in the end. If it really reached that point, perhaps even the ghost prison's great elder would not be able to control him. How could the ghost prison's great elder not know about the fourth elder's words? The ghost prison's great elder struggled in his heart. Yi Baiming was the one with the most indifferent temperament among all his students. However, to the ghost prison's great elder, he was also the most special one. The ghost prison's great elder and Wushuan Limitless Building's deputy head instructor, Qi Tian, had a good personal relationship. Yi Baiming was personally recommended by Qi Tian. In Qi Tian's recommendation letter, Qi Tian had once mentioned Yi Baiming's background. He said that he was a child with an indifferent temperament. However, this was all because he was born in the imperial family and his mother had died early. Qi Tian had recommended him to the continent's warrior elite camp in the hope that he could temporarily break away from the whirlpool of power struggle in Zhou State and raise his cultivation to another level. He hoped that the ghost prison's great elder would treat him as his own child and carefully nurture him. The ghost prison's great elder had indeed done so. He eliminated all objections and allowed Yi Baiming to practice martial arts and cultivate according to his temperament. He also taught Yi Baiming everything he had learned. That was because he believed that Yi Baiming would be able to bring his battle skills to greater heights. He would also be able to lead the elite camp of the continent to greater heights. After Yi Baiming broke through to martial emperor, the ghost prison's great elder saw even more hope. However, this sudden change made the ghost prison's great elder have no choice but to stand on the opposite side of his own student. There were countless questions in the ghost prison's great elder's heart. What exactly happened that made Yi Baiming, who had always been cold and heartless, to have such a change? Ghost prison's great elder really couldn't bear to kill him with his own hands. However, the fourth elder was still aggressive. Ghost prison's great elder, the four elements magic net cannot hold on for much longer. We must kill it as soon as possible. You can't kill him. As soon as He Linlin heard that the continent's elite magic camp wanted to kill Yi Baiming, she immediately stood up. Who are you? Ghost prison's great elder asked. It doesn't matter who I am. They all say that the human clan is despicable and harms their own kind. He is affected by the blood qi, so you want to kill him. Humph, you're really stupid. If you can't save him, you can give him to me. He Linlin's face was full of confidence. She had already seen that Yi Baiming had a very mysterious and powerful force. That force, if used properly, was likely to be used by the Bakra orcs. Since the human clan couldn't tolerate him, she was happy to take him away. I'll save his life. Yunxing pushed the crowd and rushed out. When he saw Yunxing, Abandon couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly walked forward. Yunxing acted as if she didn't see Abandon and went straight to the ghost prison's great elder. Abandon couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. After Yunxing heard the warning from the unicorn's horn, she rushed over. Looking at Yi Baiming, who had fallen into madness, Yunxing's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. What was going on? What happened after she and Yi Baiming were separated? Yunxing, step back. There is no room for you to speak here. The fourth elder reprimanded. A freshman student, who had just made a meritorious service, wanted to interfere with the elder's decision. It was really presumptuous. I'm a doctor. I know his current situation. Very well. He just can't control his beast blood frenzy properly. I can help him recover. Yunxing gritted her teeth. Looking at Yi Baiming, who was controlled by the four mentors, Yunxing felt a dull pain in her heart. Is this true? The ghost prison's great elder looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Yi Baiming was the most valued student of the ghost prison's great elder for so many years. He had even thought that as long as Yi Baiming could successfully integrate with the Kirin blood crystal this time, he would pass on his mantle to Yi Baiming. Killing Yi Baiming was a last resort. Fourth elder, we can't hold on any longer. Several mentors tried their best to hold on. Inside the magic array, Yi Baiming was like a trapped beast that could break free at any time. Within the Dutian blood seal, countless streams of fiendish blood qi surged towards him like raging waves. Believe me, I can save him. Yunxing took a deep breath. The Yi Baiming in front of her was no longer the Yi Baiming she knew. Yi Baiming should be black-bellied and cunning. Yi Baiming should be evil, but he should not be like this. I strongly disagree. No one can get close to him now. It's too dangerous. The fourth elder did not want to see Yunxing throw away her life. In the current situation, Yunxing still wanted to get close to him to save him. It was undoubtedly like a moth flying into a flame, risking her life. How will we know the result if we don't try? Yunxing gritted her teeth, and the needles on her fingertips flashed. She stepped forward and ordered the mentors in an indisputable tone, remove the magic array. The mentors hesitated. Remove it. Yunxing's eyes turned sharp, and a majesty that could not be ignored spread out from her body. The magic mentors only felt their souls tremble, and involuntarily put down their magic scepters. As soon as the magic array was removed, Yi Baiming regained his ability to move. At this time, he was like a beast, landing on all fours. His four limbs kicked, and he fiercely pounced on Yunxing. Yunxing did not dodge, and she rushed towards Yi Baiming. Yunxing, it's dangerous, come back quickly. Seeing Yunxing pounce on Yi Baiming, he was terrified. Come back. Green was also anxious and wanted to pull Yunxing back. Who knew that Yunxing did not care about anything, and with a flap of the magic wings on her back, she had already dodged everyone's attempts to stop her. Seeing the magic wings on her back, the elders of the mainland magic elite camp were stunned. Yunxing had also broken through. If they remembered correctly, Yunxing should have just broken through not long ago. How could she have broken through to become a sky mage so quickly? Seeing Yunxing pounce on Yi Baiming, everyone's hearts were lifted. Feeling that someone was approaching, Yi Baiming, who had fallen into madness, threw a punch towards the figure. In a daze, Yi Baiming heard a hurried call. Night Fox, wake up. That voice was so familiar and so warm. I tried my best, I can't even lift a finger. Although I did not achieve the expected results, thank you all. Good night. A trace of confusion flashed across Yi Baiming's eyes. It was that trace of confusion that gave Yunxing the opportunity to hug him tightly with her soft arms. She did not care about the half-beast scales on his body, nor did she care about his body that reeked of blood. There was no fear in Yunxing's eyes, only absolute trust. She knew that Yi Baiming would not hurt her. A familiar fragrance wafted into his slightly stiff arms. Feeling that strange warmth, Yi Baiming's body stiffened. Yunxing's hand instantly circled around his neck, and the needle hidden in her hand accurately pierced the back of Yi Baiming's head. The moment the tip of the needle pierced through, Yi Baiming's mind roared. The layer of red light in his eyes gradually dissipated and returned to gray. The black scales on his arm faded away. He firmly hugged the person who had pounced on him, and his rapid breathing became steady. He greedily breathed in the familiar and warm scent of the woman, and stroked her soft hair. The feeling of regaining what he had lost caused Yi Baiming's heart to sink inch by inch. If possible, he did not want to let go of the person in his arms for the rest of his life. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were filled with tenderness. You're back. Yunxing nodded gently. The murderous aura around him disappeared without a trace in an instant. The murderous aura that had surged wildly towards him could no longer get close to him. Yi Baiming hugged Yunxing tightly. Her soft body exuded a fragrant scent. It was Yunxing. She was fine. She was fine. His chaotic heart had never been so calm before. Yunxing pressed against Yi Baiming's chest. Feeling his violently heaving chest, her heart softened bit by bit. everyone watching from the side trembled with fear. The descendants of the Bakra orcs were also shocked. Especially He Linlin. She did not expect that Yunxing had such a great influence on Yu Baiming. Yu Baiming was like a blood-soaked god of death just now. But at this moment, he had become an ordinary person. An ordinary man who was immersed in the joy of regaining what he had lost, and looked at his lover with the most gentle eyes. He Linlin was crazy with jealousy. She envied Yunxing, and she also wanted that man's most attentive gaze. Green was dazed as he looked at the shy Yunxing. Although her face was full of anger, her blushing cheeks and the way she gritted her teeth were so glaring to the eyes. Ahem, Baiming, you don't look very elegant like this. Elder Ghost Prison saw that his disciple had returned to normal. He was happy, but he could not help but frown. Yunxing only noticed now that Yu Baiming's upper body armor had been completely destroyed due to the fierce battle earlier. His upper body could be said to be completely naked. She did not care about anything else and rushed forward to hug Yu Baiming. Now, everyone was looking at her as if she had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. But Night Fox was still hugging her tightly and did not let go. Let go. It's so embarrassing. Yunxing was very embarrassed. She could imagine that the people behind her must be commenting on her bold actions. What? You were the one who threw yourself into my arms. Don't worry, I want to hug you for a while longer, in case you disappear again. If you're afraid of being embarrassed, don't raise your head. I'll take you away. Yu Baiming did not care at all. A devilish smile appeared on his face again. He became that Yu Baiming that Yunxing hated and loved at the same time. However, Yunxing was more used to this Yu Baiming. With a grab of his arm, he lifted Yunxing into his arms. Yunxing imagined the countless ambiguous gazes behind her. She simply followed Yu Baiming's instructions and buried her head like an ostrich, refusing to raise her head. Now, Yunxing was buried in front of Yu Baiming. She did not know what the others were saying, but her mind was in a mess and she could not think clearly. She did not notice at all that when Yu Baiming walked out of the crowd with her in his arms, there were several jealous gazes in the crowd. Watching Yunxing walk further and further away, her head resting on Yu Baiming's body, Qi and Lu could not help but feel sad. He Linlin clenched her fists, her pink face full of anger. Yu Baiming's crisis was resolved. The Ghost Prison's elder breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did the Ghost Prison's elder remember that in the Dutian blood seal, there were still some descendants of Bakra orcs. He Linlin and the others were more or less injured. The 8 of them were fighting against the Ghost Prison's elder as equals. The Ghost Prison's elder looked at the 8 young men and women in front of him. These people were the most outstanding. Descendants of the Bakra orcs. If they were killed, the Bang tribe would suffer heavy losses. To kill or not to kill. Similarly, the descendants of the Bang tribe were also looking at the Ghost Prison's elder. The killing intent gushing out from the Ghost Prison's great elder's eyes was also seen by them. Seeing the Ghost Prison's elder's murderous intent, Lu walked out and pretended to bow respectfully. Ghost Prison's elder, don't try to kill us. You should feel that the Dutian blood seal is now very unstable. If it is not repaired, it will collapse in a few days. The Ghost Prison's elder frowned. What Lu said was not wrong. An important part of the Dutian blood seal, the celestial fox seal, was forcibly broken by Yu Baiming, and a corner of the blood seal collapsed. In this way, the power of the blood seal was greatly reduced. At this time, if they fought fiercely with the descendants of the Bang tribe, it was likely to cause the blood seal to collapse further. If the Dutian blood beast world collapsed, the entire Wuji continent may face the attack of the magical beast army. The most important thing now was to find a way to repair the Dutian blood seal. I have a way to fix the blood seal. What is your purpose in entering the blood beast world? Be honest and I will be lenient. Otherwise, I don't mind sparring with you. The Ghost Prison's elder looked coldly at these descendants of the Bang tribe in front of him. The Ghost Prison's elder had to admit that the talents of these young men and women of the Bang tribe were indeed better than their peers in the Wuji continent. Lu, however, smiled slightly with a harmless face. Ghost Prison's elder, if we don't tell you, are you really going to use your seniority to suppress us? If this matter is spread out, I'm afraid it will attract criticism. Humph, in front of a great enemy, for the future of the Wuji continent, I am not afraid of being ridiculed. The ghost prison's elder's old face reddened, and he was also choked by Lu's words. Ghost prison's elder need not be angry. The Dutian blood seal is very unstable now. I think elder should not sit by and watch the Dutian blood seal be destroyed. For the benefit of both sides, why don't we calm down and have a good talk? Lu looked very young, but his tone was rather experienced. It was obvious that he was very shrewd. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? The ghost prison's elder was very dissatisfied with Lu's nonsense. In fact, Lu and the others could only be considered as juniors. If they wanted to negotiate, it would have to be the few old fellows of the beast god altar. Based on our hands, and your people. Lu clapped his hands, and a few beast race guards brought out a group of people. The captives that Green brought out were Xianxia and the sorcerers that followed her. Fourth elder's face turned ugly when he saw this. 24 hours had passed, but Xianxia and the rest did not appear. It turned out that they had been captured by Green. Xianxia and the rest were embarrassed and did not know where to look. Xianxia and the rest were also unlucky. They did not find the hostages in the middle area of the blood beast world. Instead, they were careless and fell into the magic array that Green had set up in the middle area of the Dutian blood beast world. You are from the 9 Phoenix tribe? Ghost prison's elder was depressed. The 9 Phoenix tribe of the 8 barren tribes were proficient in music and all kinds of magic arrays. If one was captured by their magic array, it would be very difficult to escape. I am precisely the grandson of the 9 Phoenix old patriarch. Lu flashed his signature canine teeth. His steamed face was filled with a lovable smile. However, his words made the great elder have an impulse to vomit blood. Good, very good. The 9 Phoenix tribe leader raised a good grandson. Ghost prison's elder was so angry that he could not speak. Although the one who was captured wasn't a student of the warrior elite camp, the magic elite camp and the warrior elite camp were in the same boat. If he didn't save him in front of everyone, the magic elite camp's head elder would fight him to the death when he returned to the camp. Release them, and I'll spare your lives today. Go back and tell those old fellows from the beast god altar to stop dreaming of invading the boundless world. Otherwise, what awaits them will be annihilation. After weighing the pros and cons, the ghost prison's grand elder decided to temporarily put aside the matter of killing the 8 desolate beastkin. We will let them go. However, ghost prison's first elder still needs to return the 5-colored spaceship and the celestial fox guards on it to us. Those are the treasures of the celestial fox people. Green's words made Hu Linglong feel sweet. She thought that Green was trying to get the 5-colored spaceship and the fox guards back for her. Ghost prison's first elder could only agree. The 5-colored spaceship and the second elder quickly rushed over. Seeing the dispirited faces of Xianxia and the rest, the second elder's face was filled with disappointment. Wait, we're still short of 1 student. Feng Tian is missing. Second elder counted the number of people and realized that only Feng Tian was missing. Among the dead students who had been cleaned up earlier, Feng Tian's corpse was not found. According to the rules, Feng Tian should have come out after 24 hours. Everyone is here. If you don't believe me, you can ask your people. Green did not buy it. When the second elder asked, he found out that Feng Tian had left in a fit of anger, and his whereabouts were still unknown. Only then did the descendants of the 8 desolates board the ship. Hu Linglong hesitated and whispered into Green's ear, Green, I haven't entered the celestial fox tomb yet. Hu Linglong, all of this was caused by you. If you want to enter the celestial fox tomb, you can go and buy yourself. Lu snorted and no longer paid attention to Hu Linglong. Being scolded like this, tears flashed in Hu Linglong's eyes. She unwillingly looked at the celestial fox tomb. Due to the collapse of the restriction, the entrance to the celestial fox tomb could no longer be entered, let alone find the celestial fox relic. If they could not find the celestial fox relic, the celestial fox people would completely lose the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the sacred beast. They would probably forever be reduced to the inferior beast race, unable to make a comeback. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, Hu Linglong was helpless. Before boarding the spaceship, He Linlin suddenly turned around, Ghost Prison's first elder, please tell Yi Baiming that I will come to find him again. Ghost Prison's first elder snorted. Beasts will always be beasts. Can't you see that our Bai Ming has already found a beautiful and likable fiancé? Only a ghost would be interested in a woman like you. After the 8 wilderness beastmen left, Ghost Prison's first elder immediately ordered someone to find the first elder. The first elder immediately contacted the temple and the Zhao state. A few days later, people from the temple and the Zhao state rushed over. The elders repaired the Dutian blood seal together. After the matter calmed down and they waited for the other major forces to send people over, the mainland magic elite camp did a final count of the casualties. There were heavy casualties in this blood purge. Just the death toll alone was over 60 people. Even Feng Tian, who originally had the most potential in the mage elite camp, had gone missing in this blood purge. In the end, he was determined to be dead. In the sky, the 5-colored spaceship emitted a soft light. Lu stood alone at the bow of the ship, letting the strong wind in the sky blow past him like a knife. His heart was filled with sadness. After this, he did not know when he would be able to meet Yunxing again. Well, even if he met her again, she would probably already be. Green recalled the scene when Yunxing pounced on Yu Baiming without hesitation when they met before they got married. She was clearly filled with killing intent, but she was not afraid at all. The moment that devil-like man saw her, it was as if the snow in the spring had melted. The scene of the two hugging each other was poignant yet harmonious. There was no room for a third person between the two of them. TSK, this time, it's really a failure. If not for Hu Linglong's superfluous act of kidnapping people, how would we have attracted the mainland magic elite camp's people? We are still missing a celestial fox relic. Purple walked to Lu's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. 7 Beast King relics should be enough. The Dutian blood seal has been severely damaged. Even if it is repaired, its power will not be as strong as before. Opening the Dutian secret passage is just a matter of time. Lu and the others had successfully found the Beast King relics. Due to Purple's appearance, Yunxing was unable to find out the exact reason why the descendants of the Bahuang tribe appeared in the Dutian blood beast world. The 8 people who came to the Dutian blood world this time were originally designated by the tribe as the most outstanding people in this generation. Their bloodline was noble and their strength was superior to their peers. As long as they obtained the Beast King relics, they could enter the Beast King altar to obtain the inheritance of the Beast God, and their strength would be improved. But most importantly, as long as they obtained the Beast King relics, the Beast God altar could activate the power of the leaders of the 8 major beast tribes and reopen the secret passage that transported the Bahuang tribe to the New World. Only by opening the secret passage could the Bahuang tribe return to the boundless land. If that's the case, why do you still look so gloomy? Lu, are you worried about that woman called Yunxing? Purple saw the difference in Lu's expression. The Lu that Purple knew was the young leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe who was doted on by everyone on the surface. But in reality, only those who truly understood Lu would know that Lu's true colors were completely different from what he usually showed. This was clearly shown when he was negotiating with the Ghost Prison's Great Elder just now. Although he and Purple had split up to chase after Yunxing and Yu Baiming, he had ordered people to set up many magic arrays in the middle of the Dutian blood beast world. This time, if not for Lu's foresight, they would have to fight a fierce battle with the Ghost Prison's Great Elder before they could leave the blood beast world. Purple, I think I have fallen in love with that woman. Lu had a worried look on his face. Seeing his good friend's reaction, Zi's eyes twitched, and he resisted the urge to strangle him. This damned brat was really slow on the uptake. Green was a little distressed. If he had denied earlier that he had feelings for Yunxing, but just now, when he saw Yunxing being taken away by Yu Baiming, Green's heart was in turmoil. He even had the urge to abandon everything and prepare for a fierce battle with Yu Baiming. Green, you can't fall in love with that woman. Z sighed. Green was really silly. He said that he liked her, but in his heart, he was probably deeply in love with that woman called Yunxing. Just now, Green's behavior was abnormal, and he almost lost his mind and rushed forward. This was the young clan leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe that Z knew, who looked like a sheep but had a wolf in his heart. Don't talk to me about humans and beasts. It's not like there are no humans in the 8 wastelands. Don't beasts still marry humans? Green said unhappily. The people of the boundless continent did not know that there were humans in the continent where the Bakra orcs were located. It was just that those humans were originally natives of the 8 wastelands. As they were not strong and had weak limbs, they were quickly conquered by the 8 major tribes represented by the Bakra orcs and became slaves or free people. This person was good at everything, but his personality was a little cold and pedantic, and his temper was the same as his grandfather's. To think that he was still young. Those humans can only be concubines or female slaves. Do you think that woman called Xianxia will be willing? Recalled the battle with Xianxia earlier, and the corners of his eyes twitched heavily. Although they did not fight head-on, Xianxia's wit and cunning had left a deep impression on No matter how he looked at it, such a woman was not a woman who could serve the same husband with others. Although most of the Bakra orcs had the ability to transform into human form, many traditions still retained the habits of the beasts, such as promiscuity between men and women, and polygamy. These were very common. For example, Green and Z's father or grandfather had more than 10 wives and dozens of children. Only the most outstanding ones could be treated as children of the first wife. Who said that I want her to be a concubine? She's willing, but I'm not. Green was a little flustered. Green, listen to me. Forget about that woman. Z originally did not want to tell Green, but to prevent Green from falling deeper into this impossible relationship, he still felt that there were some things that needed to be told. That woman called Xianxia and that Yi Baiming have formed a binding magic between each other. You should have heard of the binding magic of the D clan. Z first found a trace of the binding magic on Xianxia. Later, he witnessed Xianxia and Yi Baiming hugging each other. When they hugged each other, a strong binding magic fluctuation confirmed Z's initial guess. The Unicorn clan was also known as the D clan. They were one of the oldest magical beasts on the continent. There were many legends about the D clan, but the most famous one was the binding magic, also known as the binding curse. According to legend, the earliest binding magic was formed by the union of a light unicorn and a dark unicorn. They formed a very special magic between each other, which could predict the other's safety and even joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Thus, they were inseparable and accompanied each other for life. But because the clan was a feud, this pair of unicorns did not end well in the end. Since then, the binding magic had become the binding curse. Any unicorn couple who was stimulated by the binding magic would not end well in the end. How is that possible? Xianxia is not the D clan. Green could not believe it. The binding curse is not only useful on unicorns. If a man and a woman have a pair of unicorn horns that are in love with each other, there is a certain percentage that can stimulate the binding curse. I think Xianxia and Yi Baiming's situation has already formed this kind of special magic. The two of them won't have a good ending. Ze didn't believe in this kind of superstitious curse. But in the D clan, any pair of unicorn lovers who produced the binding magic would not have a good end in the end. It turned out that the binding curse really existed. Who knew that after hearing Z's words, Green's originally listless face became excited. He grabbed Z, is what you said true? Will they have a good end? Cough, cough, Green, what are you doing? Let go. Z was held by Green's collar and had difficulty breathing. Haha, it's best if they don't have a good end. Then I can snatch Xianxia. Green loosened his claws and rubbed his palms, his face full of eagerness. When he inherited the beast god's inheritance and became the chief of the 9 Phoenix clan, he was not afraid that the group of old guys in the clan would stop him. Why don't you understand? Although the lovers who are cursed by the binding curse cannot be together, they are really in love with each other. Their souls are connected and they only have feelings for each other in their lives. Z hurriedly explained. But when he finished his explanation, he found that Green was gone. It turned out that Green thought of accepting the beast god's inheritance as soon as possible and doubled his efforts. Green did not hear Z's advice at all. Green did not hear it, but the other person heard it. What you said just now is true. Hey Linlin walked out. You saw the situation at that time. Do you think that there is room for other people to interfere with those two? Z's face changed, somewhat unhappy that Hey Linlin was eavesdropping on his and Green's conversation. As the 3 superior beast clans of the Bahuan tribes, the competition between the Black Qilin, the 9 Phoenix and the D clan was fierce. Z and Green were good friends, but with Hey Linlin, they could not even be considered friends. This woman had always done things unreasonably. No one knew what she would do in the next moment. So what, Z, you overestimated the magic of the D clan. In this world, there is one thing more difficult to reverse than magic, and that is bloodline. But you are right about one thing, they will never be together. He Linlin pushed the short hair in front of her forehead, her eyes shining with confidence. After saying that, He Linlin walked away with a cold and arrogant face. Z's expression was complicated. He did not know whether this trip to the beast blood boundary was a blessing or a curse. This time, he was caught in an inexplicable whirlpool of emotions. It was not only Green who was abnormal. Even He Linlin, who was known as the proud daughter of the heavens, was probably in trouble this time. However, Z also witnessed the strength of the younger generation of the boundless world. Whether it was Yi Baiming who could use the blood chi for his own use, or Yinxing who had an unknown summoning power, they all made Z's heart palpitate. With the 7 Beast King relics in place, the day of the opening of the Dutian secret passage was just around the corner. At the thought of returning to the boundless world and washing away the humiliation of his ancestors 5,000 years ago, the usually calm Z felt his blood boiling. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder stood outside the Dutian relay station and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The spaceship of the Bang descendants had disappeared, but the commotion they caused had not ended. Instead, it was just the beginning. He believed that the news of the Bakra orcs reappearing in the boundless world would spread soon. The worst thing was that they had not figured out the real purpose of the Bang descendants in the Dutian blood beast world. Or rather, what they had obtained in the past few days in the Dutian blood beast world. In the mainland's magic elite camp, a star mark student was still missing. When they returned, there would be another dispute. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder only felt a wave of frustration, but on second thought, this trip was not all bad news. He learned from Yi Baiming that he had entered the Qilin tomb and obtained 10 blood crystals. As long as he fused with a portion of the blood crystals, Yi Baiming would definitely come out on top in the next divine artifact search. Great Elder, the people from the temple, Zao State, and Hunters Guild have arrived. They would like to invite you over to discuss the restoration of the Dutian blood print. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder collected his thoughts and walked back to the Dutian relay station. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder, along with a few other people from the temple, Hunters Guild, and Zao State, entered the Dutian blood print that night to check on the damage. The temple sent Jiyu, the Hunters Guild sent an S-class hunter, and the Zao State sent a main summoner. They checked the 8 areas of the Dutian blood print and found that only one area, the Celestial Fox's tomb, had been destroyed. Just by looking at the situation in the Celestial Fox's tomb, one could imagine how intense the battle in the blood print was. In order to protect Yi Baiming, the Ghost Prison's Great Elder didn't say that the restriction on the Celestial Fox's tomb was broken by Yi Baiming. He only said that it was broken by the descendants of the 8 Desolation race during the fierce battle. The blood print situation is not optimistic. Elder Arbiter of Life Ji was an expert in magic formations. After checking, he shook his head. What do you mean? Could it be that even with everyone's strength, we still can't repair it? Ghost Prison's Great Elder didn't expect that even Elder Seeming couldn't do anything. It can be repaired, but even if it is repaired, it is already at the end of its tether. You should know that the tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Blood Seal is the place with the strongest mana. But now, the mana restriction in the tomb of the Celestial Fox has been completely destroyed. Elder Judge Ji was very wary of the descendant of the Octotera who destroyed the mana restriction in the tomb of the Celestial Fox. He had such a cultivation at such a young age. If he received the inheritance of the beast god, his strength would be even more shocking. The previous leader of the Celestial Fox people was the one with the highest mana among all the beasts. His blood formed the most basic part of the Dutian blood print. Now that the foundation had been destroyed, there was no new blood of the Celestial Fox people to redraw the magic formation. The power of the blood print would only weaken day by day. What's the point of saying all this? It has to be repaired even if it can't be repaired. Otherwise, when the Dutian blood beast world collapses, the boundless world will suffer, Ghost Prison's Great Elder said embarrassedly. The only thing we can do now is to temporarily repair the blood print. But this temporary repair can only last for 3 years at most. After 3 years, if we can't find a replacement for the blood of the descendants of the Celestial Fox people, the Dutian blood print will still collapse. And this time, the collapse will be even more thorough. I'm afraid it will affect the entire Dutian blood world, Elder Ximing said earnestly. What if we can't find the descendants of the celestial fox? There are no more descendants of the 8 desolates on the continent. There was one originally, but it ran away, Ghost Prison's great elder said unhappily. The second elder of the magic elite camp didn't look too good either. Ghost Prison's great elder was implying that Chen Lianer and the others were a burden. But in the end, it was his own camp students who didn't live up to expectations. The second elder could only accept it. It's not a problem even if we can't find the descendants of the celestial fox. There's another way, which is to find the 8 great artifacts. As long as we can find the 8 great artifacts that were lost since ancient times, we can still use the power of the artifacts to reconstruct the Dutian blood print, Elder Ximing Ji stroked his beard and muttered. It seems that finding the artifacts is urgent. But finding the artifacts isn't something that can be done overnight. Let's gather our strength and temporarily repair the Dutian blood print. Ghost Prison's great elder and a few others temporarily repaired the Dutian blood print. But in order to prevent the blood print from regenerating, this time they constructed a powerful magic array outside the Dutian blood print. This magic array prevented the magical beasts of the Dutian blood beast world from entering the Dutian blood print. The people in the blood print also couldn't come out. After confirming that the Dutian blood print was temporarily stabilized, Ghost Prison's great elder led a group of warrior students and the second elder to return to the continent's magic elite camp. In the continent's magic elite camp, the news of the countless casualties in this blood purge had already spread. There was a panic in the magic elite camp. When Keling heard the news, she was secretly delighted. She thought that Yunxing must have met with an accident. In addition, this time, the Dutian blood beast world happened to be in chaos. No one would link Yunxing's death to her. Just as Keling was dreaming, Yunxing suddenly came back. Why aren't you dead? Seeing Yunxing come back alive and kicking, Keling turned pale with fright. Haha, senior sister, your words are funny. Why can't I come back? Not only did I come back, but I also brought back some gifts for you. Yunxing took out a set of warrior robes and a bag of gold coins and threw them to Keling. When Keling saw these 2 things, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and her lips turned pale. She couldn't speak. These things should be very familiar to you, right? Yunxing smiled very brightly. I don't recognize them. Keling didn't expect that the warriors who went to assassinate Yunxing didn't return. The great elder of the ghost prison didn't know the real situation. He just put the blame of the missing students on the descendants of the 8 wastelands. Do you want to know what happened to those people? I threw them into the river to feed the blood-toothed crocodiles. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and even their bodies can't be seen. Yunxing showed a cold smile. What do you want? Keling found that compared to Yunxing, her scheme was nothing. She wanted to ask for help, but she remembered that the dark gold teacher had said that if she played any tricks, she would kill her. Keling was now in a dilemma. She looked at Yunxing in fear. Get out of the magic elite camp. Don't let me see you for the rest of your life. I don't want to kill you, because killing you will dirty my hands. Yunxing's eyes changed, and she said fiercely. Keling was so scared that her legs went soft. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She hurriedly packed her luggage and left the magic elite camp that night. After dealing with Keling, Yunxing thought of the other 2 people. Everyone had to speak 1 sentence at a time and eat 1 mouthful at a time. As for humans, they had to be dealt with one by one. After chasing Keling away, Yunxing felt very comfortable. If not for the fact that Keling was a dark gold-ranked teacher, she would have dealt with Keling directly. Along the way, Yunxing met a few teachers of the magic elite camp. Usually, when these people saw Yunxing, they would give her the cold shoulder. Yunxing did not wait for them. Just as she was about to turn and leave, those senior brothers and sisters hurriedly stood up straight and respectfully called out to Yunxing, "Senior Sister Yun." Based on their attitude, Yunxing was certain that they might not be so respectful when they met their tutor on a normal day. Yunxing felt goosebumps all over her body when she was called out like this. She thought to herself, what's going on? Are these people possessed? Hee, Yunxing, you have already become a senior sister. Gu Feng and Abandon walked out from the side. What was rare was that Sister Lan also walked with them. Lan's injuries had mostly recovered after being treated by the dazzling light teachers. She still looked as cold as ever, but when she saw Yunxing, her gaze softened slightly. She nodded at Yunxing. Get used to it. In the magic elite camp of the mainland, the strong are respected. What she meant was that she acknowledged Yunxing's strength. In this time's blood purge, the team led by Lan had earned a chance to enter the magic forest because of their meritorious service. But the one who benefited the most was still Yunxing. Feng Tian disappeared for no reason. In this rescue operation, the one who performed the best was still Yunxing. After returning from the Dutian blood realm, Yunxing's magic badge showed that she had killed 1,600 magical beasts. A part of this was thanks to her little magical beasts. Anyway, the magical beasts killed by the little magical beasts were all credited to Yunxing. Yunxing, who was originally unknown, became the brightest star in the magic elite camp of the mainland. She had even broken through to become a sky mage in one fell swoop during the blood purge. Not only that, the entire elite camp, including the warrior elite camp, was secretly discussing the relationship between Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming had repelled the ghost prison's great elder with one punch in the Dutian blood seal. There were many speculations about his strength in the outside world, but there was one thing that no one dared to touch Yunxing. Offending Yunxing was equivalent to offending Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming even dared to beat up the ghost prison's great elder. Who in the camp dared to provoke him? Even some instructors were wary of Yunxing. The direct result of all these was that Yunxing's reputation in the camp was already on par with Lu Tongtian, Lan, and the others. Her ranking on the magic power ranking soared like a rocket, and she had already charged into the top 100. Lu Tongtian had painstakingly worked for nearly 10 years to achieve all this. However, Yunxing had only used a short period of time. In merely a few days, she had managed to obtain it. Not only that, Lu Tongtian had been severely criticized by the Great Elder because of his poor leadership, especially when he let Feng Tian leave in a fit of anger. This was not the only thing that gave Lu Tongtian a headache. Lian don't be angry. Lu Tongtian was softly comforting Chen Lian. If these words came from the mouth of a handsome man, it would be quite effective. It was a pity that the person speaking was a man like Lu Tongtian. Chen Lian had not been nice to Lu Tongtian ever since she returned from the blood purge. When Lan, Yunxing, Qi, Gu Feng, and the others came to the door, they happened to see this scene. When he saw these people, Lu Tongtian's expression was somewhat awkward. Needless to say, he knew what these people were here for. Earlier, the two teams had agreed to have a competition. The results of the competition had already been revealed when Yunxing successfully controlled the five-colored airship and rescued the students. Lu Tongtian originally thought that victory was in his hands. Who knew that Green Tooth would appear halfway and injure him? Chen Lian was then captured by Green's magic trap. It was also because of Chen Lian and the others' capture that the ghost prison Great Elder had no choice but to compromise with the descendants of the Octoterra and hand over the five-colored airship and let them go. What are you doing here? Are you here to see a joke? Lu Tongtian was annoyed. Senior apprentice brother Lu, you're so forgetful. Of course, we're here to get our 100 million gold coins back. Yunxing's eyes curved into crescents as she spoke in a righteous tone. In order to force Lu Tongtian to pay his debt, she had specially invited Sister Lan to help. Yunxing, don't go too far. 100 million gold coins, who can take it out at once? When Chen Lian saw Yunxing, it was really like meeting an enemy. Her eyes were exceptionally red. That day, when she came out of the Dutian blood realm, she had been scolded by the second elder. When she was reduced to a prisoner, Yunxing was hugging and kissing Yi Baiming. Just thinking of this made Chen Lian's stomach full of anger. 100 million gold coins, it is not only senior brother Lu who is responsible for it. If you are willing, you can all bear some of it. 10 people, no, 3 people died in the process. 100 million gold coins isn't a lot when it's split between 7 people, said Gu Feng, adding insult to injury. As the first on the devil list, if the team led by Lu Tongtian lost the competition and everyone had to pay back the bet, if this matter spread out, Lu Tongtian would not be able to stay in the elite mage camp anymore. Lu Tongtian's expression became even uglier. No matter what, he could not afford to lose face. I only have 8 million gold coins on me. 100 million gold coins is really too much. Give me some more time. Once I have enough money, I will pay back the full amount. Lu Tongtian's heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chen Lianer's instigation and agreed to the 100 million gold coins. Just by relying on the elite mage camp, participating in the blood purges and killing blood cloud beasts, when would he be able to raise that much money? Senior brother Lu, you have already been in the camp for 10 years and only have 8 million gold coins. Based on your speed, how long do you think it will take to earn 100 million gold coins? Don't wait until I have left the elite mage camp and you still haven't paid it back. Yunxing had a difficult expression. Yunxing, don't go too far. If senior brother Lu does not want to pay it back, none of you can do anything to him. Chen Lianer was furious. Even if Lan was present, if they really fought, Lan might not be able to win against Lu Tongtian. Chen Lianer was relying on Lu Tongtian's superior strength to be able to go back on her words without any scruples. I can't do anything to him, but I'm sure senior brother Lu wouldn't want the matter of him owing money to be treated as a joke and talked about in teahouses and restaurants 24 hours a day, right? Yunxing's voice had just faded away. For people like Lu Tongtian, he was not afraid of fighting to the death. But he could not afford to lose face. That's enough. I still have some magic tools, magic scrolls, and some soul stones on me. With all of them added together, the price shouldn't be less than 100 million gold coins. As he spoke, he threw his storage ring to Yunxing with hatred. Yunxing glanced at Lan. The latter's expression didn't change, as if she had understood. Yunxing thought to herself that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Sister Lan was right. Before Yunxing came to ask Lu Tongtian for 100 million gold coins, Sister Lan had reminded Yunxing that if Lu Tongtian didn't have enough gold coins on him, he could use his own items to exchange for it. Lan had entered the continent's magic elite camp earlier than Yunxing. She knew that Lu Tongtian might not have that much money to repay his debt, but he had been in the continent's magic elite camp for so long. His results in the blood purge were outstanding, and he had entered the magic forest many times. He must have a lot of high-level and super magic in his hands. Yunxing didn't know about this, but Sister Lan knew more than Yunxing. That was why she had reminded Yunxing to use magic to replace gold coins. Yunxing had just broken through to become a sky mage. She was also the boss of Little Ci Andong and the deputy leader of the Heaven Hunting Corps. Gold coins were nothing to her. On the contrary, high-level magic, especially super magic, would be more useful for Yunxing's magic training in the future. As expected, Lu Tongtian had no choice but to use his own items to repay the gold coins. Then I won't be polite. Yunxing said that she was embarrassed, but her hands had already started to search Lu Tongtian's storage ring. With a glance, she found a large number of magical beast soul stones, magic tools, and some well-preserved magic fruits. Lu Tongtian was indeed a leveling up expert. Not only did he participate in the blood purge of the Dutian blood beast world, he also went out to accept various missions. His storage ring was very rich. However, Yunxing was no longer the same as before. Her vision was now much higher than before. After checking, she roughly picked out a few high-level magic spells and some magic materials. Together, they were worth about 30 million gold coins. This was still not enough to repay the 100 million gold coins. Senior brother Lu, what should I do? These things of yours are not suitable for me. Looks like I'll have to expose your information to Chi-san. He said that he's willing to pay a high price for the exclusive rights to everything I've seen and heard in the Dutian blood beast world. Yunxing frowned. What kind of person was Chi-san? He was the #1 gossip king in the elite camp. If the news reached his mouth, wouldn't the entire elite camp know about it? Lu Tongtian's face was so dark that water could be wrung out. Yunxing, don't go too far. Lu Tongtian glared fiercely at Yunxing, looking like he was going to tear her to pieces at any moment. Hey, senior martial brother Lu, hurry up and think again. Do you still have anything valuable on you? It's getting late, I'm rushing to deliver the pills to Yi Baiming. As soon as Yunxing mentioned Yi Baiming, Lu Tongtian immediately became listless. It was said that Yi Baiming's strength had greatly improved after this trial. Even Lu Tongtian didn't dare to offend him. Yunxing looked at Lu Tongtian's appearance and felt secretly pleased. The title of Night Fox was indeed useful. Lu Tongtian hesitated. Slowly, he took out a cold jade box and threw it to Yunxing. This thing should be more than enough to repay the remaining 70 million gold coins. Take it and scram. Don't be an eyesore here. Seeing Lu Tongtian's mouth twitch when he took out the item, as if his gout was acting up, Yunxing knew that the item in the cold jade box was no small matter. Cold jade boxes were usually used to store precious medicinal herbs or elixirs. As soon as the box was opened, Yunxing saw a gray magic fruit. This magic fruit was completely different from any of the magic fruits that Yunxing had seen before. Even with her Shenong eyes, Yunxing couldn't tell what it was. Gufeng came forward to take a look and pinched it. Senior Marshal Brother Liu, don't bully us because we're young. This magic fruit is worth 70 million gold coins? Aren't you cheating us? Brat, what are you talking about? I, Lu Tongtian, have never cheated anyone. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know what's good for you. That's a magic fruit, and it's a petrified fruit that's more than 3,000 years old. Lu Tongtian was already depressed that he was forced to hand over the magic fruit. Let me see. Lan also came forward to take a look at the magic fruit in the cold jade box. Ordinary magic fruits could only last for 2 to 3 years in a jade box. However, the petrified fruit was different. It fell from the magic tree for some reason and was buried underground. It was well preserved and wouldn't rot even after thousands of years. Generally speaking, the petrified fruit was very rare. Lan had entered the magic forest many times, but she had never seen a petrified fruit. Lu Tongtian, even if this is a petrified fruit, it's not worth that much. Although there are usually rare spells recorded in the petrified fruit, no matter how rare a high-level spell or even a super spell is, it's not worth 70 million gold coins, Lan said matter-of-factly. High-level magic scrolls on the continent were usually priced between a few 100,000 to 1,000,000 gold coins. Super magic scrolls were even more expensive, ranging from a few million to tens of millions. Even if the petrified fruit's price was one level higher, it would only be 10 to 20 million gold coins. 70 million gold coins was indeed a sky-high price. Humph, what a woman's view. If I say that I found this petrified fruit in the sacred tree area near the royal tree area, do you think it's worth 70 million gold coins? Hearing this, Lan couldn't help but take a few more looks at the petrified fruit. Her hands were trembling slightly. Yunxing, Gufeng, and Qi were confused. It was only after Lan explained it that they understood. When the Great Elder brought them into the magic forest, he had already said that the magic forest was divided into the sky area, sacred tree area, and royal tree area. These 3 areas corresponded to students below the level of sky magicians, students and mentors at the level of Saint Law Emperor, and Law Overlords respectively. Yunxing and the others couldn't enter the last 2 areas because their levels weren't high enough. However, Lan and Lu Tongtian were already Saint Law Emperors, so they had entered the sacred tree area. The sacred tree area just happened to be adjacent to the royal tree area. In other words, it was very likely that the magic fruit had rolled to the imperial tree area. As everyone knows, there's only one royal tree in the magic forest. The petrified fruit on it is no small matter. It was left behind by the first generation of law overlords. The petrified fruit on it is a super spell. If you're lucky, you might even encounter a god-slaying spell, Lu Tongtian said unhappily. Although Lu Tongtian had a rough appearance, he was a decent person. His words were most likely true. God-slaying spell? Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Yunxing, it's up to you whether you accept this petrified fruit or not. Lan sighed and reluctantly put down the petrified fruit. As long as one was a mage, there would be no one who would not be tempted after hearing about the god-slaying spell. Yunxing swallowed her saliva and stared at the magic fruit. She could not even control her fingers. In the magic system of the boundless world, magic was divided into beginner magic, intermediate magic, and advanced magic. Above that would be super magic. As for the god-slaying magic, it was even rarer. It was said that only law overlords who had comprehended the 4 laws of nature could learn it. However, once this sort of magic was mastered, its power would be enough to move mountains and fill seas. It could even destroy the world. It was said that the first law overlord had used this god-slaying magic to cut off the head of the Bakra Orcs Serpent tribe leader. Even a heaven-defying existence like the Bakra Orcs tribe leader could be killed by the god-slaying magic in one move. This showed how powerful this magic was. However, the god-slaying magic was just a name. This was because only law overlords could learn the god-slaying magic. Otherwise, if one did not have the strength to control the magic, their magic soul would be destroyed and they would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, even if Xianxia had obtained the petrified fruit, it was still unknown whether she could learn the god-slaying magic one day. Even so, having the god-slaying magic in hand was still a very cool thing. It was also with this in mind that Xianxia decided to use the high price of 70 million gold coins to obtain the petrified fruit. Seeing Xianxia, Azura, and the rest leave with the petrified fruit, Tong Tian could not help but sigh. Lu Tongtian stood at the side, his heart bleeding. He had obtained this magic fruit by chance. As he was not strong enough, he had kept it. Who knew that it would end up benefiting someone else? Senior apprentice brother Lu, why are you so muddle-headed? You actually gave such a good thing to that bitch Xianxia. Chen Lianer watched from the side with jealousy and hatred. But with Lan glaring at her from the side, Chen Lianer could only worry. Chen Lianer was still blaming Lu Tongtian. This D***Ned man actually had a trick up his sleeve. Lu Tongtian was a very lucky person. It was a pity that he was unlucky. The good things he obtained did not make up for the losses. Isn't it all because of you? The more Lu Tongtian thought about it, the more sullen he felt. For the first time, his tone seemed to be blaming Chen Lianer. Chen Lianer felt that something was wrong. She couldn't offend Lu Tongtian now, so she quickly said, "Senior brother Lu, don't be angry." Regardless of whether the petrified fruit contained the deity-slaying magic or not, the petrified fruit was still a deity-slaying magic. With Xianxia's strength, it might not be a good thing for her to obtain the god-slaying magic. What do you mean by that? Lu Tongtian didn't understand. Hehe, senior brother Lu, don't ask so much. In short, I have a way to make Xianxia unable to sit still and enjoy the petrified fruit, Chen Lianer smiled. She had a bad idea in her mind again. After Xianxia got the petrified fruit, she carefully put it away. Today, we've vented our anger and ruthlessly slaughtered Lu Tongtian. I'll treat everyone to a drink. Xianxia sounded like a nouveau riche. Hehe, I won't interfere. Today is the day when the camp receives letters. I have to go and see if Ling has replied to my letter, Gu Feng said as he hurriedly went to the relay station to check if there was a reply from Ling. Seeing Gu Feng's appearance, Lu Tongtian wanted to say something but stopped. What? Ling still hasn't replied? Xianxia knew Gu Feng's feelings towards Ling. However, Ling had already returned to the eastern capital for more than a month. Gu Feng would send a letter every 7 days, but Ling didn't reply to any of them. Although Gu Feng didn't say anything, he was still very sad. Things are a bit strange. I'll write a letter to ask later. Xianxia was also confused. Logically speaking, after Ling returned to the eastern capital, she would definitely write a letter saying that she was safe. However, it had already been a while since she went to participate in the blood purge and returned. There was still no news from Ling. Xianxia, who was worried about her good friend, wrote a letter to Ling in the afternoon. Xianxia didn't know that not long after Ling returned to the eastern capital, or rather, when she stepped into the eastern capital, she was already under house arrest. Donghuang Ling was very depressed. She knew that the Empress Dowager was seriously ill and rushed back. When she returned to the palace, she found out that the Empress Dowager was only infected with a cold. After chatting for a long time, Ling returned to her palace. However, she didn't know that all the people in her palace had been replaced. Not only that, the Empress Dowager and her brother urged her to divorce later Qin Dugu as soon as possible. Donghuang Ling naturally didn't want to, but she couldn't leave her palace. The left prime minister's people were guarding outside her palace all day long. Because of this, Donghuang Ling got angry several times. However, this time, no matter how willful she was, she ignored the Empress Dowager and the East Emperor who she had always doted on. It had been a month since she returned to the imperial capital, but the time for her to return to the continent's magic elite camp was still far away. Your Highness, this is your letter. A palace maid passed a letter to Dong Huangling. Dong Huangling didn't need to read the letter to know who wrote it. Since she returned to the eastern capital, she had been receiving letters from Gufeng. Dong Huangling couldn't express her admiration for Gufeng. It wasn't that she didn't have any feelings for Gufeng. However, she also understood that she and Gufeng would never be together. Therefore, she didn't reply to any of the letters. Burn it as usual. Dong Huangling lowered her eyes and said with a bit of sadness. She was afraid that she would be swayed after reading the letter. Therefore, she didn't even read the letter. However, Dong Huangling didn't know that the letter wasn't written by Gufeng, but by her good friend Yunsheng. The palace maid turned and left. After a while, the East Emperor, Dong Huangtianqi, came to visit Dong Huangling. Brother. Dong Huangling saw her brother and quickly stood up to greet him. Sister, there's no need to be so courteous. I came here today to discuss the marriage between you and later Qin's Crown Prince Dugu. Dong Huangtianqi's voice was gloomy and his eyes were somewhat empty. Brother, Ling has already said that I won't get married to a traitor like Dugu Xiao. Dong Huangling's unruly attitude came up again. Sister, as the princess of the eastern capital, you shoulder the responsibility of the dynasty's rise and fall. This time, you can't be willful. Crown Prince Dugu has already ordered people to send the betrothal gifts over. In a few days, he will enter the palace to discuss the wedding date with mother. Dong Huangling was dumbfounded by Dong Huangtianqi's words. Dong Huangling suddenly raised her head and stared at her brother. Who are you? You are not my brother. Brother, you won't force me to marry someone I don't like. She went forward and grabbed onto Dong Huangtianqi. She wanted to see if this person who wanted to destroy her lifelong happiness was her brother or not. However, the cold-looking man in front of her was clearly her brother. Men, look after the princess. For the next few days, she is not allowed to go anywhere. Dong Huangtianqi flicked his sleeve and left. Dong Huangling was fiercely thrown onto the ground. Her heart sank bit by bit. Princess, please don't be willful. His Majesty is doing this for your own good. The palace maid at the side hurriedly went up to support her. Dong Huangling grabbed the palace maid's wrist and said with a sharp voice, Speak, what happened when I wasn't around? Her brother wasn't someone impersonating him. However, ever since she returned, her mother and brother seemed to be acting a little strange. Dong Huangling wasn't an idiot. She knew that something must have happened that she didn't know about. If Minister Zhue and his group thought that she was still that pampered canary in the palace, then they were gravely mistaken. Your Highness, this servant doesn't know anything. The palace maid cowered. Dong Huangling took out her magic scepter, and the emerald green wind scythe circled around her. Her face was filled with killing intent. Are you Minister Zhue's subordinate or Dugu Xiu's subordinate? The palace maid felt a chill in her heart. Just as she was about to escape, the wind scythe slashed the palace maid's calf, causing blood to flow out. The palace maid was in so much pain that she almost fainted. She didn't expect that such a delicate woman like the princess would be so ruthless. Dong Huangling stepped on the palace maid's wound. You should have heard that I have been studying in the continent's magic elite camp for the past few years. Do you want to try the taste of magic, the taste of wind scythe slashing your beautiful face? This palace maid was just an ordinary martial artist who knew some martial arts. She was originally sent by Minister Zhue to monitor Dong Huangling. Neither Minister Zhue nor Dugu Xiu expected that Dong Huangling would counterattack. Dong Huangling had followed Yunsheng for a few years, especially during the days in the Skywings arena. Her wisdom and methods were already incomparable to the Dong Huangling who had just left the eastern capital. One is marked by the company one keeps, and one is marked by the company one keeps. Currently, Dong Huangling had already learned most of Yunsheng's bandit style of strengthening and robbing. She knew very well that she had to be unscrupulous when dealing with her enemies. That palace maid was so frightened that she immediately told Dong Huangling everything that had happened earlier. Hearing that, Dong Huangling chopped the palace maid's neck with her palm, and the palace maid fainted. Dong Huangling decided to escape from the imperial palace first. However, she was still worried about Empress Dowager Sidu. After hesitating for a while, Dong Huangling decided to go to Empress Dowager Sidu's palace first. Dong Huangling snuck into Empress Dowager's palace. Imperial mother, imperial brother wants me to marry Dugu Xiu. Do you know about this? Ling you're not young anymore. It's time for you to get married. Empress Dowager Sidu looked kind as she took her daughter's hand. Imperial mother, Ling said that I can marry anyone, but I can't marry rebels. Could it be that you didn't know that my father was killed by an assassin sent by the Qin Emperor later Qin? Dong Huangling's eyes turned red. When the previous East monarch passed away, Dong Huangling was still very young. Empress Dowager Sidu only said that the previous East monarch died of an illness. After Dong Huangling grew up, she became even more suspicious of the previous East monarch's death. When she left the eastern capital, on the surface, she went to learn magic. However, in reality, she was secretly investigating the true cause of the previous East monarch's death. Sure enough, she found some clues. All kinds of clues showed that the previous East monarch's death was related to the left minister and the later Qin dynasty. And because she knew the truth, no matter what, Dong Huangling was unwilling to marry Dugu Xiu. Empress Dowager Sidu had a terrified expression as she covered her daughter's mouth. Ling who told you these words? Don't speak nonsense. I'm not young anymore. Imperial mother, we can't stay here anymore. Imperial brother seems to be acting a bit strange. I'll bring you away first. Dong Huangling pulled Empress Dowager Sidu up and wanted to leave. Your Highness, where are you going? A delicate voice sounded from the side. A beautiful palace maid was the first to open the curtain and walk in. This palace maid was around 28 years old. She had a pair of seductive eyes and a graceful figure. She emitted a seductive aura from her bones. Dong Huangling saw that this palace maid didn't look familiar. She didn't know when this woman came to the Empress Dowager's palace. She became vigilant and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in Imperial Mother's palace?" Princess hasn't returned to the palace for a long time. It's natural that you don't recognize big sister. The palace maid walked over. The strong fragrance coming from her body made Dong Huangling frown. Who's your little sister? Don't act so intimate. Dong Huangling was annoyed. She hated seeing this kind of appearance from women the most. This woman had a seductive aura. Just by looking at her, Dong Huangling felt that there was something wrong with this woman. Subconsciously, she pulled Empress Dowager Sidu and retreated a few steps, keeping a safe distance from this woman. Little sister, don't be angry. This humble one's name is Qi Bai. I'm the concubine of the Dark Prince. After you marry the Dark Prince, you and I will be serving the Dark Prince in the future. I am 1 year older than you. If you don't want to call me big sister, you can just call me Qi Bai. The seductive woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Hearing that, Dong Huangling became even more displeased. Who wants to marry someone like Dugu Xiu who has wild ambitions? Go back and tell him that even if Dong Huangling dies, I won't marry him. After Dong Huangling finished speaking, she felt a pain on her neck. Then, she lost consciousness and fell onto the ground. Behind her, Empress Dowager Sidu had a stupefied expression on her face. In her hand, she was holding on to a hairpin that was dipped in poison. Madam. Qi Bai walked over and touched Dong Huangling's face. Tsk, as expected, you have a good appearance. It's a pity that your temper is a bit too strong. Forget it, let big sister properly teach you a lesson. When the time comes, Crown Prince Dugu will naturally dote on you. Madam Qi Bai. The palace maid that was knocked unconscious by Dong Huangling held onto her wound and came over to apologize. Useless thing. Luckily, the crown prince was smart enough to order me to control Dong Huang Tianqi and old lady Sidu. Otherwise, the princess would have escaped. Madam Qi Bai ordered someone to carry away the unconscious Dong Huangling. I know my mistake. Oh, right, just now, the princess ordered me to burn the letters. From the looks of it, the letters were sent over from the continent's magic elite camp. The palace maid took out 2 letters. Madame Qi Bai casually took the letter from Gu Feng and took a few glances at it. PFFF, she laughed out loud. Oh, I even met someone who is infatuated with love. It's a pity that his sweetheart is going to marry the crown prince. Burn the letters. Do it cleanly. Understood. The palace maid hurriedly retreated. A few days later, Gu Feng looked for Yunxing anxiously. Yunxing, did you receive Ling Er's letters? I have already written over 10 letters, but she didn't reply to a single one of them. Gu Feng had a depressed expression on his face. Earlier, when Dong Huang Ling Er left, she was worried that Gu Feng would request to escort her. Thus, she didn't tell Gu Feng. After Gu Feng found out about it, he even secretly complained to Yunxing. After that, he started to write letters to Ling Er. However, after he sent the letters out, there was no reply. After being reminded by Gu Feng, only then did Yunxing remember that Ling Er had indeed gone back for too long. She also didn't reply to any of the letters that she wrote to Ling Er earlier. Something was wrong. Come quickly, there should be more monthly votes added today, Yunxing calculated carefully. It had been 1.5 months since she and Dong Huang Ling Er returned to the eastern capital from the Heavenly Wing City to Ling Er's return. During this time, Yunxing didn't write to Ling Er because of the Dutian Blood Beast World's trial. However, Gu Feng was different. He started writing to Dong Huang Ling Er a few days after she left. He had already written 7 or 8 letters. If Dong Huang Ling Er deliberately didn't reply to Gu Feng's letters, then it had already been 7 or 8 days since she sent them. Or did something happen to the Eastern Empress Dowager's illness, perhaps? Yunxing was thinking about Dong Huang Ling Er's marriage. Or perhaps, Dong Huang Ling Er had sneaked out and was discovered. Now, she was imprisoned in the eastern capital. Yunxing, why don't we make a trip to the eastern capital? Gu Feng was really worried about Ling Er. We have to investigate this matter first. Don't worry, the Heavenly Hunting Corps also has a branch in the eastern capital. I'll write a letter to second uncle and ask him about it. Yunxing comforted Gu Feng. Gu Feng nodded his head vaguely. Gu Feng was a little unhappy that he didn't receive Ling Er's letter. He didn't want Yunxing and Qi to worry, so he went to the tavern alone and started drinking without saying anything. Who would have thought that the wine would make him even more sorrowful? Halfway through, he started to feel drowsy. When he was half asleep, someone at the table next to him started talking. Why? Are you going back to later, Qin? The blood purge will start soon. If you go now, you'll miss the opportunity. The blood purge hasn't been peaceful recently. My mother is worried. Since the crown prince and a princess of the eastern capital are getting married, I'll ask her to marry me. You know that my mother is the crown prince's nanny. The crown prince treats me like a brother. The 2 mainland warrior elite camp students beside him were talking enthusiastically. Gu Feng only heard the words princess of the eastern capital. His brain exploded. Ignoring the smell of alcohol on him, he rushed to the table next to him and said, "What did you say? The princess of the eastern capital is going to marry the crown prince of later Qin?" When the 2 cultivators saw him reeking of alcohol, they were too lazy to say anything more to him. They just said, "Go away, where did this drunkard come from?" I told you to speak. Gu Feng grabbed the man who was speaking. His eyes were red and filled with ferocious light. Hey, brat, how dare you yell at me? Do you know who I am? The man was about to teach Gu Feng a lesson because he was the son of the later Qin crown prince's wet nurse. Wait, don't attack. This kid looks like Gu Feng. He's a light magician from the elite camp, the only successor of the dazzling light teachers. Another man recognized Gu Feng. Towards light magicians, the elite warriors of the continent still had some reservations. Bad luck, what kind of drunkard is he? The cultivator could only let go of his hand resentfully. However, Gu Feng didn't care about that. He hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go. He even shouted, "Tell me, is it true that the princess of the eastern capital is going to marry the crown prince of the later Qin dynasty? I'm scared of you." The cultivator couldn't hit Gu Feng, but he also couldn't get rid of him. He could only say, "This kind of thing can't be a daughter-in-law." The 2 countries are connected by marriage. Announcements have been posted all over the streets of the eastern capital and later Qin. When Gu Feng heard this, he was still unwilling to give up. Then what's the name of the princess of the eastern capital? I think she's called Ling. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? The cultivator took advantage of Gu Feng's inattention to break free and quickly left. Gu Feng sat on the ground in a daze. After a while, he let out a dry cry and jumped out of the tavern. 3 to 4 days later, Yunxing finally received a reply from her second uncle, Yun Songlong. However, in the reply letter, there was a notice attached. After reading the letter and notice, Yunxing's calm face had a slight ripple. She faintly felt uneasy in her heart and immediately went to look for Gu Feng. However, she didn't know that she couldn't find any trace of Gu Feng even after searching the entire continent's elite warriors of the continent. Yunxing became more and more worried in her heart. She had no choice but to look for Qi first. Qi went to Gu Feng's camp again. When he came back, there was a hint of anxiety on his usually expressionless face. He took out a letter and handed it to Yunxing. The letter was left by Gu Feng a few days ago. It said that he was worried about Donghuang Ling and went to the eastern capital to look for her. Gu Feng was too impulsive. Qi shook his head. Gu Feng also had feelings for Donghuang Ling. Oh no, we must immediately chase after Gu Feng. After reading the letter, Yunxing's expression became anxious and uneasy. He's only going to the eastern capital. Why are you so anxious? He should be back by the time he sees Ling. Seeing that Yunxing's expression wasn't right, Qi couldn't help but feel strange. The Yunxing he knew was someone who wouldn't bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. However, today, Yunxing looked somewhat anxious. It's impossible for him to see Ling. Ling, she, is going to marry later Qin's crown prince, Du Guxiu. Yunxing only knew about this after reading the letter from her second uncle. No wonder Donghuang Ling didn't come back after returning to the eastern capital. The people from the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps heard that not long after Donghuang Ling returned to the eastern capital, later Qin's crown prince, Du Guxiu, entered the palace. After that, the Eastern Emperor personally announced to the world that the eastern capital and later Qin had formed an alliance. Half a year later, Du Guxiu personally came to fetch the bride. This matter had already spread like wildfire across the continent, and there was no one who did not know about it. Only Yunxing and Gu Feng, who were in seclusion in the continent's magic elite camp, didn't know about it. Gu Feng, that brat, has deep feelings for Ling. If he knows that Ling is going to get married, he will definitely not let it go. We must immediately go to the eastern capital. It's best if we can find him before Gu Feng sees Ling. Yunxing's words made Qi realize the seriousness of the matter. Donghuang Ling's current status was extraordinary. Other than being a princess, she also had another identity. She was the crown princess of later Qin's crown prince. If Gu Feng was impulsive and was caught red-handed, he might be treated as an assassin. Du Guxiu's fierce reputation had been around for a long time. If Gu Feng was caught by him, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Gu Feng might not have told you, but Ling's true identity is the eastern capital's princess. There's another thing that Gu Feng doesn't know. Ling ran away from the marriage. Yunxing told Qi everything. If that's the case, why is she marrying the later Qin's crown prince now? Qi also realized how difficult it was for Gu Feng to have such a relationship. This is also what I don't understand. Ling's temperament is definitely not someone who will compromise. Yunxing faintly felt that there must be something hidden. Moreover, this matter should be related to Empress Dowager Situ's illness. Donghuang Ling once told Yunxing that as a princess of the royal family, she had never had a real close friend since she was a child. Yunxing was her only friend. If she got married in the future, she would definitely invite Yunxing to attend the ceremony. However, this marriage came too suddenly. Furthermore, Donghuang Ling did not reveal any information about it beforehand. Thus, Yunxing thought that there must be something hidden behind it. So, she had to go to the eastern capital. The more Yunxing and Qi thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. So, the two of them decided to go to the eastern capital immediately and try their best to find Gu Feng. Yunxing and Qi found their respective mentors. The two of them were also clever. They didn't say the specific reason for going to the eastern capital. They only said that because Donghuang Ling's marriage was approaching, they were invited to attend the ceremony. The mentors of the two didn't suspect anything. They just told them to go early and come back early. Before Yunxing left the elite camp, Yunxing also specially went to visit Yi Baiming. Yunxing didn't know why she went to say goodbye to Yi Baiming. Maybe it was because he almost lost his life to save her last time. Whether Yunxing was willing to admit it or not, after experiencing the Dutian blood realm last time, she had already admitted that Yi Baiming had a place in her heart. It was just that it was hard to say whether this place had reached the level of lovers. When Yunxing found Yi Baiming, he was practicing. The ghost prison's great elder was nervously guarding outside. Baiming is practicing now. It's not convenient for him to see guests. The ghost prison's great elder was in a difficult position and dissuaded Yunxing. Mentor, let her in. In the practice room, Yi Baiming's voice was calm. The ghost prison's great elder could only let Yunxing in. Although she had known Yi Baiming for several years, Yunxing could not help but be stunned every time she saw this man. This guy could really be called the model of a feast for the eyes. At this moment, Yi Baiming had just finished practicing. His snow-white training clothes were drenched in sweat. He was wiping away his sweat. His long black hair casually hung down to his waist. There was no bun, no extra accessories. It was just casually scattered, but there was an indescribable sense of beauty. It was as if he was standing in a painting. You came here just to see me? Yi Baiming tilted his head slightly and teased. Yunxing coughed a few times to hide the embarrassment on her face. Yi Baiming knew that Yunxing would not easily come to the mainland's elite warrior camp to look for him. So even if he was at a critical moment, he still let Yunxing come in. Knowing that Yunxing was going to the eastern capital, Yi Baiming was a little dissatisfied. In addition to Yunxing going with Qi, the other reason was Du Guxiu. Yi Baiming had been brooding over the matter of Du Guxiu proposing to Yunxing. Although he and Yunxing were now engaged, as long as the two were not married, Yi Baiming lacked a sense of security. He could not wait for Du Guxiu to marry a wife. It would be best if he married 180 wives. That way, he would not have time to pester Yunxing. Du Guxiu is going to get married. Why are you going? Yi Baiming wanted to go with Yunxing. Unfortunately, he had more important things to do at the moment. It was also good to let the little wildcat sharpen her claws by herself. Just now, Yi Baiming had just integrated the first Qilin blood crystal. The 8 desolate artifact was about to be unearthed. The ghost prison's great elder ordered him to go into seclusion for a while and try to integrate as many Beast King blood crystals as possible. Yi Baiming also knew that last time, in the Dutian blood seal, he had caused a lot of trouble for the ghost prison's great elder. Moreover, the inexplicable beast blood berserk had also troubled him. After that, he heard the ghost prison's great elder describe the situation at that time. He almost hurt the little wildcat. Yi Baiming was very afraid. This time, he could still recognize the little wildcat at the last moment. But next time, if he completely transformed, he was afraid that he would use his sharp claws to tear her throat. In this world, the person he was most unwilling to hurt was her. So, even if it was for the little wildcat, he must learn to control the mysterious power in his body that was getting stronger and stronger. I am going to visit Ling'er. I have a feeling that Ling'er will not agree to this marriage so easily. Yunxing could smell a strong smell of jealousy from Yi Baiming's words. She subconsciously explained. Yunxing cursed in her heart. Night Fox was also petty. Du Guxiu failed in his marriage proposal. This matter had already passed for a long time, but he still remembered it firmly in his heart. Du Guxiu was the crown prince of the later Qing dynasty. In the past few years, he probably had a dozen children. How would he have the energy to care about a small magician like her? Going to visit Donghuang Ling'er is not a problem. But if you meet Du Guxiu, don't have a direct confrontation with him. Yi Baiming believed that with Yunxing's wit, she would definitely not be at a disadvantage. But this woman, sometimes, she would value her friends too much. However, this was also what he liked about her. Du Guxiu's strength is very unpredictable. He might be on the same level as me. So, if you really meet him, don't fight him head-on. Yi Baiming rubbed Yunxing's forehead. His gaze was somewhat reluctant to part with her. This time, he did not tell Yunxing that he was going to fuse with the blood crystal. fusing with the blood crystal was a big or small matter. If the fusion was not done well, it was very possible that, don't worry, I will bring Tycoon Jean with me. Even if we really meet with something, I will be able to ensure our safety. Yunxing was very confident. Tycoon Jean could even kill the martial saint of the later Qing dynasty. He could be considered as the strongest bodyguard. She had fought with Du Guxiu before, and it didn't seem like much. She didn't know why Yi Baiming had such a high evaluation of him. Yi Baiming wanted to say something but stopped. A hint of obscurity flashed past his eyes. Yunxing did not notice the strangeness in Yi Baiming's words. After bidding farewell to Yi Baiming, she left the mainland's magic elite camp with abandon. After Yunxing left, the ghost prison's great elder walked in impatiently. How is it? Did the fusion of the blood crystal go smoothly? It's still going well. I'll start fusing with the second blood crystal in 3 days. There was still a thin layer of red on Yi Baiming's skin. The first Qilin blood crystal was slowly transforming his body. 3 days? Isn't it too rushed? That year, it took me half a month to fuse with the first blood crystal. You only used half an hour, right? The second blood crystal was fused a year later. The third one took a long time. You waited for 5 years. The ghost prison's great elder was still a little worried. More haste, less speed. When Yi Baiming first entered the mainland's warrior elite camp, he did not even see a ghost during his daily training. He was unusually lazy. Now, his personality had changed. After thinking about it, he was still the same person. As for his personality, the ghost prison's great elder concluded that at the crucial moment, women were still the most useful. Yi Baiming did not know that his teacher was full of fantasies. He thought for a while and asked, "Teacher, do you know, other than you and me, who else entered the Dutian blood seal and obtained the Beast King blood crystal?" The ghost prison's elder did not understand why Yi Baiming would suddenly ask about this matter. There's not enough time. Teacher also mentioned that when we were in the blood sky Jia, Master Seeming of the temple said that the 8 barren lands divine artifact would be unearthed in a few months or at most half a year. If there are people from other forces who have fused with the Beast King blood crystal, there will be a fierce battle. I'm just preparing for a rainy day and making early plans. After Yi Baiming's explanation, the ghost prison's great elder was relieved. Logically speaking, not many people can enter the Beast King's tomb, but we can't rule out the possibility that someone has sneaked in. You've been to the Skywing City, so you should have met the Skywing City Lord. He should have fused with the Rock Clan's Beast King blood crystal, so he is invincible in the battle in the sky. Since the ghost prison's great elder could tell Yi Baiming about the existence of the Beast King blood crystal, it was very likely that some other experts had also told their descendants about the existence of the blood crystal. If that's the case, I should speed up the process of fusing with the blood crystal. I will begin closed-door training in the next few days, Yi Baiming said in a low voice. Yi Baiming recalled the situation when he saw the Dark Crown Prince Du Guxiu. If he guessed correctly, the Dark Crown Prince should have also obtained the Beast King blood crystal. And judging from his combat skills and the changes in his body, he should have also entered the Qilin tomb and fused with at least a few Qilin blood crystals. As one of the 5 great countries on the continent, the later Qin would definitely send people to the divine artifact trip in a few months. As the crown prince of the later Qin, Du Guxiu would definitely go to the divine artifact trip. At that time, the two of them would fight head-on again. The ghost prison's great elder did not know what Yi Baiming was planning. On the continent, there were not many people who could be regarded as opponents by Yi Baiming. But Du Guxiu was one of them. Because Yi Baiming knew that Du Guxiu was the same kind of person as him. They were ambitious and pursued the path of the strongest. If the two of them met again, they would definitely fight to the death. The eastern capital was the oldest capital city on the boundless continent. It was built more than 4,000 years ago. The scenery was beautiful, with white embankments and willows. The capital city was adjacent to a famous river on the continent. It was a famous paradise on the boundless continent. However, since the establishment of the 5 great kingdoms on the continent, the eastern capital did not fall behind. Instead, the eastern capital lost its former status as the #1 capital of the continent. Today's eastern capital still had its culture, but it was no longer as glorious as before. Yunxing and Qi traveled day and night and finally arrived in Dongdu 3 days later, which was 2 days before De Guxiu came to pick up the bride. After passing through the crowded city gate, Yunxing and Abandon entered Dongdu city. As soon as he entered the city, he saw the announcement board beside the city gate. It was pasted with a big red piece of good news. Abandon squeezed his way forward. The notice clearly stated, later Qin's crown prince would enter the eastern capital to pick up the bride in 2 days. At that time, the whole city would welcome him together. In order to celebrate such a joyous occasion, the East Emperor, Dong Tianqi, specially reduced the taxes for half a year. When the people in the city heard the good news, they all whispered to each other and praised the marriage. Yunxing, who was in the crowd, also listened carefully. Crown Prince Dugu and the princess are a match made in heaven. Isn't that so? With the eastern capital and later Qin's marriage, our lives will be better. I heard that in order to marry the princess, Crown Prince Dugu brought a total of 66 carriages as betrothal gifts. There were all sorts of things, and all he heard were praises. No matter if it was the people of the eastern capital or the royal family, they all approved of the wedding. Abandon squeezed through the crowd and walked to a corner of the city wall with Yunxing. It's similar to what the hunting corps heard. In 2 days, later Qin's crown prince would come to pick up the bride. Time is tight, and the eastern capital is so big. How are we going to find Gufeng? Abandoned also asked around. In the past few days, the princess had been in the palace preparing for the wedding. There was nothing strange in the palace. It seemed that Gufeng hadn't found Dong Ling yet. Let's go to the Hunters Guild first and see if they can find a way to let us see Ling. For a moment, Yunxing didn't know how to find Gufeng. She could only go to the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital first. After arriving at the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital, Yunxing casually took out her guest elder badge. The person in charge of the eastern capital quickly came out to receive her. The people in the Hunters Guild promised Yunxing that they would look for Gufeng in all the inns and restaurants in the city. Yunxing thanked the person in charge of the Hunters Guild and was about to leave with Abandoned. At this time, a man dressed as a civil official walked into the Hunters Guild with a few guards. Seeing this, Yunxing pushed aside and watched coldly with Abandoned. Right, Prime Minister, why are you here? The person in charge of the Hunters Guild respectfully invited the civil official in. It turned out that after the decline of the eastern capital, the 5 major countries had forced the young emperor to reduce the number of troops in the eastern capital. After the princess of the eastern capital got married, the envoys of the other countries and merchants from other countries rushed into the eastern capital. The flow of people in the city increased sharply. The right Prime Minister, who was in charge of public security and government affairs, had no choice but to hire the Hunters Guild. When Yunxing heard this, she knew that this was an opportunity. Yunxing gave the person in charge of the eastern capital a look, indicating that he should go and receive the guests. Yunxing remembered that the short and fat man she met in Tianyi City last time was the left Prime Minister of the eastern capital. She had heard from Dong Ling that the left Prime Minister of the eastern capital was not a good person. However, unlike the greedy left Prime Minister, the right Prime Minister of the eastern capital was an honest official. He was also the grand tutor of Dong Tianqi, Ling Er's elder brother. Although he was a little pedantic, he had a good relationship with the major forces in the eastern capital. What was more rare was that he still respected the imperial family, which had lost power. As for the left Prime Minister's efforts to promote the marriage between the later Qin and the eastern capital, the upright right Prime Minister had a quarrel with the left Prime Minister in the imperial court. Deacon Yan, I'm here to entrust you with a task regarding the Crown Prince of later Qin's wedding. The right Prime Minister sighed and told the person in charge of the Hunters Guild about the Crown Prince's wedding in a few days. The number of soldiers in the eastern capital was small. When the Donghuang dynasty fell, the original army of 1 million was reduced to 50,000 soldiers. In the past few years, the eastern capital's financial deficit had reduced the regular army by more than 10,000 soldiers. Now, the entire eastern capital, including the imperial guards, only had about 30,000 soldiers. A few days later, the Crown Prince of later Qin would welcome the Crown Prince of later Qin. Before the Crown Prince of later Qin took the princess back to the later Qin, he had to follow the etiquette of the Donghuang dynasty and hold an incense bath for 3 days and 3 nights in the Eastern Temple. At that time, the Eastern Temple had to be strictly guarded both inside and outside. However, the army had been deployed to defend the Eastern capital and the Imperial Palace. As a result, there was no army stationed in the Eastern Temple. The military affairs were originally the responsibility of the left Prime Minister, but he threw the defense this time to the right Prime Minister. The right Prime Minister had no choice. Under the suggestion of his advisor, he thought of the Hunters' Guild. When Xianxia heard this, her heart skipped a beat. This was a great opportunity. She was just worrying about how to sneak in and find Dong Huangling. Xianxia wasn't familiar with the Imperial Palace in the Eastern capital. Now that the princess was getting married, the Imperial Palace would definitely be heavily guarded. Someone as meticulous as the hidden Crown Prince would definitely place his spies in the Imperial Palace. However, Dongzhou Temple was different. That was a place of Buddhism. Even the hidden Crown Prince or the left minister's men would find it hard to infiltrate. If she could find Dong Huangling there, she would definitely be able to ask about the cause and effect of this matter. Xianxia took the opportunity to walk forward. Lord Right Minister, if you don't mind, can you let us handle this mission? The Lord Right Minister raised his head and his eyes lit up. There was a young man and a young woman standing in front of him. You two are? The Lord Right Minister didn't know that there were such people in the Hunters' Guild in the Eastern capital. The person in charge of the Eastern capital was also flattered. He didn't expect that Xianxia, the beloved disciple of the guest elder, would be willing to accept such a small mission. However, Xianxia and Qi's willingness to accept this mission from Dongzhou Temple solved a huge problem for the Hunters' Guild. Although the Hunters' Guild in the Eastern capital had been established for a long time, due to the Eastern capital's decline, a large number of hunters went to other countries and even places like the Skywings Arena to seek a way out. The hunters left in the Eastern capital were of average standard. There wasn't a single leader who could take on such a big task as the Crown Prince's escort. In addition, Xianxia was the deputy commander of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. She could deploy a portion of the troops of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. Lord Right Minister, these two are the beloved disciples of the Hunters' Guild's elder. This is the deputy commander of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. The one beside her is her senior brother. Speaking of which, it's fate. These two are the same as the princess, students of the continent's magic elite camp. The person in charge of the Eastern capital introduced them familiarly. The Lord Right Minister looked at them again. The two had outstanding appearances and temperaments. What was even rarer was that the two were wearing specially made mage robes. Right Minister had seen Princess Dong Huangling before. Dong Huangling was also wearing a similar mage robe. From the looks of it, the identities of the two of them were definitely the same. Since he's from the same sect as the princess, that's great. During this period of time, the princess has not stepped out of the house and is very depressed. If it is convenient for the two of you, it would also be good to comfort the princess. In the right side of the political marriage that everyone praised, there was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Xianxia looked at him and took the opportunity to ask, "What's wrong? Could it be that the princess is not satisfied with this marriage?" The right Prime Minister hesitated and shook his head. "I can only say that as the princess of the Eastern capital, there are many times when she has no choice." The right Prime Minister and the person in charge of the Eastern capital exchanged a few words and then officially announced the mission. Xianxia and Qi would be the leaders, and some hunters from the Eastern capital would be deployed. Xianxia also specially went to the area around Dongzhou Temple to learn about the terrain and the nearby exits. On one hand, Xianxia was looking for Gufeng. On the other hand, after Gufeng entered the Eastern capital, he had been thinking of ways to enter the palace and find Dong Huangling. However, Gufeng didn't have the connections that Xianxia did, nor did he know about the Hunters' Guild. He was just a commoner, and it was simply impossible for him to enter the palace. Therefore, although Gufeng arrived a few days earlier than Xianxia and the others, he had no way to enter the heavily guarded palace. Seeing that the day when the crown prince of the Qin dynasty would come to pick up the bride was getting closer and closer, Gufeng, this rash kid, finally thought of a way. He heard that on the day when the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, Du Guxiu, came to pick up the bride, according to the customs of the two countries, the fiancé had to bathe and burn incense at the Dongzhou Temple in the Eastern capital and worship Buddha for 3 days before the wedding ceremony. When Gufeng heard the news, he was wild with joy. He secretly sneaked to the vicinity of the Dongzhao temple and bribed a small monk in the temple, waiting for Dong Huangling and Du Guxiu to come. All of this was carried out in an orderly manner. A few days later, Du Guxiu's wedding procession finally entered the eastern capital. 2 days later, Du Guxiu brought 66 carriages of betrothal gifts and entered the eastern capital. All of the commoners in the city lined the streets to welcome them, and wedding blankets were spread out along the way. The crown prince of the Qin dynasty rode his carriage all the way to the eastern capital. On the carriage, Crown Prince Dugu had a handsome nose bridge, a pair of eagle eyes, and a somewhat tall and sturdy figure. Looking at the Qin soldiers beside his carriage, each of them was like a dragon or a tiger. Wherever they passed, their steps were uniform, and they looked very mighty. Such a man formed a sharp contrast with the weak Eastern Emperor. One of the Wuji Five Annulus, the #1 crown prince of the Qin dynasty, indeed had an extraordinary aura. In the Wuji continent, the strong were respected, especially in a former powerful capital like the eastern capital. The commoners all hoped for a powerful crown prince who could lead them to the position of a powerful country in the past. Thinking that this person was the future husband of the eastern capital's princess, the commoners tiptoed to look at him, and countless noble ladies spoke out in envy. Outside the palace, the Eastern Emperor, Dong Tianqi, led the civil and military officials to welcome them. Dong Huangling, the Eastern capital's princess, was dressed in luxurious clothes. She had the most exquisite makeup on her face, and her beautiful face looked dignified and elegant. When she and Du Guxiu stood together, they looked like a pair of jade. The fiancé served tea to Empress Dowager Situ and received a bow in front of the civil and military officials. According to the Eastern Emperor dynasty's etiquette, they would go to the Dongzhao temple a few days ago to burn incense and bathe. 3 days later, the official wedding ceremony would be held. The Dongzhao temple was an ancient temple in the eastern capital. The temple was surrounded by bamboo forests, and it was open to the public on normal days. For the wedding ceremony of Crown Prince Dugu and Dong Huangling, the Dongzhao temple was closed to the public yesterday and no longer welcomed guests. Many checkpoints were set up inside and outside the temple. Even if outsiders had wings, it would be difficult for them to enter. After the fiancé's carriage arrived at the Dongzhao temple, Du Guxiu and Dong Huangling separated and were sent to different rooms by the palace's officials. According to the etiquette, the fiancé couldn't see each other in these 3 days. After Du Guxiu got off the carriage, he impatiently took off his ceremonial attire. He was originally a martial artist, and he hated this kind of complicated etiquette the most. Today, after listening to the etiquette officers reciting scriptures, he had been impatient for the entire day. A pair of slippery arms wrapped around Du Guxiu's neck like water snakes, and she whispered into his ear, "Your Highness, I miss you." Du Guxiu didn't wait to turn his head and pulled the woman into his embrace. Madame Qibai's face was blushing, and she looked at him lovingly. "You little wench, you are also restless. Didn't I tell you to stay beside the princess and keep an eye on her?" Du Guxiu stretched out his hand and pinched Madame Qibai's chin, enjoying the woman's smooth and clean touch. "Isn't it because I miss Crown Prince? Crown Prince is truly heartless. In order to marry Dong Huangling, he left me alone in the eastern capital." Madame Qibai was truly a stunner. Her skin was snow white, and her figure was perfect. Any man who saw her would be infatuated. While complaining, she slid into Du Guxiu's embrace. Gufeng hid himself in Dongzhao temple for several days, and with great difficulty, he finally found Dong Huangling. However, Dong Huangling was dressed like a married woman. Gufeng, who was looking at her from the side, felt very sad. However, he still didn't give up. He waited until late at night, and after confirming that Dong Huangling was alone, he snuck in. When Dong Huangling heard the commotion, she turned her head around mechanically. When she looked at Gufeng, her eyes were calm, and there wasn't the slightest bit of excitement. When she looked at Gufeng, it was as if she was looking at a stranger. "Who are you? You dare to barge into my residence in the middle of the night?" "Ling, what's wrong?" "I am Gufeng." Gufeng was very anxious and wanted to go up and explain himself. "Don't come over, otherwise, I will call for help." Dong Huangling was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bough. "Ling, don't be agitated. What's wrong with you? I am here to look for you. You cannot marry the crown prince of later Qin. He is not a good person. Gufeng was able to tell that there was something wrong with Dong Ling. However, looking at her appearance, she was indeed the Ling that he yearned for day and night. Gufeng didn't notice anything wrong with Dong Ling. He only thought that she was forced to pretend that she didn't know him. When Gufeng was pretending to be a little monk in Dongzhou Temple, when Du Guxiu and Dong Ling's carriage arrived at the temple, he also saw the crown prince of later Qin, Du Guxiu. Gufeng was also intimidated by Du Guxiu's aura. He also secretly felt that Du Guxiu was the most suitable person for Dong Ling. Just when Gufeng was about to give up and bid farewell to Dong Ling for the last time, he unexpectedly saw Madame Qi by walking into Du Guxiu's room. Not long later, ambiguous sounds came from the room. Although Gufeng didn't know much about the matters between men and women, when he heard the sounds, he knew what was going on inside. Du Guxiu actually had an affair with another woman on the eve of his wedding with Ling. How could such a man be a good match for Dong Ling? Gufeng was infuriated. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some rationality left, he would have rushed in and argued with Du Guxiu. Fortunately, Gufeng's wisdom had matured over the past few years, and he knew that he shouldn't be impulsive. His mind was filled with thoughts of telling Dong Ling about this matter and bringing her away from this place. Nonsense. Crown Prince Dugu is a man of striking appearance, a dragon among men. The two of us are a match made in heaven. Dong Ling said. Ling, wake up. Don't be deceived by that brat's flowery words. Gufeng anxiously went forward and pulled Dong Ling. Dong Ling was startled and revealed an extremely disgusted expression. Guards, there's an assassin. The temple was quiet and secluded. Dong Ling's shout could be heard clearly within several li of the temple. Right at this moment, Du Guxiu and Madame Qi Bai arrived outside the house. Hearing the commotion, the two of them promptly kicked the door open and entered. Audacious! Where did this assassin come from? To actually dare to barge into Princess's room at night. Du Guxiu looked over and saw a simple and honest-looking man pulling Dong Ling. I am not an assassin. I am Ling senior brother, Gufeng. I am a student of the continent's magic elite camp. Gufeng's face and ears turned red. He still wanted to explain. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ling. Your Highness, do you know this person? Madame Qi Bai pursed her lips and smiled. Gufeng? Isn't that the infatuated brat who wrote a letter to Dong Ling? Unfortunately, his infatuation was misplaced. At this moment, not to mention a foolish brat who had an unrequited love for Dong Ling, even if her biological father were to stand in front of her, Dong Ling wouldn't be able to recognize him. I don't know him. Dong Ling coldly spat out those words, causing Gufeng to feel as if he had fallen into a cold cave. Ling. Gufeng shouted painfully. Drag him out and kill him. Du Guxiu ordered. Hearing the word kill, a trace of hesitation flashed past Dong Ling's empty eyes. Wait, Dong Ling looked at Gufeng. She didn't know this man, but when Du Guxiu said that he was going to kill him, she felt a throbbing pain in her head, and she couldn't help but hug her head. Don't kill him, my head hurts. Dong Ling's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Du Guxiu gave Madame Qi Bai a glance. Madame Qi Bai understood and pretended to be concerned. Your Highness, what happened to you? Men, this assassin must have scared the princess. Drag him out and kill him. Hearing the chaotic sounds beside her ears, Dong Ling became even more flustered. She wanted to say something, but Madame Qi Bai, who was beside her, used her hand to tightly hold on to her hand. Ling, just what did you all do to Ling? Gufeng also realized that there was something wrong with Ling. Later Qin's soldiers were like wolves and tigers as they pounced toward Gufeng. Only then did Gufeng come back to his senses. At this moment of crisis, the experience that he had gained from the Heaven's Wings arena came into play. Gufeng realized that he was, after all, a student from the continent's elite camp. He chanted and released the sphere of light that he was most proficient in. Once the sphere of light was released, those martial artists seemed to have bumped into an invisible wall and were bounced back. Tisk, it's actually a light magician. Looks like you really are from the continent's magic elite camp. Du Guxiu showed some interest. He looked at Dong Ling thoughtfully, then looked at the fearless Gufeng. It's good that you know. Let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, then let Ling go. The continent's magic elite camp isn't to be trifled with. My teacher and other companions will be here very soon. People have quick wits. Gufeng usually wasn't very smart, but now, he was. Gufeng was already regretting his actions. If he had known that he would encounter tonight's predicament, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't have rashly left the continent's magic elite camp. Right now, he really hoped that Yunxing or Abandoned were by his side. With their quick-wittedness, they would definitely think of a way to escape with Ling. Hee, Your Highness, this little magician is really interesting. He's clearly so scared that his legs are weak, yet he's still stubbornly holding on. Madame Chibai laughed. She had already seen through Gufeng's lies. Du Guxiu shook his head and sighed. Kid, you're called Gufeng, right? Your light magic is pretty good, but unfortunately, in this prince's eyes, it's worthless. Seeing that you're the princess senior, I'll spare your life. Get out of Dongzhao Temple, and this prince will treat tonight's matter as if it never happened. A sky-rank light magician was extremely rare, even in the continent's magic elite camp. Killing Gufeng wasn't a big deal, but if they offended the continent's magic elite camp, then it was unnecessary. Not to mention, Dongzhao Temple was the eastern capital's Buddhist holy land. If they were to kill someone here, if it were to fall into the ears of the eastern capital's right chief minister and that group of old pedantic people, it would definitely become a topic of gossip. If you want me to leave, then hand over Ling. You already have a woman, why are you still clinging on to Ling? Gufeng looked at Madame Chibai, who was at the side. Looking at her charming appearance, if Ling were to marry him in the future, she would definitely fall out of favor. Thinking of this, Gufeng became even more determined to take Ling away. Stubborn. Du Guxiu didn't want to waste any more words. Du Guxiu's left and right fist shook as he casually swung his fists. Popping sounds could be heard from the bones in his body. The power of his fists instantly caused the air to explode. Du Guxiu didn't move, but his voice was already heard. His power was terrifying. Du Guxiu's warrior realm was more than 10 times stronger than those warriors in the continent's warriors' elite camp. Hearing this, Gufeng's eyebrows twitched. He knew that he wasn't Du Guxiu's opponent. However, when he thought of Dong Ling, he resisted the urge to run away. Gufeng circulated the magic power in his body and continuously strengthened the light sky sphere. Du Guxiu's body flashed past like a shuttle. A strong gust of wind rushed towards Gufeng's light sky sphere. The fist wind turned into a black tiger with slanted eyes that roared furiously in midair, charging straight at Gufeng's heavenly light sphere. The black tiger opened its bloody mouth and bit onto the light sky sphere. Bang! Gufeng's light sky sphere was hit by the gust of wind. After shaking twice, it exploded. After Gufeng learned the light sky sphere, although he couldn't attack, he was invincible in terms of defense. However, who would have thought that the light sky sphere that he was so proud of would be broken by Du Guxiu's punch? While he was shocked, he had already lost his protection. Du Guxiu's second punch was already following him like a shadow, arriving in an instant. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard from outside. A guard shouted for help. Not good, the crown prince's house is on fire. Immediately after, a burst of fire could be heard from outside the house. Numerous thunder-like explosions could be heard from the neighboring houses. The monks in the Dongzhao temple panicked and hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. In an instant, the peaceful Dongzhao temple was like a pot of boiling porridge. It was a mess. Seeing this, Du Guxiu no longer had the heart to kill Gufeng. He grabbed Gufeng and threw him to the guard. Look after him. A group of guards rushed in from outside. Your Highness, there are a few assassins outside. They are quite skilled. Hearing this, Du Guxiu frowned and rushed out of the house with a few people. Madame Chibai dragged Dong Ling, who had a stupefied expression, and rushed out. Gufeng was escorted to the courtyard by several guards. When he saw the fire, he suddenly grinned. Yunxing, and Gufeng must have come to save him. Ling could be saved. As long as Yunxing arrived, there would be a way to save Ling. At this moment, the temple was in chaos. Du Guxiu rushed into his courtyard with a few armored guards. The courtyard, which was still in good condition a quarter of an hour ago, was now in ruins. Flames were everywhere. Du Guxiu's personal luggage and some clothes were all placed in the house. The fire was not an ordinary fire. No matter how the imperial bodyguards and monks poured water on it, they could not put it out. Under the moonlight and starry sky, two masked mages in black robes stood in the dark night. They stood in the air, and the magic wings on their backs were very obvious. In the small Dongzhou temple of the eastern capital, two sky mages had come in one night. This in itself was a very unusual thing. According to Du Guxiu's knowledge, even in the entire East Imperial dynasty, there might not be two sky mages. The light from the soul stones on the magic scepters in the hands of these two mages had yet to extinguish. A cluster of dazzling fireballs hit the house of the Dongzhou temple. "Who are you? How dare you invade the crown prince's residence of the later Qin dynasty?" Du Guxiu condensed a pair of ducky wings behind his back. He jumped up and fought against the two sky mages in the sky. These two sky mages were dressed as assassins. They used layers of black cloth to cover their faces. Du Guxiu could not recognize their faces at all. He could not even tell their genders. After hearing Du Guxiu's question, the male mage who was standing on the left and was emitting wind magic elements said, "Du Guxiu, you are the one I am looking for." As he spoke, he attacked Du Guxiu with several magic spells. Poison. Du Guxiu's gaze turned cold. This mage's magic spells were very special. They all contained poison. Du Guxiu stopped abruptly. The ducky around him formed a natural barrier to block the poisonous gas. However, the male mage's intention was not Du Guxiu. In the blink of an eye, he cast several more magic spells and poisoned many of the guards on the ground. When the male mage attacked, the mage on his right had already attacked the ground. With a beautiful freezing spell, he froze the two male warriors who were holding Gu Feng into ice piles. "You want to save someone? That's easy." Du Guxiu snorted and suddenly pushed out with his palm. In the air, a wave of dou qi rose like a rising tide and swept toward the male mage like a whirlwind. The male mage hurriedly used ground escape and barely dodged Du Guxiu's attack. After Du Guxiu got rid of the male mage, he swooped down and hit the other mage with his palm. At this moment, a gust of night wind blew. Du Guxiu approached the mage, and a very comfortable fragrance faintly wafted from the mage's body. For some reason, Du Guxiu's heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the assassin mage. The mage's robe was very loose, and he couldn't see his figure. His face was also covered very well. Only a small part of his neck and a small part of his face were exposed. However, the half of his face that was exposed shone like snow in the dark night. This kind of fair skin was different from the later Qin concubines like Madame Qi Bai. It wasn't smeared with powder. It was a kind of clean and tender white that men couldn't bear to part with. Then there were her eyes. Du Guxiu's body couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, he recognized the identity of the assassin mage. Such intelligence with a bit of purity, like a pool of autumn water. A pair of clear eyes with a bit of a woman's charm. Who else could it be other than her, Yunxing? His anger was swallowed by ecstasy in an instant. Du Guxiu had already retracted his palm by half an inch and brushed it across Yunxing's chest. This action of retracting and brushing seemed casual. However, only someone with Du Guxiu's skills could do it. One must know that martial artists were different from mages. Martial artists' battle energy was incomparably fierce. Even if it didn't touch the body, it was enough to destroy rocks and split gold. To be able to retract and release battle energy freely, and to have a bit of flexibility amidst the fierceness, one had to be at least a martial emperor expert. Yunxing originally wanted abandon to stall Du Guxiu for the time being. After she saved Gu Feng and Dong Huang she would think of a way to escape. She didn't expect that after not seeing Du Guxiu for a few years, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds to such a level. His speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. Yunxing was shocked. Because of this shock, her chest was about to be touched by Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu's eyes were filled with evil. However, he could clearly see the trace of embarrassment and anger in Yunxing's eyes. The corner of Du Guxiu's lips twitched, and there was a bit of ridicule. Du Guxiu noticed the anger in Yunxing's eyes. His lips curled up, and his smile widened. When his palm landed, Du Guxiu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was it hard? It turned out that in a split second, a dazzling golden figure had blocked in front of Du Guxiu, ruining the mood. Tycoon Jean, stop him. Yunxing ordered, and Tycoon Jean tangled with Du Guxiu. There was another person. Du Guxiu had seen clearly that Yunxing and her accomplice were only two people. He didn't sense the aura of a third person. Where did this person come from? Du Guxiu didn't know that Tycoon Jean wasn't even human, so how could he have any aura? Tonight was a coincidence. Yunxing and Abandon used the identity of Hunters Guild guards to patrol Dongzhao Temple. After finding out where Ling Er's house was, they planned to investigate it secretly. Who knew that they would bump into Gufeng and Du Guxiu? In a hurry, Yunxing and Abandon could only take the risk of a night attack to lure Du Guxiu out. Yunxing had been warned by Yi Baiming earlier, so she had been careful. She knew that it would be difficult for her and Abandon to save Ling Er and Gufeng, so she ordered Tycoon Jean to hide in the dark. Once they confronted Du Guxiu, they would catch him off guard and attack him. However, Yunxing didn't expect that the other party would see through her and Du Guxiu's identities. When Du Guxiu saw that Tycoon Jean had ruined his plans, he was enraged. He wanted nothing more than to split this assassin in half with a single palm strike. Since the other party wasn't Yunxing, he wouldn't be merciful. His attacks immediately changed, and he attacked Tycoon Jin's vital points. He thought that he could kill the other party in a few moves. Who knew that after exchanging a few moves, Du Guxiu suddenly realized that this bodyguard with a blurred face and a strange robe was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, even if his opponent was swept by his douqi, he would be able to recover quickly. Du Guxiu was entangled with Tycoon Jean. How could the guards on the ground be a match for Yunxing and Abandon? The two of them were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, killing many guards. When Qi saw that Madame Qi Bai was holding Ling Er hostage, he ordered her to hand her over. Madame Qi Bai covered her mouth and chuckled, "If you want to save someone, you have to get past me first." A crimson-red snake slithered out from her sleeves and pierced towards Abandon's wrist like an arrow. The crimson snake was extremely fast and its teeth contained a strong poison. Even if a martial sage was bitten, his entire body would immediately fester and turn into a puddle of rotten water. Madame Qi Bai had already used this method to kill quite a few enemies. She originally thought that once she bit down, that male mage assassin would definitely fall to the ground and die. Who would have thought that the other party was completely undecided? The scarlet snake bit his hand, and the latter reached out with his finger and caught the small snake in his hand. Courting death. A cold glint flashed past the eyes of the male mage. The small crimson snake was clamped into two by him. Madame Qi Bai was so scared that she retreated a few steps. Using this chance, Abandon snatched Ling Er over. On the other side, Yunxing had already saved Gufeng. The courtyard was brightly lit, and many archers holding heavy crossbows were on standby, aiming at Yunxing and the others. These archers were all personally trained by Du Guxiu. Their bows and arrows were specially made with the bones of demonic beasts, and the arrowheads of each arrow were coated with poison. As long as Du Guxiu gave the order, these archers would immediately turn into a hornet's nest. They were the best tools to kill assassins. However, Du Guxiu didn't give the order. Even when the four of them disappeared in the fluctuation of magic, the archers could only wait. "Crown Prince, why did you let that assassin go?" Madame Qi Bai was extremely anxious. He could obviously kill those assassins, so why didn't he give the order? Also, when he was fighting with that thin and weak mage just now, why did the Crown Prince suddenly retreat? Madame Qi Bai knew Du Guxiu's skills the best. That assassin just now, although his magic was a bit tricky, with Du Guxiu's current strength, it was enough for him to capture the assassin within 3 moves. Moreover, Du Guxiu also let people save Donghuang Ling Er. This was completely unlike Du Guxiu's style of doing things. Du Guxiu remained silent, and his gaze was still fixed on the place where the four of them disappeared. "Send people to seal off the news. No one is allowed to spread the news of the princess going missing." Du Guxiu's eyes couldn't help but be covered with a thick layer of darkness. "Does Donghuang Ling Er still have the snake parasite that you planted in her body?" Duke Xiao asked in a deep voice. Yes, as long as the slave activates the snake parasite, she will listen to my control. Crown Prince, are we going to kill those assassins who don't know what's good for them? Just now, Madame Qi Bai didn't go head-to-head with those mages, because she was confident in finding Dong Huang Ling. Immediately send people to find the left Prime Minister. Duke Xiao noticed that Yunxing and the others were very familiar with the layout of the temple. Moreover, the timing of Yunxing's appearance tonight was too coincidental. Yunxing was a citizen of Zhou State, so it was impossible for her to be so familiar with the Dongzhou Temple in the eastern capital. Someone must have cooperated with her from the inside. After the left Prime Minister got the news, he climbed down from the bed of his favorite concubine and hurried over. Your Highness, I heard that there were assassins? Who set up the defense of the Dongzhou Temple? Duke Xiao was sure that Yunxing and the others were definitely still in the eastern capital. The right Prime Minister invited people from the Hunters Guild to set up the defense. Your Highness, you suspect that the assassins tonight were done by the right Prime Minister and the Hunters Guild. After the left Prime Minister heard this, he hurriedly sent people to investigate. These damn assassins are really bold. They even dared to kidnap the princess. Your Highness, don't worry. Even if I have to turn the whole eastern capital upside down, I will catch these assassins and cut them into pieces, the left Prime Minister vowed solemnly. He had thought that the princess's marriage was already settled. Who would have thought that a group of assassins would appear halfway? Don't hurt them. I want them alive. Duke Xiao's words surprised the left Prime Minister and Madame Qi Bai. Madame Qi Bai and the left Prime Minister looked at each other. This was not like the Dark Crown Prince's style. It should be known that anyone who offended the Dark Crown Prince would end up in a miserable state. Especially the assassins. The last assassin who tried to assassinate Duke Xiao was cut into pieces and fed to the demon beasts. Or could it be that this group of people had some special background? However, the left Prime Minister did not dare to ask Duke Xiao even if he had 10 times the courage of a leopard. The left Prime Minister searched the whole city that night. Neither the right Prime Minister's mansion nor the Hunters Guild found any news about the princess, Gufeng, and the others. Those people seemed to have disappeared from the world. There was no trace of them in the inns, restaurants, or houses. The left Prime Minister had no choice but to secretly release the news and order the whole city to be locked down. They had to find the princess and the others within 3 days, which was the time for bathing and burning incense. While the entire eastern capital was in chaos, Gufeng was anxiously waiting in Dong Huang Ling-er's bedroom in the eastern capital's royal palace. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. When Yunxing and the others left Dongzhou Temple, they initially wanted to use the Hunters Guild's power to hide. But at the last moment, Yunxing chose to turn back and sneak into the eastern capital's imperial palace. Dong Huang Ling-er was in Dongzhou Temple, and there were only 2 maids in her palace. Yunxing easily used the corpse puppet technique to subdue those maids. Hiding in the palace, they managed to avoid the frantic search of the left minister and the others. Yunxing checked and found that Dong Huang Ling-er's appearance was very strange. Although she could speak and move, her eyes were empty, and she couldn't recognize Gufeng. She was obviously being controlled by someone. Yunxing also tried to use the corpse puppet technique to control Ling-er, but she found that Ling-er didn't have any reaction to her corpse puppet technique. Yunxing couldn't figure out the reason for this phenomenon. At this moment, Tyrant Jean was guarding outside and sneaking into the imperial palace to gather information. In the palace, only Yunxing, Gufeng, and the maids who used to serve Dong Huang Ling-er were left. Yunxing used the corpse puppet technique to interrogate the maids, and she roughly knew what happened. According to the maids, when Ling-er just returned to the imperial palace, everything was normal. But ever since that day, when she was sent back by Madame Qi Bai, something was wrong. Dong Huang Ling-er also ignored the maids who were close to her, and spent all her time with that woman called Madame Qi Bai. The strangest thing was that ever since that day, Dong Huang Ling-er accepted the arrangement and agreed to marry Duke Xiao. It must be that woman called Qi Bai who did this. She is very evil, and she and Duke Xiao are a pair of adulterers. Seeing Ling-er's wooden appearance, Gufeng felt sour in his heart. Calm down. I'll think of something. It was the first time that Yunxing had encountered such a thorny problem. She had also tried to get the little elven queen to heal Dong Huanglinger. However, the elven clan's healing techniques were completely useless against Dong Huanglinger's current condition. The treatment came to a standstill. Qi soon brought back news that Minister Sui and his men had turned the entire eastern capital upside down, searching from house to house. What they said to the public was not that the princess was missing, but that a thief had sneaked into the Dongzhou temple last night and stolen important property. It seemed unrealistic to leave Dongdu in a few days. Yunxing and the others could only stay in the palace for the time being. On one hand, they were waiting for Yunxing to find out the cause of Dong Huangling's illness. On the other hand, they hoped that the search would end as soon as possible. Yunxing and the others were hiding in the imperial palace. Prime Minister Sui searched for them, but he couldn't find any clues. Du Guxiu's temper was getting worse and worse. On the evening of the second day, the left Prime Minister still had a bitter face as he went to find Madame Qi Bai. "What's wrong? You still can't find her?" Madame Qi Bai had a leisurely look on her face. "Madam, you have to save me this time. If this continues, the crown prince will peel off my old skin sooner or later." Prime Minister Sui wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "Prime Minister Sui, why are you so worried? Actually, it's not hard to find the princess. After tonight, you will be able to find the princess's whereabouts." Madame Qi Bai smiled. Hearing this, Prime Minister Sui couldn't help but smile. "Madam, could it be that you have a method? Why didn't you say it earlier?" "This method can only be used after tonight. It's useless to say it earlier," Madame Qi Bai said with a smile. "Prime Minister Sui, every 24 hours, the princess must take a special kind of pill that I specially made. If she doesn't take the pill, she will lose control and kill the people around her." Hearing this, Prime Minister Sui said, "Madam, did you tell the Crown Prince about this? His Highness seems to want to capture those assassins alive. If the Crown Prince finds out that you made this decision without his permission, I'm afraid that he won't be happy." Madame Qi Bai's smile faded bit by bit. "Why? Do you think that the Crown Prince will blame me for the death of a few insignificant assassins?" Prime Minister Sui hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. I'm just thinking for you." Madame Qi Bai sneered in her heart. As a woman, how could she not feel that the Crown Prince's attitude towards the assassins this time was very unusual, especially the assassin who had fought with him earlier. Although she didn't see the face clearly, Madame Qi Bai was sure that the assassin must be a woman. Moreover, it was a very beautiful woman. Therefore, although she had a way to find out the whereabouts of those assassins tonight, she didn't want to inform the Crown Prince. In the middle of the night, Madame Qi Bai sent her servants away. She sat down cross-legged and took out a small and delicate flute from her bosom. The flute looked very special. It was only the length of a finger and was entirely green. Madame Qi Bai gently blew the flute. A very strange sound came from the flute. This kind of sound was not very obvious at night. Madame Qi Bai blew the flute 3 times before putting it down. In her mind, a scene appeared. They are actually hiding in the imperial palace. These assassins are quite smart. Madame Qi Bai sneered. Yunxing and the others who were hiding in the imperial palace began their daily meditation as usual. Outside the palace, Tycoon Jean was keeping watch. After Dong Huangling's consciousness became muddled, she was very quiet most of the time. Therefore, Yunxing and the others didn't pay too much attention to her. Around midnight, Dong Huangling, who had been sitting there all this time, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She quietly took out her magic scepter and walked towards Yunxing and the others who were meditating. If one were to carefully observe her eyes, they would discover that her eyes were different from usual. Her eyes were emitting a faint green light. Her gaze slowly moved from the 3 people who were meditating, and finally, her gaze landed on Yunxing's face. When she saw Yunxing's appearance, Dong Huangling, whose consciousness was completely controlled by Madame Qi Bai, revealed the same jealousy as Madame Qi Bai. Madame Qi Bai was a very beautiful and enchanting woman. When she saw Du Guxiu for the first time, she had already fallen in love with him. At the same time, she also understood Du Guxiu very well. This man was cold and emotionless. He was a man who could accomplish great things. He would not be moved by any woman. Therefore, even though she knew that Du Guxiu was going to marry Dong Huangling, Madame Qi Bai didn't mind it. However, after she met Yunxing, her initial confidence began to waver. This female mage, just by sitting there quietly, was enough to attract everyone's attention. No wonder Du Guxiu would lose his composure earlier. This woman must be killed. The magic scepter in Dong Huang Er's hand shone with magical radiance. She raised the magic scepter and aimed it at Yunxing's head. Dong Huang Er raised her magic scepter, and a purple lightning bolt was about to strike down. At this moment, the little snake, Little Green, who had been meditating at the side, sensed that something was amiss and stuck its head out from under Abandon's sleeve. With a pu sound, Little Green's body shot towards Dong Huang Er. Little Green bit onto Dong Huang Er's hand. Ah! Dong Huang Er let out a scream. The magic was interrupted. The three people who were still immersed in their meditation opened their eyes alertly. Ling Abandon, quickly let go of Little Green's hand. Seeing Dong Huang in such a state, Gu Feng's heart ached. Little Green wouldn't attack people for no reason. Ling must have done something just now. Little Green, who was raised by Abandon, was very intelligent. It recognized a few of Abandon's good friends. Hearing Abandon's command, Little Green stopped biting and obediently climbed onto Abandon's shoulder. Little Green stuck out its tongue, as if it was telling Abandon what happened. Little Green said that just now, Ling suddenly wanted to do something to Yunxing. That's why it bit her. After hearing what Little Green said, Abandon held on to his magic scepter and stared at Dong Huang with vigilance. Little Green's teeth carried poison. Those who were bitten by it would be paralyzed and lose their ability to move. The three of them only knew that Tycoon Jean was keeping watch outside. They didn't expect that Dong Huang would suddenly do something. Hee, I didn't expect that you all still have a trick up your sleeves. Dong Huang raised her head. On her face, there was an enchanting smile. It was completely different from the usual Dong Huang. She's not Ling. Yunxing was on guard. You? You're the woman beside Du Guxiu? You're quite smart. No wonder the Crown Prince cares so much about you. Under the astonished gazes of the three people, Dong Huang stood up gracefully. Little Green's poison didn't have any effect on her. As Dong Huang spoke, she sized up Yunxing with a gaze as if she was examining an opponent. When she saw Yunxing's spirited black eyes, her face darkened. What a pair of bewitching eyes. No wonder Du Guxiu hadn't come to look for her these few days. His soul must have been bewitched by this fox-like woman. Yunxing also sensed that the Dong Huang in front of her was Du Guxiu's concubine. None of her words and actions were Dong Huang. What was going on, Yunxing had already checked earlier. This was indeed Ling and she was not under any magic illusion. You shameless woman. What did you do to Ling Gu Feng's heart ached when he saw his beloved being controlled by someone else. TSK, are you feeling heartache for her? Then, how about you help me kill that girl beside you, and I'll let her go, allowing the two of you to live together forever. Dong Huang said with ill intentions. You're dreaming. Yunxing and Ling are good friends. She definitely won't let Yunxing get hurt. Gu Feng was both anxious and angry. Then, there's nothing I can do. If you don't do it, I can only do it to your beloved. Dong Huang unhurriedly took out a small dagger. What are you planning to do? Gu Feng and Yunxing both became nervous. Dong Huang raised her hand and used the dagger to cut her wrist. Immediately, blood flowed out. Did you see that? If you don't do it, I'll cut the princess bit by bit. I won't feel any pain no matter what. You crazy woman. Gu Feng was unable to restrain his anger. He acted as if he was going to go up and fight with Dong Huang. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll immediately cut your throat, and your beloved will lose her life. Dong Huang face was sinister. She knew that Gu Feng wouldn't dare to take the risk and harm Dong Huang life. Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock, Yunxing thought for a moment, then suddenly said, All right, I can use my life to exchange for Ling'er's life. Yunxing. Qi frowned and stopped Yunxing. It's fine. Yunxing nodded at Qi. Dong Huang expression was a bit flattered. She didn't expect that there would actually be someone stupid enough to use her own life to exchange for her friend's life. This woman is really stupid. She really doesn't know. Could it be that the crown prince is only interested in her appearance? You can't expect me to kill myself, right? Do it. Xianxia spread out her hands, and there wasn't a trace of fear on her face. You guys, don't stop her. Dong Huanglinger was skeptical. She first asked Xianxia to put down her magic scepter, then walked forward step by step. Only when she was only 2 to 3 steps away from Xianxia did Dong Huanglinger finally relax. At such a distance, even if she chanted a magic spell, it would be too late. Go and die, stupid woman. Dong Huanglinger's dagger was aimed at Xianxia's throat. Bang! Dong Huanglinger was sent flying, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. A golden figure moved like lightning and blocked the fatal stab. It was that mysterious bodyguard again. Previously, when he fought with the Dark Prince, he was very skilled. He came and went without a trace, and it was impossible to find where he was hiding. Dong Huanglinger still wanted to struggle and snatch back that dagger, but she was pressed to the ground by Tycoon Jean. Damn brat, you dare to play tricks? I will make you all regret it. Dong Huanglinger grinned malevolently, then fiercely bit down on her tongue. Tycoon Jin's eyes were sharp, and he quickly stuffed his hand into Dong Huanglinger's mouth. Dong Huanglinger felt that her teeth were almost crushed. The hand in her mouth wasn't a human hand at all. Just what kind of monster is this? Dong Huanglinger was stunned. Xianxia, little Qing told me that Ling might have been poisoned by a snake-venomous insect. Qi, who was observing from the side, suddenly said. Dong Huanglinger's situation was very special. She wasn't poisoned by a venomous insect, nor was it an illusion. Just when the few of them were at a loss, Qi finally got some clues from little Qing. What is a snake-venomous insect? Xianxia had never heard of such a special venomous insect technique in the boundless continent. That's right, Qi, quickly tell us, how do we cure this venomous insect? Gufeng looked at Dong Huanglinger's appearance, and his heart felt sour, so he begged Qi. Xianxia noticed that when Qi mentioned the snake-venomous insect, a trace of panic flashed past the eyes of Dong Huanglinger, who was originally very restless on the ground. Don't be anxious, let me ask little Qing again. Qi and little Qing communicated for a while, and finally understood what the snake-venomous insect was. Xianxia asked Tycoon Jean to let go of her first. I have something to ask her. After hearing what little Qing said, Qi's expression became serious. He walked to the front of Dong Huanglinger and looked down at her. Tycoon Jean let go of Dong Huanglinger, but he used his qi to bind her 4 limbs, making her unable to struggle. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be a descendant of the Bashi tribe, right? Qi stared at Dong Huanglinger. A descendant of the 8 Desolates, a member of the Ba Serpent clan, Xianxia and Gufeng did not expect that the enchanting woman beside Du Guxiu was actually a descendant of the 8 Desolates. Although she tried her best to hide it, it was undeniable that Dong Huanglinger's expression became unnatural when she heard the name Ba Serpent. I don't know what you're talking about. What Ba Serpent? In the mainland, the descendants of the 8 Desolates were always kept a secret. Once it was proven that Madame Qi Bai was a descendant of the 8 Desolates, what awaited her would be the pursuit of all the strong people in the boundless mainland. You don't have to deny it. Linger was indeed poisoned by a snake goo. It is a very special living goo. Only the descendants of the Ba Serpent clan, who are descendants of the 8 Desolates, know about it. If little Qing did not mention it, Qi would not have known about the existence of such a goo. Every descendant of the Ba Serpent, regardless of gender, would feed a female snake with their blood when they were born. It would take 10 years for this type of female snake to reach adulthood. After reaching adulthood, the female snake would lay a snake egg every other year. The descendants of the Ba Serpent could use this type of snake egg to poison people. When the poisoned person swallowed the snake egg, they would be fine as long as they consumed the blood pill made from the blood of the Ba Serpent clan's descendants. The snake egg would not hatch. However, if the poisoned person did not consume the blood pill within 24 hours, the small snakes in the snake egg would hatch by themselves due to the lack of nutrients. Once the snake egg hatched, it would slowly devour the person's consciousness. After 72 hours, if the person still could not find a way to cure the poison, the person's consciousness would be completely devoured by the small snakes. In the end, the person would become a puppet under the control of the master of the poison. Damn it. You actually poisoned Ling Er. Gu Feng angrily grabbed Madame Qi by. Kid, who are you? You even know about the secret of the Ba Serpent clan? Dong Huang Ling Er did not deny it. Qi was telling the truth. However, so what if he knew? Knowing about the snake goo did not mean he could neutralize it. Gu Feng, now is not the time to be excited. The most important thing is to find a way to save Ling Er. Yunxing was not familiar with the Ba Huang clan's special goo method. If Madame Qi Bai did not agree, once the 72-hour passed, Ling Er would really be beyond saving. Haha, dream on. Let me tell you, other than me, no one can save this girl. Also, don't even think about extorting a confession. Otherwise, the one who will suffer will be the princess. I advise you all to obediently send the princess back to the crown prince's side. Dong Huang Ling Er laughed. Even if Abandon knew the origin of the snake venom, he would never know how to neutralize it. Yunxing, it's very difficult to neutralize the snake venom. The host needs to control the female snake to summon the little snake that's hiding in the victim's body. Abandon didn't have any ideas either. Abandon, did you just say something about summoning? Is the little snake in Ling Er's body also a demonic beast? Yunxing's eyes lit up. It seemed like the snake venom was similar to the summoning of demonic beasts. It's a demonic beast. Yunxing, what do you want to do? Abandon didn't understand why Yunxing would ask such a question. Since it's a demonic beast, then it's simple. You all go and guard outside first. I will try to find the little snake. Yunxing had a face full of confidence. Gu Feng was still a little doubtful. Yunxing, why don't you send Ling Er back? I don't want her to suffer. Gu Feng, you still don't believe me. Don't worry, go and guard outside. I promise that before dawn, I will return you a lively Ling Er. Yunxing's confidence infected Gu Feng. He nodded and walked out of the door with abandon. Stupid girl, do you think you can find the little snake? Let me tell you, other than me, no one else can find the little snake. Even if you cut the princess open, you still won't be able to find it. Dong Huang Ling Er's face was also filled with confidence. However, in the next moment, Dong Huang Ling Er's face revealed a shocked expression. Because she saw that Yunxing took out a ring and wore it on her finger. That was a ring that only summoners would have. You are a summoner? Dong Huang Ling Er shouted out. Madame Qi Bai had always thought that Yunxing was only a mage. But, she was actually a summoner. Towards summoners, the Ba Huang tribe had always had a very complicated feeling. Because, although the Ba Huang tribe had already transformed into human form, their ancestors were demonic beasts. Summoners were the group of people that demonic beasts feared and hated the most. No wonder she would ask if the little snake was a demonic beast just now. As long as it was a demonic beast, summoners would be able to contract and enslave it. The fear only lasted for a short while. Dong Huang Ling Er mocked, so what if you are a summoner? The little snake has already been enslaved by me. It is impossible for you to contract it. As a top-notch demonic beast, Bakra orcs, although Madame Qi Bai was not a summoner, she was still able to use her demonic beast's aura to enslave a large number of snakes. This kind of enslavement, compared to a summoner's contract, was obviously inferior. Most of the demonic beasts that summoners could contract were ownerless demonic beasts. Of course, some extremely powerful summoners were also able to contract demonic beasts that had already been contracted. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the summoner who was able to contract demonic beasts must have extremely high summoning abilities. Also, their own soul must be strong enough to withstand the backlash from another summoner. Madame Qi Bai had already hidden in the boundless world for many years. Most of the famous summoners in the world were from the Zhao state. Even if there were some freelance summoners, their abilities would definitely not reach the level where they could contract her demonic beasts. Whether I can contract it or not, I will know once I try. Yunxing curled her lips, and there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. If it was in the past, she really did not have the confidence to contract demonic beasts. However, everything was different after she entered the celestial fox tomb and accidentally obtained the corpse puppet technique of the celestial fox people Long Fox Yin. Yunxing Summoner's standard had already increased greatly because of the corpse puppet technique and the increase in the abilities of the demonic beasts under her command. Now, even if she faced a commander-level demonic beast, she could still contract it successfully without using the summoning demon hand. If she used the summoning demon hand, she was even confident that she could contract a king-level demonic beast. She, Yunxing, did not even care about a mere little snake that was enslaved by the Ba Serpent clan. A summoning magic array enveloped Donghuangling Air. As the light of this magic array became brighter and brighter, Yunxing's pupils slowly changed. Her chanting also became faster and faster. Initially, Donghuangling Air, who was trapped, still had some disdain. However, as the magic waves of the magic array became stronger and stronger, a bone-chilling fear emerged from the bottom of her heart. Thanks to the few people in the group who helped me catch the bugs. This article is guaranteed to be at least 8,000. Most of the chapters are basically tipped with tickets. There will be more chapters in the future. I am so busy at the end of the year, so I will take a break this month. Donghuangling had a feeling that her soul had been seen through. The girl in front of her seemed to have seen through her with her pair of black eyes. She was no more than 10 years old. How is this possible? You. Donghuangling cried out. Donghuangling's Dharma soul was revealed. Yunxing took a closer look and saw a small snake attached to Donghuangling's Dharma soul. It was a small green snake that was about the same size as Little Green. As if it had felt the fluctuations of a summoner, the small snake moved its head anxiously. So it was hiding in your Dharma soul. No wonder I couldn't find it. After seeing the small snake, Yunxing's black eyes darkened, and the chanting from her mouth became even faster. In her body, the powerful power of her five-colored Dharma soul was trying to control the small snake. Donghuangling gritted her teeth and uttered a series of words that were hard to understand. In an instant, the magical fluctuations of Yunxing and Donghuangling spread out in the room. As if there was a strong wind, the curtains in the room fluttered. Outside the room, Gufeng and Qi heard the movements in the room. Gufeng couldn't hold it in and wanted to barge in. Don't go in. Qi stopped Gufeng. Trust Yunxing. Gufeng gritted his teeth and suppressed the impulse in his heart. That small snake had a confused look on its face. Obviously, it didn't understand why there were two commands controlling it. For a moment, it didn't know which command it should listen to. In the beginning, Donghuangling's magical power had the upper hand. But as time passed, the power of Yunxing's five-elemental Dharma soul became stronger and stronger. Donghuangling could only feel that her magical power was losing ground. It's too scary. Just where did this girl come from? Her Dharma soul is so powerful that it's unimaginable. Suddenly, an ice-cold magical power attacked Donghuangling. She felt that her consciousness was swallowed up in an instant. Hiss, under the influence of the two powerful magical powers, the small snake finally couldn't hold it in and let out a sharp hiss. It rolled to the ground as if it had been burned by a raging fire. Ah, Donghuangling. With a miserable shriek, she collapsed onto the ground. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Gufeng rushed in. Abandonment followed closely behind, rushing in. When Gufeng saw the little snake on the ground and Donghuangling who had collapsed onto the ground, Gufeng hurriedly helped her up. The little snake on the ground still wanted to escape. On Qi's shoulder, Little Green bit the little snake hard with a swoosh. After Little Green bit the small snake to death, it opened its jaws and swallowed the small snake that was about the same size as it. Its face was full of satisfaction. In Dongzhou Temple, Madame Qi Bai, who was sitting cross-legged, let out a blood-curdling scream and rolled down from the couch. Her movements alerted the maidservants outside. When the maidservants saw this, they were terrified and hurriedly informed Du Guxiu. When Crown Prince Du Guxiu arrived, he found that Madame Qi Bai's hair was disheveled and her face was pale. She had spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Qi Bai, what happened? Du Guxiu hurriedly carried Madame Qi Bai. It was as if she had aged a few years after he saw her. Her originally enchanting face was filled with pain. She didn't expect that she, who had always prided herself on being smart, would actually fall into the hands of a little girl at this juncture. Right now, she could only inform Du Guxiu and ask him to capture that group of people. Your Highness the Crown Prince, those people are in the Imperial Palace. Quickly go and catch them. Madame Qi Bai forcefully suppressed her anger and finally finished speaking. Suddenly, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Only now did Du Guxiu know that Yunxing and the others, whom he had been trying to find, were actually hiding in the Imperial Palace. Although he was furious that Qi Bai didn't inform him earlier, Du Guxiu could only immediately order people to find an imperial physician to take care of Madame Qi Bai. As for himself, he personally picked 300 guards and rushed towards the Imperial Palace. However, when Du Guxiu arrived at the eastern capital's Imperial Palace, the Imperial Palace was already empty. There was no trace of Yunxing and Dong Huangling. Damn it, Yunxing, this crown prince doesn't believe that you can hide to the ends of the earth. Du Guxiu's complexion was ashen. He punched a pillar. The pillar that required two people to hug together was actually broken into two by his punch. At this moment, Yunxing and the others were hurriedly leaving the Imperial Palace under the cover of the night. After getting rid of Madame Qi Bai's control, Yunxing understood that Du Guxiu would arrive very soon. Fortunately, earlier, Yunxing had already heard from the palace maids that there was a secret passage in the Imperial Garden that was specially used for eunuchs and palace maids to leave the palace. Yunxing immediately decided to leave the eastern capital with Ling Er. After getting rid of Madame Qi Bai's control, Dong Huangling was very weak. Due to the snake parasite's control, Dong Huangling magic soul was devoured to a certain extent. She was muddle-headed and could only barely recognize Yunxing. However, it was difficult for her to even speak, let alone use magic. With the support of Yunxing and Tyrant Jean, she rushed out of the eastern capital. The few of them hurried through the night. After leaving the eastern capital, they entered a relatively safe forest outside the city. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Yunxing ordered Tyrant Jean to go out and take a look at Dong Huangling's condition. Yunxing, why is Ling still muddle-headed? Didn't you say that the snake parasite's control was already broken? Gu Feng wiped the sweat on Ling forehead. Looking at Ling weak and powerless appearance, Gu Feng wished that he could bear the pain in her place. It should be because her magic soul was devoured, which affected her divine sense. With her condition, even if she recovers, I'm afraid she can't be a magician anymore. Yunxing sighed and said this with difficulty. Ling condition wasn't optimistic. Her condition was like a patient with a brain injury in modern times. Whether she could recover or not depended on her own willpower. If her willpower was strong enough, she might be able to recover one day. However, she could only live like a normal person. Hearing this, Gu Feng and Qi fell silent. Why don't we bring her back to the continent's magic elite camp and let the elders take a look at her? I'll think of a way to concoct some potions that can nourish her magic soul. Yunxing looked sad when she saw her good friend's condition. The snake parasite of the Ba Serpent clan was really harmful. Looking at Ling miserable state, Yunxing was very angry that she didn't kill Madame Qi Bai just now. Unfortunately, she wasn't Du Guxiu's opponent now. If she met Madame Qi Bai again, she definitely wouldn't let that witch off. No, Yunxing, I plan to take Ling away. Gu Feng made up his mind and suddenly said. Gu Feng's words stunned Yunxing and abandoned. Gu Feng, what did you say? You want to leave with Ling Yunxing knew that Gu Feng was in pain. But even so, she didn't agree with Gu Feng taking Ling away. Gu Feng, she needs better treatment. Abandon also knew that Gu Feng must have gone through an intense struggle to accept the fact that Ling had become like this. Even if she recovers, what can she do? With her personality, she will probably return to the eastern capital. Also, the elders might not agree to take her in. Gu Feng wiped the corners of his eyes and held back his tears. Yunxing and Abandon were speechless. Actually, they might have thought of what Gu Feng said. The mainland's magic elite camp was very powerful, but it wasn't powerful enough to contend with later Qin. Dong Huangling was the princess of the eastern capital, and she was already engaged to Du Guxiu. This was a fact that was acknowledged by the entire mainland. If they secretly harbored Ling it would be equivalent to making an enemy of the eastern capital and later Qin. Taking a step back, even if Ling was cured and she could no longer practice magic, her mother and brother were still in Du Guxiu's hands. She would definitely do everything she could to save her family. In that case, Ling final outcome would still be to marry Du Guxiu and suffer for the rest of her life. But Gu Feng, have you ever thought that if you leave, it would be equivalent to giving up everything? Abandon sighed. He, Gu Feng, and Yunxing had known each other for many years. Gu Feng's family background and strength were the weakest among the three. He was also the most hardworking among them. Before meeting Ling Gu Feng's life goal was very simple. He only hoped that one day, he could become a famous light mage in the continent and help his family escape from poverty. After joining the mainland's magic elite camp, his dream gradually came true. He was about to become the most outstanding light magician after the dazzling light magician. But at this time, he chose to give up. Abandon felt that it wasn't worth it for Gu Feng. How could Yunxing not think the same way? However, Ling and Gu Feng were her close friends. She also understood that Gu Feng's decision was the best way to help Ling. Gu Feng loves Ling very much. He will do everything he can to cherish Ling. Although Ling was muddle-headed right now, it was also because of this that she could forget her identity as the princess of the eastern capital. For so many years, this noble identity was a kind of shackle to Donghuang Ling. She respected their decision as long as Ling and Gu Feng could be happy. I'm a selfish person. I don't have much ambition. I just want to protect Ling and let her live happily. No matter how short these days are, I have no regrets. After making up his mind, Gu Feng left with Ling Yunxing, and Qi. For the time being, he hadn't decided where to go with Ling. Perhaps he would go to his hometown, or perhaps he would go to a small village with beautiful scenery and no disputes. You too, don't send me off. I will definitely contact you when I find a place to stay. Gu Feng reluctantly bid farewell to his two friends. Perhaps he was afraid that the scene would be too sad. Gu Feng forced a smile. Yunxing, the luckiest thing that has happened to me in my life is meeting you. You've helped me so much that just a word of thanks isn't enough. I can only pray that you can defeat all the competitors in the next mission. Gu Feng grinned and laughed. Yunxing's eyes reddened. She vaguely remembered the stuttering Gu Feng from back then. The two of them have known each other for many years. Thinking about it now, it felt like an instant. Abandon, you are my good brother. You have to work hard. Gu Feng said. He first looked at Yunxing, then winked at Abandon. Abandon's ears turned red. The matter of him liking Yunxing had always been a secret between him and Gu Feng. No matter how far away the farewell was, there would always be an end. Gu Feng took Ling and said goodbye to Yunxing and the others. He set foot on the path he had chosen to pursue. Yunxing and Qi sent them off with their eyes until they could no longer see Gu Feng's figure. Then, they sighed and looked away. I didn't expect Gu Feng to be the bravest among the three of us. Yunxing asked herself. If she encountered such a thing, she probably wouldn't be able to do what Gu Feng did. I'm very envious of him. Qi looked at Yunxing beside him thoughtfully. Let's go back to the mainland's magic elite camp first. I think we have made a big mistake this time. Yunxing smiled bitterly. With Du Guxiu's intelligence, he would definitely think that the assassin that day had something to do with the Hunters Guild. At that time, he would probably find the mainland's magic elite camp immediately. If they didn't hurry, Du Guxiu's people would have found the mainland's magic elite camp first. At that time, it would be hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. Yunxing's guess wasn't wrong. After Du Guxiu couldn't find anyone in the palace, he immediately investigated the defenses of Dongzhou Temple. From the right chief minister, he investigated the Hunters Guild. Finally, he found out that Yunxing and Abandon were both from the mainland's magic elite camp. He didn't expect that Yunxing would go to the magic elite camp in the few years when there was no news of her. Thinking back to that night, when the two of them met again, Du Guxiu was angry, but his heart was also itching. Damn Yunxing. This woman was his natural nemesis. Every time, she would ruin his plans. But the more she was like this, the more he itched for her. He hadn't seen Yunxing for several years. What had she become? thinking of that pair of seductive black eyes under the night sky, Du Guxiu's body couldn't help but heat up. Du Guxiu was immersed in his own thoughts, completely forgetting that he was in Madame Qibai's room. "Your Highness, this medicine is so bitter." Madame Qibai, who had been severely injured by Yunxing's 5-elemental Dharma spirit, had already recovered 80 to 90% after the imperial physician's treatment. At this moment, she looked like a sickly beauty, lying on the bed and acting coquettishly, asking Du Guxiu to feed her medicine. Who knew that Du Guxiu held the medicine bowl in his hand and didn't move for a long time? His face was gloomy and uncertain, and she didn't know where his soul had flown to. Madame Qibai could only prop herself up, half leaning on Du Guxiu's body as she asked in a delicate voice. Du Guxiu suddenly stood up and threw the medicine to the palace maid at the side. "If you don't drink it, then throw it away." There was obviously some anger in his tone. He hadn't settled the score with Madame Qibai yet. He already knew from the left chief minister that Madame Qibai had a way to find the whereabouts of Yunxing and the others. But he didn't know what this woman was thinking, to actually hide it and not report it. Otherwise, Yunxing definitely wouldn't be able to escape from under his nose. Just thinking of this, Du Guxiu wished he could strangle Madame Qibai to death. Du Guxiu's temperament was cold. Towards women, even the women that he doted on, he was temperamental. In his opinion, women only had two uses: to carry on the family line and to vent his body's needs. In the past, he felt that Madame Qibai was different from other women. For example, when it came to the matter of marrying Dong Huangling, the women in the Crown Prince's residence all cried bitterly. They were afraid that the Crown Prince's wife would deal with them after marrying into the residence. Only Madame Qibai was able to see the big picture. She even took the initiative to follow him to the eastern capital. Du Guxiu had thought that even if Dong Huangling married into the Crown Prince's residence in the future, he would still promote Madame Qibai to be the mistress of the residence. However, who would have thought that Madame Qibai's handling of the assassination incident this time would be so bad, causing the good impression that Du Guxiu had of her to disappear completely. Women were indeed creatures that would become arrogant because of being pampered. How would Du Guxiu know that Madame Qibai's magnanimity and propriety differed from person to person? Madame Qibai was born in the Bashi tribe. Her father had many wives and concubines. Since young, she was influenced by what she saw and heard. Thus, she wasn't against men having many wives. Her mother had also always taught her that only a powerful man could have many wives and children. After Madame Qibai got to know Du Guxiu, she blindly respected his strength and status. Thus, she wasn't against Du Guxiu having other women. However, she was like a female snake that was entrenched in her territory. If she were to meet a powerful woman that could even shake her status, she would disregard everything and eliminate the other party. She took the initiative to come to the eastern capital so that she could gauge the status of the future crown prince's wife, Dong Huangling. If she was certain that Dong Huangling might be a threat to her status, she would have directly killed Dong Huangling. However, after seeing Dong Huangling, Madame Qibai was certain that Dong Huangling wouldn't be a threat to her. Most importantly, Du Guxiu wasn't interested in Dong Huangling. However, Yunxing was different. Although Madame Qibai didn't even know about Yunxing's background, with her woman's intuition, she was able to determine that Yunxing was different from Ling. If Yunxing also married into the crown prince's residence, who knew how much Du Guxiu would dote on her? How could Du Guxiu possibly know what Madame Qibai was thinking? Du Guxiu more or less knew about Madame Qibai's background. However, her appearance was charming, and her skills in bed were also very pleasing to him. More importantly, the Empress Dowager and the East Emperor still needed this woman to control them, so he could not kill her for the time being. But even so, it didn't mean that Du Guxiu would spoil her like before. Madame Qibai was shocked. She also felt that Du Guxiu's attitude today was different from before. Disregarding her sickly body, she hurriedly got off the bed and knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, please calm down." This slave did not mean to hide it. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she used her most delicate voice to beg. Her dress was half covered, revealing the beautiful scenery in front of her chest. As long as it was a normal man, seeing such a beautiful woman in tears, he would not be able to help but step forward and hold her in his arms. However, Du Guxiu was not a normal man. He looked down at Madame Qibai, who was kneeling on the ground, and his long fingers lifted Madame Chibai's tender chin. When he retracted his fingers, 2 green marks immediately appeared on Madame Chibai's white and slender chin. Chibai, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're a member of the Bashi clan. You should know my true identity. I can kill you at any time. There was not the slightest bit of pity or affection from before in his eagle eyes. Madame Chibai was so scared that she trembled, unable to say a word. She could feel the terrifying pressure coming from this man's body. This man was the man who had shared the same bed with her a few days ago. He was too frightening. However, if you listen to me obediently and help me complete my plan, I will treat you well. No matter if it's in the future Chini or in the 8 Desolate tribe, I can guarantee you a place. Dugu Xiu's voice slowly became gentle and the strength in his hands also lessened quite a bit. He lifted Madame Chibai's chin and left an ice-cold kiss on her lips. The fear in Madame Chibai's eyes also slowly turned into obsession. When Dugu Xiu left the room, Madame Chibai felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She sat on the ground, paralyzed. She bit her lips, not saying a word. What a temperamental and frightening man. She clearly knew that he was such a person, but why did her heart still sink uncontrollably? Madame Chibai's face was desolate. At this moment, the piccolo hidden in her clothes vibrated. Madame Chibai hurriedly wiped away the tears in her eyes, straightened her clothes, and then took out the piccolo. Magical light flickered on the piccolo, and an illusion appeared. The illusion gradually became real, and finally changed into a man of the same size. If Xianxia met the person in the illusion, she would definitely recognize him, because this was one of the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe that Xianxia had met once in the Dutian blood realm, Chimuguan of the Bashi tribe. Third sister, why do you look so pale? Chimuguan and Madame Chibai were actually siblings. Madame Chibai and Chimuguan were born from the same mother. Although the 2 siblings had to be separated for some reason since young, the relationship between the 2 siblings had always been good. He saw Madame Chibai's weak appearance and was very shocked. He hurriedly asked what had happened. Big brother, one of my soul snake eggs was accidentally devoured. Madame Chibai gritted her teeth when she mentioned this matter. It was all that female magician's fault. If she hadn't interfered halfway, Dugu Xiu wouldn't have become so frightening, and her Dharma soul wouldn't have suffered such a heavy injury. When Qi mentioned the snake goo earlier, he was only half right. There were 2 types of snake goo. One was the ordinary snake goo, and the other was the soul snake goo. The snake goo only needed to be fed with the host's blood for 10 years, but the soul snake goo was different. It needed to be fed with the host's blood and magic for 20 years to become a soul snake. The snake goo was used for ordinary people, while the soul snake goo was used for powerful magicians or warriors. The soul snake goo could only be fed by the direct descendants of the Bashi tribe. Madame Chibai's soul snake had just hatched a few years ago, and it had only laid 3 soul snake eggs. Earlier, in order to control everyone in the imperial palace, Madame Chibai used the snake goo to control several people, including the East Emperor and Empress Dowager Sidu. However, when it was Dong Huang Ling-er's turn, because her strength was stronger than her brother and Empress Dowager, ordinary snake goo couldn't control her. In order to please Dugu Xiu, Madame Chibai specially used one of the snake goo to control Dong Huang Ling-er. Who would have thought that it would actually backfire on her? How could you be so careless? The soul snake egg is such an important thing, how could you use it so rashly? Qi Muguan's expression changed when he heard this. The soul snake egg was no small matter. It was equivalent to a part of the host's magical soul. Devouring the soul snake meant that Madame Chibai's cultivation was greatly reduced. This would definitely cause permanent damage to her future cultivation. I also didn't expect that the other party was a summoner, and an extremely powerful one at that, Madame Chibai said hatefully. What annoyed her the most was that she still didn't know who the sorceress who attacked her was. Even though she tried to ask Dugu Xiu about the sorceress background, Dugu Xiu was very cautious about the sorceress background and refused to reveal a single word. He even directly warned Madame Chibai not to have any ideas about the sorceress. Dugu Xiu's biased tone made Madame Chibai even more jealous. Summoner? A summoner from the Zhao state? Qi Muguan was also very curious. Who could directly devour Madame Chibai's soul snake, as a descendant of the Eight Wastelands, Madame Qibai's cultivation was close to that of a commander-level magical beast the moment she was born. The soul snake that she raised with her blood and magic power was not a match for normal warriors and sorcerers. It shouldn't be. The other party should be a freelance summoner, but her cultivation is very high. I dare say that she's comparable to our tribe's Lord Shaman Zhao, Madame Qibai said with certainty. Especially her magical soul is very strong. I suffered because I couldn't withstand her magical soul. It seems that in these years, the human race has indeed produced some rising stars that we can't help but pay attention to. I heard from Xianxia that he and Violet also met a very powerful female summoner in the Dutian blood realm. She had at least several magical beasts of the commander level and above in her hands. Qi Muguan's words made Qibai even more shocked. A summoner who could control several magical beasts of the commander level and above at once, how powerful would that be? This time, Qi Muguan took the initiative to contact Qibai partly because he wanted to use Madame Qibai to ask around the continent about the mysterious female summoner's background. You have to pay more attention to this matter. The death of the soul snake has affected you greatly. You should go into seclusion for a while. Also, Father asked you to get close to the later Qin crown prince, Du Guxiu. You must find the Qilin king's corpse. How's your investigation on this matter? Qi Muguan gave Madame Qibai some spiritual medicine to help her recover her vitality. Hearing her brother's question, Madame Qibai hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I haven't heard anything yet. Big brother, are you sure that King Qilin's corpse is hidden in the later Qin? Not many people knew that the corpse of the Qilin patriarch was not in the Qilin tomb in the Dutian blood seal. There's no smoke without fire. Later Qin Crown Prince Du Guxiu's battle chi is very special. It's very similar to He Linlin's battle chi. Either he stole the corpse of the Qilin patriarch, or he has one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior. No matter which one he has, you must think of a way to get it. Qi Muguan noticed the slight hesitation on Madame Qibai's face. Qi Muguan and Madame Qibai's sibling relationship was very deep. He noticed the change in his sister's expression. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me you've fallen in love with that brat?" Qibai wouldn't dare. "Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely think of a way to find out." Madame Qibai sighed in her heart as she sent Qi Muguan off. A few days later, Yunxing and Qi returned to the mainland's magic elite camp. What awaited them was indeed a storm of attacks. However, this time, it was the mainland's warrior elite camp that was pressuring them. It was only then that Yunxing found out that the mainland's warrior elite camp had some relationship with later Qin. It was said that the earliest person to establish the mainland's warrior elite camp was a martial emperor of later Qin. The true identity of this later Qin martial emperor was a prince of later Qin. Therefore, all these years, the relationship between later Qin and the mainland's warrior elite camp had always been good. Yunxing and Qi left the camp without permission and caused a huge commotion in the eastern capital. This matter had already reached the ears of the mainland's warrior elite camp's elders. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder had no choice but to bring the later Qin's envoy to the Great Elder. The Great Elder had no choice but to look for the dark gold-ranked instructor and instructor Shi Huang. The two instructors could only brace themselves and bring along their precious disciples. The later Qin's envoy even embellished a bunch of bad things about Yunxing and Qi, saying that it was nothing more than hindering the relationship between the two countries and almost causing a war between later Qin and the eastern capital. However, since things have already come to this, the later Qin's crown prince is also a person who can see the big picture. He has decided not to pursue this matter. When the later Qin's envoy got agitated, he suddenly changed the topic. Du Guxiu also had some tricks up his sleeve. He didn't announce the disappearance of Dong Huangling to the public. He didn't tell the public about the princess's disappearance for the time being. He only said that the princess suddenly contracted a serious illness and needed to rest for a year before she could get married. It's really the later Qin's fortune that Prince Dugu can be so righteous. When the Great Elder heard this, he squeezed out a smile on his old face. When Yunxing heard this, a trace of ominous premonition arose in her heart. If Du Guxiu was so kind, it would really rain red. He did this for nothing more than to save his own face. Although the Crown Prince won't pursue this matter, the mainland's elite camp still has to give an explanation for this matter. the princess's whereabouts must be revealed. The later Qin's envoy had an arrogant look on his face. This? The great elder pondered for a moment, then looked at Yunsheng. The latter had an ignorant look on her face, as if saying, I don't know, no matter how you ask, I won't know. As for Qi, his face was like a coffin. Wanting to get an explanation from him was really more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Cold sweat appeared on the great elder's forehead. If it wasn't for the great elder's good mental fortitude, he would have already scolded at this moment. He also wanted to vomit blood. Good. They lost Gufeng out of nowhere. He was a light magician that the mainland's elite camp spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Now that they lost him, they still had to give an explanation to Dugu Xiu. If it was any other disciple, the great elder would probably rush up and beat them up violently. But why did it have to be Yunsheng and Qi? These two people were already predetermined to be the candidates for the next divine weapon mission. Great elder, if you are really in a difficult position, the crown prince has another way to make it up to you. As if he had already guessed that the great elder would be hesitant. The later Qin envoy at the side opened his mouth again. His Highness said that there is another way to resolve this matter. That is, in this mission to find the divine weapon, the mainland's elite camp must form an alliance with the later Qin, act together, advance and retreat together. Half a month later, after Yi Baiming finished fusing with the blood crystal, he heard the news from the great elder. The advantages of forming an alliance with later Qin outweigh the disadvantages. As far as I know, all the major forces have come prepared for this mission. The great elder of Ghost Prison was still talking non-stop. He didn't notice that his precious disciple's face had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Little wildcat, how did you provoke Dugu Xiu in this half a month when Benwang wasn't here? The great elder of Ghost Prison briefly explained the coup in the eastern capital, Dong Huangling are running away from the marriage, and Gufeng's retirement. Yi Baiming didn't know that Yunsheng's trip to the eastern capital would involve the conflict between the eastern capital and later Qin. The tone of the later Qin envoy was very tyrannical. Compared to handing over Dong Huangling and Gufeng, forming an alliance was undoubtedly the best way to resolve the dispute. What's more, Prince Dugu magnanimously said that cooperation was cooperation, but in the search for the divine artifact, the elite camp and later Qin were only allies. No matter which side found the divine artifact with their own ability, the other side couldn't obstruct them. This condition, to the elders of the two camps, was undoubtedly very reasonable. The great elder of Ghost Prison had also received the news. Because this mission was related to the search for the divine artifact in the future, the 5 countries of the continent, and even the Hunters' Guild, had already formed a strong alliance. Even the major forces that were usually hidden in the continent and rarely showed their faces had already sent out their elites. The news that had been received was that Grand Emperor City and Zhao State, Penglai, had formed an alliance. The Temple and Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the Hunters' Guild and Zhou State, Skywing City and Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Tang Yuan, and Immortal Residence should also send people. The 7 major forces have their own strengths. If we join forces with later Qin, the odds of success will be greater. Master has decided to let you and 4 other students represent the continent's elite camp to participate in this divine artifact search. The great elder of Ghost Prison analyzed the pros and cons. As for the Continental Magic Elite Battalion, they would also send out 5 people to join the Continental Magic Elite Battalion in the search for the divine artifact. I'll follow your arrangements. Yi Baiming guessed that Yunsheng would definitely be selected for the mission to find the divine artifact. Yi Baiming could already predict Dugu Xiu's thoughts. Dugu Xiu was indeed not a simple-minded martial artist. However, at that time, even if he met Dugu Xiu, he would definitely not let him lay a finger on the little wildcat. No one was allowed to touch this little wildcat. Yunsheng's ears itched, so she rubbed them. The few of you, did you all hear clearly? The elite camp's great elder righteously reprimanded the 5 students in front of him. The Continental Magic Elite Camp's mission to search for the divine artifact had also sent out all the elites. The great elder had racked his brains for a few days before picking out 5 people that he thought were the most suitable candidates. Due to the bet between Lu Tongtian and Blue, Lu Tongtian and Chen Lianer both automatically gave up on this divine artifact mission. In the end, the great elder picked out the 5 students that he thought most highly of. These 5 people were bound to become the mainstay of the Continental Magic Elite Camp in the future. The 5 people were Sanctuary Shakyamuni, Blue, Sky Magician, Yunxing, Sky Magician, Abandon, and 2 other seniors that Yunxing had met a few times before. It's a pity. If Lu Tongtian and Feng Tian could also join, the team this time would be even stronger. When the Great Elder mentioned Feng Tian, his face was still full of regret. Feng Tian had already been missing for more than a month. The Dutian blood seal had also been sealed for a month. In this month, even though the elders of the Continental Magic Elite Camp had spent a lot of effort searching, there was no news of Feng Tian. Feng Tian seemed to have evaporated from the world. As for Lu Tongtian, his performance in the Bloody Sky Beast Metropolis last time had truly disappointed Chief Elder. The other elders all agreed that they had to suppress his arrogance a little. Teacher, please don't worry. This time, Blue will definitely not act on impulse. I will definitely lead the juniors to find the divine weapon. Blue's face was full of determination. Yunxing, Abandon, both of you are sinners. This time, you must help Blue with all your strength. Do not fight again. The Great Elder nodded in satisfaction. He snorted again and glanced at Yunxing and Abandon. These 2 little fellows were young, but their ability to stir up trouble was also top-notch. Especially Yunxing. The Great Elder now had a love-hate relationship with her. In the Dutian Blood Beast world, Yunxing's performance was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. She could see the big picture and was an excellent leader. She was even more suitable than Blue. However, she was too young and the time she had spent in the Continental Magic Elite Camp was too short. The Great Elder still hoped that she could gain more recognition in this search for the divine weapon. Luckily, Blue did not dislike Yunxing. The 2 of them got along much better than Blue and Lu Tongtian. Yunxing and Abandon both responded indifferently. Yunxing and Abandon still could not let go of the matter of Gu Feng and Ling Er. They both thought that if it were not for Du Guxiu, Ling Er would not have become like an idiot, and Gu Feng would not have left. Yunxing had already made up her mind. In this divine weapon quest, she would definitely teach Du Guxiu and Madame Qi by an unforgettable lesson. After the first elder was done lecturing the students, he told them that the location of the divine artifact would be announced in 3 days' time. When the time came, the elders of the 2 camps would use a magic array to send the students to the location. When Yunxing and Abandon walked out of the elder camp, they coincidentally met Lu Tongtian and Chen Lianer. When Chen Lianer saw Yunxing, she curled her lips and said, Yunxing, I won't let you be happy for too long. Lu Tongtian gave her a look, indicating for her not to say anything. The 2 of them then walked away mysteriously. Yunxing, I received a letter from Gu Feng. Seeing that Yunxing was still unhappy, Abandon brought Yunxing a piece of good news. In the past half a month, Gu Feng brought Ling Er out of Dongdu and went to a small town near Gu Feng's hometown. After taking Yunxing's medicine, Ling Er's condition improved a little. She could speak some simple words now. Gu Feng opened a small magic clinic in the town. It sounds like they are doing well. Yunxing read Gu Feng's letter. Between the lines, there was a simple sense of happiness. After this mission, let's go and see them. Abandon looked at Yunxing gently. Little wildcat. A voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between Yunxing and Abandon. Yunxing raised her head and saw Yi Baiming standing not far away. He narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Abandon. The smile on Abandon's face faded bit by bit. The 2 men seemed to be at loggerheads as they glared daggers at each other. Yunxing couldn't help but shiver. It was still spring, but why did she feel so cold on her neck? Abandon, you go back first. This mission is no small matter. Go ask Mentor Shi Huang for more poison. Yunxing sent Abandon away. Yunxing only found out that Yi Baiming was in seclusion to fuse with the blood crystals after she returned to the mainland's elite camp. According to the tone of the ghost prison's great elder, fusing with the blood crystals was an extremely dangerous thing. Since he came out of seclusion, he must have succeeded in fusing with the blood crystals. However, she did not know how many blood crystals he had fused with. Yunxing sized up Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming did not seem to have changed much from before. However, if she looked closely, she would find that he was thinner and more muscular than before. His shoulders were narrower, and his skin was darker. Even if he did not release his dou qi, his entire person seemed to emit a deadly deterrent force. Compared to him, Yunxing's 1.7 tall magician figure was definitely petite and dainty. This guy was very dangerous. It was better to escape. Yunxing shrunk her neck and prepared to escape. Before she could chant, Yi Baiming had already taken a step forward. It seemed that he had already seen through Yunxing's intentions. Little wildcat, I remember that before you left, I told you not to provoke Du Guxiu. It seems that you did not take my words to heart. How should I punish you? Yi Baiming took a step forward and forcibly rushed in front of Yunxing, pressing down on her magic scepter. Then, he scooped her up with his arm and pinned her under a tree. While speaking, Yi Baiming's handsome face inched closer to Yunxing, infinitely magnified in her eyes. The two were so close that Yunxing could clearly see the fine hairs on Yi Baiming's face. Although Yi Baiming was a warrior, he did not look like an ordinary warrior. His skin was dark brown, but the pores on his face were almost negligible. His gaze was burning, as if he wanted to bore 2 holes in Yunxing's face. Yunxing swallowed her saliva and ignored her drumming heartbeat. She carefully avoided Yi Baiming's burning gaze and tried her best to retreat. However, there was a hard tree trunk behind her. She had nowhere to retreat, but Yi Baiming was getting closer and closer. In the end, their bodies were pressed together in a very intimate manner. Yunxing could even clearly feel the hard muscles under Yi Baiming's warrior robes. I'm innocent. I didn't provoke Du Guxiu. I only fought him once, and I was masked. But somehow, he recognized me. Yunxing mustered up her courage, puffed out her chest, and sucked in her stomach. She wanted to appear more righteous as she tried her best to defend herself. But when she stuck out her chest, she bumped right into Yi Baiming's chest. Yi Baiming grunted, and his gaze became even more intense. Yunxing jumped in fright and did not dare to move again. Oh? If that's the case, then this king can forgive you. Yi Baiming was in a good mood when he saw Yunxing like this. He chuckled softly. Little wild cat might not know, but as long as it was a man who had interacted with her, they would remember her aura, her every frown, and her every action as if they were under a spell. He, Yi Baiming, Abandon, and even Du Guxiu were like this. Haha, Night Fox, long time no see. I heard that you were successful in your closed-door training. I wonder how many blood crystals you integrated. Seeing that Yi Baiming had no intention of pursuing the matter, Yunxing immediately changed the topic. Guess how many I integrated? Even though Yunxing tried her best to hide it, Yi Baiming caught a trace of worry in her eyes. He saw it and felt warmth in his heart. It had been a long time since someone looked at him with such eyes. Little wildcat's eyes finally started to look at him. This was a good sign. Ghost Prison's great elder has fused 3 pills. You should have fused at least 2, right? Yunxing felt uncomfortable from Yi Baiming's hard muscles. She suspected that with Yi Baiming's muscles, even high-level magic would not be able to hurt him. Even Du Guxiu has fused with at least 3 Beast King blood crystals. If I only fused with 2, how am I going to compete with him in this divine artifact mission? Yi Baiming was somewhat dissatisfied. His little wildcat, did she not have enough confidence in him? What, you're saying that Du Guxiu also entered the Dutian blood seal and obtained a Beast King blood crystal? Yunxing thought to herself. No wonder Du Guxiu's strength broke through so quickly in these few years. The last time they fought, if it wasn't for Tycoon Jean, she would have been captured alive. It shouldn't be wrong. Do you remember when your grandfather Yunba was injured by Du Guxiu? If it was not for the integration of the blood crystals, he would not have such a strong physique. However, at that time, he should have only integrated the first blood crystal. Now, he should have at least integrated the third. Yi Baiming had not fought with Du Guxiu for many years. The two people's reunion this time was bound to be like fire and water. What they were fighting for was not as simple as the divine weapon. The cooperation between the elite camp and Ho Chin had already become turbulent before it even began because of the conflict between the two. The 3 days of waiting seemed to be especially long. On the night of the second day, not long after Yunxing began her celestial meditation, Sister Lan came looking for her. Come with me to the elder barracks immediately. The elder of the temple will publicly predict the location of the divine weapon in front of the 8 major forces. Yunxing picked up her magic scepter and followed Lan to the elder barracks. As soon as they entered the elder barracks, they saw the 5 people from the elite camp and elder ghost prison were already there. Abandoned and 2 other magic students were also waiting there. The great elder was drawing a magic array. Yunxing stood with Lan in the magic elite camp's array. The magic array shone brightly, and a hazy image appeared in front of them. Yunxing recognized a few people in the image. The elder of the temple, Ji Yu, the young of the temple, Xianxia, and the male magician, Ru Yi, whom Yunxing had met once in the Zhou State Palace were all present. On this night, the same magic array appeared in front of the other major forces that were participating in the search for the divine artifact. Everyone, I am Ji Yu. I will be hosting the divine weapon prediction ceremony this time. I believe that everyone here has already heard about what happened in the Dutian blood beast world last month. The descendants of the 8 barons have reappeared on the mainland. Within 3 years, the Dutian blood seal is facing the possibility of collapsing at any time. In order to prevent the collapse of the Dutian blood seal, it is imperative to find the lost divine weapon and revive the Dutian blood seal. Ji Yu's face was solemn. Behind him, Xianxia and the others were also solemn. In half an hour, I will receive a celestial revelation. In order to ensure fairness, I will announce the location of the divine weapon in front of everyone. When the time comes, all the major forces will arrive at the same time to compete for it. Ji Yu chanted, and a magic array shaped like a star chart appeared under his feet. Although the Dharma temple was famous on the continent, it was still a rare opportunity to see the arbiters of the Dharma temple like tonight. Yunxing and the other mages stared at the magic array without blinking. The magic array beneath Elder Ji Yu's feet attracted Yunxing's attention. In the eternal starry sky, the stars were scattered like fragments. Elder Ji Yu and the other 2 looked as if they were floating in the air under the illumination of the magic array. They looked even more mysterious. Sister Lan, what magic array is that? Yunxing had never seen such a magic array before. She couldn't help but ask Lan out of curiosity. The Starry Sky Magic Array. It is a magic array unique to the light mages of the temple. It is said to be able to predict the past and the future. It is the most powerful predictive magic array. Lan looked at the magic array cautiously. Although the temple and the magic elite camp were both known as the holy lands of the continent's mages, the temple was superior in terms of heritage. After all, the temple could be traced back to the era of the 8 Baron tribe. The various magic arrays and unique profound spells left behind by successive law overlords were not something the magic elite camp could compare to. Indigo's gaze seemed to linger on the white figure behind Ji Yu. Xianxia, the continent's most famous genius mage. Although Lu Tongtian was the #1 mage in the magic elite camp, in Lan's eyes, Xianxia was the only true genius in the continent's magic world. Only Xianxia could truly be considered as a match for Lan. She just didn't know if Xianxia would represent the temple in this mission to find the divine artifact. If he did, the competition would be even more intense. Inside the temple, Xianxia stood behind Ji Yu. He was a little unsettled. The 8 major factions were competing for the divine artifact that was about to be unearthed. If there were no accidents, Yunxing would also participate in this mission. Although he never left the temple, Xianxia more or less knew about Yunxing. For example, Yunxing had joined the magic elite camp. For example, she had risen to power in Skywing City as the Flame Emperor and destroyed the Hidden Night Pavilion. For example, during her first blood purge, she had saved several students who had been kidnapped by the descendants of the 8 Desolates. For example, she and an unknown magician ruined the marriage of the later Qin Crown Prince Du Guxiu. Xianxia memorized every bit of this information in his heart. She should have seen him in the magic array by now. Xianxia was a little nervous. For the past few years, he had not left the temple at all because he wanted to calm himself down. He had thought that he had gradually let go of everything, but when he found out that Yunxing had appeared in the magic elite camp of the mainland, he could not remain calm anymore. In the end, his heart was still a mess. Senior brother, Master has already started chanting. Do you think that the Starry Sky Magic Array can find the location of the divine weapon? His junior brother's voice interrupted Xianxia's thoughts. Don't forget the essence of starry sky magic. As long as you're in a place illuminated by starlight, you won't be able to escape the illumination of the starry sky magic array. However, using the starry sky magic array once will cost Master 10 years of cultivation. Master will not use it unless he has no other choice. Xiao Wenshu sighed. This time, the crisis of the Dutian blood seal had come so suddenly that even the destiny mirror had not discovered it. Elder Judge Jiyu was worried about the future of the entire continent, so he had no choice but to use the starry sky magic array to find the hiding place of the divine weapon. The starry sky magic array could only be activated by light magicians. Because it covered a large area, even Jiyu found it difficult to set it up. Thanks to Xiao Wenshu's breakthrough half a month ago, Elder Judge Jiyu had the confidence to set up the array to deduce the location of the divine weapon. Under his feet, the starry sky magic array shone brightly. As Elder Judge Jiyu chanted, his magic scepter shot out a ray of light that was as bright as the sun. Every time the light shone brighter, Elder Judge Jiyu's forehead would break out in sweat. It could be seen that even the powerful Elder Judge Jiyu had a hard time using this starry sky magic array. The ray of light merged into the starry sky magic array. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. The ray of light was like a shooting star that had eyes, rushing towards a certain direction. Finally, the magic array stopped at a spot, shining with dazzling starlight. Elder Judge Jiyu looked as if he had fought a hard battle. He put down the scepter in his hand and said tiredly, "Wenshu, I'll leave the rest to you. I've done my best." Rui stepped forward and helped Elder Judge Jiyu. In just a quarter of an hour, Elder Judge Jiyu looked 10 years older than before. A few wrinkles appeared on his youthful face. It could be seen that this starry sky magic array consumed a lot of magic power. "Yes, Master." Xiao Wenshu stepped forward. Everyone's gazes were involuntarily attracted by Xiao Wenshu. Xiao Wenshu, known as one of the Wuji Five Annulus, was just like his name. In front of the dark starry sky magic array, he was like a rising moon, unknowingly attracting everyone's attention. His white robe fluttered, his expression gentle. As Xiao Wenshu chanted, everyone's eyes were focused on his magic scepter. Hiss, even the great elder could not help but narrow his eyes. Lan's face was a lot more unpleasant. "It's actually 7 magic soul stones?" Yunxing could not help but open her mouth slightly. Yunxing still remembered the first time she met Xiao Wenshu 8 or 9 years ago. At that time, Xiao Wenshu was a sky magician. He was also the youngest sky magician on the continent. Xiao Wenshu did not move around much in the past few years. She did not expect him to break through from a sky magician to a law overlord in just a few years. A law overlord was second only to a law god. To break through 2 important levels in a few years, Xiao Wenshu was indeed a genius among geniuses. Compared to him, Feng Tian, Lu Tong Tian, they were all trash. Yunxing was filled with emotions, but she neglected one point. Xiao Wenshu was a genius. In those 8 or 9 years, he rose from a magic apprentice like a rocket to a sky magician. He was also a genius among geniuses. Although they had witnessed Xiao Wenshu's cultivation, many people's expressions changed, especially those from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. They were secretly happy because they had formed an alliance with the Dharma Temple. With an expert like Xiao Wenshu, their chances of winning would undoubtedly be much higher. Xiao Wenshu chanted, and another ray of light shot out from his magic scepter, merging with the ray of light that Elder Ximing had released earlier. The moment the 2 rays of light merged together, the starlight extended countless times, extending downwards. Even though the magic array was illusory, young Master Ximing's magic power had passed through the magic array and was transmitted to an unknown place on the continent. At this moment, somewhere on the continent, whether it was day or night, a powerful magic array was hanging in the sky. The magic array would reflect the location of the 8 barren divine artifacts. Somewhere on the boundless continent, young Master Ximing and Xiao Wenshu used their powerful magic power to form a magic array that was emitting light. The starry sky magic array slowly changed. From Yunxing's point of view, the current situation was very similar to a modern-day documentary film. The starry sky magic array was like a helicopter cruising in the sky. The magic array clearly reflected the area where the divine artifacts were hidden. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was an endless mountain range. The mountain range was very high above sea level and was continuous. This mountain range was estimated to be 2,000 to 3,000 meters above sea level and was close to a vast blue ocean. The mountain range was rugged and there were many trees. Looking up from the slope, there was only one path into the mountain range. It was a path of life, located between the mountain and the ocean. It was so narrow that only a horse could pass through it, and no one knew where it led to. What was eye-catching was that one side of the path was a steep mountain wall, but the other side of the path was a bottomless abyss that was close to the ocean. The raging waves in the ocean were raging and occasionally slammed against the mountain wall. "Look, there seems to be a building on the mountain," someone from the elite warrior camp exclaimed softly. No one expected that on this mountain range, which was known as a desolate place, there would suddenly be a large building. Looking from afar, the buildings were scattered at the highest point of the mountain range, and it looked like a city. The magic array's light shone brighter, and the city at the peak of the mountain gradually appeared in front of everyone. The city was remote and uninhabited, and there were broken walls everywhere. It looked like it had been many years since anyone had lived there. The younger generation present did not know where this place was. "That's the ruins of Taiyuan. I didn't expect the divine artifacts to be hidden there." Almost at a glance, the few elders present recognized the ruins. The first elder's face also became a little more serious, but at the same time, there was also a little bit of joy. Xiao Wenqiu also stared at the illusory ruins inside the magic array. From the first elder's narration, Yun Xing and the others roughly knew the origin of the Taiyuan relics in Dongdu. Taiyuan ancient ruins is a very mysterious place on the mainland. It is located in the Taiyuan mountain range. Taiyuan Mountain was originally a nameless mountain. It was located at the border between the mountains and the sea. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. However, due to the steep terrain and the presence of magical beasts, there were very few people in the nameless mountain range for a period of time. This situation did not improve until the appearance of the famous Penglai people called Taiyuan. Taiyuan was a talented member of the royal family of Penglai. It was said that he used to be the prince of Penglai, but because of the emergence of the Zhao state, he took over the royal power of Penglai. Taiyuan could only leave Penglai in anger. In order to avoid the Zhao state and to re-establish his own political power, he took his family and had been looking for a suitable place to live on the mainland. He finally came to the nameless mountain area. He found that the mountain was full of natural dangers. It was easy to defend and not easy to attack. It was also close to the sea, so it could develop shipping and ports. As a result, Taiyuan led his family to rename Nameless Mountain as Taiyuan Mountain and built an otherworldly land that resembled a small city-state. Even the Grand Emperor City and Tianyi City that appeared in the future were built in the form of Taiyuan City at that time. However, not long after Taiyuan built the Taiyuan town, the town attracted several heavenly thunders in one day. The whole Taiyuan City was turned into ruins by the heavenly thunders. Some people said that Taiyuan City was destroyed because Taiyuan accidentally attracted the heavenly thunders when he broke through the Taiyuan City. Ever since Taiyuan City fell, many people explored the Taiyuan mountain area. This was because there were rumors on the mainland that as the Prince of Penglai, Taiyuan carried a lot of treasures with him. Some people even said that Taiyuan had accumulated considerable wealth in Taiyuan City. Taiyuan City fell overnight, but countless treasures were still left in Taiyuan City. At that time, about 300 to 400 warriors, magicians, and summoners who went to comprehend the ruins never came out after entering. Some people said that it was because there were terrifying magical beasts left behind from the ancient times in the ruins. Some people also said that there was a magic array left behind from the ancient times in the Taiyuan ruins. Many experts left the boundless land after entering this magic array. However, these were just legends. Those who entered the Taiyuan ruins never came out again. This ruin was a forbidden area on the mainland. It was said that there were many magical beasts from the 8 Desolates era left in this forbidden area. Not only that, the most special thing about this forbidden area was that it was a restriction. However, because Taiyuan was a law overlord at that time, he attracted the heavenly thunders, so there was a saying on the mainland that experts above the law overlord level were not allowed to enter the Taiyuan ruins. Otherwise, they might attract the second heavenly thunders. Anyone whose cultivation was above the Saint Realm or the Martial Emperor level was not allowed to enter. If they tried to force their way in, they would trigger the ancient Five Thunders restriction and be killed. Even law overlords did not dare to enter the forbidden area of the ancient era. There were people who had suspected this before, but no one in the ancient era thought that the divine artifact would be hidden in the ruins of Taiyuan. The restriction of the restriction meant that Xianxia, who was the most powerful person in the temple, would not be able to enter the restriction. This made the other factions secretly happy, but the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was furious. The location where the divine artifact was unearthed has been announced. I asked the factions to hurry to the ruins of Taiyuan within 3 days. Xiaowenxi's voice was calm. The magic ripples disappeared, and the star magic array disappeared. Outside, the sky was already bright. Although they had not slept for a night, no one felt sleepy. The appearance of the ruins of Taiyuan had brought them clues about the divine artifact, but at the same time, it had brought them a new danger. Everyone in the elders' barracks was silent. I didn't think that the divine artifact would be hidden in the ruins of Taiyuan. The first elder also did not think that it would be such a dangerous place. If it was before, the first elder would have been determined to obtain the divine artifact, but now, he was already thinking of retreating. After all, the 10 students chosen by the mainland's elite camp were all the strongest. If anything happened to them, the future of the mainland would be greatly affected. Moreover, the 8 Desolates tribes were eyeing the mainland covetously, and it was very likely that they would return to the mainland. Under such circumstances, if anything happened to the students, the first elder would definitely regret it. After a moment of hesitation, the great elder decided to give the 10 students the choice. These students had undergone blood refinement, and most of them had also undergone the test of the Dutian blood print. They had the ability to make their own choices. The Taiyuan ruins, how did the Taiyuan prince die, and whether the ruins were as rumored, hiding a powerful ancient beast. These were all unknowns. The starry sky magic array in the temple only indicated that there was a relic hidden in the Taiyuan ruins. However, the Taiyuan ruins were huge, and the relic could be hidden anywhere in Taiyuan Mountain. Therefore, this mission to find the relic was very difficult. Before we depart, you still have a chance to back out. Let me remind you that because of the restrictions in the Taiyuan ruins, Elder Guiyu and I cannot enter. In the past few hundred years, no one who entered the Taiyuan ruins survived. The ruins are also known as the most dangerous place in Wuji. The great elder looked at the 10 people present. Master, I am willing to go. Lan did not hesitate. As the great elder's direct disciple, she shouldered the responsibility of the entire mainland's magic elite camp. If any other power obtained the relic, it would be a threat to the mainland's elite camp. Abandon and I are also willing to go with Sister Lan. Yunxing was also determined to obtain the relic. In the huge Taiyuan mountain, it may be difficult for others to find the relic, but Yunxing was different. She had the relic on her. As long as one was near the relic on one's body would automatically alert them. Compared to the others, Yunxing had the advantage. The mainland's warrior elite camp also swears to advance and retreat with the magic elite camp. Yi Baiming replied in a deep voice. We also swear to live and die with the glory of the elite camp. The rest of the warriors and magicians said in unison, without any intention of backing down. On the same day, the 2 camps headed to the Taiyuan ruins, which was located in the far north of the mainland. This time, the one who escorted the elites to the Taiyuan ruins was still Elder Helian. The empty ship was still the same empty ship, but Elder Helian's expression was much more serious. It was no wonder that Elder Helian would do such a thing. After all, the Taiyuan ruins were notorious. Elder Helian sending 10 students there felt like a heroic warrior cutting off his wrist. Up ahead is the Taiyuan Mountains. We will land in a fishing village by the Abyssal Sea. You will have to rely on yourselves for the rest of the journey. The airship slowly flew by the Abyssal Sea. White seagulls flew across the blue sea. In this season, there was no wind or waves on the beach. It was a beautiful seaside landscape. But at this time, no one was in the mood to enjoy this beautiful scenery. In the fishing village, the village chief was receiving dozens of distinguished guests in a panic. Although Taiyuan Mountain doesn't belong to any country, the fishing village here is under the jurisdiction of Penglai. However, because it was located next to a dangerous place, even the tax officials of Penglai were too lazy to come here. Therefore, the fishing village could be said to be a place where no one cared about anything. The fishermen in the fishing village relied on the sea for food. They farmed some shellfish and kelp for a living. In the past, there weren't many people from outside the village in a year. But in the past 2 days, there were many distinguished people coming. The village chief was so scared that he didn't dare to go out. He thought that something had happened in the fishing village. As soon as they entered the village, they saw a few tents with pointed roofs. Outside the tents, there were several military flags that symbolized later Qin. Even during the day, there were guards patrolling everywhere in the military camp. The later Qin cavalry, wearing black helmets and black armor, walked in the same pace. Their eyes were like torches. Later Qin Crown Prince Duguxiu and Madame Qibai were sitting in the main tent at this time. Later Qin and Punlai were relatively close to each other. Duguxiu had already arrived yesterday afternoon. At this time, Duguxiu was still wearing a golden warrior robe with dark patterns. His calloused hands were holding a piece of soft cloth and wiping a dark heavy sword. His red hair spread out, adding a bit of wildness. Madame Qibai was wearing tight clothing that showed off her curves. Her body leaned against Duguxiu's side, looking like a little bird. Reporting to the Crown Prince, the elite camp of the continent has arrived, a guard reported outside the tent. Suddenly, Duguxiu stood up, and a trace of emotion appeared in his calm eyes. He quickly walked out of the tent, looking very impatient. Madame Qibai was unwilling to follow. The two walked out of the tent. In the direction of the shore, there was indeed an empty boat that was descending. They had finally arrived. Duguxiu's eyes were rippling with extraordinary splendor. People walked down from the empty boat one after another. Yunxing walked in third. She was wearing blue today. Her black hair shone like black silk under the dazzling sunlight. The moment Duguxiu saw Yunxing, there was only shock in his eyes. Then, that shock was quickly ignited and turned into a prairie fire, turning into a desire that he had never felt before. Not far away, Yunxing was standing there. Ever since he met Yunxing again in the eastern capital, although he did not see her appearance clearly, Duguxiu's heart was like a cat's claw that would scratch it from time to time. Duguxiu had once guessed what Yunxing would look like now. Enchanting, or full of spirit. He had fantasized countless times. But no matter how many fantasies he had, it could not compare to a living person. After not seeing her for so many years, Yunxing had become even more moving. Duguxiu's eyes were fixed on her body, not even willing to move. But right at this moment, a hand appeared from under Duguxiu's eyes and landed on Yunxing's shoulder, ruining the mood. There was a hint of dominance in his laziness. Just like that, Yi Baiming's face blocked Duguxiu's line of sight. Yi Baiming, why was he here? Duguxiu was also careless. He had planned to form an alliance with the mainland's elite camp with the intention of getting close to Yunxing. Who knew that it would be a buy one get one free deal? He had completely forgotten that Yi Baiming was also in the mainland's elite warrior camp. It was really like meeting a love rival, especially with red eyes. Back in Zhou State's Yujing City, Yi Baiming's warning was still vivid in his mind. However, as the Prince of Zhou State, Yi Baiming did not represent Zhou State in this divine weapon mission. This really surprised Duguxiu. It seemed that the rumors outside were true. Yi Baiming and Zhou State's emperor did not get along well. Lord Baiming, long time no see. Duguxiu narrowed his eyes. Prince Dugu, long time no see. But before we greet each other, can I trouble you to move your eyes and love away from this prince's woman? This woman was, is, and will be mine. As he spoke, Yi Baiming reached out with his long arm and threw a look at Duguxiu, pulling Yunxing into his embrace. He did not hesitate to declare his ownership of her. The smile on Duguxiu's face disappeared completely. What Yi Baiming meant was that he was telling Duguxiu that Yunxing was his fiancée. As early as a few years ago, Duguxiu had already been struck out and lost his chance. The two of them hadn't even started the mission yet, but they were already at each other's throats. This wasn't a good sign. Duguxiu's expression could be described as changing faces in a Beijing opera, making Yunxing blush with shame. Although she planned to take revenge on Duguxiu, she still had to maintain peace on the surface. Besides, that damned Yi Baiming. What did he mean by the past, present, and future were all his. Yunxing could imagine the expressions of the people on the empty ship behind her. She reached out her hand and pinched Yi Baiming's waist. The corners of the latter's mouth twitched, but the smile on his face was still incomparably evil. Du Guxiu clearly saw the small movements of the two. Even a blind person could see that the relationship between Yunxing and Yi Baiming was unusual. If it was before, Du Guxiu thought that Yunxing was pretending to be engaged to Yi Baiming in order to avoid him. But now, it seemed that there was indeed an ambiguous relationship between the two. I haven't seen the Northern Underworld King for a long time. Seeing that the Northern Underworld King's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, why don't we have a competition before we start looking for the divine artifact? Du Guxiu held the heavy sword in his hand and glared fiercely at Yi Baiming with his eagle eyes. That's fine. This prince also has the same intention. Yi Baiming sneered. Prince Dugu, I wonder if the people from the other major forces have already arrived. Elder Helion didn't know what grudges there were between the two men, but he also smelled a strong smell of gunpowder. He hurriedly inserted himself between the two, forcibly interrupting the match that was about to start. The people from Punlai and Grand Emperor City have already arrived. The people from the Dharma Temple and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion are also in the village. Tang Yuan and Li Xiao will arrive this afternoon. The people from the Immortal Residence and Tianyi City's Everlasting Chamber of Commerce have yet to arrive. As for Zhou State, I thought Dark North King would know better than me. Du Guxiu couldn't flare up in front of Elder Helion. True swords and spears could not be compared, but Du Guxiu's words were full of sarcasm. Yi Baiming was a prince of Great Zhou, but he did not care about his motherland and represented the elite camp to participate in this mission. As he spoke, several people dressed in Zhou State's uniform walked over. When they saw Yi Baiming, two of them were pleasantly surprised to see Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, good boy. It really is you. The one who spoke was a scholarly man. He had red lips and white teeth, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He was one of Yi Baiming's childhood friends, Qingbai. Behind Qingbai stood a few people, and one of them also nodded towards Yi Baiming. It was Bu Jiuxiao from Wu Profound Limitless School. As for the others, judging from their clothing, they were actually two magicians. However, the two of them were very mysterious. They wore masks on their faces, so it was impossible to see their specific appearances. After Yi Baiming joined the elite camp, he hadn't returned to Zhou State. He hadn't seen his two good friends for 5 or 6 years. When the three men who had been good friends since childhood met, even Yi Baiming, who had always been cold, could not help but smile. Boy, you really don't have a conscience. After you went to the elite camp, you didn't even send a letter. Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao walked forward. The three men gave each other a solid bear hug. There was a kind of friendship that could withstand the test of time and hardships. Yi Baiming, Qingbai, and Bu Jiuxiao were like this. Heh, you're already a martial emperor. Look at this boy, his body is very strong. Qingbai didn't hold back as he touched Yi Baiming up and down. Bu Jiuxiao also couldn't help but nod. The two of you are not bad either. You've already broken through to the martial sage realm. Yi Baiming also had a look of emotion. Hey, I heard that Yunxing also went to the elite camp. Qingbai searched the crowd before his gaze finally landed on Yunxing, who was standing behind Yi Baiming. Wow, amazing. That fierce tigress from back then has actually become a great beauty. Qingbai's eyes also lit up when he saw Yunxing. Back then, Yi Baiming had a soft spot for Yunxing, and Qingbai had complained about it many times. However, after not seeing each other for a few years, he realized that a girl had changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Now, Yunxing's temperament and appearance were both first class. Standing beside Yi Baiming, they could be said to be a match made in heaven. Seeing your brother Qing, you're still as talkative as before. Yunxing smiled. She was also used to Qingbai's personality. Seeing that everyone was surrounding Yunxing, a trace of jealousy flashed across the eyes of the shorter of the two magicians who came with Qingbai. However, he didn't show it on his face. Yi Baiming also noticed that there were a few unfamiliar faces in Zhou State's camp. Especially two of the magicians. They seemed to be very strong. They were at least at the sky rank. The taller one seemed to be even stronger than the sky rank. What are the origins of those two? They were recommended by the Royal Magic Academy. You also know that Wuxuan Wuji School is made up of warriors. It was said that the artifact mission this time would involve some kind of ancient restriction. To be safe, they had specially found a few mages. I'm not sure about their origins, but they're not weak. Qingbai glanced at the two of them. It was obvious that Qingbai didn't like the two of them. It was no wonder. Wuxuan Wuji School had been preparing for the divine artifact mission for many years. Earlier, Jitian deputy director thought that the divine artifact would be unearthed in a short period of time, so he dug out Yunxing and the others. Who knew that the time for the divine artifact to be unearthed would be delayed again and again? This time, they finally found the location of the divine artifact in the temple. The positions of the two magicians of unknown origins were originally occupied by Qingbai's other two junior brothers and sisters. As soon as the two of them appeared, they directly replaced them. For this reason, there were still some complaints within Wuxuan Wuji School. Other than Qingbai and the others, as the Zhou State Alliance's Hunters Guild, they also sent a few experienced hunters. The strength of these people were all around the martial Saint realm. After a while, someone came to report that the people from the Immortal Residence had also arrived. When he heard that the people from the Immortal Residence had arrived, Yi Baiming couldn't help but pay more attention. This guy was also a haggard person. Earlier, Yunxing had said that her sweetheart was the Immortal Residence's Divine Wind King. Yi Baiming had always remembered this matter. However, what surprised Yunxing was that the person from the Immortal Residence this time wasn't the Divine Wind King, but the Fire Elf tribe's Huiyu tribe's leader. When Huiyu appeared with a group of outstanding and powerful elf warriors, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Huiyu didn't care about the others. The elves were originally a proud race. In their eyes, the human race was despicable. This time, in the search for the divine artifact, he didn't want to have too much interaction with the human race. Look, it's a new week. Are there any new monthly votes? Especially when you just entered the pit, remember to take a look. Huiyu was handsome, and his aura was not inferior to Li Xiao and the others. His appearance attracted the attention of many female magicians and martial artists. However, Huiyu did not even look at them. As the chief of the Fire Elves, Huiyu was the second most powerful expert in the Immortal Keeper Nation, second only to the Divine Wind. In the human race, his strength was roughly at the level of a saint-level Dharma king. Although the Immortal Keeper Nation was an otherworldly place, and the elves did not participate in the affairs of the human race, this divine artifact search mission was related to the entire continent. After the Immortal Keeper Nation received the news, they decided to participate. Originally, the Divine Wind King wanted to come personally, but the Taiyuan ruins were notorious, and the Elven Queen stopped him from coming personally. After weighing the pros and cons, the Divine Wind King could only give this mission to his good brother, Huiyu. Huiyu and the elves' arrogant faces made the other major factions very unhappy. It was only when Huiyu saw Yunxing that the cold arrogance on his handsome face relaxed. Huiyu respectfully walked in front of Yunxing and bowed. Respected Lady Yunxing, I represent the Fire Elves tribe to extend my most sincere greetings to you. He knelt on one knee and touched Yunxing's hand with his forehead. This was the highest form of etiquette in the elves, and it was only used when meeting the most respected king. Huiyu actually did this to an ordinary human. This showed that Yunxing's identity was not ordinary. Yunxing had the inheritance of the Fire Elves tribe's queen, and Huiyu had long regarded her as the true chief of the Fire Elves tribe. However, because Yunxing insisted on not inheriting the inheritance, he could only give up. However, in Huiyu's opinion, Yunxing's status was very noble. To a certain extent, it was comparable to the Divine Wind King and the Elven Queen. This was especially true for some of the forces that were not clear about Yunxing's background. They began to discuss softly when they saw this. Huiyu, long time no see. Yunxing had stayed in the Immortal Keeper Nation before, so she was very calm about Huiyu's words and actions. She was just a little surprised that the Divine Wind King did not appear for such an important mission. Divine Wind King, as you have just ascended the throne, it is inconvenient for you to leave. He asked me to tell Lady Yunxing that he is fine. Huiyu sighed inwardly. Why did Divine Wind, that silly boy, need to find an excuse? After Yunxing left, he looked fine on the surface, but his heart was empty. The Divine Wind King ordered the female officer of the King Tree to not touch anything in Yunxing's room. Yunxing's residence was exactly the same as when she left. The Holy Wind King used a large amount of government affairs to numb himself. Only during the full moon of every month, he would send away the people around him and sit alone in Yunxing's room for an entire night. How could someone like him be safe and sound? This time, the Holy Wind King had promised the queen that he would not come. Part of the reason was that he was afraid that if he saw Yunxing, he would not be able to resist bringing her back to the immortal residence. If they could not be together, there was no need to meet. Huiyu stood up and noticed that behind Yunxing, there were Yi Baiming, Du Guxiu, Qi, and the others, who also had outstanding looks and temperaments. He could not help but take a few more glances. These few men each had their own merits, and their strength was the absolute powerhouse of the human race. Among them, Du Guxiu was the crown prince of the later Qin. He was incomparably fierce, and was the crown prince of the region. Qi's magic power was very special. Although he was a commoner, at first glance, people would feel that he was very unusual. As for the man standing closest to Yunxing, Huiyu only took a glance, and his pupils unconsciously shrank. Huiyu actually couldn't see through this man at a glance. Huiyu also keenly sensed that Yunxing was somewhat different from a few years ago. Not only in terms of appearance and height, Yunxing's magic power had also soared greatly compared to when she was in the immortal residence. Back then, when she was in the immortal residence, Yunxing was called trash, and she did not even know magic. But now, she was a sky magician, worthy of being the successor of the Fire Spirit Queen. Compared to when she was in the immortal residence, her temperament was different. The current Yunxing was stronger and more attractive. No wonder the Holy Wind King was dead set on her. Seeing the flower protector beside Yunxing, Huiyu could not help but mourn for his good friend in his heart. Yunxing, however, recalled how the Holy Wind King took care of her in every possible way when she was in the immortal residence. She could not help but sigh. Just as Huiyu stood up, there was a roar in the sky, and a ship marked Wuji. The empty airship of Heaven's Wings slowly descended under its own control. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Yunxing's face. Ever since Donghuang Ling-er's incident, Yunxing no longer had a smile on her face. Heaven's Wings Jade had come. Yunxing's guess was right. This time, the representative of Heaven's Wings City and Wuji Chamber of Commerce was Heaven's Wings Jade, as well as a group of contestants from Heaven's Wings City. Third sister. Heaven's Wings Jade flew towards Yunxing as soon as she got off the ship. She no longer had the image of the city lord of Heaven's Wings City. However, the only one who could make the Heavenly Wing Jade reveal such an expression was Yunxing. Heaven's Wings Jade and Yunxing had only been separated for a few months, but after learning about her second sister, Yunxing, she had been very worried about Yunxing. Big sister. Yunxing smiled like a flower. Then, she looked at Zhou Qingchuan, who was walking down from the ship with Heaven's Wings Jade, and winked at Heaven's Wings Jade. Heaven's Wings Jade understood and could not help but spit. Damn girl, it's not what you think. Qingchuan and I are just partners. This is just a partnership, and you're already calling each other by their names. Big brother and big sister, they just happen to be a pair. Yunxing teased. Hearing that, Heaven's Wings Jade blushed and wanted to hit Yunxing. Big sister, please spare me. I don't dare to say any more. Yunxing repeatedly begged for mercy. Only then did Heaven's Wings Jade give up. What a pity. If second sister was here, the three of us would be able to fight side by side again. Heaven's Wings Jade sighed. After Donghuang Ling-er got into trouble, Heaven's Wings Jade even sent over a lot of spiritual medicine. Don't worry, Ling-er. She'll be back sooner or later. Yunxing and Heaven's Wings Jade chatted at the side, and the bystanders could not get a word in at all. Zhou Qingchuan, who got off the ship one step later, could only helplessly stand at the side and watch the two play around with a smile. Yunxing had long intended to make Zhou Qingchuan and Heaven's Wings Jade marry each other. Both of them were young talents, a perfect match. Due to the reconstruction of Heaven's Wings City, after spending a few months together, as expected, there were some sparks. This time, they came together, and their relationship was much closer than before. Yunxing suspected that it would not be long before she could attend their wedding banquet. When Zhou Qingchuan saw Yunxing, he also felt a little embarrassed. When Zhou Qingchuan first met Yunxing, he had a good impression of her. He admitted that he still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Yunxing. However, when he found out that Yunxing was already engaged to someone, and that this person was the Zhou state's Lord Baiming, Zhou Qingchuan already knew that it was impossible for him and Yunxing to be together. In the eyes of the outside world, the Zhou state's Lord Baiming was perhaps just an unfavored dethroned crown prince. However, due to certain reasons, Zhou Qingchuan had interacted with Yi Baiming before. The relationship between the two of them was far beyond what the outside world thought. Part of the reason why Zhou Qingchuan came to participate in the Divine Artifact search mission this time was to see Yunxing. The other reason was for Yi Baiming. Strictly speaking, Zhou Qingchuan knew Yi Baiming a few years earlier than he knew Yunxing. At that time, Yunxing was just an abandoned girl who had just arrived at the Jade Capital. Zhou Qingchuan was the young master of the continent's #1 Chamber of Commerce, Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. He had followed his grandfather, Chairman Zhou, to learn all kinds of Chamber of Commerce's affairs. At that time, Yi Baiming was just a low-key dethroned crown prince. However, Yi Baiming had already begun to secretly cultivate his own power. After Empress Li's death, she left some properties and old subordinates to Yi Baiming. After Yi Baiming returned to the Jade Capital, he reorganized his subordinates and bought the Wanlong gambling house. Within a few years, the Wanlong gambling house had rapidly amassed wealth in the Jade Capital and became a local snake. At that time, Yi Baiming, who was hiding behind the Wanlong gambling house, had already made some transactions with Everlasting Chamber of Commerce through Longhua. These transactions involved weapons, herbs, and soul stones. The magical beasts from the Wanlong gambling house's stone gambling convention were also purchased through Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. After a few years of cooperation, the purple gold mine incident occurred at the borders of Zhou State, later Qin, and Tangyuan. Everlasting Chamber of Commerce received news that a batch of semi-finished refined capital ore from Tangyuan's second prince had disappeared without a trace. This news was tightly sealed at that time. However, as the overlord of commerce, Everlasting Chamber of Commerce still managed to obtain some gossip. At that time, the rumor was that later Qin's Duguxiu had swallowed that batch of purple gold mine. Some people even said that Grand Emperor had dug a secret passage and stolen the capital ore. There were also rumors that the old and cunning Emperor of Zhou State had reaped the benefits. However, just as the capital ore incident was gradually forgotten by people, one night, Chairman Zhou suddenly called Zhou Qingchuan over to discuss a transaction with a mysterious guest. That was the first time Zhou Qingchuan saw Yi Baiming. Accompanied by Longhua, that young man who was so handsome that he didn't seem like a mortal had a candlelight talk with Chairman Zhou for the entire night. That night, Yi Baiming revealed a side of himself that the world did not know. Whether it was the situation of the continent or the advantages and disadvantages of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, he was able to analyze everything. In the end, he used a batch of refined purple gold ore to convince President Zhou to purchase half of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's business. After Yi Baiming left, Zhou Qingchuan questioned why he sold the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's businesses to others. However, Chairman Zhou sighed with emotion. Each new generation excels the previous one. Zhou State's Lord Baiming is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. It's really scary to be enemies with such a person. It's better to form an alliance with him as soon as possible so that the descendants of the Zhou family can enjoy wealth forever. After President Zhou passed away, the partnership between the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce and Yi Baiming became even more secretive. In the entire continent, only Yi Baiming and Zhou Qingchuan knew about it. The two of them also appreciated each other after many collaborations in the future and became close friends. After that, Zhou Qingchuan met Yunxing by chance. He was attracted by Yunxing's special temperament and could not extricate himself. Later, when Zhou Qingchuan heard that Yunxing and the Zhou State's Lord Baiming were engaged, he realized that he and Yi Baiming had fallen in love with the same person. Yunxing and Yi Baiming were not ordinary people. Just from this point alone, Yunxing and the Lord Baiming were a good match. After a painful struggle in his heart, Zhou Qingchuan chose to give up. A gentleman had the beauty to fulfill someone's wish. A person like Yi Baiming would not be easily moved. Once he was moved, he would never leave, regardless of where he went. Zhou Qingchuan was relieved to hand Yunxing over to Yi Baiming. After thinking this through, Zhou Qingchuan felt relieved. Not long after the people from Skywing City and the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce arrived, the people from Grand Emperor City also arrived. This time, the team sent by Grand Emperor City did not have Yuan Wuji or Xian Mimi. Instead, it was a group of young men and women who looked like cannon fodder. They were led by the Grand Elder of Grand Emperor City. Yuan Wuji did not come because he was still in seclusion. As for Xian Mimi, she originally wanted to participate in the mission to find the divine artifact. However, after the Starry Sky Magic Array in the temple predicted the exact location of the divine artifact, she decided to back out. Xian Mimi did not dare to go to the Taiyuan ruins, a dangerous place where one could not return from. The Grand Elder also recognized Yunxing. He nodded at Yunxing and was surprised to find that Yunxing was already a sky magician. Now that Grand Emperor City had few talents, the Yun family of Zhou State was on the rise. Fortunately, Yuan Xiaohua was married to Yun Songlong. The Grand Elder sighed. As for the people from Zhou State, they were also unfamiliar summoners. Yunxing did not recognize any of them. Just as everyone was gathering, a very discordant voice cut in. Prince Dugu, Lord Baiming, long time no see. Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao, walked over with a group of magicians. Unlike the other major forces who had formed an alliance, Tang Yuan had formed an army alone this time. Second Prince Li Xiao still had a modest and gentle look on his face. However, when his gaze fell on Yunxing, Lan, and the others, it was somewhat sharp. Lan, your luck is not good this time. You have to lead this group of child soldiers. If it were me and Lu Tongtian, this divine artifact mission would have been a cinch. His words were very arrogant. Earlier, Second Prince Li Xiao had wanted to use his identity as a student of the elite magician camp to propose to the Grand Elder that Tang Yuan and the elite magician camp form an alliance. Who knew that the Grand Elder, that old fart, would turn him down immediately? What made Li Xiao even angrier was that the Grand Elder actually formed an alliance with later Qin. This was clearly a slap in his face. Li Xiao was narrow-minded. After failing to form an alliance, he returned to Tang Yuan and prepared his own personal team of magicians. His purpose was to defeat the elite magicians of the continent in one fell swoop during the search for the divine artifact. Blue frowned and glanced at the magicians behind Li Xiao. The magicians behind him attracted Yunxing's attention. Among them was Ko Ling, who had been kicked out of the elite magician camp by Yunxing. After Ko Ling left the elite magician camp, there was no news of her. Yunxing thought that she would never meet her again. She did not expect that the two of them would meet again during the divine artifact mission. Li Xiao, you have no right to judge my team members. In the eyes of others, you are a prince, but in my eyes, you are worthless. You went behind the back of the elders and took the initiative to rope in the elite magician camp. This matter, after I complete the mission, I will settle the score with you. Lan was usually cold, but at this juncture, he was very protective of his junior brothers and sisters. Lan, in the elite magician camp, I gave in to you because of the Grand Elder. These people are all ostracized by the mainland's elite camp. They already belong to Tang Yuan. In the ruins, we won't be merciful. Li Xiao completely disregarded the camaraderie of his fellow disciples and completely fell out with Lan. Second Prince, why bother with these lowly people? Yunxing, don't think I left the elite camp because I'm afraid of you. I have another identity, I'm from the Ku family of Tang Yuan. Ko Ling said arrogantly. The Ku family of Tang Yuan was a magician family under the second prince, Li Xiao. They were good at bribery and assassinations, and had a bad reputation in Tang Yuan. Li Xiao was ambitious. On one hand, he had a good relationship with the temple, but on the other hand, he joined the elite camp. When Li Xiao joined the elite camp, he initially wanted to use his identity as the second prince to become the disciple of the Dark Gold Mentor. Unfortunately, the Dark Gold Mentor was not afraid of power. After she tested Li Xiao, she concluded that Li Xiao had bad intentions and that learning dark magic would only lead him astray, so she rejected Li Xiao. Li Xiao had always held a grudge against her. However, he had always coveted the dark magic of the Dark Gold Mentor, especially the celestial meditation. Therefore, he looked for suitable candidates from the major families under his command, and then mixed them into the elite camp. He found out that the Dark Gold Mentor's parents died early, and she was an orphan. Therefore, after finding Ke Ling, who had part of the dark magic soul, he let her enter the elite camp as an orphan. Ke Ling had hidden her strength well. She made the dark gold mentors think that she was an orphan, so they sympathized with her. That was how she became a dark gold mentor student. After Ke Ling became the disciple of the dark gold mentor, in order to obtain the exclusive magic of the dark gold mentor, she used unscrupulous means to harm her fellow disciples. She even used a lot of money to assassinate those who got in her way. Unfortunately, just when the second prince and Ke Ling thought that the plan they had worked so hard on for so many years was finally going to succeed, Xianxia entered the mainland's magic elite camp. Once she appeared, she quickly won the favor of the dark gold mentor, who passed on the celestial meditation to her. Not only that, Xianxia also saw through Ke Ling's schemes many times. In the end, Ke Ling's ugly face was exposed, and she was kicked out of the elite camp. Ke Ling had no choice but to return to Tangyuan. However, even though Ke Ling had failed her mission, she had studied under a dark gold mentor for many years and had learned a lot of dark magic. Her own strength had already reached the level of a sky mage. That was why Li Xiao had chosen her when he was selecting members. As for the other magicians behind Li Xiao, Xianxia also recognized a few of them. They were all senior brothers and sisters from the continent's elite magician camp. This time, the Great Elder had eliminated the objections of the masses and selected the candidates to participate in the search for the divine artifact. Those students who had failed to be selected could not help but feel resentful. Li Xiao was ambitious. He took advantage of this opportunity to secretly rope in many sorcerers with promises of official positions and large sums of money. Those people had now all defected to the Tangyuan kingdom. Xianxia, you don't deserve to represent the continent's magic elite camp. Just you wait and see. That blind dark gold woman will pay for her actions one day. Seeing that Xianxia and the others didn't retaliate, Ke Ling became even more unscrupulous and insulted the dark gold instructor. Little did she know that her words and actions had already angered Xianxia. Insulting the people of the dark gold instructor was equivalent to insulting Xianxia. Xianxia smiled coldly, staring at Ke Ling with a pair of cold eyes. She quietly used the corpse puppet technique. Ke Ling, say it again. While speaking, Xianxia's black eyes flashed with a golden light. Her lips moved slightly. I'll say it, dark gold instructor. Ke Ling said enthusiastically, but suddenly her tongue stuttered. I'm a bitch, a spy for Tangyuan. I infiltrated the continent's magic elite camp to steal dark magic. I also secretly bribed assassins to assassinate those students who were more outstanding than me. All of this was instigated by the second prince, Li Xiao. Li Xiao, who had been watching the show from the side, the smile on his face froze. Ke Ling, what nonsense are you talking about? Ke Ling's mouth didn't stop talking. Li Xiao is not a good person. He has always been jealous of Sister Lan's talent. He even tried to sow discord between Lu Tongtian and Sister Lan. When the people on the side heard this, there was an uproar. Li Xiao's reputation on the continent had always been good. He was known for being a modest gentleman. Who would have thought that he was such a two-faced person? The crowd, who originally had some respect for Li Xiao, now looked at Li Xiao with disdain. This made Li Xiao feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and rushed forward. Ke Ling, you're crazy. Li Xiao was unable to restrain his anger. He gave Ke Ling a few slaps. After 2 slaps, Ke Ling's face was swollen. Ke Ling was awakened by the slaps. She remembered what she said just now and knelt on the ground in fright. She kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Second prince, it's not me, it has nothing to do with me. It's Xianxia. Ke Ling suddenly stopped kowtowing. Her mouth started to talk nonsense again. The second prince told me that when we enter the Taiyuan ruins, we must find a way to secretly harm others. He also prepared some magic beast's amniotic fluid and planned to mix it with everyone's food. When these words came out, everyone was angry and stared at Li Xiao. Several warriors from later Qin and Zhou state were already angry. They were about to step forward and fight with Li Xiao. Bitch, shut up. Li Xiao did not expect that before he could carry out his evil plan, Ke Ling had ruined it. His eyes were red with anger. He rushed forward and tried to cover Ke Ling's mouth. Who would have thought that Ke Ling would suddenly go crazy? She grabbed Li Xiao's hand and bit it, refusing to let go. The people Li Xiao brought hurried forward. It took a Herculean effort to separate Li Xiao and Ko Ling. They were separated, but Li Xiao's hand was bitten off a piece of flesh from Ko Ling's hand. How could Li Xiao not know that Ko Ling suddenly went crazy? It must be Yunxing's doing. Li Xiao immediately ordered his men to tie Ko Ling up and gag her. Although Ko Ling was taken away, everyone looked at Li Xiao in a different way. Li Xiao had not yet entered the Taiyuan ruins, but he had already made countless enemies for himself. It was really a self-inflicted evil. Seeing this, Li Xiao was even more annoyed. He attributed Ko Ling's abnormal behavior to Yunxing. Yunxing, it must be you. You secretly played tricks. Li Xiao brought Ko Ling here because he wanted to use her to deal with Yunxing. He wanted to use Ko Ling to deal with Yunxing. Who would have thought that he would go for wool and come home shorn? Instead, he was used by Yunxing. Haha, it's really funny. There are hundreds of people here. Everyone saw clearly that I did not even move a finger. How can it be my doing? Yunxing sneered. Li Xiao was a wolf in sheep's clothing. If she did not teach him a lesson, she would not be Yunxing. Don't try to quibble. You slandered I. Today, I will not let it go. Li Xiao was speechless. He was even more embarrassed. He waved his hand and dozens of Tangyuan magicians behind him rushed forward. Dozens of magic scepters were aimed at Yunxing. What? Do you really want to be enemies with the elite camp? The consequences of being enemies with the elite camp are not something you can bear. Azure coldly looked at the magicians. As long as Yunxing was in her team, Li Xiao wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on her head. Azure's body emitted a cold magic fluctuation, and the ground under her feet immediately formed a thin layer of ice. Behind Li Xiao, the traitorous magicians from the elite camp were shocked by her aura and didn't dare to move for a moment. Bastards, you are now my magicians. How dare you not listen to I's orders? Li Xiao was furious. Li Xiao had brought dozens of magicians and warriors with him, and the elite camp only had 5 people. No matter how powerful Azure and the others were, it was impossible to resist the attack of dozens of magic scepters. Oh, Second Prince, are you trying to bully us with your numbers? Or do you think that the people from the elite camp are all dead? Yi Baiming lazily said. Before his voice fell, the warriors behind him all released their do qi. The task of searching for the artifact was said to be led by the elite camp. The elite camp was being bullied. The little wildcat was being bullied. It was the same as the elite camp being bullied. It was the same as Yi Baiming being bullied. Huiyu leads the fire elves and swears to protect Lady Yunxing. Behind Huiyu, rows of elven magic bows and arrows were raised. Dozens of elven archers unceremoniously aimed at Li Xiao with their magic sealing bows. As a result, the previously hesitant magicians of Tangyuan didn't dare to make a move. How can this prince not be involved in something like bullying others with numbers? The later Qin and the elite camps of the continent have already formed an alliance. Second Prince. You should calm down. Du Guxiu's eagle eyes were cold. He wasn't angry, but he was powerful. Rows of blood iron guards surrounded Tangyuan's magicians like a wall. Whoever dares to touch my third sister will be the enemy of the entire Skywing City. Tianyu's face was cold. The people behind him also pulled out their weapons. Also the enemy of my everlasting chamber of commerce. Zhou Qingchuan added in a timely manner. Bullying the few with numbers, it was indeed bullying the few with numbers. In an instant, he, the second prince of Tangyuan, became the one who was bullied. Li Xiao suddenly felt his whole body turn cold. Good Yunxing. When one person was bullied, support came from everywhere. Even Li Xiao did not dare to offend Yunxing at this moment. However, if Li Xiao were to admit defeat now, he would appear even more cowardly. How would he be able to establish himself in the magic world of the continent in the future? Behind Li Xiao, the magicians had already put down their magic scepters in fear, but Li Xiao was still glaring at Yunxing. In his opinion, Yunxing was the cause of his predicament. As Li Xiao held the magic scepter in his hand, he felt a chill run down his spine. The magic scepter in his hand felt as if it weighed a ton. At this time only the Zhou State and the Hunters Guild, as well as the coalition forces of Punlai and Dihong City did not rashly intervene. Although they didn't make a move, they all realized that a seemingly ordinary student from the continent's elite camp actually had so many people protecting him. The situation was so urgent that even Elder Hellion did not know what to do. At this moment, there was a wave of magic and a teleportation magic array appeared. In the teleportation magic array, the people from the temple appeared under the lead of Xiao Wenxiu and Rui. When he saw Xiao Wenxiu, the originally nervously Xiao relaxed. It was as if he had seen his savior, and he went forward to greet him. The temple was originally located in Tangyuan. The second prince, Li Xiao, had studied magic in the main temple of the temple in his early years and had some friendship with Xiao Wenxiu. He thought that Xiao Wenxiu's appearance would be of more help. Moreover, Xiao Wenxiu was quite knowledgeable in the field of illusions. He would definitely be able to see through Yunxing's tricks. "Brother Xia, it's good that you're here." This woman used illusions to slander I. Xiao Wenxiu's gaze first landed on Yunxing's side, then on Ke Ling. I didn't see any illusions on her. He looked very normal and did not have any extra emotions. However, if one looked closely, they would see that Xiao Wenxiu's hands were clenched tightly under his magic robe. "Second prince, forget it. It's better to bury the hatchet. You know senior brother's personality the best. He doesn't like to participate in such disputes. Since everyone is here, it's about time to enter the Taiyuan ruins." Besides Xiao Wenxiu, Rui shook his head. He was very disdainful of Li Xiao's actions. "You're really stupid. Can't you see that senior brother can't be bothered with you?" Rui's words gave Li Xiao a way out. Thus, Li Xiao did not say anything else and retreated to the side. However, he still glared at Yunxing and Lan with venomous eyes. Elder Hellion walked forward. "Xia Siming, you're here today?" "Elder, don't worry. I'm only here on behalf of Master. I'm only in charge of supervising the battle and treating the injured. I won't be entering the Taiyuan ruins." Xiao Wenxiu's words made Elder Hellion sigh in relief. The other major factions had the same reaction. With Xiao Wenxiu's law overlord Cultivation, Rui, and the help of the Starry Sky magic array, if he wanted to enter the Taiyuan ruins, there would be no suspense to this divine artifact search mission. Sure enough, Xiao Wenxiu was also wary of the forbidden legends of the Taiyuan ruins, so he gave up on entering the Taiyuan ruins. Rui was the representative of the Law Temple to enter the Taiyuan ruins. Xiao Wenxiu's arrival meant that everyone participating in this divine artifact search mission had arrived. "Everyone, I believe that everyone has only heard rumors about the Taiyuan ruins, so we've already found the village chief of the fishing village to tell everyone the truth about the Taiyuan ruins." Xiao Wenxiu was very thoughtful. Before everyone entered the ruins, he first called the village chief over. The fishing village had existed beside the Taiyuan ruins for nearly 100 years. Although the fishermen in the village had never entered the ruins before, they knew more about the Taiyuan ruins than Yunxing and the others, who were here for the first time. The village chief's face was filled with fear. Fortunately, Xiao Wenxiu appeared to be very friendly, so the village chief calmed down. The village chief brought everyone to the foot of Mt Taiyuan, where they looked at the Taiyuan ruins on the summit. "Everyone, there is only one path to enter the Taiyuan ruins, and that is the sea sky line that leads to the summit. The sea sky line is very steep, so you must be very careful when walking. Just follow this path and you'll reach Taiyuan City. However, once you enter Taiyuan City, there is one thing you must be very careful about. You should have seen that purple cloud at the summit, right?" Following the village chief's instructions, everyone looked up the mountain. Looking past the trees and mountains, they could vaguely make out an ancient city at the summit of the mountain. Earlier, through the Starry Sky magic array, everyone only got a rough idea of what was going on, but now, they noticed that there was a huge purple cloud that covered almost the entire summit. The purple cloud shrouded the summit of Taiyuan City, which was directly above the Taiyuan ruins. It was not strange for there to be clouds in the sky. However, it was strange for such a strange purple cloud to appear in such a coastal area. It was a sunny day, and the sea breeze was strong. Under such circumstances, there should be no clouds in the sky. However, the purple cloud did not move at all. It was like a magical beast hovering above the Taiyuan ruins. Just by looking at it from afar, everyone knew that the cloud was not to be underestimated. Sir, that is the Dragon King Cloud, the guardian of the Taiyuan ruins. Those evil people who want to enter the Taiyuan ruins will be killed by that thundercloud, the village chief said respectfully. These fishermen who lived by the sea did not know anything about magic or combat energy. To them, the most powerful thing was the Dragon King, who symbolized good weather. According to the village chief, that purple cloud would shoot out lightning every half a month. Once the lightning was shot out, the sea would be filled with thunder and lightning, making it difficult for fishing boats to go out to sea. However, after the lightning, the sea would be peaceful for a period of time. This pattern was so accurate that the fishermen called the purple cloud the Dragon King Cloud. It's just a purple cloud with relatively lush lightning magic elements. Why are they being so secretive? A mage muttered after hearing this. However, when the village chief heard that, he immediately became nervous. Sir, you can't say such things. That is really the Dragon King Cloud. A few years ago, there was a villager who saw a dragon appear in the purple cloud on a night of thunder and lightning. Dragon, the group of magicians and martial artists didn't really believe it. Magical beasts like dragons had long been extinct in the boundless world. How could there be a cloud in the Taiyuan ruins? Everyone was skeptical about the village chief's words and did not take it to heart. Thereafter, the people from the various forces questioned the village chief about the situation of Mount Taiyuan. The village chief told everyone that Mount Taiyuan was like spring all year round. However, the villagers did not dare to offend the Dragon King, so they had not entered the mountain for many years. It was like spring all year round on the mountain. There were various herbs and some magical beasts growing there. As for any magical weapons or treasures, the villagers did not know anything about them. However, even if there is a treasure, it should be hidden in the city lord's mansion. The village chief remembered something. A few years ago in the fishing village, a child entered the Taiyuan ruins. After that child got lost, he walked all the way to the deepest part of the ruins. It was said that at the top of the mountain, he saw a collapsed white castle. Inside the castle, all kinds of treasures were piled up. After the child went down the mountain, he told the adults at the foot of the mountain about this matter. However, when the fishermen gathered their courage and prepared to enter the mountain to search for treasure, the purple cloud suddenly struck down many lightning bolts, killing many villagers. The villagers no longer dared to go up the mountain. In that case, the goal of our trip is that white castle. Xianxia thanked the village chief after hearing this. Taiyuan Mountain was huge, and the Taiyuan ruins were not small either. The sooner they locked onto a target, the easier it would be for them to complete the mission. Moreover, the words of the village chief just now gave everyone some hope. Previously, it was said that anyone who entered the Taiyuan ruins would never return. However, now that the village chief had said that even a child could successfully escape, it proved that the Taiyuan ruins were not as they had said before. After entering, there was no way to leave alive. Looking around, Xianxia said, "There is only one way into the mountain. It is best if there are not too many people going in. A team of 20 people is best." No one had any objections to Xianxia's suggestion. If there were too many people, it might not be safe. On the contrary, it would delay the journey. The remaining people could set up camp at the foot of the mountain. This time, there were no more disputes between the mainland's elite camp and Duguxiu. The elite camp only had 10 people in total. Duguxiu chose Madame Qi Bai and 8 other martial artists to accompany him. The other forces also selected 20 people respectively. After everything was ready, the major factions entered the mountain one by one. Everyone left one by one. When almost everyone had left, Yunxing walked past Xianxia. "Miss Yun," Xianxia suddenly said. "Xia Siming, congratulations on your breakthrough." Yunxing stopped and smiled brightly. Her bright smile made Xianxia absent-minded for a moment. Yi Baiming, who was standing to the side, coughed a few times in displeasure. He muttered in his heart, "Damned little wild cat. She looks so fierce when she sees this prince, but smiles so brightly when she sees Xianxia. I have something to tell you. It's about Uncle Yun." Xianxia deliberately wanted to speak with Yunxing alone. Ever since they parted ways in Skywing City, Yunxing had not seen her father again. She had been worried about whether or not her father had found her mother. Hearing Xianxia say this, she walked to the side with him. my father went to find you. Yunxing did not know when her father had met Xiao Wenqiu. He came to ask about the heart crystal. Xiao Wenqiu roughly explained how Yin Songhai had come to find him earlier. He also told Yunxing that Hu Jiuxing was most likely under the control of the heart crystal. If I'm not wrong, Uncle Yun might go to the Zhao state to inquire about the heart lamp. Xiao Wenqiu looked at Yunxing with a worried expression. The latter seemed to be deep in thought. Another 8 barons divine artifact. After hearing about the heart crystal, Yunxing sighed. If it really involved the 8 barons divine artifact, then her father might not be able to help her mother recover in a short time. However, Yunxing thought again. If the heart lamp was the heart sorrow divine artifact unearthed in the Taiyuan ruins, then her mother would be saved. Many thanks to Xia Siming for telling me these things. I will definitely repay you in the future. Including Yin Songhai this time, Xiao Wenqiu had already saved her many times. With Yunxing's personality, she did not like to owe people favors. She secretly thought that for Xiao Wenqiu's sake, she would be merciful to the people from the temple in the Taiyuan ruins this time. Yi Baiming was still waiting 100 meters away. Because Xiao Wenqiu had used a restriction while the two of them were talking, Yi Baiming could not hear a single word. This arrogant prince did not have a good expression on his face. It was as if someone owed him 100 million purple coins. Here is a magic tool. Take it with you. Perhaps it will be of some help in the Taiyuan ruins. Xiao Wenqiu dismissed Yunxing's gratitude with a smile. He gave Yunxing a light magic tool. When the people from the temple, including Ru Yi, saw Xiao Wenqiu's actions, they all looked at Yunxing with envy. Only a small portion of the people from the temple could create magic tools. Especially the magic tools personally created by Xiao Wenqiu, who was the young master of the temple, were the rarest. The magic tools he created were at least at the level of holy magic tools. A portion of his light magic power was stored in them. It was rare for senior brother Xia to care about someone. Yunxing thanked Xiao Wenqiu and accepted the light magic tool. You. Take care, Xiao Wenqiu said in a low voice. Xia Siming, you don't have to worry. I will protect my woman well. Yi Baiming couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward. He waved his hand, and his powerful fighting aura struck the isolation magic array like a whip. The magic array shattered. Xiao Wenqiu's expression changed, and the smile on his face disappeared. Yi Baiming had already pulled Yunxing away. The temperature around the person who was originally as warm as the sun suddenly dropped by a few degrees. A piercingly cold murderous intent invisibly pervaded the air. Senior brother, we're leaving too. Rui hurried forward. He noticed that his senior brother was a little different from usual today. However, this kind of senior brother was more like a human. Rui had lived with Xiao Wenqiu since he was young. His senior brother's appearance and temperament were top-notch. He was talented and knowledgeable. He had always been respected in the temple. This made Rui feel that his senior brother was inhumanly perfect. The only flaw was that he was too perfect. He took care of everything. He didn't get angry, nor did he get happy. However, his senior brother was a little different today. He actually got angry. Rui, after entering the Taiyuan ruins, you have to be careful. Remember, no matter what the situation is, you can't lose yourself. Xiao Wenqiu knew that he had lost his composure, and his face was slightly red. He seemed to be staring at the two figures in front of him, one tall and one short, as they gradually walked away. He only felt that the two figures were especially glaring. Rui nodded, then left with the group. After everyone left, Xiao Wenqiu felt a burst of uneasiness. He thought for a moment, then divined. This? Xiao Wenqiu's eyebrows twitched on his gentle face. This divination was actually a sign of great misfortune. Xiao Wenqiu couldn't help but raise his head and look at the Taiyuan ruins at the peak of the mountain. In the sky, the purple clouds that hovered motionlessly like a ferocious beast were getting darker and darker. It seemed like something would break out of the clouds at any time. The Taiyuan ruins were built on the peak of Taiyuan Mountain. The mountain was 5,000 meters high, and there was only one path to the peak. After entering the mountain pass, one had to pass through a small forest path that was about 5 to 6 miles long. Further up the path was the sea and sky line, which spiraled up the cliff. This mountain path was several hundred miles long, winding and winding. From high up in the sky, it looked like a silver-white python lurking in the vast forest. Back then, in order to avoid the Zhao state troops, the Taiyuan deliberately built this plank road to be narrow and dangerous. The plank road could barely fit half a person, and it was also difficult for carriages, horses, and ordinary animals to pass through. Therefore, hundreds of years ago, it was called the line between the sea and the sky by the seaside fishermen. The sea and sky line was several hundred miles long. Because it was close to the sea, there would be strong sea winds blowing from time to time. If one was not careful, they would fall into the sea. Yunxing and Xiao Wenxiu arrived a little later than the first team because they had spoken a few more words with Xiao Wenxiu. When they arrived, Sister Lan abandoned Dugu Xiu, and the others were still waiting at the entrance of the mountain. Madame Qibai's expression was unsightly. So slow. We're here to find the artifact, not to go on an outing. The figures of the 6 great powers in front of them had already disappeared. Although they had already entered Taiyuan Mountain, the surrounding scenery was no different from ordinary mountain ridges. At this time of the year, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant everywhere. Yunxing raised her head to look. Trees with straight trunks and lush foliage grew on both sides. Unknown small wild fruits that were as red as flames grew under the trees. The scenery was very enchanting. From time to time, colorful birds flew through the forest. If they didn't have a mission, it really would be a good place to go on an outing. No one forced you to wait. Lan didn't like Madame Qibai at first sight. This woman always exuded a devilish aura. She reminded Lan of the celestial fox peoples who Linglong. Since we're allies, we should advance and retreat together. Everyone's here. Arrange the order and enter the mountain. Dugu Xiu gloomily glanced at Yunxing and Yi Baiming holding hands. After another 2 to 3 li, they would reach the horizon. The crown prince's body is priceless. He should walk in the middle. You should send a few people to walk in front. Madame Qibai acted like the mistress of the house, her face full of arrogance. The ruins of Taiyuan Mountain were extremely dangerous. Ahead was an unknown danger. Walking in front meant that their lives could be in danger at any time. At present, there were only 10 people on each side. No one was willing to let their people die first. Here, everyone is equal. His life is a life, and our lives are also a life. Lan was dissatisfied. She hated dealing with this kind of royal child the most. Li Xiao was like this, and so was Dugu Xiu. If it weren't for her master repeatedly reminding her when she left the camp, she would have turned around and left. Sister Lan, Crown Prince Dugu, don't argue anymore. If this continues, the people in front will reach the top of the mountain. How about this? I suggest that the women walk in the middle, and the remaining warriors and magicians. The magicians will be at the back, and the warriors will be at the front. Yi Baiming looked ahead. It had already been 15 minutes since the great powers left. Okay. Lan and Dugu Xiu had no objections. The 20 people quickly adjusted their formation. With one in front and one at the back, they walked towards the only path leading to the top of the mountain, the horizon. At the intersection of the horizon, Tang Yuan's dozens of magicians and warriors had already arrived. Li Xiao had been humiliated at the foot of the mountain earlier, so he secretly hated it. He vowed to find the artifact and teach Yunxing, Lan, and the others a lesson. Because Tang Yuan had the most magicians among all the powers, as soon as Li Xiao entered the mountain, he ordered all the magicians to use wind magic and speed up their movements, rushing to be at the front. Second Prince, the horizon is just ahead. Although they had heard of the ominous reputation of the horizon, after seeing it with their own eyes, Tang Yuan and the others couldn't help but feel some stage fright. The horizon was a very narrow mountain path. On one side was a steep mountain wall, and on the other side was the ocean. The entire path was said to be several hundred li long. Here, even magic couldn't be used. It was said that it would take more than 6 hours for an ordinary person to walk through this mountain path. Because it could only accommodate half a person, if one wanted to pass through this mountain path, they had to lean their body close to the mountain wall and hold the wall with both hands, like a crab crawling sideways. The most frightening thing was that after the mountain was higher, the sea breeze also became stronger, and the sound of the wind was incessant. Looking down at the bottom of the cliff, all he could see was darkness. Vaguely, he could see stone pillars that were as sharp as knives standing on the surface of the sea. When everyone saw this, the soles of their feet turned cold, and their knees went weak. The mountain path started at 1,000 meters and stopped at 4,000 meters. If they were careless and were swept into the sea by the wind, even if they had magic wings and dochi wings, they could be blown away by the sea breeze and fall to pieces. Seeing such a dangerous place, Tang Yuan's people hesitated for a moment. No one wanted to be the first to pass through. Cowering, the people behind are about to catch up. Wangqing, you, come out, and be the first to pass. Li Xiao saw his subordinate's cowering appearance and was full of anger. The second prince, Li Xiao, pointed at one person and ordered him to pass. The Sky and Sea Line. The wind-type sky sorcerer called Wang Chen was the most agile among the group. Wang Chen braced himself and walked forward step by step with his hands pressed against the mountain wall. He was very careful with every step. He walked for about a mile and everything was normal. The rest of you, follow me one by one. Li Xiao saw this and walked in the middle, letting the others follow him one by one. Li Xiao and the others had just walked a few steps when they heard a scream in front of them. Everyone looked up and saw the magic scepter in Wang Chen's hand being blown by the wind. He seemed to be possessed and lost his footing and fell down the mountain path. When he fell, he didn't even use basic protection spells. He fell like a falling leaf. He smashed into a stone pillar and his body went through it. It was a terrifying sight. Wang Qing had just fallen off the cliff when 3 or 4 of the people walking at the front also fell off the cliff as if they had bumped into a ghost. Their deaths were very tragic. Li Xiao felt as if his liver and guts were about to split open, and he almost stepped on air. Retreat, everyone retreat. Wang Chen was easy to explain, but 3 or 4 people in a row, regardless of whether they were sorcerers or warriors, all died the same way. Li Xiao was also scared out of his wits. He panicked and asked everyone to retreat. When they retreated, everyone's faces were pale. Second prince, 4 of us are dead. Kuling's face was pale as she counted the number of people. Out of 20 people, 4 had died before they even entered the ruins. It was really a bad start. Bad luck. If I knew this would happen, I would have let the other forces go first. Li Xiao managed to calm himself down. Second prince, it seems a little strange. When we reached the plank path just now, I felt like my mind was blank and I couldn't remember any spells. A sorcerer shivered. The others nodded in agreement. When they reached the plank path just now, they were all in a daze. Just as Li Xiao and the others were panicking and didn't know what to do, the people from Dihong City and Zhao State who followed closely behind Li Xiao also rushed over. Second prince, why haven't you passed through yet? A summoner from Zhao State walked out. You can't walk on that mountain path. Li Xiao still hadn't recovered from the earlier incident. His face was full of panic, and his usual carefree calmness was all gone. Haha, everyone says that Tang Yuan's magicians are powerful. Today, I see that they are just SOSO. They can't even pass through a small plank road. Then we'll go first, the Zhao State's people jeered. That being said, Tang Yuan's experience had taught the people of the Zhao State a lesson. After some discussion, they decided to use a safer method. A summoner began chanting. A summoning circle flashing with magic light appeared. Soon, a rank 8 white-headed eagle flew out from the summoning circle. This type of white-headed eagle would appear in the high and cold snowy mountains all year round. It could withstand the biting cold wind and had a strong sense of direction. It could ride 2 to 3 people at a time. It turned out that the Zhao State had come prepared this time. Among the magicians, several of them had medium-sized flying magic beasts. Li Xiao cursed inwardly. Encountering a summoner with a flying magical beast while searching for a divine artifact is really bad luck. The white-headed eagle circled in the air a few times before landing steadily. A summoner with a flying magical beast would have a natural advantage when traversing such a dangerous terrain. As soon as the white-headed eagle came out, 2 summoners rode on it. 2 people and 1 eagle flew in the direction of the sea and the sky. The sea breeze was still biting cold, but the white-headed eagle, which was like a small plane, spread its 2-meter-long wings and tore the sea breeze apart. It glided hundreds of meters away. Tang Yuan and the others were envious and jealous. Li Xiao really wished that they had brought a few flying magic beasts with them. But flying magic beasts alone were not enough. Without a summoner, everything was just empty talk. However, only the Zhao state and their allies, Dihong City, could use this method to cross the sea and the sky. Later, the other forces would be blocked outside the sea and the sky, just like Tang Yuan. This time, the divine artifact would fall into the hands of the Zhao state. The people of the Zhao state and Dihong City all looked proud. Extreme joy and extreme sorrow. In the sky, the white-headed eagle, which was originally fine, let out a sorrowful cry. It suddenly changed its flying direction and crashed into the side of the mountain. Ah! The two summoners riding on the back of the white-headed eagle were caught off guard. They fell into the raging sea with the white-headed eagle. 2 more died. The people of the Zhao state and Dihong City were speechless for a moment. Now, no one dared to say anything, and no one dared to cross the sea and the sky. When the mainland magic elite camp and the people of the later Qin arrived at the sea and the sky, they thought that the other forces had already passed. Who knew that everyone was still waiting at the sea and the sky? I think everyone can go back now. If we can't even cross this plank road, how can we enter the Taiyuan ruins? Qingbai and the others were the 4th batch to arrive. Before that, Huiyu and the others had also arrived. Huiyu refused to believe the words of the humans and sent an elf archer to scout the way. The result was the same as the result of Tang Yuan and the people of the temple. The elf archer went crazy halfway and almost fell into the sea. Luckily, Huiyu reacted quickly and pulled the elf archer back at the last moment, saving the elf archer's life. The elf archer's life was saved, but after he was rescued, he kept talking nonsense like he was in a dream. He was dizzy. Huiyu was also helpless. When Qingbai and the others arrived, they decided not to try. The situation was in a stalemate. Although no one could cross the sea and the sky, no one was willing to go down the mountain. When Yinxing and the others arrived, they were met with this situation. Lan Yu and Du Guxiu asked around, but they didn't know what to do either. It was already late, and no one was willing to go down the mountain. After some discussion, they decided to rest at the entrance of the sea and the sky for the night, like the other forces. That night, more than 100 people set up camp in their respective camps. The wind was strong by the sea, and the sound of the waves was endless. That night, no one slept well. The next day, another day passed. No one had any idea what to do. A summoner from the Zhao state summoned another flying beast. This time, it was a small soaring skylark. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the soaring skylark let out a squeak as if it was flying, and plunged into the raging waves below the cliff. We can't go on like this. The people from the Zhao state were the first to lose their patience. Normally, these summoners were the most arrogant, but they relied on magical beasts the most. Their true abilities were inferior to magicians and warriors. Seeing that they couldn't cross the sea and the sky, the people from the Zhao state went down the mountain that afternoon. Seeing their allies leave, the people from the Hong Emperor city couldn't help but follow them down the mountain. Before they even entered the Taiyuan ruins, one faction had already left. The only ones left were the elite camp, later Qin, and Wuji. Heaven's Wings, Immortal Abode, Zhou State, Hunter's Guild, Dharma Temple, Medicine Emperor's Pavilion, and Tang Yuan. The next night, Yinxing took out some food from the beast's beach ring and ate a few bites. Because the night wind was cold, Sister Lan had a few male sorcerers, including Abandon, gather some firewood to start a fire. It's already the 2nd day. If we delay any longer, we won't have enough food and water. No matter what, I have to try tomorrow. Lan was already impatient after waiting for a few days. She had wanted to try earlier, but Yunxing and Abandon had stopped her. Sister Lan, it's better not to be rash, Yunxing advised. At this time, Abandon had already gathered some firewood and started a fire beside Yunxing and Lan. This fire is not bad. Little wildcat, make room for this king. Yi Baiming stepped forward and squeezed his way to Yunxing's side. Yunxing rolled her eyes. There were so many empty seats around them. Yi Baiming could sit anywhere, yet he insisted on sitting beside her. Abandon was fiddling with the fire. When Yi Baiming sat down, the firewood in his hand shook. A spark flew out and landed on Yi Baiming, Yi Baiming saw this and raised his eyebrows. He was unhappy. This brat was obviously looking for trouble. It's freezing. You don't mind this prince coming to get some warmth, right? At this time, Dugu's show butted in. Since Dugu's show came, Madame Chi didn't want to be outdone and also came over. In front of a small bonfire, 5 or 6 people were crowded. Other than Yunxing and Lan, the others had strange expressions. They were filled with hostility, like a few hedgehogs squeezed together. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The fire grew brighter and brighter, and a special fragrance floated out. What's that smell? Night fox, is it from your body? Yunxing wrinkled her nose. She looked like a kitten, which made Yi Baiming laugh. It's the smell of firewood. This area is close to the sea, so the firewood is very humid. So I decided to chop down some trees, Abandon explained. Yunxing looked at the fire. Beside Qi, there was a pile of trees that were still green. After seeing the shape of the leaves, Yunxing jumped up as if her butt was on fire. Senior sister, let's go ahead and take a look. Lan He Yunxing hurriedly walked away. In front of the bonfire, the 3 men were still staring at each other. After about a quarter of an hour, Yunxing and Lan came back. Their eyes were bright. Found it. I think I found the reason why the sea and skyline encountered evil. The reason lies in these leaves. We've all been poisoned, Yunxing said as she took out a handful of leaves. You're saying that these leaves are poisonous? Abandon and Madame Chi both frowned. That's impossible. These leaves aren't poisonous at all, Abandon and Madame Chi insisted. Abandon and Madame Chi were both poison experts. Not only did they know how to use poison, but they were also very sensitive to poisons. Both of them were familiar with the books on poisons and poisonous herbs on the mainland. They clearly remembered that there were no records of these leaves. When they entered Mount Taiyuan, they had already carefully checked. There were no poisonous herbs or gas in this area. Along the way, their bodies didn't show any signs of being poisoned. That's because the gas released by these leaves can't even be considered poison. It's just a kind of miasma. Once people breathe it in, they'll be poisoned unknowingly. If people stay here for a long time, they might accidentally be poisoned or even go insane. Yunxing was a doctor. After she came to the Boundless Land, she learned a lot about poisons and herbs. However, she really didn't read about the attributes of these trees that grew in Mount Taiyuan. These trees didn't exist anywhere else on the mainland. They seemed to only grow in Mount Taiyuan. Yunxing was able to recognize these special trees because of a memory from her previous life. When Yunxing was still studying in the medical university, she had a good friend called Xiaoshui. After Yunxing graduated, she inherited a small clinic, while Xiaoshui went to Australia. She remembered that once, Xiaoshui and Yunxing had an overseas call. Xiaoshui even complained to Yunxing that she had become a lot more lazy ever since she went to Australia. This was because there were many eucalyptus trees planted in Australia. These eucalyptus trees would emit a special irritating smell. After smelling this smell, people would become lazy and sleepy easily. Yunxing also just found out that the leaves of these trees were very similar to the eucalyptus trees in Australia. That was why she asked her sister Lan to confirm it. After checking, she found that the most planted trees in Mount Taiyuan should be a variant of the eucalyptus tree. Yunxing directly named it Taiyuan eucalyptus. Although she didn't know whether the Punlai prince of Taiyuan eucalyptus deliberately planted this kind of Taiyuan eucalyptus, the smell of Taiyuan eucalyptus could make people and magical beasts hallucinate, and eventually lead to the occurrence of evil. Yunxing was certain of this point. As long as you take the antidote and eliminate the toxins in your body, you can pass through the sea and sky line, Yunxing said, pretending to be mysterious, and took out a few bottles of pills. The people who listened to Yunxing's words were still half believed and half doubtful. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. This prince believes it. Yi Baiming supported Yunxing. He didn't say anything and took a bottle of medicine. We also believe in Yunxing, the people of the mainland elite camp echoed. Lan stepped forward and took a bottle of medicine. Dugu Xiao looked deeply at Yunxing and was about to speak. If it's really like what you said, then why wasn't the child that the village chief mentioned earlier not poisoned when he passed through the Taiyuan eucalyptus forest? Madame Chi questioned. She just couldn't bear to see these people only have Yunxing in their eyes. In her opinion, they were the ones who were possessed. They were all possessed by a kind of evil spirit called Yunxing. Because the child is short, the Taiyuan eucalyptus trees grow in a higher position. When the wind blows, at most, it can only sink a part of the smell. Adults will be affected, but the probability of children being poisoned is greatly reduced. Yunxing finished speaking and made a gesture about a meter below. The eucalyptus tree's gas was relatively light, and because of the direction of the sea breeze, most of it floated above a meter. If one admitted to inhaling too much of the smell emitted by the Taiyuan eucalyptus and walked forward to the sea and sky line, the poison would take effect and they would lose their senses and fall to the bottom of the sea. This would explain why the village chief said that the child could enter the ruins, but the others couldn't. The villagers who entered the ruins of Taiyuan and didn't come out were most likely poisoned by the Taiyuan eucalyptus. The miasma was a slow-acting poisonous gas. At first, it didn't cause any harm, but after a long time, it would affect the person's visual nerves and slow down the body's reaction. Nonsense. Madame Bai still didn't believe Yunxing. Bai, shut up. Du Guxiu reprimanded. Du Guxiu stared at Yunxing. The latter's expression was calm, as if it was up to him to believe it or not. Almost subconsciously, Du Guxiu chose to believe in Yunxing. Yunxing was a very cunning person. However, there was one thing about her. She never treated human lives like grass. This might be because she was a medical practitioner. Under the premise that there was no conflict of interest, no matter if it was an enemy or a commoner, they were all lives to her. Du Guxiu had once witnessed Yunxing's medical skills with his own eyes. Her strange medical skills saved Yunba's life. This prince also believes in you. Give me the antidote. Du Guxiu also chose to believe in Yunxing. Madame Bai, who was beside him, felt as if she was slapped in the face. Her face and ears were red. If you want the antidote, pay up first. My antidote is priced at 10,000 purple gold. Seeing that we are allies, I will give you a 50% discount. I will give you an ally price of 5,000 purple gold for one antidote. There are a total of 10 of you, so just casually pay 50,000 purple gold. Yunxing's words made Du Guxiu's face stiffen. The corner of Yi Baiming's mouth curled up into a big arc Lan Hechi and the others also couldn't help but laugh. Women had always been the type to hold grudges. This woman called Yunxing loved to hold grudges even more. Yunxing would settle the matter of Dong Huanglinger with Du Guxiu bit by bit. 50,000 purple gold was just an appetizer. Surnamed Yun, you are going too far. Seeing that Yunxing still dared to ask for money, Madame Bai became even angrier. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of Du Guxiu getting angry, she would have already gone up and ripped Yunxing's mouth apart. Du Guxiu took out an Empire's purple gold card. Yunxing straightforwardly threw a bottle of medicine over. After seeing the medicine in the bottle, Du Guxiu's face stiffened again. Resisting the urge to scold, Du Guxiu kept the medicine. Yunxing, can you sell some of your medicine to us as well? Hee, according to the ally price? Qingbai and the others had already pricked up their ears to listen. Yunxing's analysis was clear and logical. More importantly, Qingbai, Bu Jiuxiao, and the others were well aware of Yunxing's superb medical skills. They also chose to believe in Yunxing. Yunxing was also straightforward and threw 2 bottles of medicine to them. Lady Yunxing, we are willing to purchase the pills at their original price. Huiyu also stepped forward. Huiyu, you're a good friend of Divine Wind, so you're also a good friend of mine. I, Yunxing, never accept money for my good friends. It's a great price, free of charge. Yunxing smiled and offered the pills with both hands. She also gave 2 bottles of pills to Heaven's Wing Jade. Yunxing suggested that everyone take the elixir first thing in the morning. By then, they would be able to pass the sea and sky line in one go. In this way, among the remaining 5 forces, apart from the Zhao State and Dihong City who had left earlier, only Tang Yuan and Li Xiao did not have the antidote. Although Li Xiao and Yunxing were enemies, there was one thing that he had to admit. Yunxing's medical skills were extraordinary. She was able to become the continent's youngest national healer. Her reputation was not undeserved. Li Xiao had also witnessed Yunxing's miraculous medical skills with his own eyes. Yunxing's title of national healer was personally conferred by Emperor Tang Yuan. At that time, Yunxing only relied on a little pollen to cure the Empress. When Yunxing mentioned the Taiyuan eucalyptus, Li Xiao already believed it. Yunxing, I am also willing to buy the pills. In order to pass the sea and sky line, Li Xiao could only put down his face and buy the pills from Yunxing. 10,000 purple gold coins were equivalent to 100,000 gold coins in the Empire's gold coins. If it was not related to the artifact, Li Xiao would never be a sucker. Oh, the second prince is also interested. Hee, good, my little Xiandong has always adhered to this principle, but everyone has a price. Since there's a price for friends and family, and also a price for allies, I'll also give you a price. I'll sell it to you for 20,000 purple gold coins per pill. Yunxing said with a smile. His lips parted as he revealed a price. 20,000 purple gold coins, all right. Li Xiao readily agreed, but then he suddenly realized something. Yunxing, don't be so shameless. Why do other people only need 5,000 gold coins to buy it? Some people even give it to you for free, but I want 20,000 gold coins? Although Li Xiao was the second prince of Tang Yuan, he was very rich. But in these years, the crown prince's wings were becoming more and more plentiful. Li Xiao was further suppressed, and his income shrank a lot. 20,000 purple gold coins for 20 people was equivalent to 4 million gold coins, which was already a sky-high price. I like it, I am willing, what do you care? My price also depends on the person who gives it. The price I give you is called a cheap price. Doubling the original price is already a small price. But first of all, there are only 2 bottles left. If you don't want them, I can throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Yunxing sneered, and made a gesture to throw the last 2 bottles into the sea. Cheap woman. Second prince, you must not be fooled by her, she is threatening us. Kuling saw Yunxing's threat, so she jumped out to dissuade Li Xiao. I was careless. My hand slipped. Yunxing's hand trembled, and the bottle of medicine in her hand flew out with a whoosh. Li Xiao wanted to grab it, but it was too late. He could only watch the bottle fall into the dark cliff and be swallowed by the sea. You! Li Xiao almost fainted. With 1 bottle missing, it meant that he could only take 9 people into the ruins. 50,000 purple gold coins for 1 pill. Remember, every time you curse this ant, I will raise the price. Yunxing smiled innocently, and her black eyes were surprisingly bright. Kuling wanted to curse again. Get out. Li Xiao was afraid that she would anger Yunxing again, so he kicked her to the side. Afraid that Yunxing would really throw away the last bottle of medicine, Li Xiao painfully took out a purple gold card with 500,000 imperial purple gold coins on it. Everything would have been fine if you had taken the money earlier. Alas, second prince, you are smart all your life, but stupid this time. You didn't want to buy 2 bottles of medicine with 400,000 purple gold coins, but you wanted to buy 1 bottle with 500,000 purple gold coins. You can be willful when you have money. Yunxing took the purple gold card, and did not forget to give Li Xiao a fatal verbal blow. When Li Xiao took the bottle, he almost crushed it with his hands. The other major forces were dumbfounded when they saw this. Yunxing was not threatening, she was simply robbing them. After the 6 major forces got the antidote, they waited until dawn. When dawn broke, the magicians of Tang Yuan, who were stationed at the sky and sea line, had already woken up. Last night, Li Xiao reorganized the team and chose 9 magicians to accompany him. He decided to take advantage of the geographical advantage and be the first to cross the sky and sea line. Li Xiao could not wait to open the bottle. When he poured out the pills in the bottle, he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. In the early morning, Li Xiao's voice resounded through the forest like a mad dog. Yunxing, you slut, you actually dared to deceive this prince. What made Li Xiao so furious was the bottle of pills that he had spent 500,000 purple gold coins to buy. Li Xiao thought that it would be some kind of elixir, but when he opened the bottle, what poured out was small red wild fruits. Have you all been led astray by the night fox? You all are cute at the age of youth, but you all are like wolves and tigers urging me to change. Li Xiao opened the bottle to take a look. He had spent 50,000 purple coins to buy the antidote. It was the wild fruit that Li Xiao had seen when he entered the mountain earlier. These bead-sized red wild fruits could be found all over the mountain. They weren't valuable at all. He didn't expect that Yunxing would use this kind of wild fruit to pass off as the antidote. Li Xiao's roar alarmed all the people from the five powers. Other than Du Guxiu, when everyone discovered that the antidote was the small wild fruit, their faces became twisted and they became furious. They looked like they had been played to death. At this time, Yunxing was still meditating. Hearing the roar that shook the mountain, Yunxing calmly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and finished meditating. Second Prince, it's not good to be so angry so early in the morning. Yunxing took out a small wild fruit. This is the antidote. I didn't say that the antidote was a pill that I refined. How long has it been since I entered the mountain? How could I have refined a pill? However, I guarantee that after eating this small wild fruit, you will be able to smoothly cross the sky-sea line. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate. If it doesn't work, I can refund everyone's money. After Yunxing finished speaking, she was about to throw the small wild fruit into her mouth. Wait! Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu shouted at the same time. In a moment of desperation, the two grabbed Yunxing's left and right hands. This prince will try first. This prince will try first. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu looked at each other. Regardless of whether the small wild fruit was the antidote or not, the two of them didn't want Yunxing to take the risk of being the first to cross the sky-sea line. At this time, even a blind person could see the strange relationship between the three of them. One was Zhou State's Duke Baiming, the other was later Qin's crown prince. They were actually willing to take the risk for a woman. The two of you are delicate and precious. Let me do it. Qi, who had been silent on the side, suddenly made a shocking move. He swallowed a small wild fruit and walked straight to the sky and sea line. Abandon. Yunxing's hand was still held by Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu. In a moment of desperation, she broke free from their grasp and ran forward to stop Abandon. It's fine. Abandon shook his head and walked forward resolutely. He was not the crown prince, nor was he a prince. He was just an ordinary man who wanted to silently protect the woman he loved. This time, let him do something for Yunxing. There wasn't much hesitation on Qi Ye's overly handsome face. He walked towards the sea and sky line. His figure was not as tall as Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu, but at this moment, he had a special charm. Abandoned was half lying on the mountain wall, slowly moving forward. At first, his footsteps were a little slow, but as time went on, his movements became faster. After walking for about half a kilometer, he cast a wind magic spell on himself, and his speed became even faster. After walking for another 5 or 6 li, Abandon called out to Yunxing and the others, everything is normal. You can come over. The mainland's elite camp let out a burst of joyous cheers. Lan immediately adjusted the formation. She and Yunxing walked in the middle, Yi Baiming in front, and Du Guxiu in the back. The group of people walked in a single file towards the sea and sky line. Seeing that the mainland's elite camp and the people from later Qin had successfully reached the sea and sky line, the rest of the people were relieved. Tianyu and Zhou Qingchuan were the second group to follow. Next was Huiyu and the others from the Immortal Keeper Nation. Qingbai and the others followed closely behind. Rui and the others from the temple also walked over. Even after most of the people had left, Li Xiao's face was still gloomy. With Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's protection, he didn't dare to openly cause trouble for Yunxing. Second Prince, should we follow them? Kuling was afraid when she saw Li Xiao's appearance, so she asked boldly. What are you following for? Why aren't you gathering some more wild fruits? Li Xiao was so angry that he almost had a stroke. He had been completely tricked by Yunxing. Even though they had already walked 2 or 3 li, Yunxing could still hear Li Xiao's angry curses along with the wind. They had already walked for a long time. After dispelling the poison of the Taiyuan eucalyptus, no one else had encountered any danger. At the beginning, the sea and sky line was a bit difficult to walk, but it became easier towards the end. Yunxing could even chat as they walked. Next to Yunxing was Sister Lan. Yunxing's actions this time made Lan have a whole new level of respect for her. At first, Lan thought that Yunxing only had some talent in magic medicine. She didn't expect that she was also so good at ancient medicine. Yunxing, how did you know that the wild fruits were the antidote? Lan had accompanied Yunxing to find the Taiyuan eucalyptus. After Yunxing confirmed that the Taiyuan eucalyptus was the antidote, she didn't turn back immediately. Instead, she searched the forest and gathered more than 100 small wild fruits. Then, she put them in medicine bottles. It's very simple. Sister Lan, when you entered the Taiyuan mountain, you should have noticed that there were many birds resting on the Taiyuan eucalyptus trees. They lived on the Taiyuan eucalyptus trees all year round, but they weren't poisoned. I thought that they must have taken the antidote. Sometimes, magical beasts are much more sensitive than humans. In her previous life, Yunxing had studied Chinese medicine since she was a child. According to the theory of Chinese medicine, yin and yang complemented each other. Wherever there was poison, there must be something that could counteract it. For example, where venomous snakes appeared, there must be herbs that could suppress their toxicity. This was the most mysterious law of nature. With this thought in mind, Yunxing searched the forest and found that the red wild fruits growing at the bottom of the eucalyptus trees had many traces of birds pecking at them. After confirming that the wild fruits weren't poisonous, Yunxing found that her consciousness had become much clearer after eating the wild fruits. Only then did she feel at ease to gather the wild fruits. As for selling the wild fruits at a high price, it was just an idea that came to her on the spur of the moment. Li Xiao of the Tang Yuan dynasty, Du Guxiu of the later Qing dynasty, and Rui of the Buddhist temple, which one of them wasn't rich, she would be a fool if she didn't make a big profit. Yunxing's words fell into Du Guxiu's ears without missing a word. Madame Qibai heard this and took the opportunity to say, "Crown Prince, I told you, that woman is very cunning." But looking at Du Guxiu, there wasn't the slightest bit of displeasure in his eyes. On the contrary, there was a rare trace of a smile on his usually cold face. "Yunxing, you really are the woman that this crown prince has taken a fancy to." Zhou Qingchuan shook his head. He had already experienced Yunxing's methods. However, after a few years, Yunxing seemed to have become even more two-faced. He also wondered where she had learned these methods. Thinking about it, Li Xiao was quite unlucky. Earlier, Yi Baiming had cheated him of his purple gold mine, and now, Yunxing had cheated him of a large sum of money. TSK, Yunxing, and Yi Baiming, could they be considered as birds of a feather flocking together? With Yunxing's life-saving elixir, the extremely dangerous sea and sky line was finally completed after walking for an entire afternoon without any mishaps. We're finally done. This broken road almost scared this young master's heart out of his chest. After walking down the sea and sky line and stepping onto a normal mountain path, Qingbai couldn't help but complain. With Xiaoyiguo's help, except for Tang Yuan and Li Xiao, the other 5 forces successfully crossed the line between the sea and the sky. After crossing the line between the sea and the sky, they had already reached the ridge of the mountain more than 4,000 meters above sea level. After crossing a section of the mountain road ahead, they officially entered the territory of the Taiyuan ruins. From where they were standing, they could already vaguely see the ruins behind the dense forest. Thinking of the various legends about the Taiyuan ruins, even Qingbai, who was used to laughing, could not help but become serious and dignified. It was unknown whether it was because of the giant purple cloud or because the temperature had dropped due to the elevation, but the mountain road no longer had the bright sunshine when they entered the mountain. The sky was dark and gloomy, giving off an oppressive feeling. There were no green trees and red flowers around, and even the birds and other magical beasts were nowhere to be seen. "There's a fork in the road ahead." After walking for a while, there were 5 forks in the road ahead. 5 forked paths lay there quietly. Every single one of them looked exactly the same. It looked as if any of the roads could lead to the top of the mountain, but it was also possible that only one of them could lead to the top. A strange feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. The village chief did not mention that there were forks in the mountain before. These forks looked very new, which was very contradictory to the ancient history of the Taiyuan ruins. Why were there just 5 of them? It was as if someone had already known that the 5 forces would enter the mountain and had specially prepared for them. No one chose rashly. After all, whether the chosen route was correct or not was directly related to whether they could find the Taiyuan ruins. The leaders of the several forces came out. After some discussion, they decided to draw lots, and each force chose a fork in the road. After drawing lots, Lan picked the first fork in the road on the left. Bye, Jiuxiao, we have to go our separate ways. Be careful. Yi Baiming separated from Qing and Bu Yunxing also said goodbye to Tianyu, Hui Yu, and the others. The people of the 5 forces went into their own forks. After half an hour, the unlucky second prince of Tang Yuan, Li Xiao, arrived with a group of Tang Yuan's magicians. However, there was only a lonely mountain path in front of him. Traces of people walking on it could be seen faintly. Tisk, sure enough, they've all left. Let's hurry up and catch up with them. Li Xiao led his men and rushed forward on the mountain path. After choosing the fork in the road, Yunxing and her team continued to walk forward. Along the way, everything was normal. Both sides of the mountain path were covered with thick layers of fallen leaves. It looked like no one had passed through it for a long time. However, after walking for a while, Du Guxiu suddenly stopped the group. There seems to be something wrong. It seems that the Taiyuan ruins are already very close, but after walking for 2 hours, the top of the mountain still seems very far away. Du Guxiu frowned as he looked at the faintly visible white buildings on the top of the mountain. Not only Du Guxiu, but Yunxing and the others also noticed it. They were clearly walking, but the scenery around them and the mountain road seemed to be endless. It's getting late. Let's rest here for a while. The sky was gloomy, so Lan decided to let the students rest for a while. That night, the 20 students and the later Qin warriors rested in the open. When they woke up in the morning, they hastily ate some dry food and water and prepared to continue walking. Who knew that when they were doing a head count, Lan would suddenly discover that there was one person missing from the elite camp. We're also missing a warrior. Du Guxiu also checked his subordinates and discovered that there was one person missing. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. After a series of inquiries, Lan found out from the missing magician's companions that the magician had left the group in the middle of the night because he needed to go to the toilet. He had entered the mountain forest to relieve himself. That warrior was the same. He also left the group in the middle of the night. Du Guxiu also had the same information. The sky was still gray. If it weren't for the hourglass, Yunxing and the others wouldn't even be able to distinguish between day and night. Let's enter the mountain forest and see if we can find any clues. Remember, don't scatter. Maintain the same formation as when we were on the mountain path. Du Guxiu ordered his subordinates to immediately line up. Yunxing and Lan followed in the middle. Everyone's expression was very grave. They hadn't returned for an entire night. The lives of those 2 members were probably. Everyone left the mountain path and walked step by step into the depths of the forest. Taiyuan Mountain was very large. Because the trees here hadn't been cut down for hundreds of years, the ground was covered with withered grass and dead leaves. In the deepest part of the forest, even someone as tall as Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu would be submerged by the grass and leaves if they were to fall. The later Qin warriors walked at the very front. They cut down the trees as they walked and walked for almost half an hour. Everyone, look. Up ahead. The warrior walking at the front saw a familiar figure leaning against a tree with his back facing everyone. After finding the missing warrior, the later Qin people, including Du Guxiu, all breathed a sigh of relief. These people were all Du Guxiu's personal guards. They had followed Du Guxiu since they were young. The relationship between master and servant was very strong. Judging from his clothes and build, he was the missing later Qin soldier. You brat, you made us look for you for a long time. The warrior in the lead complained and stepped forward to punch the missing warrior. When he heard the sound, the missing warrior turned his head. There was a weird creaking sound of bones moving. After seeing the man's face, the later Qin warrior in the lead screamed and staggered back a few steps. How was this a Ho Qin martial artist? This was clearly a skeleton that had lost all humanity. Half of its face was rotten to the bone, while the other half was covered in rotting flesh. The eyeballs in its eye sockets were yellowish, with the eyeballs hanging out. The skeleton warrior suddenly pulled out the saber at his waist and looked at the warrior in the lead. The warrior in the lead wasn't on guard. The saber slashed through the air and chopped off his left arm. Du Guxiu and the later Qin warriors were shocked. A zombie. The later Qin Iron Blood Knights were worthy of being called elite troops. At this moment, they showed great discipline. They split into groups of 3. One group covered the injured warrior, while the other group covered Dugu Xiu and Madame Qi Bai. Bang, just as Lan and the others were about to help, a fireball suddenly shot out from the forest. There was another person standing in the forest. That person was the magician who had gone missing in the middle of the night. His appearance was similar to the zombie warrior. He was also half a corpse and half a skeleton. He had been hiding in the forest and sneakily attacking everyone. In just one night, the warriors and magicians, who were still alive and kicking earlier, had turned into zombies that were neither human nor ghost. It was too strange. Chase. Lan didn't hesitate and immediately led a group of magicians to chase after the zombie magician. After a series of attacks, the skeletal zombie was killed by a later Qin warrior. When it was killed, its corpse turned into a puddle of pus, emitting a foul stench. Lan and the others also returned. Because there were too many trees and vegetation in the mountain forest, they didn't dare to rashly enter. Your Highness, it's bad. Luwu can't hold on any longer. Luwu was the later Qin warrior who had been injured by the zombie warrior. His bleeding had already stopped, but where his arm had been cut off, his flesh and bone had already changed color. The zombie poison was seeping into the other parts of his body. It wouldn't be long before he would become like that zombie martial artist, completely losing his humanity. He wouldn't even be able to recognize his own brothers and relatives. Lan and the others stood to the side with solemn expressions. Dugu Xiu stood guard by the warrior's side, not saying a word. Your Highness, this subordinate doesn't ask for anything other than death. Luwu revealed a gloomy smile. Rather than becoming a zombie that was neither human nor ghost and hurting his brothers, he would rather die now. Is there any way? Dugu Xiu didn't raise his head, but asked Yunxing. Faced with such a situation, Yunxing was also very gloomy. However, she was also powerless. She had never experienced zombie poison before and didn't have any medicinal herbs that could be used at the moment. Silence was the best answer. Dugu Xiu hung his head. The other 6 later Qin warriors also had red eyes. Madame Qi Bai also had a gloomy expression. These people were all good brothers who had gone through fire and water together. It was too cruel to let Dugu Xiu personally kill them. Lu Wu, this crown prince promises you that as long as I, Dugu Xiu, am alive, I will ensure that your family will not have to worry about food and clothing. Dugu Xiu suddenly stood up and pulled out his heavy sword. With a blunt sound, the skull was shattered. Lu Wu closed his eyes forever. Dugu Xiu's face didn't show any grief, but the hand holding the heavy sword trembled slightly. As the iron-blooded crown prince of later Qin, Dugu Xiu had to be iron-blooded and emotionless in this kind of situation. Because the zombie poison was contagious, Dugu Xiu asked Lan to burn Lu Wu's corpse. The weapons in the hands of the martial artists who had slaughtered the zombie martial artists earlier were all tempered with fire once again. Since the zombie magician had escaped, no one dared to rashly enter the depths of the forest. After discussing for a while, everyone decided to turn back the way they came. That night, no one slept well. They still couldn't find a way out. Everyone was guessing what had happened in the forest that night. What had caused the warrior and magician to become like this? In the latter half of the night, a whimpering sound came from the forest, as if some wild beast was moving around. There's an enemy attack. Yi Baiming suddenly sat up. The others also stood up. When they saw the situation in front of them clearly, everyone's scalps went numb, and a sense of horror rose spontaneously. The sound came from the trees. Looking carefully, the trees that had been empty during the day were now filled with owl-like birds. They looked the same as the zombie warriors and zombie magicians during the day, half-rotten flesh and half-skeletons. There were no feathers on its body, and its body was burning with a strange green flame that resembled a will-o'-the-wisp. In the dark night, balls of will-o'-the-wisp were like the will-o'-the-wisp of the netherworld in a graveyard. It was very frightening. Kiki. On a tree in front of them, the magician who had escaped during the day was looking at everyone with a ghastly expression. He waved the magic scepter in his hand, and a green magical wall of fire instantly drilled out of the ground, forming a circle of fire that surrounded all 17 people. Lan chanted, wanting to use ice magic to extinguish the magical wall of fire. Who would have thought that ice magic would have no effect on this strange wall of fire, and the fire continued to burn fiercely. Off to the side, a female magician screamed. Because she couldn't dodge in time, her body was stained by the green wall of fire. It was just a bit of fire, but in the blink of an eye, her body quickly changed. Her flesh quickly decayed, and her white bones could be seen. She quickly turned into a zombie magician. She jumped up and stood on the tree with the zombie magician. The female magician was an earth magician. As soon as she turned into a zombie, she quickly pierced a few earth spikes. What made everyone tremble with fear was that her earth spikes actually carried the effect of zombie poison. The raging fire approached step by step, and no one dared to rush out of the wall of fire. In addition, they also had to be on guard against the earth spikes that were everywhere. Damn it, what the hell is that? Madame Chibai was also unlucky. There were several times when she was almost hit by the earth spikes. She didn't want to become like the zombie female magician, who was neither human nor ghost. Little wildcat, follow me. Yi Baiming's gaze focused. The situation was critical, and he had to make a decision in the shortest amount of time. Whether or not they could successfully break out of the encirclement was not only related to him, but also related to Yunxing's life. In the blink of an eye, Yi Baiming reacted. His right arm shook, and a biting cold fighting aura tore apart the green zombie fire. He then stomped his feet, hiding Yunxing behind him, and a layer of biting cold fighting aura emanated from his body. The wind tore a crack in the zombie fire, just enough for the two of them to pass through. He pulled Yunxing and was about to cross the gap in the fire. As for the others, he was too lazy to pay attention to them. When Duguxiu saw this, he didn't show any signs of weakness. He roared, and a dense black fighting aura surrounded his body. He reached out and protected Madame Chi by under his hand. He leapt up, reaching a height of several dozen meters. Without using his fighting aura wings, he had already passed through the wall of fire. Yunxing was pulled along by Yi Baiming, but she was still worried about Qi and Sister Lan. Just as the two of them were about to cross the wall of fire, Yunxing's eyelids twitched. Not good. Yunxing's sharp senses detected a wave of earth magic that was about to take action. The zombie female magician had already chanted, and several earth spikes that were dipped in zombie poison broke out of the ground. If this continued, Yunxing and Yi Baiming would both be stabbed. Without any hesitation, Yunxing broke free from Yi Baiming's hand and pushed Yi Baiming away. Her body, however, fell into the zombie fire due to the strong inertia. The zombie fire gathered once again, and the green flames instantly engulfed Yunxing. Yunxing. Yi Baiming's heart trembled. His fear transformed into an icy chill that invaded his entire body, and a vicious aura engulfed Yi Baiming like a flood. In that instant, his gray eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent, and scales burst out from his arms. Seeing Yunxing fall into the fire, Duguxiu's heart also trembled. He pushed Madame Yunxing outside and was about to rush into the fire to rescue Yunxing. Just at this moment, Duguxiu's eyes froze, and his body that was about to jump into the fire stopped abruptly. He thought that he was seeing things, but there was a trace of red in the zombie fire that was burning again. At first, the red was just a small dot, but later on, the red was like a spark that could not be stopped. Like a demonic lotus fire from hell, it burned crazily as if oil had been poured on it. A figure walked out of the wall of fire. The figure became clearer and clearer, and it was Yunxing. Bathed in fire, Yunxing's magic robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Her face was fair and flawless in the green zombie fire. But the most frightening thing was her forehead. The mark that symbolized the elven hellfire was tender and beautiful, as if it would burst out of her forehead at any time. When Yunxing fell into the zombie fire, she was not afraid at all. Playing with fire with her? What a joke, showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Tonight, she was going to let those blind zombies take a look. Who was the ancestor of playing with fire? A sense of pride arose spontaneously. She was the only inheritor of the elven hellfire on the continent. The elven hellfire was the king of all flames. All other flames would retreat when they saw it. Duguxiu seemed to be possessed as he stared at the beautiful face in the flames. Yunxing's black hair fluttered in the flames. Her eyes were as dark as the night. One look from her could suck away a person's soul. With every step she took, a lotus-like ball of hellfire would appear under her feet. With every step she took, the remaining green zombie fire would shrink back a little. The elven hellfire that came from the Fire Elven Queen was a divine fire that had a part of the power of the ancient divine beast, Swanni. How could ordinary zombie fire compare to it? Once Xianxia's elven hellfire appeared, the zombie fire retreated as if it had met its natural enemy. It was engulfed by the elven hellfire in an instant. It was as if an army of 1,000,000 ferocious lions were charging toward a defeated army. The zombie fire was forced to retreat, and the elven hellfire was closing in on them. The zombie fire was extinguished, but Xianxia did not forget the culprit. She raised her left hand high, and the second soul stone on her magic scepter shone. The incantation in her mind was completed in an instant. She waved her right hand, and a fiery explosion hit the zombie mage on the tree. The latter didn't even have time to cry out before his entire body turned into a ball of flames and burned to ashes, falling to the ground. When the zombie-like male magician was burned to ashes and fell to the ground, the people trapped in the fire took the opportunity to rush out. When Madame Chi saw Xianxia's karmic fire of the Red Lotus, her face revealed a terrified expression. She didn't expect that Xianxia could release such a domineering fire. The mages, including Azura, were also dumbstruck. At this moment, Xianxia was like a killing god bathed in flames. With a raise of her hand, she possessed a terrifying power that could take people's lives. Ga, an ear-piercing bird cry pierced his eardrums. Just as Xianxia killed the zombie male magician, an ear-piercing shriek came from the tree. Only then did everyone realize that among the hundreds of night owls resting on the branches, there was one that was the most special. Its appearance somewhat resembled an owl, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was different from the other zombie owls. Its entire body was covered in purple feathers, and its feathers were glossy. Its pair of eyes emitted a pale green glow as it stood at the highest point of the branch, looking like a monarch overlooking the world. Needless to say, this night owl was the leader of this group of zombie owls, the purple-feathered night owl king. When Xianxia suddenly released the karmic fire of the elves, the purple-feathered night owl's eyes revealed a human-like rage. Its mung bean-sized eyes stared hatefully at Xianxia. When it first discovered that this group of strangers had entered Taiyuan Mountain, the Night Owl King first targeted Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu in the crowd. These two people were the strongest among all of them. Therefore, just now, it also focused its attack on the two of them. But it didn't expect that such a terrifying flame would suddenly burst out from within this female magician's body. Out of a magical beast's intuition, the Night Owl King's consciousness had an additional warning. Threat, that woman is a threat. Kill her, kill her. Her flame carries a trace of divine power. She must be killed first. As soon as the Night Owl King's shrill cry fell, the zombie owls that were originally perched on the tree trunk flapped their wings one after another. There were actually hundreds of them in the flock. Their feathers fell and turned into daggers covered in zombie poison. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Xianxia and many other places behind her. These feathered beasts. Yi Baiming's gaze turned cold. He pushed his palm forward, and a gust of fighting aura swept towards those daggers like a gale. The fighting aura was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. Its power was astonishing. The moment it touched those daggers, the daggers were shaken into powder. Release the arrows and kill that purple night owl, Du Guxiu ordered, and the later Qin cavalry raised their arrows one after another. At this moment, everyone, including Du Guxiu, could already clearly see that the purple night owl king was the leader of these zombies. Lan and the others were entangled with the female zombie magician. The later Qin soldiers drew their crossbows and shot randomly at the zombie bird. However, the purple night owl king's movements were extremely agile. Many of the crossbow arrows were dodged by it one by one. It flapped its wings, and from time to time, it created a small purple whirlpool. As soon as the crossbow arrows got close to the whirlpool, they were sucked into the whirlpool. It flapped its wings again, and the whirlpool spat out more crossbow arrows. The crossbow arrows changed direction and shot towards the soldiers who shot the arrows. Not only did this Night Owl King have amazing strength, but it also knew how to think like a human. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Let me borrow your bow. Just as the later Qin soldiers were in a terrible state, Yunxing asked for a crossbow. The later Qin cavalryman looked at Du Guxiu. Although Du Guxiu didn't know what Yunxing wanted a bow for, he still nodded and let the soldier pass the bow to Yunxing. She knocked the bow, aimed at the Night Owl King, and moved her fingertips. The arrow, which had the effect of sealing magic, whistled through the air. It was extremely sharp and shot directly towards the Night Owl King. In terms of arm strength, Yunxing, who only had the physique of a magician, could not even compare to the later Qin cavalryman's arrows. This move again. A trace of disdain flashed across the Night Owl King's moonbeam eyes. It casually flapped its wings, and a purple whirlpool was about to form. Unexpectedly, just as the Owl King raised its wings, a wave of magic rippled, and its wings were instantly immobilized. The elf's magic sealing arrow came into play in a timely manner. Immediately after, the second and third arrows were shot. The Night Owl King's body was firmly fixed. For the first time, there was fear in its eyes. With the Night Owl King's body restrained, the rest of the battle became much simpler. Azura and the others killed the female zombie magician, and the zombie night owls were also cleaned up. She stepped forward and caught the Night Owl King. What surprised everyone was that this Night Owl King was not a zombie. It was a living magic beast. The origin of the zombie poison was quickly investigated. It was all the doing of this Night Owl King. Its beak and claws carried zombie poison. The warriors and magicians who had turned into zombies because they had been infected with the zombie poison from its body. After the battle, a small number of people in the elite camp suffered minor injuries, and 2 magicians died. On Ho Qin's side, they also lost 2 martial artists. Another few people were seriously injured. With Yunxing around, those people's lives were not in danger. What species is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Madame Chibai examined the purple feather owl king. Not only on the boundless continent, but even in the Bahuang tribe, she had never seen such a magical beast. It should be a mutated magical beast. Abandon carefully extracted the poison from the owl king's body. He was worried that they would encounter more purple feather owl kings later on in the journey. For safety reasons, he planned to find the antidote with Yunxing as soon as possible. With the antidote, they wouldn't have to be afraid of zombies later on. Taiyuan ruins are indeed a little strange. Yunxing recalled the Taiyuan eucalyptus at the foot of the mountain and this terrifying purple feather owl. Taiyuan Mountain hid 2 types of mutated creatures that had never appeared on the mainland. This wasn't a good thing. Ah! Madame Chibai screamed. The purple feather owl king exploded right in front of her eyes. Purple blood sprayed all over her face. It was smelly and fishy, scaring her so much that she turned pale. TSK, this thing can actually self-destruct. We didn't find the soul stone. Lan was a little disappointed. It's okay. I've already extracted the poison and a portion of its blood. It should be able to be used for treatment. Abandon had already obtained a portion of the poison and blood. After checking, he found that it was similar to the first type of snake venom that Mentor Shi Huang had found. There's an exit in front. Yi Baiming and a few warriors from the mainland's elite camp walked back. After being trapped in this mountain path for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally found the exit. It seemed that the reason why they couldn't find the exit earlier was because of this purple feather owl. Then let's get out quickly. If we stay in this damned place any longer, we'll puke. Yunxing and the others followed the group and walked forward. After the journey to the fork, the number of people in their group increased to 16. While Yunxing and the others were trapped in the fork, the situation of the other forces who had entered the different forks was not worse than Yunxing and the others. Although they didn't encounter any zombies, they did encounter magical beasts of the 4 major attributes. The magical beast's magic was very strange. After a bloody battle and losing nearly half of their members, the members of the major forces finally managed to escape from their respective mountain paths. Damn it, my clothes are ruined. Qingbai took a deep breath after walking out of the fork in the road. Qingbai had never been in such a sorry state in his entire life. He had always fancied himself as a romantic, and had the image of a young master dressed in plain clothes. But this time, when he came out, his hair was burnt, his clothes were black, and even the bone fan in his hand had a big hole in it. Zhou State and the Hunters Guild didn't have much luck. They encountered a fire-type commander-level magical beast, the Bramble Firebird. The flame spat out by this kind of bird could even melt purple gold ore. Although there were a few mages in the team, they didn't help them at all. They caused the deaths of several people in the Wushuan Everlasting Hall and one person in the Hunters Guild. Because of this, Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao had some opinions about the mages. Along the way, they didn't say a word. It's good enough that we're alive. I think the other forces aren't much better than us. Bu Jiuxiao's situation was worse than Qingbai's. At the last moment, he killed the flaming bird with his own strength. Although he successfully killed the flaming firebird, Bu Jiuxiao's arm was also burned by the fire and couldn't be used for a while. His left arm was already wrapped in a thick bandage and couldn't be used for the time being. Sigh, I hope Baiming and the others are fine. Isn't that Baiming and the others? Qingbai was still worried about the situation on Yi Baiming's side. As he spoke, he saw Yi Baiming and the others walking out of the forest. At the same time, Tianyu, Zhou Qingchuan, Hui Yu, and the others also walked out. The few teams actually arrived at about the same time. Even Li Xiao came out with several of Tang Yuan's mages. Everyone's situation wasn't good. There were fewer people, and some people in the team were injured. However, the few of them noticed that the fork in the road earlier had disappeared. They all walked out of the forest in different directions. Bai, Jiuxiao, why are you guys like this? Seeing his good friend in a sorry state and injured state, Yi Baiming couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, you guys don't look like you've lost much. Only 4 people are missing. We've lost 7 people. Qingbai glanced at Yi Baiming's team. Other than a few people who were slightly injured, the others were neatly dressed and looked like they had just returned from an outing. The other major factions also suffered losses. Heaven's Wing Jade's group lost 8 people. On Huiyu's side, 9 sprites died. Their luck was even worse. They suddenly encountered water-type magical beasts with attributes that countered each other, causing their losses to be especially heavy. However, the one who suffered the most losses was Tang Yuan. Li Xiao had not hesitated to waste time earlier and turned back to the foot of the mountain to collect wild fruits. He brought 20 people and thought that they could successfully reach the Taiyuan ruins. Who knew that they would enter a strange fork in the road? They also encountered the Purple Feather Owl King at the fork in the road. However, compared to Yunxing and the others, they had no elven hellfire or abandon, who knew how to detoxify the zombie poison. When they broke out of the encirclement, a total of 13 people died. Li Xiao only brought out 7 people. In that case, there's clearly no fork in the road. I feel like we've stepped into a trap set by someone else. Looking at the dense forest without a single fork in the road, everyone had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. In the past 3 days, this seemingly peaceful forest had devoured dozens of lives. Who knew how many human bones were buried in the withered leaves and bushes in the forest? This damned ghost historical site is really strange, Qingbai spat. But even so, no one was willing to withdraw at this time. They were here for the divine artifact. After climbing another 500 meters, they would be able to enter the Taiyuan ruins. The ancient Taiyuan ruins were already clearly visible. The white buildings that looked like they were carved out of ivory were waiting for them at the top of the mountain. The major forces decided to rest for a day before entering the Taiyuan ruins. This time, no one planned to go first. After the strange Taiyuan eucalyptus and the bizarre appearance and disappearance of the mountain path, everyone felt that they could not act rashly. No one knew what kind of ridiculous creatures would exist in the Taiyuan ruins. At night, everyone camped in place to rest and set off for the ruins the next morning. At that time, it was already the 6th day since the 6 major forces entered the Taiyuan ruins. On the top of the mountain, the purple cloud was entrenched. It was a clear night. If there were no purple clouds, one would be able to see the sky full of stars on such a high mountain. But because of the purple cloud, the moonlight could only pour down through the purple cloud. The moonlight was also dyed purple and fell on the white Taiyuan ruins. The whole ruin seemed to be dyed purple. Back then, Prince Taiyuan of Punlai had chosen Mount Taiyuan as his new territory. He brought his family and subordinates to settle down in Mount Taiyuan, which had been a barren wasteland at the time. How many people did the Prince of Taiyuan bring with him? This point was already unknown. But from the number of houses in the ruins of Taiyuan, the number of people should not be less than 100. Because there were hundreds of houses in the entire Taiyuan city. White was the main color of the ruins of Taiyuan. The buildings here, from the houses to the Taiyuan city lord's mansion, were all made of white stone. It was like a village in a fairy tale. She walked up the steps that were covered with moss. The cold wind on the top of the mountain blew in their ears. Late at night, the ruins were silent. Even the sound of insects could not be heard. They kept walking forward. At the highest point of Taiyuan Mountains, on the steepest mountain near the sea, there was a miracle castle that covered an area of more than 10 acres. It was indeed a castle. Compared to the castles in the pictures that Xianxia saw in the modern world, it was more magnificent and more magical. This castle was the Taiyuan city lord's mansion. The Prince of Punlai did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to build the Taiyuan city lord's mansion. When the Taiyuan city lord's mansion was first built, it was very beautiful. It was like a pearl in Taiyuan Mountains. Whether it was day or night, it shined brightly. But since Taiyuan city was destroyed overnight, it became a forbidden area in the eyes of the outside world. If it was not for the starry sky magic array in the temple indicating that the 8 barren artifacts were hidden here, perhaps no one would come here again. The Taiyuan city lord's mansion was the same as the other residences in the Taiyuan ruins. It was no longer complete. But compared to the ordinary houses in the Taiyuan ruins, the castle was more damaged. It was as if it had experienced an earthquake or a hurricane, or a terrifying thunderstorm. The entire city lord's mansion was split into 2 halves. Its dome-shaped roof, like a head cut off by an executioner on a scaffold, tumbled to the ground. The walls and doors had also collapsed. But upon closer inspection, whether it was the walls or the bricks, every brick and tile of the Taiyuan city lord mansion was carved out of priceless ivory. Even after experiencing the terrible accident hundreds of years ago, every tusk was still as new as before. Through the broken walls and slanted doors, one could see the luxurious scene of the former city lord's mansion. The ground was inlaid with magnificent marble, and a magic fountain that had already dried up was lying on the ground. There were also a large number of gold coins and precious gems scattered on the ground of the city lord's mansion. There were even some soul stones among them. Just these things alone were enough to make most of the people on the boundless continent go crazy. As long as one casually took some of them, it would be enough for many people to live without worries for the rest of their lives. However, all of this had been quietly scattered on the ground for hundreds of years. The night deepened. At this moment, from the deepest part of the city lord's mansion, a strange sound came from somewhere. Because it was too far away, Yunxing and the others, who were still on the ridge, could not hear the sound here. The sound was very soft at first, but as time passed, the sound became louder and louder. Dong 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 huff huff, it sounded like someone was underground, banging on the ground, trying to break free from a dungeon. It also sounded like a prisoner who had been severely punished and could not bear the burden, panting heavily. The banging and panting sound echoed throughout the night. After the first ray of morning light appeared on the horizon, the sound gradually disappeared. On the ridge, Yunxing had already completed her morning meditation. She unexpectedly discovered that after entering Taiyuan Mountain, although there were many dangers, but under the effect of the celestial meditation, the magic power in her body had stabilized a lot. She had vaguely jumped from the beginner level of Sky Mage to the intermediate level of Sky Mage. In just a few days' effort, there was actually such a gratifying improvement. Taiyuan Mountain was indeed a very mysterious place. Hour is not much difference, let's prepare to set off. Lan and Duguxiu reorganized their troops, and the other major forces also walked together towards the ruins of Taiyuan. After crossing a mountain path that was not too steep, the ruins of Taiyuan finally appeared in front of them. So quiet. So beautiful. This was the feeling everyone had when entering Taiyuan. Other than the whistling of the sea breeze, there was no sound around. This place was like a corner forgotten by the world. Thousands of houses were scattered on this flat ridge in picturesque disorder. The Punlai Prince of Taiyuan must have been a very good person at government affairs. The area of Taiyuan city was not large, just the size of a village, but the houses here, no matter the height or style, were the same. Outside the houses, there were unified animal pens for magical beasts and some traces of magic arrays. The city was crisscrossed with ditches, and the irrigation works were very convenient. For example, there was a magic water delivery device in the dormitory. Once the magic array was activated, clear water would flow out from the tap. In addition, there were a lot of magic arrays arranged in the houses. Those magic arrays could be used for heating and cooking. It could be seen that at that time in Taiyuan City, the popularity of magic was very high, and most of the residents also knew magic. Between the houses, there were neat paths. Looking at the situation more than 500 years ago, Taiyuan City was comparable to any powerful city-state on the boundless continent, whether in terms of economy or living conditions. However, this also increased the doubts of everyone. Why would such a peaceful city decline overnight? Because of the purple clouds, the sun on the top of the mountain was not strong. The ground was covered with emerald green weeds. The crowd did not rush to find the city lord mansion, but went to the nearby houses to look first. After 5 or 6 days of respawning, everyone was running low on food and water. Although they did not have much hope, they still wanted to see if they could find any food and water in the houses. Because of the ruins of Taiyuan, 60 to 70% of the houses have been damaged, or collapsed, or the walls have collapsed. Lan He and Yunxing searched for about a quarter of an hour before they found a relatively less damaged house. They pushed open the half-closed door and heard a creak. The door opened. This was a house facing the north and south. There were 3 entrances. Entering the door was the hall, and on the side was the bedroom. In the hall, all the furnishings were normal. Yunxing, look, Sister Lan pointed to the dining table in the hall. On the dining table, there were still bowls and chopsticks, as well as several dishes that had not been finished in time. End of chapter 809. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.